The chilling sound of a blade tearing through flesh was nauseatingly clear. A severed arm shot into the air, spraying blood, before crashing heavily into the muck of the blood-soaked ground. Ah, my hand! The piercing scream was drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries. Chun Pajun gasped for breath, feeling as though a wild bull had slammed into his chest, the pain searing. Kneeling amidst the pile of corpses, drenched in blood, he could not distinguish whether it was his own or that of his foes. The stench of blood assaulted his senses, swirling dust and debris stinging his face. Damn it! Chun Pajun muttered a curse, his voice raspy like a broken gong. He was not cursing the bloody battlefield before him, but rather the wretched fate that had befallen him 3 days prior. He had been the chief instructor of the Dragon-Tooth Special Forces of the Huaxiao on Earth, codenamed King Yen. During a mission to eliminate the internationally renowned mercenary group Hellhounds, he had detonated his last high-explosive grenade to cover his team's retreat, expecting to perish alongside his enemies. He had thought he was doomed. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dilapidated tent, with memories that did not belong to him flooding his mind. Tianwu Continent, Daxia Dynasty, 9th Prince, Chun Pajun. A pitiful soul sharing his name. His mother, a dancer sent as tribute from the western regions, had a lowly status and passed away early. This so-called prince lived a life worse than that of a dog in the palace, enduring relentless bullying and disdain from his siblings. Ultimately, at the age of 16, he was cast away to the Bloodstone Pass in the northern borders under the guise of training by his aloof father, becoming a lowly captain of the 9th rank, a mere skin-refining soldier. In short, he was cannon fodder. At the moment of memory fusion, Chun Pajun nearly succumbed to rage once more. In his previous life, he was the King Yen, master of life and death, second only to none. In this life, he had become a discarded pawn, left to be slaughtered, thrust into hell from the very beginning. Captain, watch out! A terrified scream yanked Chun Pajun back to reality amidst the chaos. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind him, laden with the acrid scent of blood. Chun Pajun barely had time to turn around. The combat instincts forged through countless battles propelled him into swift action. Without a moment's hesitation, he performed a clumsy roll, desperately dodging to the side. Boom! A massive, double-bladed axe nearly grazed his back, crashing down where he had just knelt. Earth and flesh exploded into the air. The ground was gouged into a terrifying pit, and a Daxia soldier who failed to evade was half reduced to pulp. Chun Pajun's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He quickly regained his stance, half crouching on the ground, his standard-issue long knife held defensively across his chest, keenly observing the assailant. Before him stood a towering barbarian warrior, bare-chested, with a bronze skin adorned with fearsome wolf totems. His muscles were knotted like hardened rock, and the giant axe he wielded, broader than a door, was splattered with dark crimson blood and brain matter. A barbarian captain. The ferocious aura emanating from him indicated that he was at least at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, perhaps even on the verge of stepping into the 8th rank of bone forging. And here was Chun Pajun, though he bore the title of captain, merely a novice barely at the threshold of the 9th rank. In terms of strength, physique, and weaponry. A comprehensive, crushing defeat. Hey, Daxia's soft-shelled shrimp. Your reaction is not too slow. The barbarian captain grinned widely, revealing blood-stained yellow teeth, his eyes glimmering with the predatory gaze of a butcher surveying a lamb. But today, you shall die. As soon as the words left his mouth, he roared, his brawny arms bulging, swinging the giant axe down toward Chun Pajun. Before the blade even arrived, the ferocity of the wind it generated nearly suffocated Chun Pajun too fast, too fierce. This was not technique. It was sheer, unreasoned brute force. Chun Pajun's eyes reddened. He knew that to take it head-on meant certain death. In a flash, instead of retreating, he lunged forward, lowering his body, and angled his long knife upwards in an unconventional maneuver. He did not aim to block the unstoppable axe blade, but sought to attack the opponent's weakest point, his wrist. This was a life-and-death technique he had mastered as a combat master in his previous life. Victory through the weak, attacking the enemy's crucial vulnerability. A flicker of surprise crossed the barbarian captain's eyes, evidently not expecting this seemingly frail Daxia officer to possess such cunning tactics. However, he merely scoffed, shifting his wrist to apply more pressure to the axe handle. Clang! A resounding crash echoed, sparks flying. Chun Pajun's long knife was firmly pinned down, a force too immense to resist coursing through the blade. Crack! His palms split open, blood gushing forth, his entire right arm went numb, and the knife nearly slipped from his grasp. Kid, you've got some tricks, but unfortunately, Your strength is too weak." The barbarian captain grinned menacingly, releasing the axe handle with his left hand, his fist the size of a cauldron hurtling towards Chun Pajun's face. If that punch landed, Chun Pajun's head would undoubtedly explode like a rotten watermelon. The shadow of death loomed unprecedentedly clear. "No, I cannot die. In my previous life, I sacrificed myself for my country, dying with purpose. In this life, I bear a deep grudge and have yet to seek vengeance against that cursed royal family. How can I perish in such a hellish place? Let me break through." A fierce light ignited in Chun Pajun's eyes. A torrent of hatred and unwillingness surged from the depths of his soul, seemingly igniting the last remnants of his potential. In that moment, he was no longer the timid ninth prince, but the King Yin of Huaxia, emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. His left hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed like claws, not to block the incoming fist, but to claw fiercely at the barbarian's eyes. A desperate tactic, risking mutual destruction. The barbarian captain's pupils constricted. He could obliterate Chun Pajun's head with a single punch, but he would certainly sacrifice his own sight. No matter how ferocious he was, he did not wish to become blind. At that critical moment, he had no choice but to retract his punch and turn his head to evade. "Now's my chance." Chun Pajun had been waiting for this opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick to the barbarian's abdomen, using the recoil to propel himself backward, finally breaking free from the giant axe's oppressive grip. The two men separated by 3 paces, once again facing off. Chun Pajun panted heavily, his right hand trembling uncontrollably, blood from his palm dripping onto the ground. The brief exchange had depleted most of his physical strength. In contrast, the barbarian captain, aside from slightly labored breathing, remained virtually unscathed. "Very good, very good." The barbarian captain touched his near-missed eyes. The mockery in his gaze vanished, replaced by genuine murderous intent. "You successfully angered me. I will chop you into a paste and feed you to my war wolves." He gripped the giant axe tightly once more, and this time, he afforded Chun Pajun no respite, charging at him like a relentless war chariot. "It's over." Chun Pajun's heart sank. Exhausted and with his right hand nearly incapacitated, he had no cards left to play. Was I, Chun Pajun, destined to die once more immediately after crossing over? And in such a humiliating manner? Unwilling, I refused to accept this. Just as the glimmering giant axe was about to descend, in the instant when despair threatened to engulf Chun Pajun's consciousness. Ding! A cold, emotionless mechanical, synthetic voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detected a strong desire for survival and fighting spirit from the host. Activation conditions. Met. War God system. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Newbie gift package issued. Exclusive ability, Eagle Eye Vision, beginner. A series of prompts left Chun Pajun's mind in a daze, momentarily shutting down. System? What is this? Before he could grasp the situation, a cool stream of energy surged into his eyes. Suddenly, the world before him transformed. The barbarian centurion charging at him appeared as a 3-dimensional model composed of countless data points and lines. Every muscle twitch, every breath's rhythm, even the trajectory of the giant axe's swing, slowed down infinitely in his vision, revealing dozens of weaknesses. 3 inches below the left rib, the moment of muscle exertion, the defense is weakest. The right knee joint, an old injury, lacks resilience. The Adam's apple, a vital spot, exposes itself for 0.3 seconds during the axe's changing arc. This is Eagle Eye Vision. Chun Pajun's heart raced, not out of fear, but exhilarating excitement. This was a divine skill tailor-made for a top-tier special forces soldier like him. The shadow of the giant axe loomed over him, the breath of death drawing near. Yet, aided by Eagle Eye Vision, his heart remained remarkably calm. He saw it. He saw a glimmer of life. At the very moment, the barbarian centurion twisted his body to maximize his strength, causing a slight imbalance. Chun Pajun moved. He chose not to confront directly, but instead leaned his body in a way that defied human mechanics, sliding close to the ground to the left. Whoosh! The giant axe howled through the air, barely grazing his scalp and severing a few strands of hair. That was close. Had it not been for Eagle Eye Vision as prediction, a mere delay of 0.1 seconds would have cost him his head. With the centurion's axe missing its target, his massive inertia caused him to stumble, leaving his midsection wide open. Chun Pajun's sliding body spun, dropping to one knee, gripping the long knife that was nearly slipping from his grasp, and with the last ounce of strength following the optimal attack route indicated by Eagle Eye Vision, he thrust it fiercely. Thud! The long knife met no real resistance, piercing precisely into the hollow behind the centurion's right knee, as easily as cutting through tofu. There lay the site of his old injury, the weakest point in his defense. Roar! The barbarian centurion emitted a chilling howl akin to a wounded beast, unable to fathom that this prey, deemed certain to die, could evade his lethal strike and inflict such a devastating blow. The excruciating pain caused him to lose his balance, his enormous body crashing to the ground. You shall die. His eyes bloodshot, he swung his axe back in a desperate retaliation. But Chun Pajun, having struck successfully, afforded him no chance to counter. He yanked the long knife free, a spray of blood following, and before the axe could reach him, he closed in, pressing the centurion's head down into the mud with his left hand. Simultaneously, he raised the bloodied long knife high, aiming for the centurion's back. Die, you scum! Chun Pajun roared, channeling all his pent-up frustrations, anger, and resentment into this one strike. Thwack! The blade plunged deep, embedding itself to the hilt. The centurion's massive frame shuddered violently, a wheezing gasp escaping his lips as the light of life rapidly faded from his eyes. He died perplexed, unable to comprehend how he could fall to such a seemingly feeble soft-footed shrimp. Ding! The cold system prompt echoed, once more in Chun Pajun's mind. Congratulations, host, for achieving your first personal kill. Target, Barbarian Centurion, peak of the 9th grade skin refinement realm. Randomly absorbing the opponent's skills, talents, or cultivation. Absorption successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Intermediate Axe Mastery. Refinement of the cultivation system. Martial arts, 9 grades, 1 grade, 1 heaven postnatal 3 realms, 9th to 7th grade body refinement. 9th grade. Skin refinement 8th grade. Bone forging 7th grade. Muscle transformation. Warriors of this realm form the backbone of the military, with centurions and thousand-man leaders predominantly found here. Innate 3 realms, 6th to 4th grade Chi gathering. 6th grade, Chi sensation, first thread of internal power / true energy generated. 5th grade, meridian opening, unblocking the 12 meridians. 4th grade, returning to origin, true energy gathers in the Dantian, ever-living. Warriors of this realm are regional experts at the level of 10,000-man leaders and sect elders. Master 3 realms, 3rd to 1st grade, manifesting the sacred. 3rd grade, external barrier, true energy leaves the body, forming protective barrier. 2nd grade, will. Influence, willpower affects reality. Even the slightest movement can harm. 1st grade, celestial being, unity with nature, borrowing a portion of the world's power, akin to a terrestrial immortal. Warriors of this realm are the pillars of the nation, appearing like a dragon, rarely seen. Era background, heavenly martial continent. This is an expansive and boundless fantastical world, home to myriad races and a flourishing martial path. The continent is primarily inhabited by humans, barbarians, demons, aquatic beings, and the mysterious heavenly demon sect, among other forces. Humans, occupying the most fertile central plains, they have established several vast empires, including the Great Xia Empire, where the protagonist resides, though it is internally decaying, with royal power diminishing. Barbarians, residing in the harsh northern lands, they are physically robust and worship strength, constantly warring with the Great Xia Empire. Heavenly Demon Sect, a mysterious organization viewed as demonic by all righteous forces. Their cultivation methods are bizarrely powerful, but purportedly come with significant side effects. They act unscrupulously, espousing supremacy of power, equality for all beings, and have a number of secret followers among the lower populace. Mastery of intermediate axe techniques. Chun Pajun knelt beside the lifeless body of the barbarian captain, breathing heavily, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. As his words faded, a torrent of complex and arcane information surged into his mind, akin to a river breaking its banks, flooding his consciousness. The techniques of chopping, striking, slicing, cleaving, sweeping, hanging, crashing, and hacking, an array of axe skills, methods of exertion, and combat insights were instantly absorbed and comprehended, as if he had devoted decades to mastering this weapon. Each nuance was indelibly etched into his muscle memory. The sensation was extraordinary. He instinctively turned to gaze at the bloodied barbarian war axe that lay a short distance away. Just moments ago, this imposing weapon had appeared to him as a cumbersome, unwieldy implement of death. Yet now, it emanated a deadly allure, as if it were a long-lost arm, promising to unleash cataclysmic power upon being grasped. "Captain," a sincere yet anxious voice called from behind. Chun Pajun turned to see a burly man, clad in the garb of a camp cook, hurriedly approaching him, rolling and scrambling. The man wielded a cleaver used for chopping bones, his face etched with concern and fear. It was Zhang Hu, the camp chef, the only person in this blood-stained stronghold who had shown genuine kindness to the original owner of this body. When the original owner was exiled here, destitute and ostracized by his peers, it was Zhang Hu who had secretly slipped him a few buns from the kitchen, preventing him from starving to death. Chen Pejun held this kindness in his heart. "Captain, are you all right?" Zhang Hu reached him, his gaze fixed on Chen Pejun, who was drenched in blood, particularly his right hand, which was a gruesome sight. Zhang Hu's eyes reddened. "Your hand. It will be fine." Chen Pejun shook his head, his voice still hoarse. Struggling to rise, he was overcome by a wave of dizziness from the intense physical exertion. You killed that barbarian, Captain?" Zhang Hu stared at the towering corpse on the ground, then back at Chen Pejun, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with disbelief. He had witnessed Chen Pejun being overwhelmed moments ago, utterly defenseless, on the verge of being cleaved by a mighty axe. How could it be that the once mighty barbarian captain now lay dead? "Pure luck," Chen Pejun replied coolly, offering no further explanation. His mind was preoccupied with the entity known as the war god system within his consciousness. Killing enemies could make him stronger? He could randomly absorb their skills? If this were true, then this cursed world was no longer a hell for him, but rather an inexhaustible hunting ground. At that moment, a series of excited yet savage wolf howls echoed from the battlefield's periphery. Chen Pejun abruptly lifted his head, activating eagle-eye vision. He spotted 5 barbarian scouts riding colossal wolves, emerging from behind a cluster of low dunes. Clearly drawn by the sounds of battle, they paused upon seeing the fallen barbarian captain, their expressions shifting to reveal greedy and sinister smiles. In the ranks of the barbarian army, military merit stands as the sole criterion for promotion. Slaying enemy officers or avenging comrades constitutes a significant achievement. The 5 barbarian scouts gazed at Chen Pejun with the intensity of famished wolves eyeing a wounded lamb. A sense of dread washed over Zhang Hu as he realized the threat. "They are the barbarian wolf cavalry," he exclaimed, his face paling. "Captain, we must flee. We cannot withstand them. Ordinary soldiers are already at a disadvantage against barbarian scouts, let alone the highly mobile wolf cavalry." Furthermore, Chen Pejun had just endured a harrowing battle and was on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, he remained rooted in place, unyielding. Flee. Why should he retreat? He looked at the 5 charging barbarian scouts, and instead of fear, 2 fervent flames ignited in his eyes. They were not enemies. They represented 5 opportunities for growth and mastery. "Zhang Hu, step back," Chen Pejun commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He shrugged off Zhang Hu's grip and strode toward the massive barbarian axe embedded in the muddy ground. "Captain, you're insane," Zhang Hu cried, nearly in tears. "You cannot defeat them. You will die?" But Chen Pejun paid him no heed. He approached the axe, bent down, and grasped the cold, heavy handle with his bloodied, trembling right hand. It felt weighty yet perfectly balanced, as if this fearsome weapon was destined to belong to him. Countless techniques of intermediate axe mastery flowed through his mind, while eagle-eye vision laid bare the charging paths, speeds, and potential angles of attack of the 5 foes before him. He slowly rose, lifting the axe, at least 100 pounds, with a single hand, pointing it toward the foremost wolf cavalryman. In that moment, the weariness that had plagued him vanished, replaced by the commanding presence of a master. The smiles on the faces of the 5 wolf cavalrymen froze. They sensed an inexplicable chill, as if they were not facing a lamb awaiting slaughter, but a primordial beast awakening from slumber. "Kill him. He is merely bluffing," shouted the lead wolf cavalryman. Rallying his comrades, he squeezed his legs against the wolf's flank, urging it to accelerate. Using its momentum to launch a vicious strike with his curved blade aimed directly at Chen Pejun's neck. Swift, accurate, lethal. Had it been the Chen Pejun of before, he would have had no choice but to evade clumsily. But now it was too slow. Too slow. Chen Pejun uttered softly. Within the realm of eagle-eye vision, the enemy's movements appeared to slow dramatically, revealing the trajectory of the blade and its numerous flaws. He did not retreat, nor did he shift his stance. Just as the enemy's curved blade was about to connect, he sprang into action. The axe in his hand moved with a speed that seemed languid yet was, in reality, astonishingly swift, meeting the opponent's blade with precision. This was not a mere clash of strength, but a deft maneuver, a clever technique. With a soft clang, the edge of the axe, as if endowed with a sentient awareness, deftly engaged the enemy's blade, perfectly intercepting its path. Chen Pejun's wrist suddenly exerted a forceful twist. A surge of deft energy coursed along the blade. The wolf cavalryman felt an irresistible power sweep through him. causing the curved sword in his hand to fly from his grasp, soaring high into the air. A look of sheer horror graced his face. How could this be possible? Before he could react, Chun Pejun's second strike arrived. The massive axe descended in a fluid motion and then abruptly swept upward, a seemingly simplistic upward flick. In his hands, transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary. Its angle, timing, and force were all impeccably precise. With a sound of impact, the razor-sharp edge of the axe sliced into the wolf cavalryman's jaw, angling upward and effectively cleaving half of his head away. Blood and brains splattered across the ground. The great wolf beneath him was also toppled by the sheer force, letting out a mournful howl. One strike, merely a single strike, and he was vanquished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying a barbarian scout of the 9th tier in skin refinement. Random absorption in progress. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the talent. Physical enhancement, beginner. The moment the system notification resonated, a warm current materialized, swiftly coursing through Chun Pejun's limbs and bones. His previously exhausted and aching muscles rejuvenated in a mere second, regaining much of their strength. The sense of fatigue evaporated, replaced by an invigorating exhilaration. Exhilarating. Chun Pejun couldn't help but silently exclaim. This system is remarkably powerful. The remaining 4 wolf cavalrymen were paralyzed with terror at the blood-soaked and shocking scene. Their great wolves, sensing the horrifying aura emanating from Chun Pejun, nervously pawing at the ground, unwilling to advance. He is a demon. One of the cavalrymen shrieked in panic, abruptly turning his wolf to flee. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Pejun's eyes as he surged forward with explosive force, propelling himself like a cannonball. The massive axe in his hands felt weightless, wielded by a master of axe techniques. With a grand sweeping motion, with a sickening sound, the 2 nearest wolf cavalrymen, along with their mounts, were cleaved in half. Blood and entrails gushed forth like water splashed upon the earth. Ding! Successfully killed a barbarian scout. Acquiring the skill, beginner wound healing. Ding! Successfully killed a barbarian scout, gaining cultivation progress, 10 in 9th tier skin refinement. Once again, a remarkable energy surged forth, this time concentrating on his injured right hand. The once grievous wound, deep enough to see bone and bleeding profusely, began to visibly close and heal at an astonishing rate. Though it did not fully recover instantly, the bleeding had at least ceased, and the pain significantly diminished. This was nothing short of a miracle. Chun Pejun's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He licked his lips, his gaze locking onto the last 2 wolf cavalrymen, who were utterly paralyzed with fear. Please, do not kill me. I surrender. One of them cried out in terror. Before he could finish his plea, a massive axe descended from above, cleaving him and his mount in 2. Ding! Successfully killed a barbarian scout, gaining cultivation progress, 10 in 9th tier skin refinement. The last wolf cavalryman completely collapsed. Surrendering in despair, he dismounted from his wolf and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy in a halting dialect of the great Xia. Spare my life. Please, my lord. Spare me. Chun Pejun approached him, towering over him with a cold, emotionless gaze. Tell me, how many of you have come this time? Who is your commander? 50,000. It is the young Prince Kuro who leads the charge. The barbarian, desperate to save his life, divulged information as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Our objective is to eliminate the thorn of Bloodstone Pass. 50,000. The young prince personally leading? Chun Pejun furrowed his brow, realizing that the barbarians were indeed serious this time. Thank you, he nodded. A flicker of relief crossed the barbarian's face. My lord, you, suddenly. With a swift flash of his axe, a severed head soared into the air. I only thank you for the information. I never promised to spare you. Chun Pejun coldly retorted, wiping the blood from his axe blade. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. He understood this truth better than anyone. Notification. Successfully killed the barbarian scout and acquired the talent. Basic enhanced sense of smell. Thus, all 5 wolf cavalrymen were annihilated in a matter of mere seconds. From a distance, Zhang Hu and several surviving soldiers of the great Xia stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a deity emerging from the depths of hell. Was this truly the reticent and somewhat timid 9th prince? He was clearly a human form of a beast. Ignoring their astonished gazes, Chun Pejun stood amidst the pile of corpses, feeling the surge of power within him and the diminishing pain in his right hand. A profound realization welling up inside him. In this chaotic era where human life is as trivial as grass, to survive, to seek vengeance, to protect those one cherishes, principles, status, and background are all but nonsense. The only path forward is through slaughter. Killing will grant him strength. Just as these thoughts surged within him, a cacophony of footsteps and the clattering of armor drew near. Hurry! Move it, all of you. I've heard there's a big fish here. A coarse and greedy voice shouted. Chun Pajun turned to see a rotund man clad in the armor of a centurion striding confidently with dozens of soldiers. This was none other than Li Wei, the commanding centurion of Bloodstone Pass, a greedy fool who had risen through nepotism, notorious for his bloodthirsty ways and embezzlement of military funds. He was also the nominal superior of this body's original owner. Li Wei's gaze swept across the battlefield, and upon spotting the corpse of the barbarian centurion, his small eyes gleamed with avarice. The head of a barbarian centurion would be a monumental achievement. It would surely secure him a more lucrative position before the captain. He didn't spare Chun Pajun a glance, treating him as if he were an inconsequential specter, and marched directly to the barbarian centurion's corpse. Why are you standing there? Chop off this barbarian's head and bring it back as a trophy, he commanded his subordinates. Yes, sir. One of the soldiers stepped forward, drawing his blade to take action. Stop. A cold voice resonated through the air. Li Wei, feeling a wave of impatience, turned around, finally directing his gaze towards Chun Pajun. He curled his lip and spoke in a tone tinged with condescension. Ah, it's you, Chun Pajun. Well done this time, managing to hold off a barbarian centurion. Rest assured, I shall duly note your contribution in the ledger. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling his loyal guards to proceed. In his perspective, the credit for this achievement was inherently his. Chun Pajun smiled, yet it was a smile devoid of warmth. Clutching the blood-dripping giant axe, he stepped closer to Li Wei and articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Captain Li, allow me to reiterate. Remove your filthy hands from my spoils. The atmosphere thickened as Li Wei's countenance darkened instantaneously. He had not anticipated that this usually submissive pawn would dare to confront him publicly. He pointed a finger at Chun Pajun, a twisted grin on his face, and snarled, You little bastard, are you courting death? The threat was palpable. Faced with a corrupt superior wielding military power and surrounded by dozens of predatory guards, the battle-hardened Chun Pajun stood at a crossroads, to evade confrontation or to wield his axe and teach him a lesson. Chapter 03, The Sorceress's Clinic. A first encounter the air seemed to freeze the moment Chun Pajun's words landed. Time itself felt as if it had been paused. All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to the blood-soaked man wielding the giant axe. Shock, disbelief, and incredulity reigned. Li Wei's flesh quivered violently. He could scarcely believe his ears. This was the same cold palace outcast he had bullied without consequence. The one who allowed him to siphon military funds and seize credit without uttering a word of complaint. What had he just said? To remove his dirty hands from his spoils. After a brief, stunned silence, a volcanic eruption of fury ensued. You little bastard, what did you just say? Li Wei's features contorted in rage as he shouted. Are you seeking death? How dare a wretched spawn of a dancer speak to me in such a manner? His loyal guards, sensing the tension, swiftly unsheathed their blades. Their menacing presence encircling Chun Pajun and Zhang Hu. The cook, Zhang Hu, was paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. He grasped at Chun Pajun's sleeve, his voice quaking. Captain, please, don't act impulsively. He is a 1,000-man commander. We cannot afford to provoke him. Yet, Chun Pajun remained unperturbed. His gaze was as frigid as ancient iron, unwaveringly fixed on Li Wei. Under the scrutiny of his keen perception, each quivering fold of Li Wei's flesh, the flickering cowardice in his eyes, and the seemingly menacing yet unsteady stance of his guards all became vividly apparent in Chun Pajun's mind. A rabble of miscreants. I will repeat myself one last time. Chun Pajun's voice bore no tremor, as if declaring an established truth. The lives taken were mine. The glory is mine. Those who dare to lay a hand on it shall meet their demise. These unembellished words were steeped in a chilling aura of murderous intent, so pure and intense that the very temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. The once imposing personal guards were unexpectedly daunted by this formidable aura, instinctively retreating a step. Li Wei, unsettled by Chun Pajun's gaze, felt a deep-seated trepidation. However, his dignity as a centurion and his insatiable lust for glory compelled him to stand firm. This is outrageous, he shrieked in frustration, akin to a pig whose tail had been stepped on. Strike him down. Eliminate this insolent wretch. Should anything go awry, I shall bear full responsibility. Under the allure of hefty rewards, valiant souls would surely emerge. Moreover, in their eyes, Chun Pajun had just endured a bloody battle and was now merely a shadow of his former self, a mere bluster at this moment. Kill. A nearby guard, his eyes flashing with ferocity, bellowed to bolster his courage and swung his waist knife, aiming a deadly strike at Chun Pajun's head. He sought to spill the blood of this soft target to earn the centurion's favor. Zhang Hu, overwhelmed by despair, shut his eyes. It was over. Yet, the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. With a resounding clang, the onlookers focused their gaze and saw that, at some point, Chun Pajun had raised his colossal axe. He did not utilize the sharp edge, but rather the broad back of the axe, effortlessly deflecting the powerful blow. Without delay, Chun Pajun flicked his wrist. A peculiar shockwave surged along the axe's back to the blade. The guard felt a violent tremor in his grip. As though struck by an invisible sledgehammer, he could no longer maintain his hold on the knife, which flew from his hand. Before he could comprehend the situation, Chun Pajun advanced. He stepped forward, his body tilting at an astonishing angle, and swung the giant axe in a sweeping arc. It was not a chop, but rather a strike. Bang! The heavy back of the axe landed squarely on the guard's chest. Crack! A chilling sound of shattering bones echoed. The guard's chest visibly caved in, and he was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground several meters away, blood gushing from his mouth. Clearly nearing death. Ding! Acquired skill, Elementary Blood Control. Elementary blood control is a physiological mastery that practitioners of the postnatal physical refinement realm, grades 9 to 7, gradually attain through extreme training of their physical limits. It is neither internal energy nor true chi, but a technique for the preliminary guidance and mobilization of one's life essence and blood. Blood is the fundamental force behind human life activities. Mastering it equates to exerting a certain degree of control over one's strength, endurance, and recovery. One blow, another decisive strike. If the previous slaying of the barbarian cavalry showcased his extraordinary axe technique, then this moment, where he struck down a fully armed soldier with the back of an axe, revealed his overwhelming, indisputable power. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this spectacle. Is he even human? Li Wei's arrogance and fury instantly froze, replaced by an unmistakable terror. He finally realized that the Chun Pajun before him was no longer the soft, pliable figure he could easily manipulate. This was a fierce tiger awakening, one that could devour its prey. You dare to harm a comrade? This is a capital offense. Li Wei screamed, his voice a facade of bravado, as his body instinctively recoiled. Comrade, Chun Pajun chuckled, his smile laced with derision and disdain. You dare to draw your blade against me and still consider yourself a comrade? Li Wei, I offer you two choices. He advanced step by step, wielding his bloodied axe. With each stride he took, Li Wei and his loyal soldiers retreated in unison. Dozens of men were rendered breathless under the weight of a single man's aura. First, leave my sight immediately, along with your lackeys. I can pretend today as events never transpired. Chun Pajun's voice reverberated across the desolate wilderness. Li Wei's complexion oscillated between green and white. Being forced to retreat by a wildling he despised in front of so many was a blow to his pride. You won't get away with this. You're rebelling. He gritted his teeth, feigning strength. Brothers, do not be afraid. He is but one man. Let us charge together and cut him down. The rewards will be shared among all. However, this time, his loyal soldiers hesitated. They gazed into Chun Pajun's emotionless eyes, then at the lifeless body of their comrade, whose ribcage lay shattered upon the ground. The grip on their weapons began to tremble. No one was a fool. While rewards were enticing, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. The Chun Pajun before them was undeniably a harbinger of death. Those who approached him met their demise. Seeing no one respond, Li Wei's heart sank further. It appears you have chosen the second path. The last vestiges of patience vanished from Chun Pajun's gaze. He ceased his idle chatter, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly covering several meters to stand before Li Wei. So swift, so fast that Li Wei couldn't react in time. All he perceived was a looming shadow expanding before him, the specter of death enveloping him in an instant. No. Li Wei let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive. Chun Pajun's south axe halted perilously close to his neck. Mere inches away, a fierce gust of wind caused the flesh on his face to quiver. A warm liquid trickled down his pant leg, emanating a foul stench. He had been so terrified he had lost control of his bladder. Useless. Chun Pajun spat disdainfully. He abruptly withdrew the axe, and, with lightning speed, kicked Li Wei's knee with tremendous force. Crack! Another sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ah! Li Wei's wail pierced the heavens, his corpulent body crumpling under the pain, clutching his grotesquely twisted leg as he writhed and moaned like a worm. Chun Pajun did not spare him a glance, his icy gaze sweeping over the now utterly paralyzed soldiers. Who else desires my accolades? Silence reigned. Everyone bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his eyes. Even their master was rendered powerless with a single strike. How could these sycophants harbor any thoughts of rebellion? Begone! Chun Pajun bellowed. The group of loyal soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, hastily lifted the wailing Li Wei from the ground and fled the scene in disarray. It was not until their figures vanished beyond the sand dunes that Zhang Hu exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained as he collapsed onto the ground. He gazed at Chun Pejun's silhouette, his emotions a tumultuous blend of reverence, admiration, and above all, apprehension. "Captain, you have stirred a great calamity." Zhang Hu's voice trembled. For Li Wei's uncle was none other than Zhang de Biao, the city's commanding officer. "He will not let this go unpunished." Chun Pejun, without turning back, replied coolly, "If he comes, I shall slay him." His tone, though unadorned, resonated with an undeniable commanding presence. After uttering this declaration, he could no longer withstand the strain. Darkness enveloped him, and he toppled backward. The fierce battle with the barbarian captain, the slaying of 5 wolf cavalrymen, and the forceful intimidation of Li Wei's group had utterly drained his last vestige of strength. Furthermore, the internal injuries inflicted by the barbarian captain had now finally erupted. "Captain!" Zhang Hu, alarmed, rushed forward to support him, only to find that Chun Pejun had succumbed completely, his complexion pale as parchment and his breath faint to the extreme. "Quick! Someone fetch help! To the revival hall! Hurry!" Zhang Hu, drenched in sweat and panic, shouted at the nearby soldiers, who were equally stunned. In Bloodstone Pass, within a secluded alley of the southern city, stood a modest medical clinic, its sign elegantly inscribed with the characters for Revival Hall. This place was the most extraordinary in all of Bloodstone Pass, for its proprietor, Su Mingshui, was a woman of stunning beauty, as ethereal as she was frigid. No one knew her origins. They only recalled that she had suddenly appeared 3 years prior, taking over the establishment. Her medical skills were unparalleled. No matter the severity of the wounds, as long as there was breath, she seemed capable of restoring life. Yet, she had her own rules. First, the consultation fee was exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary soldiers. Second, her willingness to treat was entirely dependent on her mood. If she felt benevolent, she would charge nothing. If she felt ill-tempered, no amount of gold could sway her. Third, and most crucially, she would never treat barbarians nor those commanders of questionable character. At this moment, the door of Revival Hall was firmly shut. Zhang Hu, accompanied by several soldiers, struggled to carry the unconscious Chun Pejun as they anxiously pounded on the door. Su Physician, please open the door. We are in dire need." With a creak, the wooden door opened a crack, revealing a breathtaking visage untouched by cosmetics, capable of dimming the very heavens. Clad in a simple white gown, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin flawless as snow, and her eyes, sharp and cold as the moon, seemed to belong to an otherworldly being. However, upon seeing the bloodied figure of Chun Pejun, her brow furrowed ever so slightly. "I shall not treat him." Her voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. After speaking, she attempted to close the door. "No, Su Physician." Zhang Hu, desperate, pressed his body against the door, pleading with a quivering voice. "I implore you." Our centurion sustained grave injuries in his valiant efforts to fend off the barbarian hordes. He is a hero. You cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. The heroes at Bloodstone Pass perish daily. Su Mingshui's tone remained unwavering. "This is not a charitable establishment. If you lack funds, or I choose not to treat someone, take them away." Her gaze swept over Chun Pejun, revealing a flicker of disdain. She held a deep aversion for the brash men from the military camp, whose very presence exuded a discomforting aura of bloodshed and masculinity. We have money. Zhang Hu quickly produced a heavy pouch from his bosom, the entirety of their meager savings. "If you can save our centurion, we will give you all of this." Su Mingshui's eyes fell upon the pouch, yet it stirred not a ripple within her. To her, wealth held no significance. Just as she was about to refuse once more, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of Chun Pejun's injured right hand. The hand bore a wound so deep it exposed bone, yet now, the flesh surrounding it seemed to move in an astonishingly slow yet undeniable manner, healing itself. Moreover, she sensed a faint but remarkably pure vital essence emanating from within Chun Pejun, resolutely mending his broken body. A flicker of surprise graced Su Mingshui's icy gaze for the first time. This constitution, she extended her delicate fingers, swift as lightning, resting them upon Chun Pejun's wrist. A frigid surge of true energy coursed from her fingertips into his meridians. The next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. She discovered that Chun Pejun's meridians were robust and expansive, far surpassing those of an ordinary person. Additionally, his vitality contained a strange energy, teeming with life, unlike anything she had ever encountered. This energy entwined with a ferocious barbarian malevolence and a hidden force that had shaken his internal organs, engaged in a fierce struggle. Most astonishingly, as her icy true energy penetrated, that peculiar life force seemed to respond, actively drawing forth a strand of her energy to envelop, consume, and assimilate it. Though the process was exceedingly slow, it was undeniably occurring. What a domineering and formidable constitution. It possesses the ability to self-repair. A tempest of astonishment surged within Su Mingxue. The Xianyin Su Nu Jing she practiced was the epitome of cold and yin, her true energy exceptionally tyrannical, capable of causing harm or even death to ordinary warriors upon mere contact. Yet this man's body not only withstood her true energy, but instinctively sought to assimilate it. This was unheard of. For the first time, her tranquil heart was disturbed. She gazed at the unconscious Chun Pejun, her expression transforming. No longer marked by disdain and indifference, it now radiated a desire for discovery and exploration, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man could aid her in resolving the formidable dilemma that had plagued her for years. Bring him in. Su Mingxue retracted her fingers, speaking calmly as she turned to enter the clinic. Zhang Hu and the others were momentarily stunned, then elated, hastily carrying Chun Pejun inside. Within the clinic, a refreshing aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped them, contrasting sharply with the bloodshed and clamor outside, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Su Mingxue led them into a tranquil chamber and gestured toward the bed, instructing, "Place him upon it, and you may leave." Yes, yes. Zhang Hu and the others dared not defy her in the slightest. They carefully settled Chun Pejun and expressed their deepest gratitude to Su Mingxue before retreating. Glancing back reluctantly, within the serene room, only Su Mingxue and the unconscious Chun Pejun remained. She approached the bed and scrutinized the man from above. His chiseled features and tightly shut eyes bore the marks of profound anguish, even in unconsciousness, as his brow remained furrowed in distress. She reached out and unfastened the tattered blood-stained garment that clung to him. Upon revealing the intricate array of scars, some from blades, others from arrows, and even peculiar wounds she had never encountered, her pupils involuntarily contracted. What trials had this man endured? She ceased her pondering, retrieved a set of silver needles from the nearby medicine cabinet, and began to administer acupuncture to stabilize his internal injuries. Time trickled by imperceptibly. After an indeterminate period, Chun Pejun's eyelids fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. What greeted him was a visage of ethereal beauty, accompanied by an aura that sent shivers through his very soul, an essence both chilling and oppressive. His innate, eagle-eye vision activated instinctively, allowing him to pierce through the layers of her attire and perceive the icy energy coursing through her veins. He observed that this frigid essence, as it traversed her meridians, shrouded even her own organs in a faint, dark mist. It was a sign of sinister energy eroding her essence, a harbinger of impending madness. Almost reflexively, a hoarse whisper escaped his lips. "The cultivation method you practice is flawed. Continue for 3 months, and you will surely meet your demise." As his words resonated, the temperature in the tranquil chamber plummeted to freezing. In an instant, lethal intent ignited in Su Mingxue's previously calm phoenix eyes. A blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, materialized at her fingertips, poised menacingly against Chun Pejun's throat. Next chapter hook. With the icy blade pressed to his throat, the specter of death loomed perilously close. Rather than succumbing to fear, Chun Pejun remained composed, analyzing. "Your technique is excessively yin and cold, lacking the necessary yang to harmonize. The imbalance of yin and yang invites a backlash of demonic energy, making salvation impossible." Su Mingxue's mind reeled. This was the gravest secret of her Tianma sect's cultivation. Who was this man, and how did he possess such knowledge? To kill or not to kill? A single thought would dictate their fates. Meanwhile, Chun Pejun pondered how to leverage his modern knowledge to navigate this life-and-death crisis and turn the tables. Chapter 04. The King of Hell's Bargain. Within the tranquil chamber, the atmosphere was rife with peril. The delicate ice blade pressed against Chun Pejun's throat, its frigid touch seeping into his skin, as if attempting to freeze his very blood. Su Mingxue's gaze was colder than the blade, more frigid than the northern winds and snow. The signs of her cultivation method spiraling into madness were her greatest secret and her most fatal vulnerability. Throughout the entire Tianma sect, aside from her master, no one was privy to its secrets. Yet, the man before her, the wounded soldier she had casually rescued, astonishingly unveiled the mysteries of the world. How could she not be alarmed, enraged, or feel a surge of murderous intent? However, in the face of a death threat that would send chills through the hearts of any warrior, Chun Pejun exhibited no sign of fear. His gaze remained as tranquil as an ancient well, unfathomable in its depths. As the commander of the Huaxia Dragon Tooth, known by the codename Yama, he had commanded with unwavering resolve amidst gunfire, battled foes on the brink of cliffs, and survived under extreme conditions on deserted islands. To him, Death had long become a mundane occurrence. The situation before him was insufficient to quicken his heart's rhythm. Who on earth are you? Su Mingshua's voice trembled slightly, laced with profound anger and astonishment. She pressed the icy blade of her weapon closer, its sharp edge piercing Chun Pejun's skin, a trickle of crimson seeping forth. A person who can save your life, Chun Pejun rasped, dismissing the sting in his throat. His gaze held steady, locking onto Su Mingshua's stormy eyes. Save me? Su Mingxua seemed to hear the most ludicrous joke in the world, a cold smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. You cannot even save yourself. Yet you dare to boast? Believe it or not, I am certain that if I merely think it, your head will part ways with your body. I do believe. Chun Pejun nodded without hesitation, but you will not. Oh, a glint of amusement flickered in Su Mingshua's eyes. Give me a reason not to kill you. The reason is simple, Chun Pejun replied with calm assurance. For if you kill me, you shall find no other capable of resolving your physical affliction. And you do not wish to die? Su Mingshua's heart sank. This man had not only discerned her predicament, but had also laid bare her intrinsic desire to survive. The sensation of being completely seen made her exceedingly uncomfortable. Nonsense, she scoffed, striving to maintain her composure. My body is perfectly fine. I have no need for your assistance. You are merely conjecturing to prolong your own existence. Is that so? A faint smile graced Chun Pejun's lips, an expression of profound confidence. Your technique is named Xian In Su Nu Jing. Am I correct? Boom. This revelation struck Su Mingshua's mind like a thunderclap. Her hand, gripping the icy blade, trembled uncontrollably. Xian In Su Nu Jing. How could he possibly know the name of this secretive technique? It was the highest scripture of the Tianma sect, accessible solely to the Holy Maiden. Few in the world could claim knowledge of its name. If her previous reaction was shock, this was sheer horror. Observing Su Mingshua's stunning face, now bereft of composure, Chun Pejun realized he had made the right wager. When his eagle-eye vision had scanned her, he had not only observed the chilling true energy coursing through her meridians and the backlash of dark energy, but had also faintly captured fragments of information, including the name of her technique. This might be a peculiar ability that accompanied eagle-eye vision when analyzing the essence of energy. It seemed he had spoken correctly. Chun Pejun continued to deploy his method of psychological warfare with a measured tone. This technique, steeped in the essence of cold and darkness, possesses unparalleled power. Yet, the creator of this method either deliberately left a fatal flaw or failed to cultivate it to its utmost pinnacle. The art emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang. Pure yin cannot thrive in isolation, nor can pure yang arise without balance. Your practice, solely focused on the profound yin, neglects the incorporation of pure yang. Initially, your progress was swift, but as time passed, the accumulation of chilling, dark energy within you grew vast, akin to a river frozen for miles. Your body serves as the channel for this icy torrent. Now, the water level has exceeded the capacity of the riverbanks, beginning to erode the very foundations of your vital organs, meridians, and channels. Each time you exert your energy, it must feel akin to being cleaved by a knife. A torment beyond measure, does it not? You have endeavored to suppress the retaliatory demonic energy with purer essence. Yet this is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. The more you force it down, the more violently it rebounds. It is like attempting to block a river on the verge of overflowing. You may succeed temporarily, but not indefinitely. When the dam finally breaks, it will herald your complete annihilation, leaving you as nothing more than a frozen statue. Every word from Chun Pejun struck Su Mingxua like a heavy hammer against her heart. The color drained from her face, leaving her as pale as parchment. For what he articulated echoed precisely the warnings imparted by her mentor years ago. Indeed, the agony he described while cultivating resonated even more vividly than her own experiences. How could this be? Who is he? Is he a relic from some hidden sect, or a formidable adversary sent by an enemy of the heavenly demon sect? Countless thoughts surged within her mind, yet the ice blade in her grasp unconsciously loosened slightly. The intent to kill was gradually supplanted by reason and the instinct for survival. What is it that you wish to convey? Su Mingshua's voice quivered with a hint of uncertainty for the first time. I wish to express that your path has been erroneous from the very beginning. Chun Pejun's gaze was as sharp as a blade. In managing the waters, it is better to guide than to block. The icy energy within you is not an enemy. It is the wellspring of your power. What you need is not to suppress it, but to guide and channel it. Guide, channel? Su Mingxua furrowed her elegant brows. These terms were utterly novel and profoundly disruptive to her. For centuries, all who have strayed into madness sought to suppress, dispel, or resolve that uncontrollable power. Guidance. How does one guide? Where does one channel it? This is nothing short of a fantastical notion. Indeed, Chun Pejun observed her bewildered expression. knowing he had successfully sown a seed of doubt in her mind. Your practice lacks the most crucial element, yang. The balance of yin and yang is the path to enlightenment. The dark energy within you has reached a terrifying magnitude. Any external yang force will be instantaneously assimilated, potentially triggering even more violent backlash. Thus, you cannot seek yang from the outside. You must cultivate it from within. Generate yang from within? Su Mengshui was utterly confounded by Chun Pejun's theory. My practice is of the profound yin. How can I ever produce yang from within? This is sheer nonsense. Who says it is impossible? Chun Pejun smiled, a smile imbued with a hint of mystery and an air of assured confidence. The principle of extremes turning into opposites. The emergence of yang from the depths of yin is an immutable truth of the universe. When your chilling energy reaches its zenith, it may give birth to a strand of pure yang from the most profound depths of yin. This flicker of yang energy is the key to your salvation. It is akin to a spark that can ignite an entire frozen expanse, ultimately achieving a perfect harmony of yin and yang, a sublime fusion of water and fire. At that moment, your strength will not only remain intact, but will be reborn, stepping into an entirely new realm. Silence. A stillness akin to death enveloped the air. Su Mengshui stared blankly at Chun Pejun, her mind a void. The concepts of yin birthing yang and rebirth were astonishingly revolutionary, completely overturning her decades of martial arts understanding. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a voice deep within urged her to believe that what this man spoke might indeed be true, for it illuminated a path she had never dared to envision, a pathway to vitality. The icy blade in her hand had silently vanished, and the chilling aura of death that permeated the chamber receded like a tide. She gazed at Chun Pejun, her expression a tapestry of complexity, shock, skepticism, wariness, but above all, an intense yearning as if she had grasped a lifeline. What evidence do you have to prove your claims? She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a steady tone. Evidence. Chun Pejun met her gaze with unwavering calm. I am the evidence. He gestured to his chest. You previously used your vital energy to probe my body and should have sensed it. There lies within me an extraordinary life force, does it not? Su Mengshui nodded. This was precisely what had compelled her to save him. That energy is what I have comprehended from the brink of life and death. Each encounter with mortality strengthens it further. This is the most direct manifestation of yin birthing yang. Death represents yin, while life signifies yang, Chun Pejun explained, straddling the line between truth and embellishment. He certainly would not divulge the secret of the war god system, opting instead to articulate it in a manner she could comprehend. A spark of realization flickered in Su Mengshui's phoenix-like eyes. She recalled the tenacious and domineering life force she had sensed within Chun Pejun during her earlier examination, and her conviction had solidified to a significant degree. Very well, she finally resolved. What must I do? By uttering this question, she relinquished her pride as a saintess and placed her hopes in the hands of this enigmatic man before her. Quite simple. A glimmer of amusement danced in Chun Pejun's eyes. We shall make a deal. A deal? Indeed, his tone turned resolute. I will study your martial arts techniques and help guide that power within you, ultimately allowing you to experience the transformation of yin into yang and resolve the peril of demonic deviation. He paused, his gaze piercing. In return, you must agree to 3 conditions. Su Mengshui raised an eyebrow. Speak. First, my life is now in your hands, until I assist you in resolving your issues. You must ensure my absolute safety, whether within this Bloodstone Pass or elsewhere. The foes I must confront may far exceed your expectations. He recalled the emperor who had banished him to the north, the siblings in the palace who regarded him as a thorn in their side, and particularly the dethroned Li Wei, along with the formidable Colonel Zhang de Biao behind him. At this moment, he required a powerful protector, and the woman before him was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Su Mengshui paused in silence before nodding. Very well. In this northern territory, as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on you. She was a concealed powerhouse, her strength to be unveiled gradually. She possessed both the confidence and the capability. Secondly, Chun Pejun continued, I require a vast quantity of medicinal herbs, especially those rare ones that can replenish vitality and strengthen the body. The more, the better. The rarer, the better. Although the war god system was formidable, the foundation of his current physique was dreadfully inadequate. To swiftly elevate his strength, he needed immense resources to refine his body. Otherwise, even if his cultivation improved, his body would not withstand the strain. The woman before him, running a medical clinic and shrouded in mystery, was evidently not lacking in funds. Not a problem, Su Mengshui readily agreed. To her, medicinal herbs were of little value. And the third? She inquired. Chun Pejun gazed deeply into her eyes, articulating each word with precision. Thirdly, I require you, or rather the power that stands behind you. To serve my purposes, I need intelligence, manpower, and all resources that could fortify my strength. What he sought was not merely temporary shelter and herbs. He yearned for the might that would allow him to soar to unparalleled heights. He aspired to reconstruct his own legacy in this foreign realm. Upon hearing this condition, Su Mingshua's pupils constricted abruptly. If the first two conditions could be deemed reasonable, the third was utterly exorbitant. For her, the current saintess of the heavenly demon sect. To serve him? To compel the entire heavenly demon sect to serve him? By what right? Your demands are rather excessive. Su Mingshua's voice turned frigid once more. What makes you think you have the right to command me or the heavenly demon sect? Simply put, because I can save your life. Chun Pejun's response was blunt and unapologetic. Because I can transform your heavenly demon sect's mystical virtuous maiden scripture into a truly unparalleled divine art. A flawless technique signifies an immeasurable boon for a sect, of which you should be more aware than I, exchanging a future for a present. This transaction is one where you stand to gain tremendously. Each of Chun Pejun's words was imbued with an irresistible allure. Su Mingshua's heart was in turmoil. She had to admit that he was correct. If he could indeed perfect the mystical virtuous maiden scripture, it would represent a monumental contribution to the entire heavenly demon sect. The curse of early demise that had plagued past generations of saintesses would be thoroughly vanquished with her era. Such an achievement would elevate her to an unparalleled status within the sect. In comparison, providing him with some intelligence and manpower temporarily seemed less objectionable. Moreover, she still held the reins of control. Should she discover his claims to be exaggerated, she could terminate the agreement at any moment, even resorting to silencing him. After a prolonged silence, Su Mingxue slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, her once cold phoenix eyes regaining their serene composure. She extended her delicate hand, her fair palm laid open before Chun Pejun. I promise you, from this day forth, you shall assist me in alleviating my suffering and researching martial arts. In return, I shall save your life and provide you with everything you require. Our covenant is thus established. Chun Pejun gazed at her flawless hand and extended his own, gently clasping hers. Her hand was as cold as jade, yet soft and boneless, and their touch was fleeting. In this humble and tranquil chamber, a fragile alliance was quietly forged between two individuals, each harboring their own intentions. One, a banished king of the cold palace, and the other, a saintess of a demonic sect consumed by madness. From this moment onward, the threads of their fates were tightly intertwined. As the chapter unfolds, a hook emerges, the covenant is established, yet Su Mingxue presents her first demand. Words alone hold no weight. You must first prove your theories. At the stroke of midnight, the chill within me will reach its peak. If you can alleviate even a fraction of my pain, I shall place my trust in you. Chun Pejun, faced with an urgent task, finds himself drained of energy, unable to act. In this critical moment, he turns his gaze to the system panel. Recalling the skill, beginner blood chi control, obtained from slaying Li Wei's bodyguard, can he wield this seemingly trivial skill to create a miracle? Chapter 05, Breaking the Army's Camp. Establishing authority as night deepens, the flickering candlelight within the chamber casts elongated shadows of Chun Pejun and Su Mingxue upon the cold walls. The warmth of their covenant lingers, yet the trial arrives as promised. Su Mingxue sits cross-legged on the mat, her exquisite visage beginning to display an abnormal pallor. Beads of cold sweat forming at her temples. Her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes tremble slightly, betraying the immense pain she endures. Midnight approaches. Her voice, tinged with a suppressed tremor, conveys, the profound energy within me has begun to stir violently, like thousands of icy needles piercing my bones. Now is the time for you to prove your worth. Her tone remains frigid, yet Chun Pejun discerns a hint of tension and anticipation beneath it. With a grave expression, he acutely senses the temperature in the chamber plummeting at a visible rate, a chilling aura pervading the air. Is this the backlash of the profound pure woman scripture? Indeed, it is formidable. However, he now faces a more dire predicament. After a series of fierce battles and grave injuries, his vital energy has long been depleted, and the scant true chi he had previously gathered has been exhausted. Currently, he is but a hollow vessel of theory. What? Are you afraid? Su Mingxue seems to sense his hesitation, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. If you wish to retract your promise, now is still the time. I may slay you, but at least I shall grant you a swift end. Ignoring her provocation, Chun Pejun's consciousness delves into the system panel within his mind. Host, Chun Pejun, Realm, 9th grade skin refinement, Pinnacle, Cultivation method, None, Skills, Eagle-Eye Vision, Advanced. Mastery in Combat, Master Level, Intermediate Axe Mastery, Talent, Physical Strengthening, Beginner, Talent, Beginner sense of smell enhancement. Beginner blood control. War God points. 0. His gaze was firmly fixed on the final skill. Beginner blood control allows for the preliminary perception and manipulation of one's own and others' blood energy. Note, when used on others, the effect is influenced by their strength and resistance. This is it. The seemingly insignificant skill that emerged after slaying Li Wei and his elite guards might just be his only way to turn the tide. Give me your hand, Chen Pejun said in a deep voice. Su Mingxue opened her eyes, a hint of confusion in her phoenix-like gaze. Yet she complied and extended her icy, jade-like right hand. Chen Pejun took a deep breath, extending both hands to gently rest on her wrist and the back of her hand. The moment he made contact, an intense chill enveloped him, as if he were grasping not a hand, but a piece of eternal ice. That icy force surged up his arm, aggressively penetrating his body. Focus your mind, relinquish resistance. And trust me, Chen Pejun's voice resonated with a deep authority, carrying an undeniable command. It was a confidence and aura forged from commanding thousands in a past life. Su Mingxue felt a jolt of realization, instinctively relaxing her mind. In that fleeting moment, Chen Pejun activated beginner blood control. Buzz. In his mind, the entire world seemed to transform. In his vision, Su Mingxue was no longer a vivacious beauty but a complex system composed of countless energy conduits and flowing rivers. Among them, a primary river, a frosty blue, represented her vast and profound dark Yin energy. At that moment, this icy blue river surged tumultuously, relentlessly crashing against its banks. In certain areas of this river, tendrils of black, infused with a sense of destruction, emerged, resembling the most vicious vines, voraciously eroding the luminous orbs that represented her internal organs. Beneath these torrents of energy, there was a faint red stream, nearly frozen, which represented her blood energy. Found it. Chen Pejun's heart leaped with joy. His theoretical core was guidance, which required a fulcrum. Lacking personal strength, he would harness Su Mingxue's own power. Your issue lies in the complete disconnection between true energy and blood energy, Chen Pejun explained while exerting his skill to the fullest, speaking not only to her, but also to divert her attention, aiding her cooperation. True energy is yin, while blood energy is yang. Your dark yin energy is overly domineering, completely suppressing your blood energy, freezing it, leading to an imbalance of yin and yang. The solitary yin cannot thrive, which has invited the backlash of demonic energy. What I must do now is awaken the dormant blood energy within you. As his words lingered, Chen Pejun's mind surged with intention. Beginner blood control, fully activated. Under his guidance, the once ice-bound crimson stream within Su Mingxue seemed to be infused with an invisible force, beginning to flow laboriously, thread by thread. A soft groan escaped her lips, her delicate brows knitting tighter in response. This sensation was truly peculiar. In the past, when faced with an outburst of cold energy, she could only muster her vital essence to withstand it, akin to two armies clashing, with each collision inflicting unbearable pain. Yet now, an extraordinary warmth was rising slowly from the depths of her limbs and bones. This warmth was feeble, akin to a flicker of flame amidst the frigid winter. Yet it exhibited remarkable resilience. Do not resist, follow my guidance, envision it, and let your blood ignite. Chen Pejun commanded. Ignite? Su Mingxue had never encountered such a notion, but at this moment, she found herself unable to retreat. Compelled to embrace the unknown as she concentrated all her thoughts on that faint warmth, adhering to Chen Pejun's instructions. Under the dual influence of her nascent mastery over vital energy and her focused intent, a miracle unfolded. The crimson stream accelerated in its flow, its hue becoming increasingly vibrant, as if flames truly burned within. Now, transform your blood into your yang. Use this yang fire to refine the coldness within you, rather than resist it. Chen Pejun's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Channeling the vital essence of a master far superior to himself exacted a tremendous toll on his mental fortitude. At this moment, Su Mingxue had fully entered a mysterious state. She perceived that the blazing vitality did not directly clash with the violent yin energy. Instead, it enveloped the icy blue torrents like a vast, warm net. The juxtaposition of ice and fire, yin and yang, did not result in the anticipated explosive confrontation. The burning vitality, akin to a gentle flame, began to gradually dissolve the ferocity within the outer layers of the yin energy. The melted portions did not vanish. Rather, they transformed into purer energy that, in turn, nourished her vital essence. A perfect, miniature cycle had thus formed. Though this cycle was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast energy within her, its effects were immediate and palpable. The piercing pain that penetrated to her very bones was diminishing at a perceptible rate. The tumultuous energy within her meridians seemed to have been soothed, becoming far more docile. Effective. His theory was indeed effective. A tumultuous wave surged within Su Mingshua's heart. This was nothing short of a revolutionary breakthrough, a discovery that could rewrite the annals of martial history. Time passed, perhaps a mere instant's worth, or perhaps an hour. When the last vestige of violent cold energy was finally refined, Su Mingxua slowly opened her eyes. The pallor on her face had receded, replaced by a healthy flush. And the brilliance in her phoenix-like eyes shone with clarity, devoid of the previous pain and gloom. She felt an unprecedented lightness coursing through her body. She parted her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. "How do you feel?" came a weakened voice. Su Mingxua then noticed that Chun Pajun's complexion was even paler than before, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of a river, still trembling slightly. Clearly, the treatment he had just undergone had placed an immense strain on him. Observing his frail state, her gaze grew inexplicably complex. This man, in a manner she had never before encountered, had truly alleviated her suffering. He had proven himself. "Are you all right?" she instinctively asked, unaware that her voice had lost some of its chill and gained a touch of concern. "I won't die," Chun Pajun replied, flashing a grin that revealed a set of white teeth. "Now, you should believe in our agreement, right?" Su Mingxua fell silent. Rising to her feet, she approached the nearby medicine cabinet, delicately tapping the surface with her jade-like fingers to retrieve a white jade porcelain vial. She poured out a pill the size of a longan, entirely emerald green and exuding a fragrant medicinal aroma. "This is the 9-transformation blood-replenishing pill, a sacred remedy for injuries. Swallow it," she urged, offering the pill to Chun Pajun's lips. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and consumed it. The pill melted upon contact, transforming into a torrent of gentle yet potent life energy that coursed through his limbs and bones. His body, parched from severe injuries and exhaustion, absorbed this medicinal power like parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain. His once pale complexion began to regain color at an observable pace, and the wounds on his body manifested a tingling itch, a sign of rapid healing. Ding. High-quality energy detected, injury recovery rate at 500. The system's prompt filled Chun Pajun with delight. Truly, she was the holy maiden of the demon sect. Her resources were extraordinary. This single pill was likely worth a fortune, equivalent to years of his military salary. "Thank you," he expressed, feeling the renewed vigor within him as he stood up and stretched, producing a series of satisfying cracks from his joints. Remarkably, his injuries had healed significantly in such a short span of time. "This is what you deserve," Su Mingxua replied coolly. "From today on, this quiet chamber is at your disposal. Should you require any medicinal materials, simply provide a list, and I shall arrange for them." She paused, fixing him with a deep gaze. "Remember our pact. I provide you resources, you offer me hope." With that, she turned and exited, leaving behind a figure that was both cold and resolute. Chun Pajun watched her depart, the smile upon his lips growing ever more pronounced. The first step was successful. Not only had he survived, but he had also secured a formidable ally. Now, it was time to attend to his own matters. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. The following morning, at dawn, at Bloodstone Pass, in the Western City training grounds. This was the encampment of Chun Pajun's 100-man brigade, formerly the stronghold of Li Wei. Clad in military garb and fully healed, Chun Pajun, accompanied by Zhang Hu, strode confidently into the training grounds, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. There stood a sparse assembly of over 80 soldiers, remnants of Li Wei's forces, temporarily reassigned to Chun Pajun following Li Wei's incapacitation. The individuals stood haphazardly, each exhibiting a disheveled demeanor. Some were engaged in hushed conversations, others busily polishing their weapons, while a few even stifled yawns, presenting an image of a disorganized rabble. Upon the arrival of Chun Pajun, expressions of amusement and disdain surfaced on the faces of the majority. "Ah, is that not our newly appointed centurion? I heard he was nearly beaten to death yesterday. Yet here he is, up and about today. Quite the resilient one," remarked a burly figure named Wang Mang, his face marked by a multitude of scars. A trusted subordinate of Li Wei, possessing an esteemed reputation among these soldiers with his 8th-tier bone refinement prowess. Following Li Wei's grievous injury that left him bedridden, Wang Mang assumed he would seamlessly ascend to the position of centurion, only to be confronted by the unexpected rise of an inexperienced youth. Naturally, he was far from pleased. "Brother Wang, keep your voice down. He is the 9th prince, after all, of noble lineage," chimed in a voice from the crowd, eliciting a ripple of laughter. They regarded Chun Pajun, a discarded pawn, with palpable contempt. In the Northern Territory, strength reigns supreme. What right does a mere child, At the pinnacle of the ninth tier of skin refinement, have to command these seasoned warriors who dance with death on a daily basis? It is essential to note that the ninth tier of skin refinement is characterized by the development of a toughened exterior, offering a degree of resilience. The transformation of one's inner energy and physique is absent. Through relentless training, the skin becomes resilient enough to withstand minor impacts, while muscle density enhances vitality, enabling one to endure days of relentless marching or labor without rest. A single punch can exert a force of 300 pounds, allowing the lifting of heavy stones with ease. Their strikes are formidable. A single blow can splinter a tree trunk, and the impact on an unarmored foe can result in severe injuries. On the battlefield, they are fearless soldiers clad in light armor, capable of withstanding arrows and engaging in combat with 10 foes at once. Yet, when faced with sharp blades, they too can suffer wounds, albeit shallower than those of ordinary men. In contrast, Wang Mang, possessing the 8th tier bone refinement mastery, embodies a resonance of strength that permeates his very bones. His inner energy remains unmanifested, but his power has penetrated deep into the marrow, resulting in a skeletal density that surpasses that of tempered steel. When he runs or leaps, the sound of his bones resonates like the roar of a tiger, and his stamina, explosive force, and recovery abilities witness a qualitative leap. Fractures heal within days, and he can lift 500 pounds with one arm, delivering blows with a force that can shatter stone. Such prowess is typical of elite centurions and officers within the military, who, even in heavy armor, can move with remarkable agility. Their attacks transcend mere brute strength. They possess the acumen to harness their entire body's might into a singular, explosive force. Conventional blades struggle to breach their defenses, save for strikes aimed at vital points or weak joints. Wang Mang, having previously been overshadowed by Li Wei, found his aspirations to the centurion's rank thwarted by the unanticipated arrival of Chun Pejun, leaving him steeped in resentment. Zhang Hu, his face flushed with rage, was about to step forward to reprimand, but was halted by Chun Pejun, who raised a hand. Chun Pejun's gaze swept across the assembled crowd like that of a hawk, rendering the strength, condition, and even the emotional fluctuations of each person inescapable. Most were at the 9th rank of skin refinement, while a few, such as the audacious Wang Mang, were at the early stage of the 8th rank of bone forging. Chun Pejun smirked within, though his exterior remained impassive. He ascended the central platform of the training ground, his eyes calmly surveying the throng below. From this day forth, I, Chun Pejun, shall be your centurion. His voice was not loud, but resonated clearly in every ear. I am aware that many of you harbor dissent against me. That is of little concern. In the military, obedience is not merely spoken. It is forged through might and discipline. He paused, his voice suddenly turning frigid, like the biting winds of the north. Now, I shall declare 3 rules. First, from this moment onward, this camp shall be renamed the Pejun Camp. My soldiers shall embody the spirit of Pejun, invincible under my command. Second, military orders are as unyielding as mountains. My commands are the law. Those who defy will face execution. Third, strength reigns supreme. In the training arena, you may challenge anyone, including me. If you win, you shall take my place. If you lose, you will remain silent and obey orders. These 3 rules, stark and uncompromising, were imbued with a sense of ironclad authority. The soldiers below were taken aback for a moment before erupting into louder jeers. Pejun Camp? What audacity! Does he fear the wind will twist his tongue? Wang Mang, with a wicked grin, stepped forward, brandishing a large, ominous blade. Centurion, I like your rules. I wish to challenge you now. Are you brave enough to accept? Why would I hesitate? A cold smile graced Chun Pejun's lips. He had anticipated this challenger. However, before we engage in that challenge, let us first enforce another rule. Chun Pejun's gaze suddenly fixed on a soldier standing behind Wang Mang, a tall, lanky figure who had been the most vocal in the uproar, now wearing a look of eager anticipation. You step forward, Chun Pejun commanded, pointing at him. The lanky soldier, taken aback, stepped forward uncertainly. Did you call for me? Sir, I stated that military orders are as unyielding as mountains, and must be followed without question. Chun Pejun slowly descended from the platform, advancing toward him step by step. I ordered everyone to assemble. Why do I find you whispering with others, showing disdain for military orders? The lanky soldier's expression shifted as he attempted to defend himself. I didn't. Do you dare to argue? Chun Pejun's eyes sharpened like a blade. Zhang Hu. Here, sir. Zhang Hu responded loudly. According to military law, how should we deal with those who show contempt for their superior and disregard military orders? A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhang Hu's eyes, but under Chun Pejun's unyielding gaze, he steeled himself and declared, according to the laws of the Great Xia, execution. The word execution echoed through the crowd, igniting a wave of astonishment. No one expected this newly appointed centurion to be so resolute. Is it truly necessary to kill to establish authority over a mere exchange of words? Such brutality is beyond comprehension. The tall, lean man was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading, "Spare me, my lord. I shall never dare again." Wang Mang's expression shifted as he stepped forward, driving his ghostly blade into the earth with a thud, and solemnly remarked, "Lord Chun, this is but a trivial matter. Why resort to such severity? My brothers were merely jesting with you. To act in this manner is to disregard the camaraderie we share." His words served as an overt threat and a probe into Chun Pujuan's limits. However, Chun Pujuan couldn't be bothered to cast a glance his way. He approached the trembling man, towering over him, his voice as frigid as ice. "In the military, there are no idle words. Rules are rules. Today, I shall use your blood to demonstrate just how unyielding the regulations of my camp truly are." No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly unsheathed the dagger from his waist. With a flash of cold light, the head of the tall man soared into the air. Blood erupted from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering Wang Mang's face. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The laughter, chatter, and disdainful expressions of all present froze instantaneously. They gazed, slack-jawed, at the young man wielding the bloody dagger, his countenance devoid of emotion. The palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from him sent chills down the spines of every soldier who considered themselves formidable. Ruthless, astoundingly ruthless. This was no mere abandoned child of the cold palace. He was, without a doubt, a young king of murder. Chun Pujuan casually flicked the blood from his blade before returning it to its sheath. He did not spare a glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his gaze fixating once more on the ashen-faced Wang Mang. "Now, it is your turn. Did you not wish to challenge me? Come forth." In the next chapter, Chun Pujuan establishes his authority with a single blow, instilling fear throughout the assembly, yet the true challenge has only just begun. Officer Zhang de Biao suddenly appears with his personal guards, accusing Chun Pujuan of unlawfully slaying a soldier and disturbing the morale of the troops, demanding his capture and punishment. Faced with the open confrontation from his superior and the encirclement of numerous elite soldiers, the newly formed Pujuan camp is engulfed in trepidation. Will Chun Pujuan surrender? Or will he retaliate? A far more intense conflict is on the brink of eruption. In the training grounds, the mingling scents of blood and silence intertwine. The severed head of the tall man lay on the ground, eyes wide open, as if still recounting the terror and disbelief of his final moments. Wang Mang's facial muscles twitched violently, warm blood trickling down his cheeks, carrying the iron scent that sent shivers through his very soul. He had killed before, even taken the lives of many barbarian foes. Yet, he had only witnessed such ruthless decisiveness in generals who had clawed their way from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What manner of monster was this so-called abandoned child of the cold palace? "Now, it is your turn." Chun Pujuan's icy voice struck Wang Mang's heart like a hammer. "Are you not here to challenge me? Come on." These three seemingly simple words carried the weight of mountains, causing Wang Mang's hand, which gripped the ghostly blade, to tremble slightly. A challenge? What utter nonsense. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. Despite being at the 8th rank of the bone-forging realm, he faced Chun Pujuan, who stood at the peak of the 9th rank in the skin refinement realm, and realized he had less than a 50% chance of victory. In the moment Chun Pujuan struck, it was swift, accurate, and brutal. There was not a single extraneous movement. It was a killing technique honed through relentless practice, embedded in his very bones. He barely caught a glimpse of the blade's trajectory before a head rolled to the ground. Wang Mang had no doubt that if he dared to utter a single word of defiance, his own head would follow suit in the next instant. He sensed the unmasked killing intent hidden beneath Chun Pujuan's seemingly tranquil gaze. He would indeed kill. He dared to kill. Around them, the 70 or so soldiers, who had initially come to spectate, were now rendered mute, afraid to even draw a breath. Their expressions towards Chun Pujuan had transformed from disdain and amusement to sheer terror. This was how one established authority, in the most direct and bloody manner. The concept of rules was indelibly imprinted into the very marrow of each onlooker. "What? Are you afraid?" Chun Pujuan took a step forward. Wang Mang's body instinctively recoiled, an involuntary action that filled him with humiliation, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Thud! To everyone's astonishment, Wang Mang, the defiant figure among Li Wei's old guard, knelt on one knee, placing the heavy ghostly blade before him, bowing his proud head. "I, Wang Mang, pay my respects to you, Captain." His voice was hoarse and dry, trembling slightly, yet each word rang clear. "I, lacking the insight to recognize greatness, have offended you. Please punish me." He chose to submit, for he understood that to resist further would lead to certain death. As Wang Mang knelt, it seemed to topple the first domino in a chain reaction. With a clamor, all remaining soldiers in the training ground dropped to one knee, their weapons resting on the ground, producing a harmonious clash of metal. "We pay our respects to you, Captain." The resounding echoes of their voices filled the air. This time, there was no trace of disrespect, only genuine reverence. Chun Pejun's gaze slowly swept over the kneeling throng. His expression remained unperturbed. He understood that this was merely the first step. Fear could compel submission, but it could not foster true loyalty. To forge this battalion into an ironclad force, more was required. "Rise," he said calmly. "Thank you, my lord." They replied in unison, cautiously standing, each soldier now standing upright. Their demeanor transformed from casual to disciplined. Chun Pejun approached Wang Mang and offered him a hand to assist him up. "You did well," Chun Pejun remarked, patting him on the shoulder. "You are perceptive and understand when to advance and retreat. You are a wise man. From now on, you shall serve as the vice-captain of the Pejun camp, assisting me in training the troops." Wang Mang's entire body quivered as he abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had anticipated that he would either meet his demise today or suffer severe consequences, even bracing himself for the possibility of being stripped of his cultivation. To his utter astonishment, not only did Chun Pejun refrain from punishing him, but he also bestowed upon him the position of deputy centurion. What remarkable magnanimity and strategy! To both strike and uplift, to both chastise and encourage. A surge of complex emotions flooded Wang Mang's heart: gratitude, shame, yet predominantly an overwhelming impulse to lay down his life for one who truly understood him. His eyes even glistened with unshed tears. He vowed to serve the master until death. "I do not wish for you to die for me," Chun Pejun intoned solemnly. "I want you to lead your brothers and survive on the battlefield, to slay even more enemies." He turned to address everyone, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "I am aware that under Li Wei's command, you have endured considerable hardship. Your pay has been unjustly withheld, your equipment subpar, and you have always been at the forefront of battle, yet recognition has eluded you." These words pierced the hearts of each soldier like a dagger. Many felt their eyes welling with tears, fists clenched in anger. Chun Pejun spoke nothing but the truth. They, the guards of Bloodstone Pass, were living in conditions worse than that of mere servants. However, from this day forth, with a shift in tone, Chun Pejun's voice brimmed with resolve. "I, Chun Pejun, hereby pledge, in my battalion, as long as you are willing to fight with all your might, as long as you dare to confront the enemy, your deserved pay will not be a single coin less. The rewards you deserve cannot be snatched away. The respect you deserve, I will ensure, is earned back for you. I do not care who you were before or what transgressions you may have committed. Once you enter my battalion, we are brothers bound by life and death. Now, all of you, heed my command." "Yes." This time, the response was a unified roar filled with fervor. "Zhang Hu." "Yes, Commander." "Take 10 brothers, dispose of the corpses, and clean the parade ground. I do not wish to see a single drop of blood." "Understood." Wang Mang. "Yes, Commander." "Account for the numbers, organize the internal affairs. In half an hour, all of you must be in armor, assembled on the parade ground. We are going to demand provisions." "Demand provisions?" Wang Mang was taken aback. Indeed, a glint of icy determination flickered in Chun Pejun's eyes. "If our brothers' stomachs are empty, how can we speak of slaying enemies? I intend to uncover who dares to withhold provisions from my battalion." Half an hour later, at the logistics office of Bloodstone Pass. This place was the most lucrative in all of Bloodstone Pass, overseeing the distribution of provisions, weapons, and medicines for the vast army. The logistics officer, Sun Dishing, was a corpulent middle-aged man who, leveraging his distant kinship with the city lord's wife, wielded power within the pass, unchallenged by anyone. Withholding military rations and passing off inferior goods as adequate was his forte, particularly targeting troops like Li Wei's, who lacked influential backing. This month, he had withheld a staggering 70% of the rations meant for Li Wei's former troops. At this moment, Sun Dushing reclined leisurely in a grand chair, sipping fine tea and listening to pleasant melodies, utterly at ease. Lord Sun, a disaster has struck." A storekeeper rushed in, tumbling in his haste. "What is the matter? Has the sky fallen?" Sun Dushing opened his eyes, irked by the interruption. Outside the military supplies office, Chun Pejun, leading his men, had surrounded the place. Ku Ding gasped for breath as he spoke. "Chun Pejun." Sun Disheng was momentarily taken aback before scoffing. "Isn't that the newly arrived 9th prince? A mere boy. How many men does he have?" "About 80. Ku Ding replied, all clad in armor and brandishing weapons. "Their aura is fierce. How dare they?" Sun Dasheng abruptly stood up from his chair, his fleshy face quivering as he sneered. A discarded waste dares to disturb the peace on my turf? Today, I shall make him understand who truly holds sway over Schwescher Pass. He adjusted his official robes and strode out with a swagger, eager to see what this so-called prince could do against him. Outside the military supplies office, Chen Pajun stood resolutely at the forefront, clad in dark armor, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Behind him, Wang Mang and Zhang Hu flanked his sides, while 80 soldiers from the Pajun camp formed an orderly array, weapons drawn, exuding an intimidating presence. Having just established their authority, the soldiers appeared revitalized. Despite their tattered armor, a fierce spirit radiated from them, causing soldiers from other units passing by to cast wary glances, hesitant to approach. Who dares to create a disturbance at the military supplies office? Do you wish to court death? With an arrogant shout, Sun Dusheng, his large belly protruding, emerged from the main gate, flanked by a dozen men wielding clubs. He quickly spotted Chen Pajun at the front, a hint of disdain flickering in his slanted eyes. Oh, it's only Captain Chen. What brings you here with such a large entourage? Planning a rebellion? Sun Dusheng mocked. Ignoring his taunts, Chen Pajun calmly replied, Lord Sun, why has the military grain for my Pajun camp not been distributed this month? Military grain? Sun Dusheng feigned astonishment, dramatically cupping his ear. Oh dear, Captain Chen, you have mistaken the wrong person. The distribution of grain is fixed. Due to recent shortages within the pass, all units must tighten their belts. Your grain will definitely be supplied next month. This line was one he had used countless times, and it had always proven effective. Shortages? A cold smile crept across Chen Pajun's lips. But I heard that last night, your residence was serving fine white rice to the dogs? Sun Dusheng's expression shifted. You speak nonsense. You slander me. Whether I speak nonsense or not, you know in your heart. Chen Pajun dismissed further dialogue, his voice suddenly turning icy. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. Right now, immediately. Deliver every single grain of military supplies owed to my Pajun camp this month. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Consequences? I shall see what consequences you can muster. Sun Dusheng, thoroughly enraged, pointed a finger at Chen Pajun, shouting, What are you? A discarded waste from the capital dares to threaten me? Guards, throw them out. Anyone who resists, kill them on the spot. I shall bear the responsibility. The dozen or so guards, emboldened by their numbers, brandished their clubs and charged forward with a roar. You seek death. In Chen Pajun's eyes, a flash of murderous intent flickered. He did not even draw his sword. Just as the foremost of the Kyuden lunged towards him, raising a club to strike, Chen Pajun sprang into action. His body tilted slightly, evading the blow at an astonishing angle. Simultaneously, his right foot struck out like a viper, swift as lightning, arriving before the club could land. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Chen Pajun's foot connected solidly with the Kyuden's abdomen. The Kyuden's body bent like a shrimp, eyes bulging, as he was propelled backwards for several meters, crashing into 2 or 3 others who were rushing forward, all collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Clearly on the brink of death. One kick, merely one kick, had incapacitated a robust man. The sheer force of it left everyone gasping in shock. The remaining Kyuden, terrified, halted in their tracks, no longer daring to advance. Who else dares? Chen Pajun's icy gaze swept across the assembly. Sun Dusheng, quaking with fear, retreated repeatedly, his voice trembling as he shrieked, You dare commit murder in the military supply office? This is open rebellion. I shall report you to the city lord. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Report me? Chen Pajun chuckled, a chilling smile gracing his lips. I fear you may not have that opportunity. He advanced step by step towards Sun Dusheng. I shall ask you one last time. Provisions. Will you yield or not? I will not yield. What can you do to me? Sun Dusheng stubbornly retorted. Very well. Chen Pajun nodded. He suddenly issued an order to Wang Mang behind him. Wang Mang. Present. I suspect the supply officer, Sun Dusheng, of colluding with the barbarians, intending to cut off provisions for our great Xia army and destabilize troop morale. This constitutes treason. Henceforth, in the name of the centurion of Pajun camp, I command his immediate execution. You shall carry it out. At these words, the crowd was thrown into shock. Even the vice centurion, Wang Mang, was momentarily taken aback. To execute a Kyuden to establish authority was one thing, but to kill an official with connections was an entirely different matter. The former was a matter of military discipline. The latter was a true transgression of the highest order. Sun Dusheng, utterly terrified, could hardly fathom that Chen Pajun would be so audacious. You dare. I am the favorite of the city lord's lady. If you kill me, the city lord will not spare you. He screamed in panic, invoking his most powerful ally. The city lord's lady? Chen Pajun scoffed derisively. The emperor breaks the law, just as the commoner does. Do not think that even the city lord himself could save you today. He turned to the still hesitant Wang Mang, his voice rising an octave, imbued with a commanding authority. Wang Mang, execute the military order. This thunderous command rang like lightning in Wang Mang's ears. He gazed into Chun Pajuan's cold and resolute eyes and instantly made his decision. It was a gamble. To follow such a bold, decisive commander meant either they would perish together or accomplish something monumental. Understood, Wang Mang roared, his eyes gleaming with fierce resolve as he brandished his sword and strode towards Sun Dishing. No, please, don't kill me. Sun Dishing was utterly shattered, terrified to the point of losing control, and he turned to flee towards the door. In an instant, Wang Mang's blade was swifter than his legs. A flash of crimson light erupted as Sun Dishing's plump head soared into the air, his face still contorted in sheer horror. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, blood staining the threshold of the military supply office. Once again, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Everyone was thoroughly subdued by Chun Pajun's thunderous display of power. A madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. Chun Pajun kicked aside Sun Dishing's lifeless body, treading upon the blood as he entered the military supply office. His frigid gaze swept over the already dumbfounded clerks. Do any of them still perceive a shortage of provisions? Within the military compound, the stench of blood mingled with the musty aroma of spoiled grain, creating a nauseating miasma. The corpulent military officer, Sun Dishing, lay sprawled on the cold ground, his wide-open eyes staring blankly, while a gruesome line of blood marked the end of his life. Beside him lay several dishes of still-warm delicacies and a toppled jug of fine wine, ironically narrating the tale of his former extravagance. Chun Pajun stood silently beside the corpse, wielding a bloodied long knife like a solemn harbinger of death. Behind him stood nearly 100 soldiers from the broken army, their faces a tapestry of shock, exhilaration, and a deep, concealed dread. They had followed their newly appointed centurion here, witnessing with their own eyes as he dispatched the culprit responsible for withholding their rations and leaving them famished. The strike was satisfying, cathartic. Yet, it also tore asunder the very fabric of authority. To slay a military officer appointed by the court was a capital offense, punishable by extermination of one's entire family. As the thoughts of the crowd swirled, enveloping the courtyard in a deathly hush, a series of urgent and heavy footsteps approached from afar. Surround them. Not a single fly is to escape. A thunderous roar erupted as Lieutenant Zhang de Biao, accompanied by his well-armored retinue, stormed in like a pack of wolves, instantly sealing the military compound tighter than a drum. His gaze fell upon the corpse on the ground and the standing Chun Pajun, initially flickering with astonishment, then swiftly replaced by a frenzied delight and malice. The opportunity he had awaited had arrived, and in a manner more perfect than he could have ever dreamed. Chun Pajun. Zhang de Biao's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as he pointed his horsewhip at Chun Pajun, barking, "You possess great audacity. How dare you execute an officer of the court? This is treason, a death sentence." The elite soldiers behind him unsheathed their weapons with a metallic clang, menacingly advancing and encircling the troops of the broken army. The soldiers, who had just moments ago been filled with fervor, now turned pale. They could follow their commander in seizing grain, but the term treason loomed over them like a colossal mountain, suffocating their resolve. Faced with the open challenge from their superior and the encirclement of dozens of elite troops, the recently rallied morale of the broken army faltered once more, plunging them into a state of unease. Many began to avert their gazes, subtly shifting backward as if seeking to distance themselves from Chun Pajun. Nevertheless, Chun Pajun remained composed. He did not even glance at the approaching blades, but gently lifted a piece of moldy and blackened bread from the ground with the tip of his knife, presenting it before Zhang de Biao. "Captain Zhang, your arrival is most fortuitous," he said, his voice steady as a mountain, revealing no hint of turbulence. "Pray, what do you make of this?" Zhang de Biao was taken aback and disdainfully scoffed. "Just a piece of stale bread. Do not feign mystery here to buy time. Bring forth. This is the daily ration for the hundreds of soldiers at Bloodstone Pass." Chun Pajun interjected abruptly, his voice rising like thunder from a clear sky. "Our brothers in the Paijun camp are fighting valiantly against the barbarian horde on the front lines, defending our homeland. Yet this is the sustenance we receive, food so vile that even pigs and dogs would scorn it." He pointed to the corpse on the ground, while he, Sun Dishing, indulges in wine and meat within this tent, wallowing in excess. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over every soldier in the Pajun camp, as well as the faces of Zhang de Biao's personal guards, declaring with deliberate clarity, "I killed him for embezzling military provisions, undermining troop morale, and treating the lives of our Xia soldiers as mere trifles. By military law, such actions are tantamount to treason. I executed him to eliminate a national threat and to cleanse the ranks. What crime have I committed? His words resonated with authority, imbued with a righteous fervor. The soldiers of the Pajun camp stood taller, their fear replaced by indignation. Even among Zhang de Biao's guards, many displayed expressions of contemplation and empathy. Though they enjoyed ample rations, they were not oblivious to the hardships endured by the lower-ranking soldiers. Zhang de Biao's countenance stiffened, and he retorted, "Nonsense. The distribution of military rations follows established protocols. Even if he were guilty, it should be left to military justice. Your act of vigilante justice is a grave offense. Chen Pajun, do you truly believe you can walk out of this door today?" He stepped forward, his voice lowering ominously. "I know you possess certain skills. But can you contend against my dozens of brothers? Can you defy the law of Bloodstone Pass?" Chen Pajun smiled. A smile tinged with a hint of pity and profound disdain. He slowly sheathed his long knife, locking eyes with Zhang de Biao, and spoke in a tone only the two could discern. "Captain Zhang, do you truly believe that Sun Dishing, a mere quartermaster with no backing, would dare to embezzle so brazenly without support from someone powerful?" Zhang de Biao's pupils contracted sharply. Chen Pajun continued. "The provisions he pilfered have been converted into gold and silver. Where do you think these riches have gone? Where might that ledger, chronicling every bribe, be hidden? Do you think if I were to turn his entire estate upside down, I might uncover something that would keep certain individuals awake at night?" A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Zhang de Biao's forehead. He was acutely aware of who Sun Dishing's benefactor was. Indeed, he himself had partaken of the spoils. That ledger was the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He had assumed Chen Pajun to be a mere brute, lacking in cunning. Yet he was taken aback by the opponent's meticulous reasoning, which struck at his Achilles heel with a single phrase. Observing Zhang de Biao's shifting expression, Chen Pajun realized he had wagered correctly. He stepped forward, a surge of vitality swelling within him, an intangible pressure enveloping Zhang de Biao, his voice remaining soft yet resolute. "Captain Zhang, today I seek only to slay Sun Dishing and reclaim the provisions rightfully owed to the Pajun camp. If you possess any wit, you should be leading your men to pursue the fleeing accomplices. Otherwise, should this situation escalate and the general arrives to uncover matters best left undisturbed, both you and I may find ourselves in dire straits. This is both a threat and a stepping stone." Zhang de Biao's gaze bore into Chen Pajun, his eyes a battleground of murderous intent and trepidation. He contemplated issuing a command to eliminate this man, privy to too many secrets. But the fear of mutual destruction held him back. The adversary had hundreds at their disposal, and should this escalate, all might be revealed. Ultimately, reason, or perhaps fear, prevailed over impulse. He inhaled deeply, his cheeks twitching as he forced a grotesque grin that was more painful than sorrowful. "You are indeed correct, Captain Chen. Sun Dishing's corruption warrants his demise. Surely, he has accomplices." He abruptly turned, bellowing at his still-stunned soldiers. "What are you all dawdling for? Sun Dishing's allies are retreating westward. Pursue them. If we fail to apprehend them today, you shall all answer for it." With that, he did not cast another glance at Chen Pajun, but rather swept out of the military supply depot with his men, racing toward the west like a gust of wind. Thus, a crisis that could have led to Chen Pajun's utter ruin dissipated into thin air. "Open the warehouse. Distribute the provisions." Chen Pajun raised his sword high, issuing commands to the soldiers of the broken army who had survived. Amidst the resounding cheers, he successfully reclaimed the military supplies, employing both ferocity and keen intellect to instill fear in the hearts of the malcontents within Bloodstone Pass. Yet, upon returning to the camp, before he could even assess the resources, Xiao Huan, the personal maid of Su Mengxue, approached quietly. She not only brought the first batch of precious medicinal herbs that Chen Pajun desperately needed, but also conveyed alarming intelligence that made him instantly alert. "My lady instructed me to inform the general that a small contingent of elite barbarian scouts is lurking along the border, not to pillage or spy, but seemingly in search of some lost sacred artifact." Chapter Hook. Chen Pajun forcefully stormed the supply depot, slaying the supply officer, successfully reclaiming the provisions, and instilling awe in Bloodstone Pass. However, upon his return to the camp, the personal maid of Su Mengxue quietly arrived. She brought with her the first batch of precious medicinal herbs that Chen Pajun urgently required, along with a piece of intelligence that immediately heightened his awareness. Recently, a small group of elite barbarian scouts has been stealthily moving along the border, not for plunder or espionage, but seemingly in search of some lost sacred artifact. Chapter 07. Eagle Eye Upgrade. Battlefield Awareness in the Broken Army Camp. As the sun set, the golden hues of twilight enveloped the entire encampment in warmth. In stark contrast to this soothing ambience was the charged atmosphere within the camp, rife with tension and excitement. Over 80 soldiers of the Broken Army gathered around a makeshift cauldron, their eyes glimmering with greed as they watched the thick meat porridge bubbling within. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of meat and rice, stirring the hunger of these men who had long endured starvation, causing their throats to constrict in anticipation and saliva to nearly dribble to the ground. Delicious. It is exceedingly delectable. I have almost forgotten the taste of pork. At last, we can feast today, all thanks to our esteemed leader. Were it not for the adults, we would not even have a sip of rice soup, let alone meat porridge. Indeed, following the adults means having meat to eat and battles to fight. How exhilarating. The soldiers' discussions brimmed with gratitude and admiration for Chun Pajun. If the morning's execution of the troublemaker instilled fear in them, then the afternoon's slaying of the quartermaster and the reclamation of military provisions completely won their hearts. In this harsh frontier where the law of the jungle prevails, grand principles hold no sway. The leader who can fill their bellies and let them stand tall is the one they are willing to risk their lives to follow. Wang Mang and Zhang, who stood aside, observing the fervent scene before them, their hearts filled with profound emotion. In just one day, this camp, which had been disheartened and lifeless the day before, had undergone a complete transformation. All of this stemmed from the young figure who stood alone at the watchtower in the corner of the camp. Their gazes towards Chun Pajun were filled with awe and fervor. Chun Pajun did not partake in the celebrations below. He stood elevated, his gaze sweeping beyond the camp towards the distant, undulating mountains and the blood-red remnants of the setting sun. He was in reflection. The killings of 2 men today, though seemingly brutal, were in fact calculated with precision. The execution of the tall, lean figure was a demonstration of authority, a means to restore order through iron and blood. The slaying of Sun Desheng was a matter of seizing profit, addressing survival issues, and declaring his existence and stance to the entirety of Bloodstone Pass. No one shall dare to bully those who belong to Chun Pajun. He understood well that killing Sun Desheng would inevitably provoke a backlash from the Lord's mansion. Yet he also calculated that in this northern region, where commands from the sovereign are often disregarded, as long as he could exhibit sufficient value, the Lord's mansion would not take serious action over a distant relative's demise. After all, he still held the identity of the 9th Prince. This identity might be a burden in the capital, but in such a place, if wielded wisely, it serves as an exceptional shield. Power stems from the barrel of a gun. Strength is the ultimate truth. Chun Pajun murmured to himself, a truth he cherished in his previous life. My lord, a gentle voice called from behind. Chun Pajun turned to see a maid, clad in a green gauze dress and possessing a delicate visage, silently standing behind him. It was Xiaoqing, Su Mengshue's personal maid. She held a heavy box made of purple sandalwood in her hands. Lord Chun, this is a gift from my lady, Xiaoqing said, slightly bowing as she presented the box. My lady mentioned this is the first batch. Should you require more, feel free to request them at any time. Chun Pajun accepted the box and opened it, a rich fragrance of herbs wafting towards him. Inside, neatly arranged and separated by fine satin, were exquisite medicinal herbs, century-old blood ginseng, snow lotus seeds glistening like jade, and several pieces of beast bones radiating mysterious energy, each item listed on his requisition. Precious for aiding cultivation and refining vitality. Just one of these would command a considerable price. Please extend my gratitude to your lady. Chun Pajun closed the box, gaining a renewed understanding of Su Mengshue's wealth. This saintess of the demonic sect was indeed a woman of affluence. My lady also instructed me to convey a message to you. Xiaoqing did not leave immediately. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings and spoke in a lowered voice. Mrs. Intelligence Network has discovered that a small group of barbarian scouts has been active in the vicinity of Haifeng Ridge, 100 miles north of Shuesher Pass. They move stealthily, neither plundering merchant caravans nor probing our military defenses, but rather excavating throughout the mountains, as if in search of something. Searching for something? Chun Pajun's brow furrowed instantly. This reminded him of countless missions he had executed in his past life, where seemingly insignificant intelligence often concealed the greatest crises or opportunities. How many of them are there? What is their strength? Chun Pajun pressed further. There are not many, perhaps around 10. However, according to observations, each one is an elite, moving swiftly and coordinating seamlessly. The weakest among them likely possesses the strength of the 8th rank in skin refinement, while the leader may even be a master in bone refinement, Xiaoqing detailed. The miss mentioned that this group of barbarian scouts seems to be searching for a sacred artifact of utmost importance to their tribe, though the specifics are still under investigation. Bone refinement. Chun Pajun's expression grew grave. The skin refinement stage merely toughens the flesh and tempers the vital energy. Once one enters the bone refinement stage, the vital energy can refine the bones, rendering them as hard as iron, resulting in a qualitative leap in both strength and defense, far surpassing the skin refinement stage. With his current 9th rank in skin refinement, confronting a master in bone refinement would yield very slim odds of victory. I understand, Chun Pajun nodded. This intelligence is crucial to me. With that, Xiao Qing took her leave, bowing once more before discreetly departing as she had arrived. Chun Pajun held the medicine box in his hand, his gaze drifting once more to the mountains in the north. The keywords, barbarian scouts, searching for a sacred artifact, masters in bone refinement, swirled in his mind, and a bold plan began to take shape within his heart. Crisis often accompanies opportunity. What he lacked most at present were chances and resources to enhance his strength, and slaying enemies was the swiftest path to his ascendance. Ding. Host's prestige has increased. Successfully commanding a 100-man team, consolidating military morale. Reward, 100 war god points. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Chun Pajun was momentarily taken aback, then elated. So, winning hearts could also yield war god points. He immediately immersed himself in thought and opened the system panel. Host, Chun Pajun, Realm, 9th rank skin refinement, Peak, Technique, None, Skills, Eagle Eye Vision, Advanced, Mastery in Combat, Master Level, Intermediate Axe Mastery, Basic Physical Enhancement, Basic Olfactory Enhancement, Basic Vital Energy Control, War God Points, 100. Gazing at the 100 War God Points, Chun Pajun did not hesitate to choose to upgrade his skill. The skill he relied upon most was the Eagle Eye Vision, the Reconnaissance Prowess. System, Upgrade, Eagle Eye Vision. Ding. Upgrading Eagle Eye Vision requires 100 War God Points. Confirm? Confirm. Ding. Upgrade successful. Eagle Eye Vision has evolved into Holographic Battlefield Perception, Beginner. Battlefield Holographic Perception, Beginner Level 1. Retain all functions of Eagle Eye Vision, enhancing visual range, clarity, and dynamic capture capability by 100. 2. Introduce a new passive ability, the capacity to perceive all vital signs within a radius of 100 meters centered on the host. These vital signs manifest in various colors of thermal imaging within the mind, allowing for an initial assessment of an opponent's strength. The redder the color, the stronger the individual. 3. Note. This perception can penetrate most non-metallic obstacles, such as walls, trees, rocks, with reduced effectiveness against energy shields and special metals. A cool breeze suddenly surged into Chun Pajun's eyes, swiftly spreading throughout his entire brain. The world, within his perception, instantaneously transformed. He still stood atop the watchtower. Yet in his mind, an ethereal radar map emerged, centered around him, with a radius of 100 meters. On this radar map, the more than 80 soldiers of the Pajun camp below transformed into faintly glowing yellow silhouettes. The radiance of Wang Mang and Zhang Hu shone slightly brighter than that of the ordinary soldiers, appearing orange-yellow. Moreover, at the camp's entrance, a few soldiers on guard duty also appeared as yellow dots. Even a mouse rummaging in a corner of the camp was rendered as a barely perceptible dim light, completely visible within his perception. Is this what battlefield holographic perception is? A tempest of excitement surged within Chun Pajun. This was akin to a humanoid all-weather battlefield radar. With this ability, any ambush, concealment, or trap would be laid bare before him. Its utility on the battlefield was nothing short of revolutionary. Chun Pajun could not suppress a low chuckle. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. With this extraordinary skill, the likelihood of his newly conceived bold plan's success had increased by at least 50%. Sir, the meal is ready. Wang Mang's voice called from below. Coming. Chun Pajun focused his thoughts and leaped down from the watchtower, landing steadily on the ground. He approached the large pot, took a ladle in hand, and served each soldier a generous bowl of steaming meat porridge. Brothers, listen carefully. Chun Pajun raised his own bowl and proclaimed, Today's meal is the first hearty feast of our Pajun camp. I hope it will not be the last. From now on, we shall feast on meat at every meal and drink wine with every gathering. Cheers! Cheers! All the soldiers raised their bowls, erupting in a thunderous roar, before eagerly diving into their food. Many, amidst their eating, found tears streaming into their bowls. That night, the morale of the Pajun camp soared to unprecedented heights. In the deep of night, silence enveloped the world. As all fell into slumber, a shadow, akin to a weasel, silently departed from the Pajun camp, stealthily making its way towards the northern Black Wind Ridge. It was none other than Chun Pajun. He brought no one with him. This mission was both a reconnaissance and a hunt. A larger group would only risk exposure. With the stealth techniques of a top-tier special forces operative from his previous life, and aided by the battlefield holographic perception, he navigated the night with remarkable ease, flawlessly evading all visible and hidden sentries at Bloodstone Pass, slipping away unnoticed. The northern night was piercingly cold. Chun Pajun's figure darted swiftly along the rugged mountain path, leaving only fleeting shadows in his wake. The medicinal pills and herbs provided by Su Ming Shui proved highly effective. Not only had his injuries healed completely, but his internal vitality surged with renewed vigor, bringing him tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 8th rank of bone refinement. An hour later, Black Wind Ridge came into view. This was a sprawling mountain range, characterized by jagged rocks and dense forests, an ideal locale for concealment and ambush. Chun Pajun slowed his pace, maximizing his battlefield holographic perception. In his mind's eye, the radar displayed a 100-meter radius, where faint glimmers representing wild beasts occasionally flickered. He cautiously circumvented these creatures, delving deeper into the terrain. Suddenly, Chun Pajun halted. At the edge of his perceptual radar, in the 9 o'clock direction, approximately 90 meters away in a hollow, several light points appeared, 3 in total. Their bright yellow hue outshone that of his average soldiers, though dimmer than that of Wang Mang. Were these scattered barbarian troops at the 9th rank of skin refinement? A thought sparked in Chun Pajun's mind, prompting him to lower his stance and, utilizing the cover of night and terrain, stealthily approach. As he drew nearer, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters, he found refuge behind a massive boulder, enabling him to clearly hear the conversation ahead. They spoke in a harsh barbarian dialect. Yet the original owner of this body had spent several years at the border and could comprehend some of it. Damn it, the chief has us on watch here while he takes his men to search for that damned sacred artifact, not even leaving us a warm meal. One voice complained. Shut up. Do you want to die? If the chief hears you, he will flay you alive. Another voice rebuked. I heard that the sacred artifact concerns the future of our Black Wolf tribe. The high priest himself has come. If we find it, we will all be handsomely rewarded. Handsomely rewarded? More like a death sentence. The border troops of the Great Xia are not to be trifled with. If discovered, we will all perish here. What are you afraid of? When have we Black Wolf warriors ever feared death? Behind the boulder, Chun Pajun's eyes narrowed sharply. The high priest has personally come? This information was unknown to Su Ming Shui. Clearly, the sacred artifact the barbarians sought was of greater significance than anticipated. He refrained from acting hastily. These were merely peripheral sentries, and eliminating them would only raise alarms. His true target was the big fish. Silently, Chun Pajun retreated, circumventing the lookout and continuing deeper into Black Wind Ridge. After half an hour, he paused once more, his expression grave. Within his battlefield holographic perception, a cluster of dense light points materialized in a concealed valley approximately 100 meters ahead, 7 in total. Among them, 6 radiated a brilliant orange-yellow, symbolizing at least the pinnacle of the 9th rank in the skin refinement realm. In the very center, a singular point of light shone with a blinding crimson hue. The intense vitality emanating from it caused his heart to race even from a distance of 100 meters. This was the bone refinement realm, undoubtedly a master at the 8th rank of bone forging. Furthermore, these 7 luminous points formed a flawless tactical formation, vigilantly guarding a nearly extinguished gray point of light, representing an exceedingly frail life form at the core. What were they escorting? As the next chapter beckons, Chun Pajun, leveraging the advantages of the battlefield holographic perception, approached like a specter. To his astonishment, the one being escorted by the elite of the barbarian tribe was not some sacred artifact, but rather a severely injured young girl from the Great Xia, barely clinging to life. It seemed she harbored a staggering secret. Should he intervene or refrain? Once he made a move, he would confront an 8th rank bone forging master and 6 9th rank skin refinement elites, a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. A formidable choice lay before him. Chapter 08. The First Alliance in the Black Wind Ridge. Within a secluded valley, moonlight filtered through dense foliage, scattering into fragmented silver shards that adorned the cold stones. Chun Pajun resembled a statue melded with the shadows, crouched behind a massive rock, his breaths rendered nearly inaudible. His heart throbbed steadily within his chest. Yet his mind raced at an extraordinary pace. On the mental map of battlefield holographic perception, the 7 luminous points representing the enemy formed an impenetrable defensive formation. The 6 orange-yellow lights orbited the central, glaring crimson point like satellites. Collectively, they shrouded the nearly extinguished gray point of light at their core. They were escorting someone. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Chun Pajun cautiously peered out, employing the remarkable zoom capabilities of eagle-eye vision to scrutinize the valley 100 meters away. Under the moonlight, clarity emerged. The 6 elite barbarians were all robustly built, clad in rudimentary yet functional leather armor, wielding curved blades, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Their temples visibly bulging, indicating their proficiency at the pinnacle of the skin refinement realm. In their midst stood a tall, gaunt barbarian draped in a black, priestly robe. holding a white bone staff. His face was adorned with bizarre paint, and his eyes flickered with a ghostly light in the darkness, the very embodiment of a bone refinement master. The crimson point of light. A shaman priest. Chun Pajun's heart sank. Among the barbarians, the position of a shaman priest was held in the highest esteem. Not only were they physically formidable, but more terrifyingly, they could communicate with the so-called totemic powers, wielding an array of inscrutable sorcery. This was no mere physical confrontation. It was an elite foe proficient in both martial and magical arts. His gaze then fell upon the gray point of light, held aloft by two barbarians. It was a girl, seemingly no older than 16 or 17, a young maiden from the Great Xia. She was adorned in a tattered, pale yellow gown. Its fabric long since torn beyond recognition, her body marred with scars and smeared with blood. Her face, which should have radiated exquisite beauty, now appeared as pale as parchment. Her eyes tightly closed, and her breath faint, as though it could extinguish at any moment. Yet even so, one could still discern the remnants of her former grace in her delicate features. To save or not to save? This thought flashed through Chun Pajun's mind in an instant. Analyzing the situation from a rational standpoint, it was undoubtedly a death trap. An 8th-tier bone refinement shaman, accompanied by 6 peak 9th-tier skin refining elites. Such a configuration would spell doom for him alone, not to mention an entire 100-man battalion. Turning back now would leave no trace of his presence. He could return to a restful sleep, continue training tomorrow, and return when his strength had grown, a choice both prudent and wise. However, Chun Pajun's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious girl. He noticed the deep, bloody grooves on her wrists, imprinted by the ropes that bound her. He saw the grievous wounds beneath her tattered garments. He beheld the ghostly pallor of her face, marred by tears and defiance. This was a life of his own kin. In his past life as a soldier of the Huaxia, he had been instilled with the creed to protect the homeland and safeguard the people. Never could one abandon a fellow compatriot, no matter the time or place. This belief had seeped into his very marrow, etched into his soul. Damn it, Chun Pajun muttered under his breath, a flicker of resolute madness flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. Strength is forged through action. He resolved to act, while reason urged him to withdraw. The flame deep within his soul would not permit him to be a coward. Having decided to engage, he understood that impulsiveness was not an option. He began to analyze the situation with fervor, his mind functioning like a finely tuned machine, rapidly constructing a battle model. Assessment of enemy and ally strength. Overwhelmingly unfavorable. Terrain, advantageous, with rocky hills and dense underbrush, suitable for stealth and ambush. Enemy status. On high alert, yet fatigue from long travel would inevitably lead to lapses. His advantages. The intelligence suppression provided by battlefield holographic perception and the element of surprise. To kill, he must first eliminate the strongest 8th-tier shaman. Chun Pajun immediately determined his core strategy. Capture the leader first. If he could swiftly dispatch the shaman, the remaining 6 9th-tier barbarian elites, while formidable, would be left leaderless, providing him with a chance to maneuver. Yet the question remained, how to execute this swiftly. An 8th-tier bone refinement expert possesses keen senses, making a sneak attack exceedingly difficult. Chun Pajun's gaze darted over the surrounding terrain. Eureka! His attention finally settled on a massive boulder precariously perched on a cliffside. Weighing several tons, it was supported only by crumbling rocks and weathered earth below, appearing ready to topple. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He inhaled deeply, his body akin to a falling leaf, silently retreating, then making a wide arc as he began to ascend toward the cliff where the boulder rested. Meanwhile, in the valley, the high priest inquired, "How much longer must we travel? This young girl is nearing her end." A member of the barbarian elite cast a glance at the unconscious maiden and asked in a guttural voice. The tall, gaunt high priest opened his chilling eyes and rasped, "We are close. Once we traverse this black wind ridge and rendezvous with His Highness the Prince, our task shall be complete." "I fail to comprehend why His Highness insists on having this woman from the Great Xia," another barbarian muttered in confusion. "She bears no totemic relics and has already cost us so many brothers." "Silence, fool," the high priest snapped coldly. "What do you know? This woman possesses a natural medicinal body, the finest offering for the wolf god. Once His Highness performs the blood sacrifice with her, he shall receive the wolf goddess blessings and ascend to the 7th grade of the transmutation realm. At that moment, our Black Wolf tribe will unify the entire northern wilderness." At the mention of the transmutation realm, fervor and reverence illuminated the eyes of the elite barbarians. "Steady yourselves," the high priest commanded with a frosty gaze. "We are deep within the heart of Great Xia, where border patrols may strike at any moment. Should any of you dare to slacken your efforts and jeopardize His Highness' grand design, I shall flay you alive." "Yes," The 6 elite barbarians responded in unison, gripping their curved blades tightly. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had silently taken position on the cliff overhead, dozens of meters high. Chun Pajun lay concealed behind a precarious stone, meticulously displacing a few pieces of debris that secured the rock, leaving only the most critical support points. He regulated his breathing, forcing his heart to beat at the slowest rhythm, merging his very essence with the frigid stone. He was waiting, biding his time for the perfect moment. According to his calculations, as the group approached directly beneath the suspended stone, he would only need to muster all his strength to sever the last support point, allowing the massive boulder, weighing several tons, to plummet with cataclysmic force. The gravitational acceleration, combined with the mass of the stone, would generate an impact sufficient to reduce even a bone refinement expert to mere pulp. This was his sole opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. In the valley, the barbarian contingent began to move slowly. The high priest walked at the center, step by step, approaching the death trap that Chun Pajun had set. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, Chun Pajun's muscles tightened. The vitality within him coalescing like a volcano on the brink of eruption, pooling in his right leg. Closer, even closer. At the very moment the high priest was about to step into the lethal zone directly beneath the suspended stone, an unforeseen event transpired. The high priest, as if sensing something amiss, abruptly halted, raising his head, his cold eyes piercing like twin swords, precisely aimed at Chun Pajun's hiding place. An ambush, he screeched, his voice shrill. This is bad. I've been discovered. Chun Pajun's pupils constricted. Without a moment to ponder, he unleashed the full force of his right leg. Boom. The last support point broke with a resounding crack. The massive boulder emitted a disconcerting grinding noise as it broke free from the cliff, plummeting downwards with a thunderous crash. God proclaimed, "Let there be light," and thus light emerged. However, that was a slip of the tongue. The power of the totem transforms rock into sand. Confronted with this celestial onslaught of death, the high priest stood resolute, thrusting his skeletal staff into the ground while chanting incantations fervently. An invisible and enigmatic wave of energy erupted from within him. Astonishingly, the colossal boulder, which descended with tremendous force, began to disintegrate visibly several meters above his head. Large fragments of rock rapidly weathered and flaked away in midair, transforming into a swirling tempest of sand and dust. With a thunderous crash, only a fraction of the rock struck the ground. Though still formidable, it veered off course, failing to inflict a single injury upon the high priest. Unbelievable. This is a breach of martial ethics. You are employing magic. On the cliff, Chun Pajun gaped in astonishment at the scene before him. This was entirely beyond his comprehension of physics. An 8th-grade practitioner of bone tempering, coupled with sorcery, a quintessential arch-villain. Kill him. The high priest's face contorted into a sinister grin as he pointed his skeletal staff toward Chun Pajun's direction. Swiftly, 2 peak 9th-grade barbarian elites, the fastest among them, scaled the steep cliff like agile monkeys, racing towards Chun Pajun. Damn it, I'm all in. Chun Pajun gritted his teeth, drawing his forged battle blade from behind. And instead of retreating, he leaped down from the cliff towards the 2 formidable foes. He intended to harness the momentum of his descent to launch a surprise attack. However, as he soared through the air, his strength waning, he caught sight of the high priest below, whose eyes glinted with a cruel mockery. Foolish summer man, in midair. You are the perfect target. Binding of the totem. The skeletal staff aimed at Chun Pajun, suspended in the air. Instantly, he felt an intangible force enveloping him like a viscous web from all directions. His body plummeted heavier, the speed of his descent accelerating, and his muscles turned rigid, making even the act of wielding his blade exceedingly arduous. It was over. Chun Pajun's heart sank. This arcane sorcery had completely stripped him of control over his own body. Below, the 2 barbarian elites revealed malicious grins, their curved blades glinting ominously as they targeted his impending fall. It was a nearly certain death trap. Yet, in that critical moment of despair, a barely perceptible, fragrant black energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning in the night, silently striking the back of the high priest's head with impeccable precision. The high priest, mid-incantation, jolted violently, a sharp pain piercing through his mind, causing a momentary lapse in concentration on the binding spell he had cast upon Chun Pajun. In the realm of skilled combat, victory hinges on a fleeting instant. It was within that mere moment. Chun Pajun suddenly felt a lightness envelop him, the binding sensation dissipating. His eyes sparkled with determination, and the instinct for survival ignited his latent potential. Break free. In midair, he forcefully twisted his body, the blade of his forged war knife slicing through the air in a mournful arc. The elementary blood control was activated. The entirety of his vital energy surged unreservedly into the blade. With a splatter, blood erupted. The two elite warriors of the barbarian tribe, poised to claim their victims, had yet to disperse their sinister grins when a deep crimson line appeared across their necks. Two perfectly intact heads soared into the sky. Chun Pajun's body propelled off one of the headless corpses, launching himself like a cannonball towards the high priest, who stood momentarily paralyzed by mental assault. Death. Before he arrived, the blade had already struck. This blow encapsulated all of Chun Pajun's essence and spirit, reaching a peak of speed. The high priest finally regained his senses from his stupor, only to behold a blade of light approaching with a despairing swiftness. He barely had time to cross his skeletal staff in front of his chest. Clang! The sound rang crisply. The forged war knife, with the force of a battering ram, cleaved through the sturdy skeletal staff. The momentum unyielding, it plunged fiercely into the high priest's chest. Gasping, the high priest looked down in disbelief at the grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, with blood gushing forth like a spring. He opened his mouth, but could only spit forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Life extinguished. Ding. Successfully slain Bone Refinement Realm Shaman High Priest, 8th tier, leveling up kill, rewards doubled. Acquired War God points, 500. Ding. Special mental energy residue detected. Would you like to absorb it? In the next chapter's hook, without hesitation, Chun Pajun chose to absorb it, as a chilling energy surged into his mind, bestowing upon him his first mental skill, mental shock. However, the commotion from slaying the high priest had already alerted the distant barbarian forces. The young barbarian prince, accompanied by his loyal guards, was rushing towards the valley in a frenzy. The crisis was far from over. Chun Pajun must break through the encirclement with the severely injured girl before the pursuers arrived. Chapter 09. Conversations under the moonlight. Trust begins to bloom in the valley. The stench of blood pervaded the air. Chun Pajun's chest heaved violently, hot blood dripping from the grooves of his forged war knife onto the ground, producing a rhythmic patter. In his mind, the system's notification resonated like heavenly music. Ding. Successfully slain a 9th tier barbarian elite of the Skin Refinement Realm. Acquired War God points, 30. Ding. Successfully slain a 9th tier barbarian elite of the Skin Refinement Realm. Acquired War God points, 40. Ding. Successfully slain Bone Refinement Realm Shaman High Priest, 8th tier, leveling up kill, rewards doubled. Acquired War God points, 500. A series of notifications echoed, as the remaining 4 barbarian elites fell beneath his blade. Yet, Chun Pajun's gaze was fixated intensely on the final system message. Ding. Special mental energy residue detected. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb, he fervently affirmed in his heart. At the very moment he made his choice, a cold, pure energy seemed to be birthed from the void, suddenly piercing into his brow, instantly flooding his entire brain. The sensation was akin to a bucket of ice water poured over one's head on a sweltering summer day, invigorating the spirit and sharpening the mind with unprecedented clarity and acuity. Ding. Success achieved. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new skill. Mental Impact, Beginner. Mental Impact, Beginner 1 effect, can consume mental energy to unleash an intangible shock on a single target, with a chance of inducing brief dizziness, distraction, or mental disarray. 2 range, effective within a distance of 10 meters. 3 consumption, each use expends a significant amount of mental energy, rendering consecutive use impossible for a short duration. For note, the potency of the effect correlates with the difference in mental energy between host and target. Effectiveness diminishes considerably against foes with formidable mental fortitude, potentially rendering it ineffective. A skill of the mental realm. Chun Pajun was elated. This was nothing short of divine prowess, the ultimate treasure of an assassin. The trump card in a dire predicament. Had it not been for Su Ming Xue's enigmatic strike from the shadows moments ago, he would now be a lifeless corpse. Yet now, he possessed this bizarre means of killing unseen. Just then, from the distant mountains and forests, the urgent and muffled sound of a horn pierced the air, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps and furious roars, rapidly approaching. Pursuers. The main force of the barbarian tribe was drawing near. Chun Pajun's expression changed, and without a moment to ponder, he darted towards the corpse of the slain high priest. There was no time for meticulous looting, relying solely on instinct. He swiftly tore away a bulging pouch crafted from unknown animal hides that hung from the priestess' waist. Having completed this, he rushed to the side of the unconscious girl, bending down to check her breath. Her pulse was faint, yet she still lived. Apologies, Chun Pajun murmured softly, adopting a standard firefighter's carry, hoisting the delicate girl onto his shoulder and turning to plunge into the dense thicket, moving away from the sound of the horn. His figure quickly vanished into the depths of the dark night. A quarter of an hour later, on the opposite side of Black Wind Ridge, by a secluded stream, Chun Pajun gently lowered the girl against a sturdy tree. The series of fierce battles and the extreme flight had left him fatigued, with several wounds from curved blades stinging acutely. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, activating battlefield holographic perception to its maximum, confirming there was no threat within 100 meters. Your audacity exceeds my expectations. A voice, as cool as moonlight, emerged unexpectedly from the shadows of the trees behind him. Chun Pajun's body tensed momentarily before relaxing again. He did not turn around, but responded coolly. Your entrance remains as theatrical as ever. Under the moonlight, Su Mingshui emerged, clad in dark attire, like an ethereal spirit of the night, moving silently. Her exquisitely beautiful face revealed no discernible emotion. Her eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the soul, regarded Chun Pajun with quiet intensity. Had I not come, you would likely have become the spoils of the barbarian priest by now. Su Mingshui's tone bore a hint of barely perceptible jest. So, should I express my gratitude? Chun Pajun turned around, leaning against the tree trunk, gazing at her. That mental strike was timed perfectly. Had it been a mere second later, he would have had to collect his own remains. He did not beat around the bush, directly addressing her attack. He knew all too well that without Su Mingshui's timely intervention, disrupting the shaman, he would never have been able to execute such a spectacular counterattack. A flicker of surprise flashed in Su Mingshui's eyes, seemingly astonished by his precise deduction of her method of assault. She neither confirmed nor denied it, merely shifting the topic. You are too reckless. To place yourself in peril for an unrelated woman is hardly the action of a shrewd partner. Partner? Chun Pajun scoffed, retrieving the beast skin pouch confiscated from the shaman and tossing it her way. Here, this is your interest. Su Mingshui instinctively caught it, feeling its weight. Upon opening the pouch, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Inside were an array of rare herbs and minerals, each radiating pure energy, some of which even stirred her interest as the holy maiden of the demon sect. These were the shaman's prized possessions. Lifting her gaze to Chun Pajun, she noted a hint of complexity in her emotions for the first time. She had anticipated that he would barter with these spoils or keep them for himself, given the life and death struggle he had endured to obtain them. Yet, he so readily offered them to her. You saved my life. Consider this a token of gratitude. Chun Pajun's tone was calm. Our transaction is merely that, an exchange. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I differentiate between the two. He paused, his gaze drifting to the still unconscious girl, his voice deepening. As for her, she is not an unrelated woman. She is a citizen of the great Xia, my compatriot. In my creed, abandoning one's kin is not an option. Su Mingshui silently regarded him, the moonlight casting a luminous glow upon Chun Pajun's face, accentuating his resolute features. Though smeared with blood and bearing wounds, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Yet, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if flames were ignited within. It was a radiance she had never witnessed in anyone before, pure, untainted, and imbued with an undeniable, formidable conviction. At that moment, she suddenly felt that this man before her was unlike any she had encountered previously. He was not like those so-called righteous figures, who espoused virtue yet engaged in deceit behind closed doors. Nor did he resemble the followers of the demon sect, who adhered to a survival of the fittest philosophy, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. He possessed his own principles and boundaries, an almost obsessive adherence to a deeply ingrained code. Your creed is quite unique. Su Mingshui finally spoke after a moment of silence, yet rather foolish. In this world, individuals like you seldom survive long. Then we shall see. Chun Pajun replied with a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. Perhaps I shall be among the last standing. As she beheld his confident, even somewhat arrogant smile, Su Mingshui found herself inexplicably dazzled. She tucked away the beast skin pouch, her tone softening considerably. The wounds upon you require attention. And her, she is gravely injured. If we do not attend to her, she may not survive the night. With that, she produced an exquisite white jade porcelain vial from her bosom and handed it over. This is the 9-flower jade dew ointment from our holy sect. It works wonders on external injuries. Chun Pajun accepted it without hesitation. He moved to the young girl's side, tearing away the tattered cloth from her wound, and carefully applied the cooling balm. The girl's body quivered slightly from the sting of the injury, and an involuntary groan escaped her lips. What are you planning to do with her? Su Mingshui inquired from the side. We shall see once she awakens, Chun Pajun replied without lifting his gaze. He could not simply abandon her in this desolate wilderness. Are you not concerned she may bring you trouble? Su Mingshui cautioned. To have a shaman of the 8th rank and so many elite warriors dispatched by the barbarian tribes to capture this woman, her identity must be far from ordinary. Keeping her close is akin to carrying a substantial burden. Trouble? Chun Pajun chuckled, as if I lack troubles already. The Lord's Manor of Bloodstone Pass. The princes in the capital, and your demonic sect. Too many lice do not itch, and too many debts do not worry. After tending to the girl's wounds, he tore a strip from his own garment to bandage his injuries. Once he completed these tasks, he turned his sharp gaze back to Su Mingxue. Now, we can discuss serious matters. Why are you here? Do not tell me it is mere coincidence. Meeting his gaze, Su Mingxue no longer concealed the truth. My intelligence network has revealed that the young prince of the Black Wolf tribe, Hayden, has personally led a team into the territory of Great Xia. Hayden? Chun Pajun was somewhat unfamiliar with the name. The Black Wolf tribe is one of the 3 great barbarian tribes of the northern wilderness, and Hayden is the most cherished son of the Black Wolf King, as well as the strongest contender for the next throne. He is renowned for his ferocity and ruthlessness, and it is said that he has reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank in bone refinement, merely a step away from entering the 7th rank of muscle transformation. Su Mingxue's tone grew grave. What purpose does he have here? Chun Pajun pressed. For it. Su Mingxue directed her gaze toward a depth within the valley. For what? A ripening Qiyang flower, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Su Mingxue spoke slowly. The Qiyang flower blooms once every 100 years and bears fruit every 100 years. Its fruit contains an essence of utmost yang and strength, making it one of the finest elixirs for those at the 8th rank seeking to break through to the 7th rank. According to intelligence, deep within the Black Wind Ridge lies a Qiyang flower, and considering the timing, it is ripe for harvest in the coming days. Chun Pajun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qiyang flower. This is the legendary elixir. If I could obtain it, so? This girl is merely the nourishment they intend for the Qiyang flower? Chun Pajun swiftly grasped the implications. Not entirely. Su Mingxue shook her head. This girl is a naturally occurring medicinal body, a remarkably rare spiritual entity in her own right. Hayden captures her not only to hasten the ripening of the Qiyang flower with her essence, but to maximize its potency. Moreover, once he consumes the Crimson Sun fruit, he can utilize this girl as a vessel, employing the technique of absorption to completely harness the medicinal potency, aiding him in breaking through his bottleneck and stepping into the 7th tier of the muscle transformation realm. What a shameless beast. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Chun Pajun's eyes. To use a living person as a medicinal guide and cauldron is a malicious tactic that utterly crosses his line. Do you still believe that saving her is the right thing to do? Su Mingxue gazed at him, acknowledging that not only had he saved a significant trouble, but he had also snatched half of the spiritual herb from Hadan. He would undoubtedly not let you off. That is precisely the point. A cold smirk curved Chun Pajun's lips. I was just worried he wouldn't seek me out. Not only does he wish to save her, but he also aims to seize the herb. The Crimson Sunflower shall be mine. Observing the unabashed greed and murderous intent in Chun Pajun's eyes, Su Mingxue suddenly felt that her previous assessment of him as a good person was rather hasty. This man is evidently a wolf cloaked in human skin. No, he is far more terrifying. Wolves act purely on instinct, while he possesses the capacity for thought, strategy, and the art of exchanging minimal cost for maximal gain. What do you intend to do? Su Mingxue asked, compelled by an inexplicable force. Immediately after, she regretted her inquiry. Their relationship was merely transactional, and she should not have probed into his plans. Chun Pajun glanced at her and suddenly laughed. What is this? The holy maiden of the demon sect wishes to partake in the spoils? The Crimson Sunflower is of no use to me, Su Mingxue replied coolly. My cultivation technique leans towards the feminine. Thus, the essence of pure yang is, in fact, toxic to me. What a pity. Chun Pajun feigned regret. Yet internally, he was elated. Fewer competitors are always advantageous. However, Su Mingxue shifted her tone, stating, Ha Dan is my arch-nemesis. 3 years ago, he led a raid on one of our sect's branches, resulting in the death of one of my masters. I have never forgotten this grudge. Chun Pajun's eyes brightened, immediately discerning the underlying implication. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He tentatively proposed, so perhaps we could engage in a deeper collaboration this time? What form might this deep collaboration take? Su Mingxue inquired with keen interest. Very simply. Chun Pajun's eyes gleamed with a calculating light. You assist me in eliminating Ha Dan, and the Crimson Sunflower will be mine, while Ha Dan's head and spoils will belong to you. How does that sound? This transaction is rather advantageous, wouldn't you agree? In the next chapter's hook, Su Mingxue agreed to the collaboration but stipulated one condition. She must devise the plan. The two engaged in a captivating contest over who would take the lead. Ultimately, Chun Pajun astonished the proud holy maiden of the demon sect with an extraordinary special operations scheme, compelling her to willingly assume the role of his subordinate. The temporary alliance of the cunning soldier and the aloof sorceress aimed their sights at the impending arrival of the tribal prince. Chapter 10. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. Treasure seizing escalates. The moonlight flowed like water, and the stream babbled gently. Upon hearing Chun Pejun's proposal for deep collaboration, a rare ripple appeared in Su Mengshue's usually calm eyes. How do you envision this collaboration? She inquired, her tone betraying no hint of emotion. Quite simply. The corners of Chun Pejun's mouth curled into a confident arc, reminiscent of a fox poised to steal a chicken. You and I shall join forces to eliminate Hadan. The crimson sunflower will be mine, while Hadan's head and all his spoils will belong to you. This transaction guarantees you a profit without loss. Su Mengshue gazed at him silently, withholding her immediate response. Hadan was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank in bone refining, undoubtedly surrounded by formidable experts. Although she possessed cunning methods, her internal injuries left her ill-equipped to confront Hadan head-on. As for Chun Pejun, who had only recently dispatched a novice 9th rank skin refining priest through mere ambush and luck, this collaboration sounded akin to enlisting a bronze-level contender to challenge a king. To Chun Pejun's surprise, Su Mengshui acquiesced, but she added, "However, I have one condition." "Pray tell." Chun Pejun responded with keen interest. "This operation must be led and planned by me," she asserted, her tone leaving no room for dispute. "Your approach to combat is recklessly uncertain. I am unwilling to entrust my life to a gambler." From her perspective, Chun Pejun's prior success was largely attributable to fortune. Following the directives of such an individual was utterly out of the question. "Oh," Chun Pejun raised an eyebrow, amused. "You wish to take the lead? What is your plan?" "I'm all ears." "Quite simple," Su Mengshui replied coldly. "We locate the crimson sunflower and set traps nearby. After Hadan and the guardian beast engage in mutual destruction, we shall strike and reap the benefits." Upon hearing this, Chun Pejun nearly burst into laughter. "I must say, my lady, your plan seems rather unremarkable," he remarked, unable to suppress his critique. "Isn't this merely a variant of the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird waits in the shadows? Do you truly believe someone like Hadan would overlook such a tactic? If he dares to seek treasure, surely he must have precautions in place, as well as means to detect traps?" Su Mengshue's delicate features hardened, taken aback that her meticulously considered plan was so devalued by him. "Do not take offense." Chun Pejun waved his hand dismissively, his smile adopting a cryptic quality. "Your overarching strategy is sound, yet it is riddled with flaws in its details. Would you care to hear my plan? A scheme that could enhance our chances of success by at least 50%? Su Mengshue furrowed her brows, skepticism evident in her gaze. "Go on." Clearing his throat, Chun Pejun lowered his voice, his eyes glinting with intelligence and cunning. "My plan, codenamed Operation Decapitation, unfolds in 3 phases. The first phase, intelligence reconnaissance. Utilizing my unique abilities, we shall preemptively locate the crimson sunflower and ascertain the strength, habits of the guardian beast, and the surrounding terrain. Knowledge of both ourselves and our adversary ensures victory without peril. The second phase, battlefield preparation. We shall not set traps, for any trap could be discovered. Instead, we will transform the battlefield. Based on the terrain and the characteristics of the beasts, we will strategically place environmental weapons in advance. For instance, weakening the support of a certain rock face to create an area prone to falling stones, or digging inconspicuous pits along the beast's pathways, camouflaged with loose soil. The third phase, precision strikes. We remain the yellow bird, but we will not be passive. As the battle between Hayden and the demonic beasts reached its zenith, with both sides fully engrossed in the clash, you shall employ your mental techniques to disrupt him from afar. Meanwhile, I will seize this opportunity to strike him with a thunderous blow from the most unexpected angle. Our objective is not merely to defeat him, but to annihilate him in an instant." Chun Pejun's voice, though not loud, resonated in Su Mengshue's heart like a heavy bomb, each word echoing profoundly. Intelligence reconnaissance, battlefield preconfiguration, environmental weaponry, precision sniping. These hitherto unheard terms coalesced to sketch a clear, intricate, and interconnected combat blueprint. This was no longer a mere skirmish among warriors, but a war, a meticulously calculated and orchestrated modern warfare. Su Mengshue was utterly astonished. She gazed at the man before her, realizing for the first time that his intellect might be 1,000 times more formidable than his fists. "Well, do you still believe you should take the lead?" Chun Pejun shrugged, a devilish smile playing on his lips. Su Mengshue remained silent for a long moment before slowly uttering 2 words, "I will follow." This time, her tone bore a subtle hint of acquiescence. With the plan established, the 2 of them sprang into action. The rescued girl remained in a deep slumber, and Chun Pejun carefully placed her in a secluded cave, sealing the entrance with rubble and vines. Subsequently, the pair moved like phantoms through the darkness, stealthily advancing towards the depths of Blackwind Ridge. "Are we headed in the right direction?" Su Mingshui inquired, trailing behind Chun Pejun as he navigated the pitch-black thicket with ease. "Trust my expertise," he replied without turning his head, his mind already unfurling the map of battlefield holographic perception. On this map, a colossal energy source radiating a fierce red glow shimmered several kilometers ahead, akin to a lighthouse in the night. Undoubtedly, it was the Crimson Sunflower. Surrounding this orb of red light was another formidable crimson dot, representing a living entity. Moving slowly, a guardian demonic beast. 300 meters ahead, there is an 8th-tier black-striped leopard patrolling. We shall circumvent it from the left. Watch your step. There is a swamp beneath those vines. Halt. There are 2 hidden sentinels of the barbarian tribe ahead, at the skin refining stage. Throughout their journey, Chun Pejun continuously issued commands, each one akin to prophetic foresight, allowing them to deftly evade one peril after another. Su Mingshui followed closely, her astonishment reaching unparalleled heights. She realized that her self-proclaimed perceptive and stealth abilities paled in comparison to Chun Pejun's prowess. It was as if he had opened a divine eye in the dark, perceiving every subtle movement around them. At last, during the darkest hour before dawn, they arrived at their destination, a vast sinkhole. At the bottom of this chasm, a small tree, entirely crimson and seemingly sculpted from fiery glass, was quietly thriving. At its apex, a fruit the size of a fist pulsated with a searing aura, resembling a heart of flame. The Crimson Sunflower. Beside the Crimson Sunflowers, a colossal beast lay in a feigned slumber, its body exceeding 5 meters in length, covered in black scales reminiscent of a pangolin, yet adorned with a striking crimson horn atop its head. With each breath, it exhaled waves of searing heat. This was the Qian Earth Dragon, a pinnacle 8th-grade beast of the bone refinement realm, gifted with the powers of earth manipulation and a skin hardened like rock, boasting formidable defenses. Su Mingshui spoke in hushed tones, her expression grave. "Goodness, it's a veritable fortress of defense," Chun Pejun remarked, licking his lips, his eyes not filled with dread, but rather brimming with exhilaration. He refrained from immediate action, instead pulling Su Mingshui to a discreet vantage point above the pit. From this location, they could survey the entire scene while remaining well concealed. "Now, we merely wait," Chun Pejun murmured, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned hunter, "for our esteemed guest to arrive." Time ticked by, each second stretching infinitely, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon. A cacophony of footsteps shattered the tranquil forest silence. "They're here." Both Chun Pejun and Su Mingshui felt a surge of alertness. On the opposite side of the pit, a throng of barbarian warriors encircled a tall, exceptionally robust young barbarian, who came into view. Clad in intricately crafted black armor shaped like a wolf's head and wielding a gem-encrusted curved blade at his waist, his unruly red hair danced wildly in the morning breeze. His visage bore an innate air of arrogance and cruelty, and his hawk-like eyes were fixed greedily upon the crimson sunflowers at the pit's bottom. He was none other than Hayden, the young prince of the Black Wolf tribe. "Ha! Indeed, it is here," Hayden proclaimed with raucous laughter. "The crimson sunflowers shall be mine. Your Highness, be wary of the 8th-grade Qian Earth Dragon," one of his guards hastily cautioned. "Just a mere beast." Hayden scoffed dismissively, a glint of brutality flashing in his eyes. "Perfect, I'll use it to warm up today." Before he finished speaking, he leapt from the edge of the pit like a black meteor, crashing down to the depths below. With a roar, the slumbering 8th-grade Qian Earth Dragon was roused. Unleashing a furious growl, a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Hayden's prowess was indeed fearsome. With each swing of his curved blade, he unleashed tangible waves of crimson energy that cleaved deep grooves into the hard rock surface. The Qian Earth Dragon charged recklessly, its massive body rampaging, and its innate earth manipulation causing the ground to tremble violently. Numerous earth spikes erupted from the ground, forcing Hayden to dodge in desperation. In an explosive symphony of blade and earth, roars and growls resonated throughout the pit, transforming it into a bloody arena. Above the pit, Chun Pejun and Su Mingshui observed like specters, silently witnessing the clash of titans. "What an opportunity!" Su Mingshui exclaimed, noticing a spike had grazed Hayden's arm. "Should we strike now?" "Not yet." Chun Pejun shook his head, his gaze chillingly calm. "There is still not enough bloodshed. My bullet, but a single one, must be fired at the most opportune moment." Like an elite sniper, he awaited that fleeting, optimal window for a shot. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Hayden bore numerous wounds, his breath laboring heavily. The Crimson Rock Dragon fared no better. Its hardened scales were rent apart, blood gushing forth. and one eye had been blinded by Hayden's blade aura. Both were grievously injured. At last, Hayden seized an opportunity and unleashed his most powerful strike, the Blood Wolf Moon Slash. He leapt high into the air, channeling the entirety of his vital energy into his curving blade, a massive crimson wolf shadow materializing behind him, emitting a thunderous roar. As he brought his blade down, the Blood Wolf lunged fiercely at the Crimson Rock Dragon. Boom! A resounding crash. The 8th-tier bone-forging Crimson Rock Dragon let out a piercing wail. Its colossal form cleaved away, crashing into the rocky wall, struggling a few moments before falling silent. Meanwhile, Hayden descended from the air, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Clearly, this final blow had nearly exhausted all his strength. Now is the moment. A gleam of intensity ignited in Chun Pei-jun's eyes. Strike! He commanded Su Mingxue sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed an invisible, chilling surge of mental energy that traversed hundreds of meters, precisely crashing into Hayden's mind. Just as Hayden was about to rise and pluck the red sunflower, his body stiffened abruptly, a searing pain tearing through his brain, his gaze turning vacant. Mental impact. Simultaneously, Chun Pei-jun surged forth. Instead of charging head-on, he circled around to Hayden's flank, towards a steep slope, slick with moss, which they had scouted beforehand. He glided down the slope like a skier, moving with incredible speed and an uncanny angle, silently descending to the pit's bottom. Swift, approaching at breakneck speed. As Hayden barely freed himself from the mental assault, he sensed a deadly chill creeping from behind. He turned in horror, only to behold a flash of a blade that filled him with despair. Thud! The refined battle blade pierced effortlessly through his back, emerging from his chest. Basic vital energy control activated. The energy accompanying the blade instantaneously obliterated all life force within him. Hayden's eyes brimmed with disbelief and endless resentment. He could not fathom, even in death, where this fatal attack had originated. Ding! Successfully slain the 8th-tier peak bone-forging barbarian prince, achieving an overlevel kill. Rewards doubled. Gained war god points, 1,000 points. Ding! Special bloodline energy detected. Would you like to absorb it? Ding! Rewarding technique. Earth-tier upper-grade technique, Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The ranks of techniques are divided into celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, each categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers, with military teachings generally restricted to the lower tier of yellow grade. Chun Pei-jun disregarded the system's prompt, swiftly drew his battle blade, and with a deft motion, severed the nearly ripened Qiang fruit along with a small segment of its branch, stowing it away within his garments. Having accomplished this, he cast not a glance at the bewildered barbarian guards above the pit, gestured towards Su Mingxue, and then sprinted along the predetermined route for withdrawal. The entire sequence transpired in a seamless flow, taking no more than 3 seconds. The thrill of snatching and fleeing was exhilarating. In the subsequent chapter, having successfully evaded capture, Chun Pei-jun eagerly consumed the Qiang fruit. A torrent of tumultuous energy erupted within him, nearly overwhelming him. At a critical juncture, Su Mingxue intervened once more, employing her delicate inner force to assist him in channeling that ferocious energy. In the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, not only did Chun Pei-jun successfully break through to the 8th-grade bone refinement realm, his strength surged dramatically, but a subtle, ambiguous affection also blossomed between the two. However, new perils soon loomed. Chapter 11. Modern Military Training. The forging of military spirit deep within the heart of Black Wind Ridge, in an exceedingly concealed cave. Chun Pei-jun sat cross-legged, his complexion flushed and radiating an astonishing heat, resembling a furnace on the verge of explosion. As soon as beads of sweat emerged from his skin, they were instantly vaporized into white mist, enveloping him entirely. Before him, Su Mingxue wore a grave expression, her delicate hand, akin to jade, gently pressed against his back. A stream of cool, pure inner force flowed steadily into his body, endeavoring to help him regulate the rampant energy. Just half an hour prior, Chun Pei-jun had eagerly consumed the Qiang fruit. The fruit disintegrated upon contact, transforming into an overwhelming torrent of supreme yang energy that detonated within him. The sensation was akin to swallowing a miniature sun. The ferocious energy rampaged wildly, scorching and tearing at his meridians and bones. What a catastrophic miscalculation! Chun Pei-jun clenched his teeth, feeling as though his internal organs were on the verge of being roasted. He had gravely underestimated the potency of this rare treasure and overestimated the resilience of his peak 9th-grade skin refinement body. This was no mere upgrade. It was akin to self-immolation. In the critical moment when his consciousness was nearly reduced to ashes, Su Mingxue acted without hesitation. She directly channeled her cultivated cold inner force into Chun Pei-jun's body. The yin and yang, the cold and hot, two entirely opposing energies clashed fiercely within his meridians. With a hissing sound, akin to hot oil splattering onto snow, a peculiar noise emanated from within Chen Pejun. The clash of ice and fire inflicted indescribable agony upon him, causing him to tremble violently, his skin even fracturing with fine crimson lacerations. Steady your mind. Guide that power to temper your muscles and bones. Do not resist. Su Mingshue's cool voice resonated like a clear spring in his tumultuous mind. Upon hearing her words, Chen Pejun summoned the last vestige of his willpower, no longer attempting to suppress the rampant medicinal potency. Instead, he began to recite the heart mantra of the Earth Grade Superior Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Body like a raging furnace, blood like molten magma, draw fire to temper the skin, as solid as golden soup. He actively directed the energy, cleansing his muscles, bones, skin, and membranes. Introduction to the Cultivation Method. Earth-Level Superior Cultivation. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. This technique is the supreme scripture for body refinement. Inspired by the primordial concept of the dragon and elephant, focusing on the enhancement of physical strength and the forging of the soul's might. The dragon symbolizes transformation, spirit, and aura. The elephant embodies strength, foundation, and physique. The term suppressing prison signifies the use of external forces to subdue myriad foes, while concurrently mastering one's inner will to tame the restless mind and the unparalleled ferocity of one's own power, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of perfect control. This cultivation method is divided into 9 tiers, precisely corresponding to the 9 grades of martial arts, where each grade represents a distinct celestial realm. Let us first explore the 3 realms of the acquired stage. The power of the elephant, foundation building. This phase centers on the elephant, aiming to forge an unparalleled physique capable of withstanding the might of mountains and seas. Blood and chi flow like mercury. Muscles and bones are as resilient as steel. First tier, elephant skin, corresponding to the 9 grades of skin refinement. Mental formula. Body like a furnace, blood like molten magma. Ignite the fire to temper the skin, as firm as golden soup. Cultivation manifestation. Guide the chi and blood throughout the body, surging along specific pathways beneath the skin. During cultivation, the skin exhibits an abnormal crimson hue. Sweat flows like slurry, expelling impurities from within. Completion characteristics. The skin membrane becomes extraordinarily resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. The initial condensation of chi and blood enhances recovery capabilities far beyond that of an average person, allowing for passive activation of chi control, unleashing greater strength in extreme conditions. Second tier, elephant bones, corresponding to the 8 grades of bone refinement. Mental formula. Chi and blood as the hammer, bones as the anvil, tempered 1,000 times, resounding like a dragon's roar. Cultivation manifestation, as you have described. This realm necessitates the guidance of turbulent energy, such as the medicinal power of the crimson sun fruit, deep into the marrow for blood transformation and bone forging. The process is profoundly painful, with bones creaking under immense strain, occasionally fracturing and then healing. If there is a harmonious infusion of yin energy, the effort is greatly enhanced, and risks are significantly mitigated. Completion characteristics. Bone density and hardness increase dramatically, heavy as iron. Strength surges, every movement imbued with immense power. One can actively employ elementary chi control, channeling chi into the limbs to deliver devastating strikes. The character Chen Pejun, as depicted by you, is currently at this realm. Third tier, elephant tendons, corresponding to the 7 grades of tendon transformation. Mental formula. Elephant tendons coiling the body, strength penetrating every bone. Vigor flows with intent, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Cultivation manifestation. Condensing the power of chi and blood into threads that intertwine and permeate all the tendons, rendering them flexible and bursting with explosive force. During cultivation, the body instinctively performs various stretching and twisting movements, as if an invisible giant elephant is unfurling its sinews within. Completion characteristics. The entirety of one's strength becomes thoroughly integrated, harmonizing as one. Achieving a meticulous level of chi control, one can synchronize blood with strength, attaining peak explosive power, speed, and flexibility in the acquired realm. The initial manifestation of the power of the elephant is such that every fist and kick carries the weight of 1,000 June. 3 innate realms. Transformation of the dragon, inner breath phase. This stage transitions from the elephant to the dragon, beginning the transformation from pure physical strength to a higher level of life energy. The powers of the dragon and elephant commence their fusion, generating inner breath. Fourth tier, dragon breath, corresponding to the 6 grades of chi sensation. Mental formula. Dragon and elephant converge. Yin and yang give birth to one another, refining blood into qi. This is known as dragon breath. Cultivation manifestation. Upon reaching the pinnacle of vitality, the powerful essence within converges at the intersection of the dragon and elephant forces, typically within the heart or spine, refining the first strand of inner power that embodies both the agility of the dragon and the weightiness of the elephant. This is known as true dragon-elephant qi. This strand of energy glimmers with a pale golden hue, embodying both dominance and vitality. Achievement characteristics. Upon entering the innate realm, one's lifespan extends. The true dragon-elephant qi nourishes the physical body, enhancing the inherent vigor of an already formidable physique. As the energy circulates, one can faintly hear the sounds of dragon roars and elephant calls. Fifth layer, dragon vein, corresponding to the fifth grade meridian. Mental formula. Qi flows like a dragon, traversing the meridians, expanding the pathways, unhindered throughout the cosmos. Cultivation manifestation. With the robust, true dragon-elephant qi, one forcefully opens and broadens all 12 primary meridians. While ordinary meridian techniques resemble gentle streams, this method surges forth like a celestial dragon, unmatched in its ferocity, expanding the meridians to an extraordinary degree, resulting in a geometric increase in the capacity for qi. Achievement characteristics. The speed and total volume of qi circulation far exceed that of peers at the same level. With astonishing endurance, the fusion of body and qi allows for a punch that not only delivers immense physical force, but also carries an overwhelming surge of qi. Sixth layer, dragon pool, corresponding to the fourth grade return to origin. Mental formula. All meridians return to origin. Qi sinks into the dantian, opening the dragon pool, allowing qi to self-generate. Cultivation manifestation. All-encompassing true dragon-elephant qi is gathered and concentrated, creating a unique dragon-elephant vortex within the dantian. This vortex resembles a bottomless dragon pool, continuously generating qi in a perpetual cycle. Achievement characteristics. The qi forms an independent system with a remarkably rapid recovery speed. In every gesture, the true dragon-elephant qi moves at will, wielding immense power. The physical body, through the relentless refinement of qi, begins to emanate a faint, precious glow. Mastery of the three realms. The will to suppress the prison. Divine intent chapter. At this stage, the dragon and elephant have become one, embarking on the cultivation of the crucial intent to suppress the prison. The fusion of strength and will constitutes true mastery. Seventh layer, dragon-elephant external qi, corresponding to the third grade external qi. Mental formula. Dragon and elephant unite. Intent manifests as form. Qi transforms into an external shield, suppressing the void. Cultivation manifestation. Guided by formidable mental will, the qi from the dragon pool in the dantian is directed outward, forming an extraordinary protective external qi that manifests as faint dragon-elephant apparitions, a dragon's head and an elephant's body entwined around the practitioner, exuding unparalleled majesty. Achievement characteristics. The defensive power of the dragon-elephant qi is astonishing, capable of withstanding physical attacks, while its inherent suppressive intent can instill fear, providing formidable resistance against spiritual assaults. Eighth layer, divine intent suppression, corresponding to the second grade intent movement. Mental formula. My heart is the prison, divine intent is the lock. All things in heaven and earth can be subdued. Cultivation manifestation. No longer confined to mere qi, one begins to temper their will. Visualizing an infinite hell within, one's divine intent transforms into the suppressive dragon elephant, commanding all. This is the method of refining the spirit. Achievement characteristics. The will can influence reality. A mere glance can imprison an opponent's actions with the intent to suppress. Even the smallest blade of grass can be infused with dragon-elephant divine intent, transforming into a lethal weapon. With a gaze, all things can be subdued. Just as Chun Pejun left scorch marks on the stone wall during his breakthrough, it serves as a prelude to this realm's manifestation. Ninth level, dragon-elephant law of heaven, corresponding to the first grade celestial being. Mental method verse. The body is heaven and earth. The law of heaven manifests the earth. The might of the dragon and elephant suppresses the ages. Cultivation manifestation. Breaking the barriers between man and nature, transforming oneself into a microcosm of the universe. With the physique of the dragon and elephant, resonating with the forces of heaven and earth, commanding the laws of the realm with the intent to pacify. Achievement characteristics. The martial art reaches fruition, allowing one to temporarily harness the power of heaven and earth, manifesting a dragon-elephant visage that obscures the sun and sky. With a single step, mountains and rivers shatter. With a single roar, storms and clouds are quelled. In every gesture, The might of heaven and earth is evident. Approaching the realm of terrestrial immortals, truly achieving the dragon-elephant's dominion, invincible in the present world. Meanwhile, Su Mingshue's chilling inner energy resembles a masterful harmonizer, precisely neutralizing the excessively violent and potentially lethal masculine energy, leaving only the purest and gentlest essence for Chun Pejun to absorb. In an instant, a peculiar scene unfolded within the cave. Half of Chun Pejun's body radiated a fiery red, while the other half gleamed with an icy whiteness, as hot and cold energies alternated around him, forming a delicate equilibrium. The merging of yin and yang, the confluence of water and fire. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, fully integrating into his limbs and bones. Chun Pejun suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth, leaving a faint scorch mark upon the stone wall of the cave. He exhaled slowly, releasing a breath that was not only hot but tinged with a faint crimson hue. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the Crimson Sun Fruit, achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. Current realm. Initial stage of 8th grade bone tempering. 8th grade bone tempering. Core characteristics. The bones resonate in unison. Strength permeates the entire body. Transformation of inner strength and physique, still devoid of inner strength. The power penetrates deep into the marrow, with bones refined and nourished through repeated forging, achieving density and hardness that far exceed steel. During running and jumping, one can hear the resonant sound of sinews and bones, akin to the roar of tigers and leopards. Stamina, explosive power, and recovery have all undergone a qualitative leap. Fractured bones can heal within days. Strength and destructive power. Strength, capable of lifting 500 pounds with one arm, a full force strike possesses a 1,000-pound force. Damage, with fists and feet. Stones shatter and tablets crack. A single punch is sufficient to slay a charging bull. A kick can cause the city gate to tremble violently. If striking a 9th grade warrior, it can effortlessly shatter their bones, rendering them combat ineffective. Combat performance. This represents the elite of a 100-man battalion and deputy commander level. Clad in heavy armor, they can still move with remarkable speed. Their attacks transcend mere brute force, mastering the art of channeling their entire strength into a single explosive moment. Common blades and swords struggle to breach their defenses, unless they strike vital points or weak joints. Description. With a thunderous roar echoing like a bell. The body resonates with the sound of rolling thunder. Suddenly, upon striking the ground, the blue stone slabs crack inch by inch, propelling the entire person forth like a cannonball. A single punch unleashes a resounding blast that pierces the air, feeling the vigorous flow of blood within him, now magnified several times over. He can lift 500 pounds with one arm, and his full force strike bears the weight of 1,000 pounds. He senses that his current strength, speed, and endurance are at least double what they were before. Chun Pejun is filled with ecstatic joy. Bone tempering realm. The bones resonate in harmony. Strength permeates the entire body. Upon reaching this level, a warrior's bones become extraordinarily resilient, and the speed and explosive force of their vital energy will experience a qualitative leap. Thank you. Chun Pejun turned his head to glance behind him. Su Mingxue was slowly retracting her palm, her complexion somewhat pale, and fine beads of perspiration had formed on her forehead, clearly indicating that the previous exertion had taken a toll on her. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly grew a touch delicate. Just moments ago, in a bid to save him, their proximity had been intimate, their breaths and heartbeats palpably intertwined. That sensation of yin and yang merging, of essence flowing together, transcended mere physical prowess and delved into the realm of the spirit. Clearing his throat, Chun Pejun's face flushed crimson, breaking the awkward silence. That noble lady, with her high ideals, has rendered me a debt of gratitude that I shall never forget. Should you require my aid in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril. He spoke as he promptly rose to his feet, creating distance between them. Su Mingxue observed his feigned composure, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, her cool gaze now harboring a hint of indefinable emotion. You owe me another favor, she remarked, her tone returning to its usual chill, yet somehow lacking the usual aloofness. One grows accustomed to accumulating debts, Chun Pejun chuckled, beginning to assess his recent gains. In addition to his cultivation breakthrough, his warrior points had surged to over 1,000. Without hesitation, he accessed the system's marketplace. Beginner Vital Energy Control upgraded to Intermediate Vital Energy Control, costing 300 points. Mental Impact upgraded to Intermediate Mental Impact, costing 500 points. 2 upgrades had consumed 800 points. Yet the enhancements were significant. Intermediate Vital Energy Control enables more precise manipulation of vital energy, enhancing its potency when affixed to weapons. and even allowing for temporary detachment to form blade aura and sword chi. Intermediate mental impact. Effective range extended to 20 meters, with increased power and a higher probability of causing dizziness, distraction, or even temporary blindness in foes. Exhilarating. Chun Pajun felt invigorated, brimming with strength, eager to find another peak bone refinement realm opponent to test his skills against. Haddam is dead. The Black Wolf tribe will undoubtedly be infuriated and soon dispatch numerous experts to pursue us. We cannot linger here, Su Mingxue cautioned. Understood, Chun Pajun nodded. Shouldering the unconscious maiden once more, let us return to Bloodstone Pass. The most perilous locations often offer the greatest safety. 3 days later, at Bloodstone Pass, Pajun Camp. When Chun Pajun returned to the camp, weary yet resolute, bearing an unconscious maiden upon his back, the entire Pajun camp erupted in excitement. The camp leader is back. Good heavens, he has brought back a celestial maiden. A throng of rugged men rushed forward, their eyes nearly bulging as they gazed at the beautiful girl. Even in her unconscious state, unable to conceal her stunning beauty. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Chun Pajun barked irritably. Old Wang, go heat some water. Li Si, tidy up my tent and replace the bedding with fresh linens. All of you, get to the playground and assemble within 15 minutes. Those who fail to arrive will forfeit their dinner tonight. With a commanding voice, the previously chaotic crowd dispersed in an instant, each person attending to their duties with astonishing efficiency. After ensuring the young girl was settled and assessing her condition, finding her merely weak but not in mortal danger, Chun Pajun breathed a sigh of relief and strode purposefully towards the playground. At that moment, the remaining 400 or so members of the breaking army stood awkwardly on the field. Their tattered uniforms and vacant expressions betrayed their status. They resembled not soldiers, but rather a collection of beggars. This was the lowest echelon of the Great Xia's border troops, a group comprised of prisoners, refugees, and the descendants of deserters consigned to this fate. They were devoid of honor and hope, their daily thoughts consumed by mere survival and the quest for sustenance. Chun Pajun regarded them with an unprecedented seriousness. I know many of you look down upon me. The new commander, he stated, his voice low yet clear enough for each ear to catch. You believe I am no different from those previous fools seeking glory, destined to meet my end at the hands of the savages or to be reassigned. A hush fell over the playground as many bowed their heads. For Chun Pajun had struck a chord with their unspoken thoughts. However, I shall lay down the law today. His voice surged, resonating like thunder. From this day forth, I, Chun Pajun, shall be your leader. Not only will I ensure your survival, but I will also see that you live with dignity. You shall have meat to eat, wine to drink, money to earn, and respect. Do you desire this? He bellowed. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Yet no one dared to respond. They had encountered too many officials who merely painted grand visions. Chun Pajun smirked, aware that for these jaded souls, any lofty rhetoric would ring hollow. He moved directly to the front of the line and proclaimed, from today onward, the breaking army shall undergo a transformation. First, the existing structure is abolished. All personnel shall be organized into squads of 10, each led by a squad leader. 5 squads shall form a platoon, overseen by a platoon leader. 3 platoons shall constitute a company, led by a company commander. The entire battalion shall temporarily consist of 3 companies, along with a mess unit and a reconnaissance team. Squad, platoon, company? The crowd stood bewildered, grappling with this unfamiliar structure. Second, we shall establish a merit-based reward system. Chun Pajun's voice brimmed with allure. From now on, your pay will no longer be siphoned by those corrupt officials above. It will be dispersed personally by me. Chun Pajun, your income will consist of 3 components: a base salary, training bonuses, and combat achievements. Those who train diligently will be rewarded. Those who excel in assessments will be rewarded. Those who engage in battle will receive substantial rewards. For every savage soldier you slay, you earn first-class merit and a reward of 10 taels of silver. For every savage centurion, you earn second-class merit and a reward of 100 taels. For every 1,000-man commander, you will receive 1,000 taels and a promotion. All spoils of war, aside from the portion surrendered, will be deposited into the battalion's treasury and distributed according to merit. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to learn advanced martial arts from me personally. After all, the system's marketplace allows for the exchange of divine warrior points for valuable rewards. Boom. This statement detonated like a deep-sea bomb among the crowd. Rewards, promotions, martial arts techniques. These once elusive aspirations now lay vividly before them. In an instant, the eyes of all present glistened with emotion. Their breaths grew heavy with anticipation. The third, and perhaps the most crucial edict. Chun Pajun's gaze sharpened, sweeping across every individual, enforcing military discipline. From this day forth, ironclad rules shall govern the camp. All actions, from eating to personal needs, must heed commands. If I instruct you to head east, you must not wander west. If I order you to chase a dog, you shall not pursue a chicken. Rise at the break of dawn for collective drills. Maintain your quarters. Beds must be folded into neat blocks. Sing before meals, and wash dishes thereafter. Within the camp, spitting and indiscriminate defecation are strictly prohibited. Personal hygiene must be upheld. Bathe frequently and change clothes diligently. Should anyone dare to feign compliance or act as a deserter, let it be known that Chin Pajun's blade shows no favoritism. The first two rules are sweet rewards, but the last is a lash. A carrot and a stick, both rewards and penalties. This was the method Chin Pajun mastered in his past life while leading troops. Upon the proclamation of these new regulations, the training ground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was bewildered by Chin Pajun's unprecedented approach to military training. Folding beds? Singing? Prohibiting spitting? What relevance do these hold in warfare? What? Do you have dissent? Chin Pajun inquired coldly. Reporting to the camp head, a tall man with a bushy beard stepped forward. He was Zhang Long, a seasoned soldier with considerable respect among his peers. We just feel that folding beds is somewhat trivial. We're here to vanquish enemies, not to become decorative cushions. Good question. Chin Pajun responded with a smile instead of anger, pointing at Zhang Long. What is your name? I am Zhang Long. Excellent, Zhang Long. Tell me, what is the most vital aspect of an army? Surely, it is the ability to fight. Zhang Long answered without hesitation. Wrong. Chin Pajun declared emphatically. It is obedience. It is discipline. It is the collective strength of individuals united as one. When I instruct you to fold your beds, it is to cultivate the habit of adhering to orders. When I demand cleanliness, it is to instill the understanding that a tidy environment significantly mitigates disease. Do you realize how many of our brothers perish each winter, not by the enemy's blade, but by the chill and pestilence? An army incapable of managing its own affairs and hygiene is merely a disjointed assembly, a rabble destined to become fodder for the enemy. Chin Pajun's words struck deep, resonating profoundly. Zhang Long was rendered speechless, his face a canvas of shifting colors. The other soldiers were also plunged into contemplation, hearing this perspective on military efficacy for the first time. Whether my methods bear fruit, you shall ascertain in a month. Chin Pajun surveyed the crowd, his voice steady. Now, I require squad leaders, platoon leaders, and company commanders. Who wishes to step forward? As his words echoed, a stir rippled through the crowd. Yet no one dared to be the first to take the plunge. Is there no one? Chin Pajun's gaze betrayed a hint of disappointment. At that moment, a man named Zhang Long gritted his teeth and boldly stepped forward. Captain, I wish to try my hand at being a squad leader. Excellent. Chin Pajun exclaimed. You possess courage. I hereby appoint you as the squad leader. With the first volunteer, a second, and a third soon followed. In no time, under Chin Pajun's meticulous selection and appointment, the inaugural batch of grassroots officers for the Pajun camp was freshly minted. An audacious modern training movement, capable of overturning the military concepts of this era, had quietly begun in this forgotten corner. The next chapter's hook, Chin Pajun's unconventional training methods became the laughingstock of the entire Bloodstone Pass, as soldiers from other camps eagerly anticipated his downfall. However, during a minor skirmish against barbarian raiders, the Pajun camp employed a 3-3 tactical group strategy, achieving complete annihilation of an enemy force that vastly outnumbered them, showcasing a terrifyingly effective collaborative combat capability that astonished the entire northern defense line and caught the attention of the enigmatic northern governor. Chapter 12. The governor's probing recently. Bloodstone Pass became the source of great amusement. The subject of this jest was none other than the Pajun camp, and more specifically, the newly appointed camp leader, Chin Pajun, who had allegedly stumbled into his position through sheer luck. Have you heard? That fellow Chin neither teaches military tactics nor trains in martial skills, but forces his ragtag group of prisoner soldiers to fold their bedding. Indeed, I also heard he makes those rough men stand on wooden stumps every morning for an entire hour, a practice he grandiosely labels standing in military posture. The most absurd of all was his peculiar ritual of singing a song before meals, every time food was served. The entire Pajun camp would erupt into a cacophony of mournful wails, singing a tune incomprehensible to anyone and utterly unbearable. What kind of military training is this? A decorative pillow has more substance than his methods. It seems he has come not to defend the pass, but to perform. Within Bloodstone Pass, both the officers and soldiers of other camps, as well as the logistical aides, regarded Chin Pajun's new policies as the pinnacle of humorous gossip. In their eyes, The efficacy of an army derived from superior martial prowess and exquisite equipment. Could neatly folded bedding possibly ward off the barbarians' curved blades? Undeterred by the rumors, Chun Pajun remained resolute. Each day, he diligently enforced the most fundamental regulations reminiscent of the future People's Liberation Army, rigorously training his more than 400 subordinates. Standing at attention, marching in formation, maintaining order, and upholding cleanliness. Initially, the soldiers grumbled, viewing these activities as frivolous and futile. However, Chun Pajun's methods were straightforward and uncompromising. Who dares to defy? Fine, 10 kilometers with a weighted pack. Who dares to slack off? All right, no meat soup for you tonight. Who dares to speak back? Very well. Hang on the wooden stump in the center of the field for a while, under the dual policy of carrot and stick, particularly after witnessing a few unruly soldiers swiftly brought to heel, while those who trained earnestly were rewarded with additional rations and meat. The atmosphere in the Pajun camp began to transform at a visible pace, though the soldiers still failed to grasp the significance of the training. They began to learn the most crucial lesson of all, obedience. Absolute obedience. This was precisely the outcome Chun Pajun sought. An undisciplined army, even if composed entirely of martial arts masters, is merely a disarray of individuals. Conversely, a disciplined army, even with soldiers of lesser individual strength, can unleash combat power exponentially greater than their own through exquisite tactical coordination. This afternoon, Chun Pajun was elucidating the essence of his tactical framework, the triad formation. To his subordinate squad leaders, pay close attention. Chun Pajun instructed, drawing in the sand with a twig. Our squad consists of 10 men. In battle, however, we shall operate in groups of 3. Each trio would form a triangular formation, providing mutual cover and serving as flanking support. A squad can be subdivided into 3 such groups, plus a squad leader for maneuverable support and command. Furthermore, these 3 groups should create an overarching larger triangular formation. This is the triad formation. What is the advantage of this arrangement? It ensures seamless fire support and mutual protection. Should any point come under attack, the other 2 can swiftly provide assistance. Any enemy assault from any angle must contend with at least 2 directions of counterattack. Zhang Long and the other newly appointed junior officers stood enraptured before the sand table, although they were unfamiliar with the concept of fire support. The triangular formation that Chun Pajun illustrated instinctively evoked a sense of stability and security. Commander, this method sounds impressive, but will it truly be effective in combat? Zhang Long scratched his head, still harboring doubts. Chun Pajun smiled, poised to respond when suddenly, a sharp and harrowing horn sounded from the direction of the city wall. Enemy attack. The faces of all present changed dramatically. Damn it, speak of the devil. Chun Pajun's expression sharpened. Rather than panic, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. It was time to test the fruits of their training. All troops, assemble immediately, he bellowed, rising to his feet with a thunderous roar. Yes, on the training ground. Soldiers who had been engaged in formation drills instinctively sprang into action, swiftly regrouping by squads towards the weapon racks, and then converging at the center of the field to locate their squad leaders and company commanders. There was no chaos, no clamor. In just 30 breaths, less than half a minute, the over 400 soldiers of the Pajun camp had assembled, forming 3 orderly battalions. Silence reigned, and orders were followed without question. This scene left several officers from other camps, who happened to be passing by to witness the commotion, utterly astonished. Am I seeing things? Is this truly that ragtag bunch of prisoners? The speed of their assembly was, astonishingly, faster than that of our elite troops. The mockery on their faces quickly froze. Chun Pajun nodded in satisfaction, mounted his horse, drew his battle sword, and pointed towards the gates. Pajun camp, follow me into battle. Outside the Bloodstone Pass, the air was thick with swirling yellow dust. A band of approximately 200 barbarian cavalrymen was swaggering beneath the city wall, not attacking the fortifications, but rather shooting down scouts and farmers who failed to return in time, brazenly provoking and humiliating them. This was a common harassment tactic employed by the barbarians, designed to undermine the morale of the defending forces. In the past, when faced with such circumstances, the defending troops would either retreat into their stronghold or dispatch an equal number of cavalry to drive the enemy away, often resulting in arduous battles with considerable casualties. General, the soldiers from the Broken Army have emerged. A deputy commander informed Li Wei, the steadfast defender of Bloodstone Pass. Li Wei, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield and a master at the pinnacle of the 8th rank bone refinement realm, gazed down at the young battalion leader who had voluntarily stepped forward to engage in combat, his brow furrowed in concern. This is madness. With over 400 infantrymen, how can they possibly contend against the cavalry of the barbarians? Are they seeking death? Li Wei spoke solemnly, Relay my orders. Prepare the Divine Might Battalion for an immediate counterattack. However, what transpired next would become an indelible memory for the seasoned general. Under the command of Chun Pejun, the soldiers of the Broken Army swiftly dispersed, forming a vast and loose defensive formation, unit by unit. The first contingent established a frontline defense, while the second and third flanks spread out. Each squad was tasked with seeking out the enemy independently. Remember our 3-3 formation. Chun Pejun's commands were clearly relayed through flag signals and the beat of drums to every squad and unit. Kill the barbarian cavalry. Upon witnessing a group of infantry daring to emerge from the pass, erupted in frenzied howls, akin to wolves scenting blood, and charged forward with fervor. The ground trembled beneath the pounding hooves. Steady. Spearmen at the front, sword and shield bearers behind. Archers, prepare. Zhang Long, the leader of the first company, was currently commanding his subordinates with palpable tension. Loose. As the barbarian cavalry breached the 100-meter mark, a sparse volley of arrows flew from the Broken Army, achieving little more than knocking down a few unfortunate souls, utterly unable to impede the cavalry's charge. Ha! A bunch of worthless wretches. The barbarian centurion laughed maniacally, his curved blade eager for blood. Yet, as they closed to within 30 meters, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Throw! At Chun Pejun's command, the soldiers of the Broken Army unfastened dark, earthen jars from their belts and hurled them forward with all their might. Bang! 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 Hundreds of jars shattered before the cavalry, releasing a pungent, acrid white powder that quickly enveloped the area. Achoo! Cough, cough! My eyes! Ah! My eyes! The leading barbarian cavalrymen were instantly thrown into disarray. The white powder was a makeshift tear gas concocted by Chun Pejun, created by the kitchen staff using lime, chili powder, and various irritating herbs, reminiscent of tear gas from a bygone era. The startled steeds and blinded riders disrupted the once unstoppable charge, plunging into chaos. Now is the moment. Attack! Chun Pejun seized this fleeting opportunity. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the Broken Army erupted in a thunderous roar. Instead of rushing en masse, they formed teams of 3, striking into the disordered enemy ranks like countless sharp arrows. One spearman thrust forward, forcing the enemy to parry and create openings. A sword and shield bearer defended and engaged in close combat, while a roaming comrade flanked to deliver lethal strikes. The trio operated with precise rolls and seamless coordination. A barbarian cavalryman had just swung his blade to deflect a spear aimed at him when, from the side, a broadsword struck fiercely against his neck. Another barbarian cavalryman attempted to charge, but was firmly held back by a shield bearer, only to have his steed's leg pierced by a lance from a third soldier. This is the might of the triad formation. It merges individual strength into a unified force. It empowered the soldiers of the Broken Army camp, who were originally far inferior to the barbarian cavalrymen, with the means to triumph over their stronger foes. On the battlefield, the tide turned in an instant. The barbarian cavalrymen were horrified to realize that they were not facing a mere group of infantry, but rather hundreds of well-coordinated, fearless killing machines. Attacking one would immediately provoke a lethal counterattack from 2 others. Ding! Successfully slain a 9th-tier barbarian cavalryman. Gained 5 war god points. Ding! Successfully slain a 9th-tier barbarian cavalryman. Gained 5 war god points. In Chun Pejun's mind, the system's notifications flooded in incessantly. He felt like a tiger among sheep, specifically targeting the barbarian officers. Activating intermediate blood control, a faint crimson aura enveloped his blade, enabling each swing to effortlessly tear through the brutish armor of the enemy. With a swift stroke, he felled the centurion leading the charge, lifting the severed head high and bellowing with all his might. The enemy commander is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. This roar was like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, utterly shattering the psychological defenses of the remaining barbarian cavalrymen. They cast down their weapons and fled in panic. What was initially perceived as a suicidal counterattack concluded with the Broken Army camp suffering no casualties while annihilating nearly 100 of the enemy and capturing dozens more, a resounding triumph. The entire Bloodstone Pass fell into silence. Upon the walls, the commanding officer Li Wei dropped his wine cup with a crash, shattering it into pieces. He beheld the blood-soaked young camp leader below, resembling a demonic figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. What on earth is this military strategy? Half an hour later, in the northern governor's office, within the study, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. A middle-aged man clad in a violet robe, possessing a refined demeanor yet exuding an air of authority with his piercing gaze, listened intently to Li Wei's report. He was Zhao Wuji, the northern governor, commanding an army of 300,000 in the northern territories, wielding immense power. To annihilate 200 barbarian cavalrymen with 400-foot soldiers and suffer no losses? Zhao Wuji set down his wolf hair brush, his tone neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. What tactics did this Chun Pejun employ? Reporting to the governor, I, too, cannot comprehend it, Li Wei replied, feeling ashamed. His troops formed a small triad formation, cooperating seamlessly, advancing and retreating with purpose, called the triad formation, simply unheard of. Unheard of. The triad formation, Zhao Wuji mused with a hint of intrigue curling his lips. Interesting. Summon him to see me. Yes. Soon, Chun Pejun, having just washed the blood from his body and donned a fresh military uniform, was escorted into the governor's study. This was his first encounter with the highest authority of the Northern Territories. I am Chun Pejun, paying my respects to the esteemed governor. Chun Pejun knelt on one knee, executing a proper military salute. Rise. Zhao Wuji's voice was gentle as he regarded the young man before him with keen interest. Chun Pejun, I have heard of you. From the capital, a remnant of the feuilleton, relegated to this forsaken place. Do you harbor any resentment? A shiver ran through Chun Pejun's heart. He recognized the veiled admonition. He lifted his head, responding with measured dignity. To the esteemed governor, in one's position, one must uphold one's responsibilities. As the commander of the Pejun camp, my thoughts are solely dedicated to defending our territory, slaying enemies, and ensuring the safety of the people. I harbor not a trace of resentment. Well said, safeguarding the realm and its citizens. Zhao Wuji clapped his hands in amusement, yet his gaze grew increasingly profound. I have heard you achieved a resounding victory today, employing tactics even Li Wei could not comprehend. Might you enlighten this governor? I dare not, Chun Pejun replied humbly. It is merely a few rudimentary stratagems I have devised, unworthy of note. Rudimentary? Zhao Wuji's smile broadened. To annihilate an enemy force many times your own without sustaining any casualties is no trifling feat. This is true talent. Chun Pejun, I hold you in high regard. As the conversation shifted, Zhao Wuji's tone became grave. Given your remarkable abilities, I shall present you with an opportunity for redemption through merit. No, an opportunity to achieve great deeds. He unfurled a map upon the table, laying it before Chun Pejun. The Black Wolf tribe has clandestinely established a large granary at Eagle's Cry Gorge, 300 miles from Bloodstone Pass, stockpiling provisions sufficient for a month's campaign for their 50,000 troops. Their intentions are all too clear. I hereby assign you a mission. Zhao Wuji's finger pressed emphatically on a location on the map. Led your Pejun camp deep behind enemy lines, locate it, and then set it ablaze. Chun Pejun's pupils constricted sharply. 300 miles into enemy territory. To burn the granary of the barbarian army of 50,000. This is no mere gamble. This is a death warrant. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Wuji observed him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Taking a deep breath, Chun Pejun understood he had no room for refusal. To decline would be to defy orders, punishable by immediate execution. To comply, perhaps, would offer a glimmer of hope. This subordinate accepts the order. He gritted through his teeth, speaking resolutely. Excellent. Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a token from his bosom and tossing it to him. This is the governor's special privilege token. With this, you may requisition any supplies within the pass, except for those belonging to the personal guards of the main commander. Speak without hesitation regarding your needs. Having delivered a seemingly fatal task, yet offering a morsel of temptation, this governor plays a deft hand at the art of imperial strategy. As Chun Pejun grasped the token, a chill enveloped his heart. He recognized that Zhao Wuji was both testing and manipulating him. This pawn of the Fei Taiju, if successful, could achieve great merit. If he failed, his demise would conveniently eliminate a potential threat. Such a cunning calculation. Exiting the governor's office, the night had deepened, and the cold wind cut like a blade. Upon returning to his tent, he found Su Mingxue waiting for him under the lamp, quietly anticipating his arrival. The girl he had rescued was awake as well, timidly seated nearby. You have returned. Su Mingxue lifted her head, her information seemingly more astute than anyone else's. Zhao Wuji has instructed you to burn the granary? Indeed. Chun Pejun nodded, unfurling the map before him. Su Mingxue's gaze fell upon the map, her delicate brows knitting together. I have just received intelligence. She handed over a note, her voice cool and composed. The granary at Ingxiu Gorge is personally guarded by Batu, the foremost warrior of the Black Wolf tribe. This individual is at the pinnacle of the 8th rank of bone refinement, possessing innate strength, and is said to have once torn apart a Qi and Earth dragon with his bare hands. Furthermore, there are at least 3,000 elite barbarian soldiers stationed there, including no fewer than 10 experts at the centurion level. Chun Pejun inhaled sharply. One formidable Badu at the peak of the 8th rank. along with 3,000 elite soldiers. The difficulty of this task was tenfold greater than he had anticipated. Next chapter teaser. Faced with an insurmountable challenge, Chun Pajun did not flinch. He utilized the governor's token to requisition a substantial quantity of seemingly unrelated supplies from the logistics department: tung oil, sulfur, iron pots, and even several hundred pigs. His bewildering shopping list plunged the entire Bloodstone Pass into a state of confusion and ridicule once more. Little did anyone know, a groundbreaking special operation was quietly brewing. Chapter 13. Special Operations, a glimpse of brilliance inside the camp. The flickering candlelight elongated the shadows of Chun Pajun and Su Mingxue. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with water. With Badu at the pinnacle of the 8th rank and 3,000 elite barbarian soldiers, even his 400-strong army was no match. Even if General Li Wei himself led 3,000 elite troops from Bloodstone Pass, a frontal assault would surely result in utter devastation. Zhao Wuji was resolutely intent on sending him to his doom. Chun Pajun stared at the red dot marked as Ingxiu Gorge on the map, suddenly letting out a low chuckle. You can still laugh? A hint of confusion flickered in Su Mingxue's cold eyes. Among the men she had encountered, those faced with such dire circumstances either erupted in rage or succumbed to despair. Chun Pajun was the first to laugh. Why not laugh? Chun Pajun raised his head, his eyes sparkling with a gleam of excitement. Do you not find this highly challenging? It is akin to a game with the utmost difficulty. The fervor in his gaze momentarily startled Su Mingxue. It was the look of a hunter upon encountering the finest prey, brimming with confidence, fervor, and an insatiable desire for conquest. What manner of being is this man at his core? Zhao Wuji wishes for my demise, yet I shall return alive. Chun Pajun crumpled the intelligence note into a ball, a cold smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Not only will I survive, but I shall present this grand gift to him in splendid fashion. With that, he grasped the token of privilege from the governor's office and strode purposefully out of the tent. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, gather me 50 of the most skilled and sharp-minded brothers from the camp. Assemble on the training ground in 15 minutes. Bloodstone Pass, Logistics Department. This was the central hub for all supplies within the pass, overseen by an old sergeant known as Silver Scale Wang Gong, renowned for his foul temper and stubbornness. He was infamous for being as unyielding as iron. Anyone hoping to procure even a single needle or thread from him faced an uphill battle. At this moment, Officer Wang squinted his eyes, donning an expression as if he had encountered an outrageous jest, while gazing at the supply list presented by the young man before him. Tung oil 100 pounds, sulfur 50 pounds, saltpeter 50 pounds, 10 premium iron pots, and 300 live pigs. Officer Wang's voice crescendoed, culminating in an almost thunderous exclamation regarding the 300 pigs. He slammed his hand on the table, nearly spraying saliva onto Chun Pajun's face. Captain Chun, do you take my logistics department for a mere marketplace? What do you intend to do with such an abundance of pigs? Are you planning to incinerate granaries or host a barbecue party 300 miles behind enemy lines? The surrounding logistics soldiers, each straining to suppress their laughter, turned purple in the face. The infamous Chun of the Broken Army had once again succumbed to his eccentricities. Unfazed by Officer Wang's tirade, Chun Pajun merely placed a token inscribed with a python pattern onto the table with a measured weight. Officer Wang, this is the governor's direct order. His tone was as placid as a still pond, emphasizing that not a single item on the list could be omitted. Should there be any delay in the governor's military affairs, the burden of responsibility would fall upon both of us. Upon seeing the token, Officer Wang's countenance instantly shifted. His previously arrogant demeanor diminished. He scrutinized the token several times, ensuring its authenticity, before begrudgingly returning to his seat. Naturally, I would not dare to defy the governor's command. He squeezed out a reluctant response. However, you must enlighten me on the purpose of these items, particularly the 300 pigs, so that I may duly record and report to higher authorities. Chun Pajun smiled faintly, leaning forward and lowering his voice, adopting an air of feigned secrecy. Officer Wang, it is a military secret, not to be disclosed. I can only reveal that these 300 pigs are crucial to the execution of an unparalleled arcane technique. Arcane technique? Officer Wang was momentarily startled. Indeed. Chun Pajun continued earnestly. This technique is known as pig charge. Once perfected, it will transform 300 pigs into valiant warriors, unafraid of death, spewing fire and trampling enemy camps, leaving not a blade of grass in their wake. It is the undisclosed secret of the Broken Army. Officer Wang's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he regarded Chun Pajun's utterly sincere visage, momentarily unable to discern whether the young man was jesting or genuinely deranged. Get out. Just leave. I am furious. Officer Wang bellowed, tossing the token back. You will receive the supplies within the hour. I do not wish to see you again." Chun Pajun saluted with a precise military gesture, turning elegantly to depart. Observing his retreating figure, Wang's aide murmured softly, "Sir, could this fellow genuinely be insane? Why not say that sows can climb trees too?" Yet, Officer Wang narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. "Insane?" he muttered. Could someone capable of compelling a direct order from the governor and achieving a resounding victory with 0 casualties under Li Wei's watch be merely a simple madman? Go, send someone astute to keep a close watch on the broken army. I shall see what schemes he harbors. In the dense forests behind the broken army encampment, the 50 elite soldiers handpicked by Chun Pajun gazed in bewilderment at the astonishing scene before them. Their camp commander was directing the cooks to set up large iron cauldrons, meticulously combining the pine oil, sulfur, saltpeter, and powdered charcoal in mysterious proportions, carefully simmering the concoction. A pungent, unpleasant odor permeated the forest. "Are we concocting elixirs?" Zhang Long inquired quietly, leaning closer. "Elixirs, my foot." Chun Pajun shot him a disdainful glance. "This is the creation of the formidable explosive known as mountain-cleaving gunpowder. Remember this. This substance ignites at the slightest spark and possesses tremendous power. Anyone foolish enough to smoke or light a fire nearby will find themselves strung up as a target." Mountain-cleaving gunpowder? Although the others did not fully comprehend, they instinctively stepped back from the cauldrons, deterred by Chun Pajun's grave demeanor. Soon, the dark, viscous gunpowder was brewed and, after cooling, was carefully packaged into specially crafted leather pouches. Once the task was completed, Chun Pajun clapped his hands and addressed the 50 elite soldiers. "Brothers, the governor has entrusted us with a mission, a task that could elevate our reputation and ensure a life of abundance for us all." He did not discuss the dangers of the mission but emphasized the glory and rewards that awaited upon success. For these soldiers eager to prove themselves, this was more compelling than any motivational speech. The mission target was 300 miles behind enemy lines at the Eagle-S Sorrow Gorge, the tribal granary. The journey would be fraught with peril, but I assure you, if you adhere to my plan, we will not only accomplish our objective but return unscathed. Now, everyone, don this attire. With a wave of his hand, several personal guards brought forth large crates. When opened, the boxes revealed the leather armor and garments of the tribal soldiers. Disguise and infiltration? Zhang Long's eyes lit up as he immediately grasped Chun Pajun's intentions. "Precisely," Chun Pajun affirmed with a nod. "From this moment, you must forget that you are soldiers of the Great Xia. You will become a band of tribal scouts on a hunting expedition. I will teach you the tribal language, customs, and even some colorful curses. Each of you must master them to perfection." For the following 2 days, the dense forest transformed into a crash course for special operations. Chun Pajun imparted all the skills he had acquired as a special forces operative in his past life: nocturnal stealth, silent hand signals, dagger combat, trap setting, and directional demolition. He even demonstrated how to open the most commonly used primitive locks of the tribesmen with a thin wire in under 10 breaths. The soldiers, as if awakened to a new world, absorbed the knowledge with fervor. They realized that warfare could encompass such artistry, that the act of killing could be so sophisticated. On the 3rd night, under a moonless sky, the night of slaughter, 60 shadows, including Chun Pajun and Su Mengxue, silently departed from Bloodstone Pass. They chose to travel on foot, each burdened with heavy packs filled with gunpowder, weapons, rations, and water. They moved like phantoms, seamlessly blending into the vast darkness of the night. 2 days later, they arrived at Eagle-S Sorrow Gorge. Here lies a vast valley, flanked by towering mountains, a formidable terrain that is easy to defend yet difficult to breach. Within the heart of the valley, immense granaries rise majestically, while numerous barbarian soldiers patrol incessantly, their vigilance unwavering. At the valley's mouth, towering arrow towers and imposing wooden barricades have been constructed, effectively sealing off the sole entrance. The defenses are so robust that not even a fly could penetrate them. Zhang Long crouched in the grass on a distant hillside, observing through the monocular gifted by Chun Pajun, exclaiming in astonishment. Chun Pajun remained silent, intently calculating the patrol routes, the timing of shifts, and the vulnerabilities in the defenses, an impeccable battle strategy rapidly taking shape in his mind. "Miss Su, where is that bata positioned?" he inquired without turning his head. The largest tent in the valley, marked by the statues of 2 black wolves at the entrance. "Is his command tent," came Su Mingxue's voice from beside him. "Excellent." Chun Pajun stowed away the monocular, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "The operation will unfold in 3 phases. First, a diversionary tactic." He gestured towards the eastern side of the valley. "Zhao Hu, take 10 men and release the 300 pigs we brought over there." "Release pigs?" Zhao Hu exclaimed in bewilderment. Indeed. Chen Pejun replied with a cold smirk. Tie oil-soaked rags to their tails, ignite them, and let them loose. The louder the commotion, the better. Draw their attention entirely to the east. Second, a concentrated strike. Chen Pejun's gaze shifted to the valley's entrance. Zhang Long, you lead 30 men to scale the cliffs on the west side amidst the chaos. Remember our training, silent kills. Your target is the granaries. Place the explosives on the load-bearing columns of the granaries. Third, a decapitation strike. Chen Pejun's eyes settled on the command tent. The rest will follow me. We shall confront the first warrior of the Black Wolf tribe. Is everything clear? Understood. The group responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with bloodthirsty excitement. At the stroke of midnight, the operation commenced. A piercing chorus of pig squeals erupted from the eastern side of the valley. 300 flaming pigs, resembling a legion of moving fireballs, dashed wildly through the forest, shrieking as they charged towards the barbarian encampment. This sudden spectacle left the barbarian soldiers dumbfounded. What is happening? Enemy attack. Quick! To the east. Stop those flaming pigs. The barbarian camp descended into chaos as a multitude of soldiers rushed eastward to quell the upheaval caused by the pig warriors. Unbeknownst to them, on the steep cliffs of the valley's western side, dozens of shadowy figures stealthily ascended, utilizing ropes and the rocky outcroppings, akin to lizards scaling a wall. Zhang Long took the lead, becoming the first to surmount the cliff. As he emerged, a vigilant barbarian sentry spotted him. Just as the sentry opened his mouth to raise the alarm, a shadow darted past him, Suming Shue. Her movements were ghostly swift, and her dagger struck with the precision of a serpent's fang, slicing through the sentry's throat. The sentry fell, clutching his neck, unable to utter a sound. The allied unit successfully eliminated a 9th-tier barbarian sentry, and the host was rewarded with 5 points of divine combat merit. A notification echoed in Chen Pejun's mind, instilling a sense of calm within him. Advance, Zhang Long signaled, and the soldiers behind him surged forward, swiftly dispersing into small trios that darted toward the massive granaries. Their movements were silent and seamless, showcasing their impeccable coordination. When encountering solitary patrolmen, 2 team members would distract them from the front, while the third swiftly dispatched them from behind with a dagger. Against small patrol squads, they executed precise kills with crossbows. The tranquil sounds of thud, thud, thud resonated as the drug-laced bolts accurately struck their targets. The barbarian soldiers fell without even a chance to raise the alarm. Successful elimination of a 9th-tier barbarian soldier, earning 5 points of divine combat merit. Successful elimination of a 9th-tier barbarian soldier, earning 5 points of divine combat merit. The divine combat merit soared rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Long and his comrades hastily secured leather pouches to the sturdiest load-bearing beams of the granaries, connecting long fuses together. Everything unfolded according to plan, meticulously and without haste. Meanwhile, Chen Pejun, accompanied by the remaining 10 elite warriors, stealthily approached the tent of Batu, the commander. Engage. With Chen Pejun's command, the 10 elite warriors sprang into action, resembling tigers descending from the mountain as they lunged at the 8 guards stationed outside the tent. The battle erupted instantaneously and concluded just as swiftly. Although these guards were proficient warriors of the bone-forging realm, they were no match for the expertly coordinated special operations team, who struck with lethal precision. Chen Pejun kicked open the tent flap, charging inside with his blade drawn. Who goes there? Within the tent, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, muscles rippling like iron, abruptly rose from a massive fur bed. It was Batu, the foremost warrior of the Black Wolf tribe. He fixed his furious, bell-like eyes upon the intruding Chen Pejun, filled with wrath and a thirst for blood. How did you filthy scum of the Great Xia enter here? To escort you on your journey, Chen Pejun retorted, dismissing any further dialogue as he unleashed a mid-level mental shock. The mid-level mental shock extended its effective range to 20 meters, amplifying its potency and enhancing the likelihood of disorienting, stunning, or even temporarily blinding his foe. A surge of intangible mental force collided fiercely with Batu's mind. Batu felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, darkness enveloping his vision as a momentary dizziness washed over him. In the clash of masters, victory or defeat hinged upon a mere instant. It was in that fleeting moment that Chen Pejun moved. His speed reached its zenith, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. His battle knife, imbued with the blood-red energy of mid-level blood control, aimed at Batu's throat from an exceptionally cunning angle. Mid-level blood control allows for finer manipulation of one's vital energy, enhancing the weapon's strength and even enabling it to temporarily detach and manifest as a blade aura. However, Batu was indeed a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the 8th-tier bone-forging realm. In the instant of mental disruption, he instinctively tilted his head, driven by primal combat instincts. The blade struck true. The battle blade failed to sever his throat, yet it carved a deep wound into his shoulder, exposing the bone beneath. A roar of agony surged through Badu, awakening him and igniting his primal ferocity. He unleashed a thunderous bellow, advancing rather than retreating. His fist, large as a cooking pot, slicing through the air with a fierce gale, crashing mercilessly towards Chun Pejun's head. The force behind this blow was immense. Should it connect, Chun Pejun's skull would undoubtedly burst like a ripe watermelon. Chun Pejun's pupils contracted as he swiftly drew his sword in defense. Crossing his arms in front of him, the impact resounded with a deafening clang. Chun Pejun felt an irresistible force slam into him, as if struck by a battering ram, sending him hurtling backward to collide violently with the tense pillar. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Such overwhelming power. Is this the might of a peak 8th grade bone forging master? Far surpassing his own initial strength in this realm. You seek death. Batu, clutching his bleeding shoulder, advanced step by step, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly. His gaze was filled with cruelty and brutality, as if he intended to devour Chun Pejun alive. In the next chapter, the explosive sounds from the granary reverberated throughout Eagle's Cry Gorge, signaling the success of their mission. However, during their retreat, Chun Pejun and his companions found themselves relentlessly pursued by the wrathful Badu and his elite Black Wolf guards. Confronted by this tireless, fearless barbarian warrior, Chun Pejun was compelled to utilize the intricate terrain and clever traps, orchestrating a thrilling escape through the jungle. Chapter 14, Slaying the 8th Grade. Earning renown within the command tent, the air seemed to solidify. Batu, with his tower-like physique, approached with the oppressive aura of a savage beast, his shoulder wound only intensifying his brutal intent. You are quite impressive. Batu grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, his voice rasping like two stones grinding against each other. You are the first to inflict harm upon me, Batu. As a reward, I shall personally crush every bone in your body and fashion your skull into a goblet. Leaning against the pillar, Chun Pejun forced himself to swallow the metallic taste of blood, his chest burning with pain. Enduring a blow from a peak 8th grade bone forging master, even with the battle blade to absorb some of the force, left him significantly injured internally. A direct confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Damn it, I've messed up. Chun Pejun cursed inwardly. He had overestimated the impact of his initial 8th grade bone forging, intermediate mental shock, against a peak master, while underestimating his opponent's beast-like combat instincts. Yet, as the foremost warrior of Huaxia, the word surrender had never graced his vocabulary. The more desperate the situation, the cooler his mind must remain. In the blink of an eye, a reckless plan formed in his mind. Is that so? I suspect your skull is more suited as a chamber pot. Chun Pejun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unafraid, instead revealing a provocative smile. He suddenly pushed off the pillar behind him, charging forward like a cannonball aimed at Bada's lower body. He did not target Bada's upper body, but chose the most cunning yet effective tactic, a sweeping leg kick. Seeking death. With a thunderous roar, Bada clearly did not anticipate that this seemingly frail individual would dare to counterattack. Instinctively, he raised a foot, striking down like a battle axe toward Chun Pejun's head. However, Chun Pejun's assault was nothing more than a feint from the outset. At the very moment Bada lifted his foot, Chun Pejun twisted his body at an astonishing angle mid-air, gliding close to the ground and narrowly evading that lethal kick, simultaneously darting out from beneath Bada's legs. What? Bada's foot struck nothing but air, causing his massive form to waver slightly. Now is the time. Strike. The instant Chun Pejun burst from the tent, he let out a hoarse roar. Outside, Su Mingxue and 10 elite special forces soldiers, who had long been poised for action, sprang into motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several poison crossbow bolts shot from all directions toward the turning Badu. These bolts were not aimed at Bada's vital points, but rather at his eyes, joints, and ankles, where his defenses were weakest. This was a tactical distraction that had been arranged beforehand. A pack of despicable insects. Badu roared in fury, his arms swirling like the wind, deflecting most of the bolts. Yet, 2 bolts managed to strike his calf and arm. Although the barbarian's tough skin mitigated the effects of the poison, it still caused a slight delay in his movements. Meanwhile, Chun Pejun seized the opportunity to create a distance of several meters. Withdraw. Lure him out. Chun Pejun signaled, swiftly retreating toward the cliff on the west side. Trying to escape? Badu was utterly enraged, charging forward like a frenzied rhinoceros, his strides powerful and rapid. Each footfall shook the ground with a dull thud. His speed astonishing. The camp head exclaimed, "This guy is too fierce. We can't shake him off." One soldier gasped for breath. Nonsense. If it were that easy to shake off a peak 8th grade warrior, they would be as common as cabbages. While running, Chun Pajun calmly observed the terrain, recalling our rehearsed tactical retreat with alternating cover. Group 1 fires, Group 2 retreats, Group 3 sets traps. Stay organized. The Special Forces team immediately displayed exemplary tactical proficiency. 2 soldiers abruptly turned, shooting 2 arrows at Batu. Although easily deflected, they successfully drew his attention. Meanwhile, other soldiers quickly laid down inconspicuous tripwires along the route or dug makeshift traps, scattering sharp iron caltrops across the ground. Roar! Batu stepped on empty air. Although he did not fall into the trap, his foot was pierced by the caltrops, and the excruciating pain elicited a furious roar from him. These petty tricks, while not capable of inflicting fatal harm, significantly delayed his pursuit, igniting his frustration and fury. If you have the guts, stop and fight me like a man. Batu bellowed madly, feeling as though he were being toyed with by a swarm of flies. Very well. Chun Pajun's voice echoed from ahead. If you can catch up to me, I will engage you in battle for 300 rounds. But I fear your old limbs cannot keep up. Provocation, though crude, it proved remarkably effective against a simple-minded brute like Batu. Batu's eyes instantly turned crimson, disregarding the incessant harassment as the vital energy within him surged wildly, propelling him forward with reckless abandon in pursuit of Chun Pajun. The distance between them rapidly diminished, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Just as Batu was on the verge of catching up, a sinister grin spreading across his face, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the granary. Following it were the second and third resounding blasts. Boom, boom, rumbling thunder. Enormous fireballs soared into the heavens, illuminating half the night sky as bright as day. Zhang Long and his companions had succeeded. The violent explosions shook the very foundations of Eagle Cry Gorge. In the midst of his frenzied chase, Batu stumbled, turning to behold the towering inferno, his mind momentarily blank. The granary, his granary, the one entrusted to him by the Black Wolf King, which he was meant to defend at all costs, was now reduced to ashes. No, Batu let out a desperate and furious roar, his spirit utterly shattered in that instant. Now was the moment Chun Pajun had awaited. He pivoted sharply, channeling the last remnants of his internal energy into the realm of the mind. Intermediate mental shock. Maximum power output. A powerful, invisible spike, magnitude stronger than before, plunged brutally into Batu's chaotic consciousness. This time, Batu could no longer resist. Clutching his head, he emitted a pained howl, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. He was rendered rigid for the duration of 3 breaths. 3 breaths. For a top-tier expert. That was more than sufficient to determine life and death. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Pajun lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, a figure faster than he emerged from the shadows, Suming Shua. Her eyes held no trace of emotion, only the coldest focus. The short sword in her hand traced a beautiful arc in the firelight, akin to the scythe of death, precisely aimed at Batu's back. Yet, Batu's instinct for combat was terrifyingly acute. Even in the midst of mental turmoil, his body reacted instinctively, twisting with force. Thud! Suming Shua's short sword failed to pierce his heart, but sank deeply into the left side of his back. Roar! The searing pain jolted Batu back to reality, and he retaliated with a powerful elbow strike aimed at Suming Shua. She, having landed her blow, swiftly withdrew, yet was still caught by the force of his elbow, letting out a muffled groan as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. However, her mission was accomplished. She had created the final and most perfect opportunity for Chun Pajun to deliver a fatal blow. Die! Chun Pajun's figure had already appeared before Batu. What faced him was Batu's furious fist, capable of shattering stone, propelled by agony and rage. Chun Pajun did not evade. A flicker of mad determination flashed in his eyes as he charged forward. A life for a life. Crack! Batu's fist crashed into Chun Pajun's left shoulder. The sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. Excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave. Yet Chun Pajun did not even furrow his brow. Harnessing the force of the impact, he spun his body, infusing his battle blade with all his vitality and will, transforming it into a crimson arc that ruthlessly swept across Batu's neck from below. Intermediate vitality control. A full-force eruption. When vitality clings to the weapon, its power intensifies, briefly separating to form a blade's aura and sword energy. Splat! A massive head soared skyward. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from Batu's severed neck, staining the entire ground crimson. In his bell-like eyes lingered boundless fury, resentment, and confusion. The foremost warrior of the Black Wolf tribe, a peak 8th grade bone forging expert, Batu was slain. Ding! successfully achieved an overlevel kill of an 8th grade bone-forging barbarian warrior. Ding. Gained War God points. 1,000 points. Ding. Detected that the target possesses a special talent. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. Chun Pajun gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, silently chanting within his heart. Ding. Absorption successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the talent. Basic Berserk. Basic Berserk. Active skill that allows for a temporary burning of vitality, significantly enhancing strength and speed, but will result in a weakened state afterward. The talent. Physical enhancement. Basic. Activated. A warm current surged through Chun Pajun's body, gradually mending his damaged meridians and fractured shoulder. At the camp, Brother Chun, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and others had also completed their tasks and rushed over. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, they were all taken aback. I am fine. Chun Pajun leaned on his blade, unsteadily rising to his feet, his face as pale as parchment. He glanced at Badu's headless corpse and then at the distant flames shooting into the sky, breaking into a smile. Task accomplished. Let us return home. This night was destined to be an insomniac night for the entire northern region. The towering flames of Eagle Cry Gorge were visible even from dozens of miles away. When Chun Pajun led his ghost squad, bearing Batu's head, to the foot of Bloodstone Pass, the entire fortress fell into a profound silence. The guard commander, Li Wei, stood atop the city walls, observing the blood-soaked, oddly twisted young man who still stood tall, and the 50 soldiers behind him, each injured yet with eyes sharp as blades. His wine flask fell to the ground with a resounding thud. He rubbed his eyes and pinched himself hard. This was no dream. The prisoner camp leader, dismissed by all as a joke, had truly led 50 men 300 miles into enemy territory, burned the barbarian army's grain stores, and returned holding the head of Batu, the Black Wolf tribe's foremost warrior. Open the city gates. Li Wei's voice trembled with astonishment. Quickly summon the best military doctor in the entire fortress. The news spread like wildfire, traversing the northern region with terrifying speed. At the northern region governor's office, Zhao Wuji listened to the report from the spy, crushing the priceless wolf hair brush in his hand into powder. The calm demeanor of a strategist vanished from his face, replaced by unprecedented shock and a hint of trepidation. Has he truly accomplished it? Zhao Wuji murmured to himself, his gaze reflecting a profound complexity. He had initially believed this to be a certain demise, a scheme that would seamlessly eliminate the useless prince from the chessboard. Yet now, this very piece had not only survived, but had astonishingly emerged from the predicament in the most unimaginable and heart-stirring manner. Not only had he incinerated the granaries, alleviating the urgent crisis at Bloodstone Pass, and established an immense merit, but he had also slain Batu, a peak 8th rank warrior, showcasing a terrifying potential that could make anyone take notice. This was no longer a mere pawn to be discarded at will. This was a sword drawn from its sheath, a sword that could very well wound its wielder. How intriguing, truly intriguing. After a lengthy silence, Zhao Wuji suddenly chuckled softly, though his laughter carried a chilling undertone. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, Tianqi City, several heavily guarded estates received urgent dispatches from the northern borders almost simultaneously. Chun Pajun, the son of the deposed prince's tutor, he had slain Batu, an 8th rank peak warrior, and achieved unparalleled merit? His father had indeed secured an excellent position for him. However, if he were so capable, would it not be a disservice to keep him in the frigid northern territories? Several handsome, yet deep-eyed princes regarded the reports in their hands, revealing a variety of intriguing smiles. A new storm surrounding Chun Pajun was quietly brewing in the distant imperial capital. Next chapter Hook. Having gained fame through battle, Chun Pajun compelled Zhao Wuji to grudgingly bestow generous rewards, invigorating the morale of the Pajun camp. Yet, the angels from the imperial capital shattered this tranquility, bringing forth a seemingly glorious but secretly treacherous decree and orders. A new crisis approached silently from another direction. Chapter 15. Concern from the imperial capital Bloodstone Pass, Pajun camp. The air was thick with the rich scent of herbs intermingled with a faint trace of blood. Chun Pajun, bare-chested, wore thick bandages on his left shoulder and chest, with spots of blood seeping through. He grimaced, laboriously pouring himself a cup of water with his uninjured right hand. The battle had been perilous, and the injuries he sustained were truly severe. The final blow from Badu had not only shattered his left collarbone, but had also delivered a significant jolt to his internal organs. Were it not for his extraordinary constitution and the continuous repairs from his basic physical enhancement, he would likely still be bedridden. Do not move. A cool voice pierced the air, and a delicate hand extended from beside him, naturally taking the cup and bringing it to his lips. It was Su Mingxua. She had changed out of her dark attire, and donned a pale blue gown, losing some of the assassin's chill while gaining a touch of feminine grace. Yet her expression remained stoic, her movements gentle. Chun Pejun hesitated momentarily, awkwardly sipping from her hand. "Thank you." He coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I saved your life, and until this debt of gratitude is repaid, you had better not die," Su Mingxue stated, retracting her hand. Her tone as indifferent as if the earlier tenderness had merely been an illusion. Upon hearing this, Chun Pejun couldn't help but smile. "Miss Su, your calculations are indeed astute. However, to speak candidly, your sword strike was nothing short of a masterpiece. The timing, angle, and force were all impeccable. Had you not severely wounded Badu, I would likely be within him by now." "I am merely fulfilling our agreement," Su Mingxue replied, taking a seat and casting her gaze upon his arm, encased in plaster and splints. "Nevertheless, your final move, exchanging injury for life, was rather reckless." "Reckless? Without a touch of madness, one cannot truly live." Chun Pejun shrugged nonchalantly, raising his uninjured shoulder. "On the battlefield, sometimes the most audacious tactics are the most effective. When confronting a beast like Batu, reasoning is futile. One must be even more ruthless and reckless." As he spoke, he contemplated the newly acquired skill in his mind. Basic Fury, active skill that temporarily burns vitality to significantly enhance strength and speed, but leaves the user in a weakened state afterwards. A remarkable find. This is tailor-made for a desperate counterattack. Though it bears side effects, in a pivotal moment, it could alter the tides of fate. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the tent. Captain! Captain!" A momentous occasion. Zhang Long's booming voice preceded his arrival. In the next instant, he and Zhao Hu rushed in like a gust of wind, their faces alight with uncontrollable joy. "Captain, the rewards from the governor's office have arrived," Zhang Long exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "You must come and see. Our Pejun camp has truly transformed from a bird's gun to a cannon." Chun Pejun and Su Mingxue exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. "The rewards from Zhao Wuji? I dare say the governor's mood at this moment is likely worse than swallowing a fly." When Chun Pejun, supported by Su Mingxue, stepped out of the tent, he was momentarily taken aback. The once dilapidated training ground of the Pejun camp was now brimming with an array of supplies. 400 brand new sets of standard armor glimmered under the sunlight, sharp and resplendent. Gleaming forged steel blades were neatly arranged on weapon racks. There were also powerful longbows, towering piles of arrows, and, astonishingly, over 100 robust northern warhorses. In addition, there were heaps of white rice, barrels of dried meat, medicinal salves, healing elixirs, and even several crates filled with heavy silver ingots. The soldiers of the Pejun camp gathered around these supplies, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if in a dream. They had never before witnessed such a wealth of treasure. "Is all of this really for us?" an old soldier asked, trembling as he touched the smooth armor. Unable to believe it. "Of course. The governor's orders are crystal clear, specifically naming our Pejun camp." Zhao Hu puffed out his chest, pride radiating from him. "My goodness. We've hit the jackpot. We can now match the prestige of General Li Wei's elite guard." "Prestige? We are capable of slaying 8th-tier barbarian generals. Who would dare to look down upon our Pejun camp from now on?" The soldiers murmured among themselves, their eyes towards Chun Pejun brimming with fervent admiration and awe. Chun Pejun observed all of this with a clarity that pierced through the surface. Zhao Wuji was indeed making a significant sacrifice. Moreover, what he offered were not mere treasures of gold and silver, but rather the most practical military supplies. This maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse. On one hand, it served to silence the murmurs of discontent. After all, with Chun Pejun's extraordinary achievements, Zhao Wuji's generous rewards would leave no room for dissent. On the other hand, it was a subtle form of undermining. By bestowing upon him the finest equipment and the strongest soldiers, Zhao Wuji sought to witness what else Chun Pejun could conjure. The stronger he became, the greater his accolades. And thus, the more he would become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. A cold smile crept across Chun Pejun's face as he accepted this grand gift. He stepped forward before the assembled men and declared with fervor, "Brothers, these are the fruits of our sacrifices. This is the glory that belongs to our Pejun battalion. From this day forth, we shall consume the finest rice, don the sturdiest armor, and wield the swiftest blades. We will train relentlessly. The governor has recognized our worth. We must not bring disgrace upon him. The next time we take to the battlefield, I shall ensure that every savage knows just how sharp the blades of Pejun battalion truly are." Roars of approval erupted from the 400 soldiers, their voices resonating like thunder in the skies. At that moment, their morale soared to unprecedented heights. However, this elation was short-lived. Just as the Pajun battalion reveled in their newfound excitement, an unexpected guest arrived at Bloodstone Pass. It was a pale-faced eunuch, speaking in a rather effeminate manner. Clad in a luxurious brocade robe and wielding a feather duster, he was accompanied by a formidable entourage of palace guards. He raised a roll of bright yellow imperial edict high, and, surrounded by the leaders of Bloodstone Pass, made his way directly to the Pajun battalion. The edict has arrived. Chen Pajun, head of the Pajun battalion in the Northern Territories, received the decree. The eunuch's shrill voice pierced through the fervent atmosphere of the camp. Here it comes. Chen Pajun felt a chill run down his spine. What was inevitable had finally arrived. He adjusted his attire and, flanked by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, approached and knelt on one knee. Criminal subject Chen Pajun, I accept the decree. The eunuch cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes betraying a hint of subtle scrutiny and disdain, before unfurling the edict and reading aloud in his distinctive tone, by heavenly mandate, the emperor decrees. Chen Pajun, head of the Pajun battalion in the Northern Territories, is originally the 9th prince, favored by the heavenly grace, permitted to earn redemption through merit. Today, Chen Pajun, outside Bloodstone Pass, with a thunderous might, launched a surprise assault on Eagle Cry Gorge, incinerating the enemy's provisions and slaying a peak-tier warrior of the 8th rank, thereby elevating the prestige of our great Xian nation with remarkable merit, which brings great comfort to my heart. As he reached this point, the eunuch paused, and the surrounding soldiers displayed expressions of exhilaration. This was a direct commendation from His Majesty the Emperor. What an honor! However, Chen Pajun's heart sank. The higher one is exalted, the harder one falls. As expected, the eunuch's tone shifted, continuing, however, merit must be weighed against fault. In light of his mother's past transgressions, merit and demerit shall offset each other. While the death penalty may be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Therefore I, the Emperor, grant clemency beyond the law, and hereby appoint Chen Pajun as loyal marshal lieutenant, elevating his rank by 3 levels. However, the designation of Pajun Battalion must be retained as a reminder. Furthermore, I have heard that the 3rd prince, Chen Xian, possesses a deep appreciation for talent and holds great admiration for Lieutenant Chen's valor. Commander Chen, you are hereby commanded to immediately set forth and escort the severed head of the barbarian General Badu to the imperial capital, where you shall report directly to His Highness, the 3rd prince. This decree, once pronounced, enveloped the assembly in an eerie silence. Everyone discerned the peculiar undertones within the imperial edict. Though it promised rewards, it seemed only partially so. A promotion accompanied by the retention of the prisoner camp designation was akin to affixing the label of a criminal firmly to one's countenance. Most alarming was the final directive, ordering him to the imperial capital to account to Prince Chen Xian by name. What manner of command was this? When had the military affairs of the Northern Front become the purview of a royal? And why was he singled out for such a task? This was no reward. It was unmistakably a death warrant. Commander Chen, accept the decree, the eunuch remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes, extending the edict toward Chen Pajun. His expression remained impassive, as he raised both hands to receive the heavy scroll. I, Chen Pajun, humbly accept the decree. Long live our emperor. His voice rang clear and strong, devoid of any discernible emotion. The eunuch nodded with satisfaction, and subsequently produced an exquisitely crafted letter and a brocade box from his sleeve. Commander Chen, this is a private message entrusted to me by His Highness, the 3rd prince. The eunuch's demeanor softened considerably, a smile gracing his face. The prince has long admired your esteemed reputation and wishes to convey a token of his regard. I implore you to accept it. Chen Pajun accepted the offerings, opening the brocade box to reveal a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, its luster radiant and priceless. The letter brimmed with admiration and concern. In it, Prince Chen Xian extolled Chen Pajun's valor and intellect, heralding him as a pillar of the nation. Moreover, he subtly hinted at the complexities surrounding his mother's case, expressing deep sympathy. Finally, he warmly invited Chen Pajun to the imperial capital for a reunion, promising to host a banquet in his honor and to discuss matters of state. The words were earnest and heartfelt, evoking the image of a sagacious prince who cherished talent and honored the worthy. Yet, Chen Pajun could only muster a single thought: hypocrisy. He reflected on how his mother, of humble origins as a dancer, had suffered indignities in the palace, ensnared in the treacherous machinations of royal succession, leading to their family's ruin. Despite holding the title of the 9th prince, he harbored no fondness for these so-called royal brethren. Thank you, esteemed eunuch. Please convey my sincerest gratitude to His Highness, Chen Pajun replied, concealing the letter and brocade box, his face a mask of appropriate gratitude and excitement. Rest assured, I shall depart post-haste, and will not disappoint His Highness's generous regard. Ah, Commander Chun is indeed astute. I shall rest easy, the eunuch said with a pleased smile, exchanging a few more pleasantries before departing with his entourage. Once they had vanished from sight, Zhang Long approached with a look of concern. Commander, what on earth is happening? To the imperial capital? To meet that third prince? Isn't this clearly a trap? Indeed, in that tumultuous capital, a place fraught with peril and treachery. One cannot predict the reactions of individuals like Zhao Hu. Chun Pejun patted their shoulders, signaling them to remain calm. The imperial decree has been issued. A sovereign's words are not to be taken lightly. We must go, there is no doubt about that. He gazed toward the capital, his eyes growing deep and cold. However, whether it is a den of dragons and tigers or my destined sanctuary remains uncertain. He turned back to the tent, where Su Mingxue waited. What is your perspective? Chun Pejun inquired as he handed her the letter. After perusing its contents, a flicker of seriousness crossed her serene gaze. The third prince, Chen Xian, is notorious among the princes in the capital for his cunning and ruthlessness. He appears cultured and gracious, yet in the shadows, he wields a heart as cold as steel. Unhesitating in eliminating rivals. She paused before continuing. His overtures toward you at this juncture are far from genuine admiration for your talents. I suspect he harbors two ulterior motives. First, to draw you into his fold. You, a rising star in the Northern Territory with no faction backing you, are the ideal pawn in his eyes. Second, to test you. He seeks to ascertain whether you have any allies remaining. Though your mother, the Empress, has fallen from grace, your status as a fallen prince still carries some weight in the court, including your mentor, whose connections span the political landscape. He wishes to see if your ascent incites any shifts among these figures. Chun Pejun scoffed. In essence, he wishes to roast me over a fire. Should I refuse? He has myriad ways to see me perish en route. Should I acquiesce, I would bear the mark of his faction, immediately becoming a thorn in the side of the other princes. Precisely, Su Mingxue nodded. Thus, the goodwill he extends is far more perilous than any blade. This journey to the capital will pose dangers far greater than facing Badu at Eagle's Cry Gorge. Silence enveloped the tent. After a long pause, Chun Pejun suddenly laughed. Danger? I relish danger. He toyed with the priceless luminous pearl in his hand, tossing it casually. Since they wish to witness a spectacle, I shall journey to the capital and present them with a grand performance. It is high time I confront the deep-seated grievances of my mother, the Zhao clan. I must return and exact a reckoning with them. The flames of vengeance ignited in his eyes. Next chapter hook. Chun Pejun resolves to play along with their schemes and venture into the capital. Before his departure, he must ensure everything in the Pejun camp is in order and prepare meticulously for his journey. He sought out the knowledgeable Wang Gong, the lieutenant at Bloodstone Pass. Exchanging a sample of a grenade for confidential intelligence regarding the various factions in the capital, as well as several crucial items for his protection. Chapter 16. Research on Cultivation Techniques, Unexpected Discoveries. Chun Pejun stood atop the walls of Bloodstone Pass, gazing into the distance toward the capital, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Since someone wishes to draw him into their game, he shall comply and personally traverse this den of dragons and tigers. However, this journey is fraught with peril, and he must be thoroughly prepared. He descended from the wall and made his way to the Pejun camp, gathering his trusted commanders and solemnly instructing, in my absence, all matters of the Pejun camp shall be decided by the deputy commander. Heighten patrols. No one is permitted to mobilize troops without authorization. Those who disobey shall face execution. The assembled individuals stood solemnly, acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Yet none dared utter a word. Once arrangements were finalized, Chun Pejun donned a set of plain clothes and quietly made his way to an inconspicuous residence in the western part of the city. This was the domain of the resourceful officer Wang Gong, who, despite holding a modest position, wielded a formidable network of intelligence that spanned from Bloodstone Pass to the imperial capital. Upon Chun Pejun's personal visit, a glimmer of interest flashed in Wang Gong's eyes as he greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "What brings you here, Officer Chun?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Chun Pejun produced a dark, tear gas grenade from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Officer Wang, I believe this will pique your interest." Wang Gong's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this as a unique weapon from the Pejun camp, known for its staggering power, capable of incapacitating half a squad, rendering them as disoriented as a blind man. He licked his lips and asked softly, "What is your intention, Officer Chun?" "Just a sample," Chun Pejun replied nonchalantly. "In exchange, I seek information regarding the imperial capital. The more detailed, the better." Wang Gong pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a grin. "Deal." He turned and retrieved a scroll of confidential documents from a hidden compartment. along with several items including a jade toad pill that could cure all poisons and a map detailing the distribution of underground forces in the imperial capital. These will be enough to ensure your survival, Wang Geng remarked meaningfully. Chun Pajun took the items, turning to leave with a final remark. If I do not return, the Pajun camp will come to settle accounts with you. Wang Geng watched his retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. What a madman. However, the people of the imperial capital are bound to face misfortune. As night deepened, the clamor of Bloodstone Pass gradually subsided, with only the sound of patrolling soldiers' armor clinking and the distant howls of wolves serving as reminders of the lurking dangers in the northern frontier. Inside the Pajun camp, a solitary oil lamp flickered, casting elongated shadows of Chun Pajun and Su Ming Shui against the canvas walls. A hypocritical letter from the third prince, Qin Xian, along with a priceless luminous pearl, lay carelessly discarded in a corner of the table, as if they were worthless refuse. The journey to the imperial capital is fraught with peril. Su Ming Shui's cool voice shattered the silence. Now that the third prince, Qin Xian, has intervened, he will not allow you to escape easily. There are both open and covert threats everywhere you turn. I am aware, Chun Pajun replied, leaning back in his chair, massaging his temples with his uninjured right hand. His face bore a hint of fatigue, yet his eyes shone with intensity. Thus, before I embark, I must become stronger, not just for myself, but for you as well. Su Ming Shui paused, a flicker of confusion passing through her clear eyes. Me? Indeed, you, Chun Pajun grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Miss Su, we are now inextricably linked. My journey to the imperial capital is akin to descending into a den of dragons and tigers to forage for sustenance. As my personal bodyguard and partner, if your strength does not match the task, I fear you may hinder my progress. Su Ming Shui's brows furrowed slightly, finding his words exasperating. Do not misunderstand. I do not doubt your capabilities, Chun Pajun interjected, his expression turning serious. That night when you assassinated Badu, I observed everything clearly. Your martial arts are enigmatic and formidable, yet they seem to lack endurance and impose significant strain on yourself. I suspect that your technique, the Xian In Su Nu Jing, may have flaws, or perhaps you are practicing an incomplete version. Su Mingshui's pupils abruptly constricted. For the first time, her eternally icy visage displayed an expression of incredulous shock. She practiced the Tianma strategy, a supreme secret manual of the demonic sect. Yet she possessed only a fragment of its remnants, known as the Xian In Su Nu Jing. This was her most profound secret, one she had never divulged to anyone. How could this man, merely through a single instance of combat alongside her, discern her greatest trump card? What manner of creature was he? Observing Su Mingshui's astonishment, Qin Pajun realized he had surmised correctly. He was not a martial arts master of this realm, but rather, he wielded an extraordinary advantage, an advanced, systematic scientific mindset and analytical prowess from the 21st century. To him, any martial technique could be perceived as a complex program of human energy application. With sufficient data and samples, he could employ logical deduction, model analysis, and identify bugs and optimization potential. Should that fail, the system's analytical assistance was available, albeit at the cost of significant battle points. It appeared that my initial conjecture was accurate. Chun Pajun smiled, resembling an encouraging mentor. Your technique strives for ultimate explosive power and mystique, yet during its operation, the energy within you flows in an unconventional, even frenzied manner. It resembles an engine, which, in pursuit of peak instantaneous power, operates beyond its limits, risking catastrophic failure. While the power may be formidable, the damage inflicted upon the engine itself is equally devastating. Su Mingshui fell into silence. Although Chun Pajun's analogy was peculiar, it struck directly at the heart of the matter. Each time she summoned the Tianma energy, it felt as though she were dancing on the edge of a blade. That cold, violent force not only ravaged her foes, but also relentlessly eroded her own meridians and psyche. Were it not for her extraordinary willpower, she might have long succumbed to madness, becoming a mere harbinger of slaughter. What exactly do you wish to convey? Su Mingshui's voice held an almost imperceptible tremor. I wish to assist you, Qin Pajun replied, his gaze sincere and focused. Please share with me the intricate pathways of your technique. I may be able to refine it for you. Impossible, Su Mingshui instinctively retorted. The Tianma strategy is a closely guarded secret of the demonic sect, its complexities far surpassing your imagination. You are not one of us, nor do you comprehend the characteristics of the Tianma energy. How could you possibly? How could you know without attempting? Chun Pajun interjected. Miss Su, you are an intelligent individual. You must recognize that upon my arrival in the imperial capital, the adversaries I face may be 100 times more formidable than the likes of Batu, a peak 8th grade warrior. They may lack his martial prowess, Yet their methods will be more insidious and vicious. I require someone I can trust implicitly and whose strength is sufficiently formidable to support me. He paused, his tone becoming even more earnest. Assisting me is, in essence, aiding yourself. Do you truly wish to endure the torment of this incomplete technique for the rest of your life? Su Mengshua's heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that divulging the essence of her foundational technique to a man she barely knew was an act of folly and peril. Yet, the instinctive urge within her, coupled with Chun Pejun's eyes, which seemed to pierce through all veils, instigated a flicker of uncertainty within her. This man possesses an extraordinary ability to perform miracles. In less than a month, he transformed from a death row inmate in a prison camp into a hero who vanquished an 8th-tier barbarian general. Perhaps he truly can? What should I do? After a prolonged silence, Su Mingxua finally mustered the courage to speak. Chun Pejun smiled, a grin reminiscent of a child who has just received a new toy. It's quite simple, he said, gesturing to his temple. You merely need to open your mind and visualize every detail of your technique, the trajectory of each meridian and the changes in every acupoint within your mind. And then allow me to witness it. Allow you to see? Su Mingxua questioned, perplexed. Indeed. Chun Pejun inhaled deeply, his expression becoming intensely focused. Relax and do not resist my mental energy. Trust me. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, his index finger gently poised against Su Mengshua's smooth forehead. Her body instinctively stiffened, yearning to withdraw. Yet, captivated by the clarity and determination in Chun Pejun's gaze, she found herself unable to move. The moment his fingertip made contact with her skin, a gentle, yet immense wave of mental energy surged into her consciousness like a rising tide. This energy was unlike any force she had encountered before. It bore no aggression, acting rather like the most intricate and objective scanner, meticulously observing the flow of her celestial, demonic energy. A wave of dread washed over Su Mingxua, but she forced herself to suppress her distractions, beginning to envision the operational route of celestial demon strategy within her mind. In an instant, an exceedingly complex and profound diagram of human meridians unfolded in Chun Pejun's consciousness. Countless streams of black energy surged through the meridians like wild dragons, crashing through with reckless abandon. They would at times condense into the sharpest of spikes, and at other moments dissipate into an invisible toxic mist. Each cycle was imbued with an aura of destruction and chaos. Indeed, it is tyrannical. Chun Pejun gasped in astonishment. This technique is essentially a self-destruct sequence. He immediately engaged his brain, comparable to a supercomputer, commencing a frenzied analysis and calculation. This route, charging directly from the Shanzhong acupoint to the Zigong acupoint, was far too aggressive, with the meridians bearing a burden exceeding 300. It cannot continue this way. A diversion is necessary. The energy conversion efficiency here is alarmingly low, with a significant amount of celestial demonic energy being wasted upon impacting the Shunmin acupoint, resulting in a backlash against the heart meridian. Wait, why does this node suddenly reverse? This is a critical flaw. It is undoubtedly a glitch, one of the root causes of the technique's backlash. Beads of sweat began to form on Chun Pejun's forehead. The mental exertion required to deduce such a complex technique was immense. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes only grew brighter. Like an elite programmer confronted with a legacy code rife with vulnerabilities, he felt not fear, but exhilaration. Miss Su, heed my commands. Chun Pejun's voice resonated directly within Su Mengshua's consciousness. Now, attempt to divert 30% of the energy you are channeling towards the Zigong acupoint into the Yunmin and Zhongfu acupoints on either side, creating a buffer loop. A tremor coursed through Su Mengshua's heart. Although she could not fathom his motives, she instinctively complied. The moment the ferocious demonic energy was diverted, she immediately sensed a significant alleviation of the excruciating pain that had been tearing at her chest. The entire process of channeling energy became notably smoother. Could it truly be effective? A tempest of emotions surged within her. Do not lose focus. Continue. Chun Pejun's voice resonated again. Abandon the attempt to breach the divine gate. Instead, immerse that power into your dantian, allowing it to ascend through the governing vessel to the Mingmen point, merging with the kidney's water energy, using water to temper fire, thus harmonizing its violent nature. Su Mingxua followed his instructions once more. This time, the transformation was even more pronounced. She felt the once unruly demonic energy as if it had been restrained by a bridle. Though still defiant, it no longer seemed poised to break free and cause her harm. How is this possible? Su Mingxua murmured, feeling her decades of martial understanding being utterly upended. However, just as Chun Pejun prepared to initiate the next phase, an unexpected turn of events occurred, perhaps due to her agitated state. A surge of uncontrollable demonic energy violently burst forth, breaking through the confines of her meridians like a wild stallion racing toward her heart. This is bad. Su Mingshua's complexion turned ashen. This was a harbinger of madness. If this chilling demonic energy infiltrated her heart, even if she survived, she would be left severely crippled for life. At this critical juncture, a glint of resolve flashed in Chun Pajun's eyes. He bit his tongue, forcing forth a drop of vital blood, which he transferred through his fingertip pressed against Su Mingshua's forehead. With a muffled gasp, he paled, his face as white as paper. That drop of crimson blood, imbued with his mastery of blood control, melded into Su Mingshua's being like a miniature sun. An astonishing scene unfolded. The rampaging demonic energy, upon contact with Chun Pajun's blood, recoiled as if it were a mouse confronted by a cat, or snow meeting the blazing sun. It was not annihilated, but rather tempered. The oppressive chill of its malevolence was forcibly subdued and tamed by the vigorous life force within Chun Pajun's blood, gradually reintegrating into Su Mingshua's meridians. Thus, a crisis that could have led to her demise was effortlessly averted. Su Mingxue stood transfixed, her gaze locked onto the unfolding phenomena within her body. A line from the fragmented notes of the demonic strategy flashed in her mind. Demonic energy, of utmost yin and malevolence, can only resonate with the legendary innate Tao body, whose blood is like the sun, and whose energy like a dragon, harmonizing yin and yang, transforming demons into the Tao, pointing directly towards the supreme pinnacle. The innate Tao body, a physique so rare, said to be encountered once in a millennium, perfectly attuned to the cosmic principles, capable of accommodating, harmonizing, and even transforming all forms of extraordinary energy in the world. She abruptly opened her eyes, fixating intently on the pale-faced man before her, a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Could he possibly be the legendary Tao body that aids in the cultivation of the demonic strategy? The next chapter's hook. Su Mingxue was utterly astonished, her gaze towards Chun Pajun transforming entirely. In pursuit of validation for her conjecture and the instinct for survival, she resolved to make a bold decision. Meanwhile, after expending his vital essence, Chun Pajun unexpectedly discovered a new progress bar labeled Physique Evolution on his system panel, a sight he had never encountered before. The journey to the imperial capital loomed imminent, and he must extract every ounce of his potential before setting forth. Chapter 17, Armament Upgrade. Rune concept. The atmosphere within the camp grew peculiar, charged by the mention of the innate Tao body. Su Mingshue's eyes, as clear and cold as autumn waters, were fixed unwaveringly upon Chun Pajun, her expression a mixture of astonishment, inquiry, skepticism, and a hint of fervor she herself had yet to recognize. It was the gaze of one drowning who had glimpsed a lifeline. Chun Pajun felt an acute discomfort under her intense scrutiny. He cleared his throat, shattering the eerie silence. Ahem, Miss Su, your unwavering gaze is quite pressuring. Is there something on my face? As he spoke, he discreetly accessed his system panel. Indeed. At the bottom of the attributes section, a new line emerged, shimmering with a faint golden light. Innate Tao body, physique evolution, 11,000. A progress bar. It had truly manifested, though it represented a mere infinitesimal fraction. This unequivocally confirmed that the drop of vital essence he had just expended was not a meaningless sacrifice, but rather the initiation of a new pathway toward a more formidable realm. Could it be that my blood truly holds remarkable efficacy for her, and simultaneously enhances my own physique? Chun Pajun's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts, yet his countenance remained adorned with a nonchalant smile. Su Mingxue inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling within her, regaining a semblance of her icy demeanor. You just expended your life essence, did you not? What is all this fuss about life essence? It's merely a drop of blood. Young folks possess abundant vitality. In a few days, I'll replenish it. Chun Pajun waved dismissively, speaking with an air of casualness as if it were not he who had just bled. The more he trivialized it, the more unsettled Su Mingxue became. Life essence is fundamental to any martial artist. Losing even a single drop could precipitate a decline in their realm, necessitating rare treasures for restoration. How could he speak so lightly of it? Was it to save himself? Or did he genuinely? Su Mingxue dared not delve further. This secret was monumental, capable of inciting madness across the entire realm. As she gazed at Chun Pajun's somewhat pallid face, for the first time, she voluntarily retrieved a small white jade vial from her bosom and extended it towards him. This is the Meteor Gan, which can solidify the foundation and replenish vital essence. It is significantly more effective than the previous healing elixir, the Jvu Janbi Shirdan. The Jowag Yurlu Gal is for external injuries and is unsuitable for you. Her voice remained cold, yet it was tinged with a warmth that diminished the frigid distance she typically maintained. Chen Pajuan was taken aback, then broke into a grin, unreservedly accepting the vial. "Oh, Miss Su, are you showing concern for me? Very well, I shall not be polite." He uncorked the vial, and a refreshing fragrance of medicine wafted forth, invigorating his senses. He did not even glance, simply pouring it into his mouth and crunching down as if he were indulging in candy. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that swiftly coursed through his limbs, bringing a faint flush back to his pallid complexion. "What a marvelous item!" Chen Pejun exclaimed, promptly rising from his chair. "Where are you going?" Su Mingxue instinctively inquired, concern lacing her voice. "Injury? Just a minor inconvenience. Nothing to worry about." Chen Pejun flexed his uninjured right arm, his gaze sharpening with resolve. "The decree has been issued, and time is of the essence. Before heading to the imperial capital, I must arm our 400 brothers in the Peijun camp to the teeth." "Armed to the teeth?" Su Mingxue queried, perplexed. "Indeed." A confident smile graced Chen Pejun's lips. "Come with me. I shall show you something entertaining." Bloodstone Pass, the Armory Forge. This was the most raucous and vibrant locale within the entire stronghold. Dozens of furnaces burned a brilliant red, illuminating the cavernous workshop with a fierce glow. Bare-chested, muscular blacksmiths swung hefty hammers, striking the glowing iron ingots time and again. The clanging echoed thunderously, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of burning coal and hot metal. As Chen Pejun entered with Su Mingxue, all eyes immediately turned towards them. Lieutenant Chen, a burly man, sporting a full beard and possessing a physique akin to a towering iron pillar, paused in his work, astonishment evident on his face. This was Wang Dechue, the master of the forge, a ninth-tier martial artist whose family had been blacksmiths for 3 generations. While his martial prowess was modest, his skill in forging iron was renowned throughout the northern territories. "Master Wang, are you busy?" Chen Pejun greeted him with a smile. "Lieutenant Chen, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Wang Dechue wiped the sweat from his brow, his deep voice tinged with respect. The tales of Chen Pejun's valor in slaying a peak 8th-tier barbarian general had spread far and wide, and this seemingly youthful lieutenant had become a legendary figure among the ordinary military artisans. "You flatter me, Master Wang," Chen Pejun said, getting straight to the point. "I am here today to request your assistance and that of your brothers in modifying a batch of equipment for the Pejun camp." "Modify the equipment?" Wang Dechue blinked in surprise. "Lieutenant, are you jesting? Did not the governor just send 400 sets of brand new armor and weapons to your camp? They are the finest wares we have produced. While they are indeed commendable, they are not quite sufficient," Chen Pejun replied, shaking his head. At his words, the surrounding blacksmiths halted their work, casting skeptical glances, their expressions tinged with disbelief. The weapons and armor they crafted might not be the best in the world, but they were undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the northern territories. How could this young lieutenant claim they were inadequate? Wang Dechue's expression darkened slightly. "Lieutenant Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you harbor doubts about our craftsmanship?" No, Master Wang. Please do not misunderstand." Chen Pejun laughed, waving his hand. "I harbor no disdain for the craftsmanship of you esteemed masters. On the contrary, it is precisely because of your exceptional skills that I have an unorthodox request. I wish for the equipment of the Peijun camp to soar to even greater heights." Speaking thus, he approached a weapon rack and picked up a freshly forged blade of tempered steel. A fine sword. Chen Pejun gently tapped the blade with his finger, producing a clear and melodious hum. The blade was sturdy, the edge sharp, and its weight substantial, making it an excellent tool for combat. He first praised the weapon, which visibly eased the expressions of the blacksmiths. However, he swiftly altered his tone. "Yet, it is too rigid." "Rigid?" Wang Dechue frowned more deeply. "Indeed, rigid." Chen Pejun's gaze became professional and incisive, as if he had transformed into a different person. "Master Wang, when you forge a sword, you emphasize the process of tempering, refining the essence, correct?" "Naturally," Wang Dechue replied proudly. "And what of your quenching process?" Chen Pejun inquired further. "We heat the iron to a bright red and then immediately immerse it in cold water, unleashing its steel's vigor." A young blacksmith interjected eagerly, as it was basic knowledge. "The issue lies here," Chen Pejun said, shaking his head. "This quenching method is what we refer to as overall quenching. The advantage is that the blade possesses high overall hardness and is less likely to bend. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. It becomes too brittle. In battle, the force of sword clashes is immense. This type of blade may easily sever a barbarian's bone, but if it encounters an equally refined weapon, after a few direct strikes, it is likely to chip or even shatter." His words plunged the gathered blacksmiths into silence, for he spoke the truth. On the battlefield, The rate of weapon wear and tear is exceedingly high. Often, swords do not merely dull, but break outright. They had long believed this to be the limit of tempered steel, never considering that the quenching process was at fault. What do you suggest, Lieutenant Chen? Wang Dechue's attitude had shifted from defiance to inquiry. Chen Pejun smiled. In his mind, the skill of basic forging, successfully exchanged using 500 war god points, shimmered with a faint glow as torrents of knowledge and data regarding forging flowed through him, perfectly merging with the modern metal heat treatment processes he had learned in his previous life. It's quite simple. Let us employ a more intricate method, coating the blade with earth for selective quenching. Coating the blade with earth? This was an entirely new term to them. Indeed. Chen Pejun picked up a blade blank and addressed Wang Dechue. Master Wang, please prepare a special type of clay as I instruct. Combine furnace clay, charcoal powder, and whetstone dust in a ratio of 5 to 3 to 2. Mix them thoroughly and add water to create a thick paste. Although filled with doubts, Wang Dechue promptly instructed his assistants to prepare the mixture. Soon, the paste was ready. Chen Pejun took the concoction and meticulously applied it to the blade blank using a small brush. He only coated the spine and the body of the blade with a thick layer of paste, while the crucial edge received but a thin coating. This left Wang Dechue bewildered. This is the heat treatment protective coating, Chen Pejun explained without lifting his head. Where the clay is thick, heating and cooling occur slowly. Where it is thin, they occur rapidly. Thus, when we proceed with quenching, he placed the coated blade blank back into the furnace. This time, he personally operated the bellows, his eyes fixated intently on the knife blank in the furnace, his expression reaching an extraordinary level of concentration. Now is the moment. As the blade section radiated a stunning cherry red hue, Chen Pejun suddenly bellowed, using tongs to extract the knife blank and, at an acute angle, swiftly plunged it into a nearby bucket of water. A loud hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a thick plume of steam that burst forth. Everyone was taken aback by the spectacle. When Chen Pejun retrieved the blade from the water and scraped off the surface mud, all the blacksmiths present gasped in astonishment. There, on the blade, appeared a mesmerizing pattern resembling rolling clouds and undulating waves, a stunningly beautiful white vein. This vein perfectly divided the hardened edge from the resilient body of the knife. This is the blade pattern, the legendary blade pattern. Wang Dechue's voice trembled as he rushed forward, caressing the exquisite pattern as if it were a beloved, his eyes brimming with fervor and disbelief. Chen Pejun smiled slightly, handing him the knife. Master Wang, would you care to try? Wang Dechue took the knife and retrieved another steel blade, crafted using traditional methods from the weapon rack. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the knife with both hands and struck down decisively. Clang! A sharp sound echoed. Sparks flew. The result left everyone utterly astonished. The new knife in Wang Dechue's hand remained unscathed, with not even a blemish on its edge. In stark contrast, the old knife shattered upon impact. Its break clean and precise as if cleaved by a divine weapon. Divine weapon? Good heavens! How could this be possible? The entire forge erupted in chaos. All the blacksmiths regarded Chen Pejun with expressions akin to reverence for a deity. This was no mere skill. It was a miraculous transformation of stone into gold. Lieutenant Chen. No, Lord Chen. Wang Dechue suddenly dropped to one knee, his face flushed with excitement. Please take me as your apprentice. No, please guide us. I, Wang Dechue, am willing to serve you. Master Wang, please rise. Chen Pejun quickly assisted him to his feet. I have stated that we are collaborators. I provide the technique, while you supply the manpower. I aim to retemper all the knives in Pejun camp using this method within 3 days. 3 days? No need for that. Wang Dechue thumped his chest and shouted, Brothers, did you hear that? Give it everything you've got. 1 day? Just 1 day? I guarantee we will finish the task for Lieutenant Chen. If we don't, we shan't eat. Understood. The blacksmiths roared in unison, filled with enthusiasm. With the knife issue resolved, Chen Pejun turned his attention to the arrows. He picked up an ordinary wolf-tooth arrow. Shaking his head, this is fine for dealing with regular barbarian troops, but against those sturdy and well-armored elite barbarians, its effectiveness would be significantly diminished. What does the lieutenant mean? Wang Dechue, now completely obedient to Chen Pejun, inquired. In Chen Pejun's eyes flickered a glint of madness. I am contemplating the possibility, he said slowly, of engraving a special rune on the arrowheads. When an arrow strikes its target, this rune can be activated, producing effects such as explosions, combustion, or armor-piercing capabilities. What? Upon uttering these words, Chen Pejun rendered the entire forge into an immediate silence. All eyes turned to him, gazing as if he were mad. Etching runes onto arrowheads, causing them to explode and burn? Was this not mere fantasy? Such feats were the domain of deities, were they not? Even Su Ming Xue, who had been standing by, equally astonished by the technique of burying soil and igniting blades, furrowed her brow, deeming the notion excessively far-fetched. Chun Pajun, this is impossible, she whispered. The power of runes is profoundly esoteric, a field only accessible to masters of formations and esteemed practitioners of the Tao. How could it be realized on a mere arrowhead? Yet, where there is a will, there is a way, Chun Pajun replied with a dismissive smile. In this world, there exists genuine energy, martial artists, and a plethora of phenomena defying scientific explanation. Why then, could there not be rune explosives? His idea was not entirely baseless. It stemmed from his knowledge of modern ammunition principles from his past life. An explosion, after all, is merely the ignition of a primer by a firing pin, which then ignites the propellant, resulting in an instantaneous chemical reaction that releases tremendous energy. Since this world possesses various wondrous energies, he could certainly attempt to employ a miniature, one-time formation or rune to replace the firing pin and primer. By utilizing runes to harness the ambient energies of the universe, a violent release of energy could be triggered at the moment the arrow strikes its target. This was his vision for the runes. Observing the incredulous expressions of those around him, Chun Pajun chose not to elaborate. He understood that such a revolutionary concept could not be succinctly conveyed. However, at that moment, the previously silent Su Ming Shui suddenly trembled. Fixating her gaze upon Chun Pajun, her cold eyes surged with an overwhelming tide of realization. Rune arrows that explode. She vividly recalled a vaguely documented fragment from a page of the Heavenly Demon strategy she had once perused, which hinted at an ancient era when a mysterious faction of the demon sect, known as the Heavenly Execution Guard, utilized arrows inscribed with a blood-red demonic pattern. When released, they struck terror into the divine, and when they landed, mountains and rivers would tremble. Could this seemingly outlandish idea have truly existed? In the next chapter's hook, Su Ming Shui shared the account of the Heavenly Execution Guard from the Heavenly Demon strategy with Chun Pajun. The two resonated with each other and resolved to collaborate on researching this long-lost demonic rune arrow. Chun Pajun would provide theoretical concepts and the blood of the Tao body as an energy neutralizer, while Su Ming Shui would supply the Heavenly Demon Qi as a catalyst. During an unsuccessful experiment, an unexpected explosion led them to discover a novel and more controllable method of energy combination. Chapter 18. Resources of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Within the forge, the air seemed to solidify. The blacksmiths exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting, has Captain Chin become so exhilarated by slaying barbarians that he has lost his senses? Etching runes onto arrowheads and hoping to make them explode? This was more absurd than asking them to craft a flower with their hammers. This was entirely outside the realm of reason. Wang Dechue opened his mouth, intending to offer counsel, yet found himself at a loss for words. He feared that by speaking up, he might wound the pride of this newly anointed master of forging. Even Chun Pajun himself had merely proposed a bold idea based on his knowledge of physical chemistry from his past life. Yet he was uncertain how to bring it to fruition in this fantastical realm. However, amidst this awkward silence, a voice as crisp and clear as an icy spring resonated in everyone's ears. Your idea may indeed be feasible. The speaker was Su Ming Shui. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Chun Pajun to the ethereal beauty who had remained poised at the side. What did she say? Feasible? Wang Dechue's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Could this celestial being have been swayed by Lieutenant Chin? Chun Pajun, taken aback, turned to Su Ming Shui in surprise. He had assumed that his concept of a runic bomb would be dismissed as mere folly by the inhabitants of this world. He had prepared an elaborate discourse, ready to persuade them with the notion that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Yet unexpectedly, the first to support him was Su Ming Shui. Miss Su, do you truly mean that? Chun Pajun's eyes sparkled with hope, ignoring the astonished gazes around her. Su Ming Shui's profound eyes gazed steadily at Chun Pajun as she slowly spoke. In the ancient text I teach, the miscellaneous writings of the Heavenly Demon strategy, there are sporadic records. In the ancient demonic sect, there existed an elite guard known as the Heavenly Execution. Heavenly Execution Guard? Chun Pajun keenly seized upon this key term. Indeed, Su Ming Shui nodded slightly, her voice laced with nostalgia and yearning. The records state that the arrows used by the Heavenly Execution Guard were no ordinary weapons. Each arrowhead was inscribed by an elder, well-versed in demonic runes, with a sigil known as the Blood Explosion Rune. Blood Explosion Rune? Yes, Su Ming Shui continued. This rune is crafted from celestial iron and infused with the blood essence of demon beasts, mediated by the aura of celestial demons. Once the arrow strikes its target, the impact activates the rune, drawing upon the primordial energy of heaven and earth within a Tinjong radius, resulting in a violent explosion. its power rivaling that of a full-force strike from a 6th-grade martial artist. Gasp. As Su Ming-Shui finished speaking, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the forge. A full-force strike from a 6th-grade martial artist. What does that even signify? The very stones would tremble, let alone a mere human. Regarding the introduction to the 6th-grade Qi perception realm, core characteristics, internal and external perception, the initial emergence of true energy. Changes in internal strength. The first wisp of faint true energy is birthed within, which resides within the meridians, requiring conscious circulation. It nourishes the physical body, enhancing the martial artist's vitality and sharpening their senses, hearing, sight, smell, to a degree that allows them to perceive dangers beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Strength. The increase in pure physical strength is modest, yet true energy can be attached to fists, feet, or weapons. Damage. Attacks imbued with true energy yield exponential destructive power. A single punch can stir fallen leaves, and a palm strike against a massive stone may leave only a shallow imprint on the surface, while the interior is riddled with fine cracks. Blades infused with true energy become sharper and more resilient, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. Practical performance. Having just stepped over the threshold of true martial prowess, during combat, the energy is limited and must be conserved, primarily reserved for pivotal strikes. With keen instincts, one can anticipate the opponent's movements ahead of time. Among the blacksmiths present, including the esteemed Master Wang Dajua, the highest martial strength achieved is merely at the 9th rank. A 6th-rank warrior already holds the distinction of a military lieutenant, a master of considerable repute. The might of a single arrow rivals that of a 6th-rank expert. What if there were 100 or 1,000? The breath of all present grew heavy, their gazes toward Chun Paijun transforming from that of a madman to that of a celestial being. It turns out that Lieutenant Chun was not merely indulging in fanciful dreams. Such extraordinary skills indeed once existed. Chun Paijun's heart raced wildly at this moment. Su Mingshue's description provided the most exquisite theoretical support and practical examples for his conception. The blood of the demon beast as a catalyst? Is that not a high-energy biological fuel? The aura of the celestial demon as a medium? Is it not a catalyst for activating reactions? The invocation of the primordial energy of heaven and earth to explode? Is this not precisely his vision of detonating energy through runes to achieve the effects akin to a mystical version of C for explosives? Astonishing. It aligns perfectly with his expertise. Chun Paijun felt an overwhelming joy within. He gazed at Su Mingxue, his eyes burning with intensity. Miss Su, does the celestial demon strategy contain specific methods for inscribing this blood explosion magic rune? Su Mingxue shook her head, a fleeting look of regret crossing her serene face. The records within the miscellaneous chapters are scant, lacking detailed transmission. Perhaps the complete diagram of the magic runes exists solely within the overarching principles of the celestial demon strategy, but alas, it has long been lost. The flicker of hope ignited seemed doused with a bucket of cold water. The blacksmiths also displayed expressions of disappointment. Alas, after all this effort, it remains unachievable. Indeed, something that has been lost is no different from something that never existed. Yet Chun Paijun smiled, the light in his eyes not extinguished, but rather intensifying. No, quite the contrary. He surveyed the crowd, his voice low yet imbued with unparalleled confidence. The fact that it is lost is advantageous. Advantageous? Wang Dajua questioned in confusion. Indeed. Chun Paijun grinned. Its loss means we are not bound by ancient methods. We can entirely forge our own version of the Paijun magic rune. Even if its power is diminished, it can still hold its ground. What our ancestors could achieve, there is no reason we, their descendants, cannot accomplish. They had the celestial demon aura. We have our own wisdom. These words resonated profoundly, filled with fervor. The blacksmiths were stirred to excitement, envisioning a battalion equipped with arrows adorned with the Paijun magic runes, unleashing a barrage that would obliterate the barbarian hordes in a cataclysm of explosions. Lieutenant Chun is right. By heavens, let us proceed. Indeed, if our ancestors could succeed, so too can we. Observing the fervent crowd, a barely perceptible smile graced the corner of Su Mingshue's lips. This man possesses a peculiar charm that effortlessly ignites the flames of passion within others. Excellent. Chun Paijun clapped his hands, turning to Wang Dajua. Master Wang, we have the theory, we have the direction. Next comes the practical application. I need your assistance in preparing some materials. Lieutenant Chun, your orders shall be fulfilled. Wang Dajua was utterly convinced now. Firstly, I require a batch of specialized arrowheads. The material must be of superior quality, preferably refined iron capable of harnessing energy. The arrowheads should be hollow, with an interior space designated for fuel. As Chun Pajun spoke, he sketched a rudimentary structural diagram in the dirt with charcoal, revealing a design for a hollow projectile equipped with a fuse and chamber. Secondly, I need a substantial quantity of beast blood. The higher the grade, the better. The more volatile the energy, the better. Thirdly, and most crucially, I require individuals with expertise. Chun Pajun turned to Su Mingxue. Miss Su, I fear I must rely on you for this. He understood all too well that relying solely on himself and a group of blacksmiths to research runes from scratch would be an exercise in futility. Such specialized tasks must be entrusted to professionals. As the saintess of the heavenly demon sect, the resources at Su Mingxue's disposal far exceeded his imagination. Su Mingxue gazed at him intently, as if to acknowledge his cleverness. Without further ado, she simply nodded. Give me 3 days. With that, she turned and departed the forge like a wisp of smoke. 3 days later, outside the Bloodstone Pass, in an exceedingly secluded valley. This area, once an abandoned outpost of the Pajun camp, had been commandeered by Chun Pajun and transformed into a heavily guarded secret laboratory. The night was as dark as ink, yet the valley was ablaze with light. When Chun Pajun, accompanied by Wang Dachui and several trusted blacksmiths, arrived at the valley, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. They beheld several black tents that had mysteriously appeared on the open ground. A group of individuals clad in black, exuding an eerie aura and adorned with bronze masks, were bustling between the tents. Some were adjusting oddly shaped furnaces, their flames glowing a ghostly green. Others wielded chisels, meticulously engraving intricate designs on metal plates, black tendrils of energy swirling around their fingertips. The entire valley was suffused with an atmosphere of mystery and menace. Who are these people? Wang Dachui stammered, sensing the formidable presence of each masked figure, clearly not of benevolent intent. My people. Su Mingxue suddenly materialized behind Chun Pajun. Dressed in her customary white attire, she stood out vividly amidst the throng of black-clad figures, exuding an air of inherent authority. Upon seeing her, the enigmatic masked individuals halted their tasks, kneeling on one knee and placing their right hands over their hearts in a synchronized, silent salute. Rise, Su Mingxue said coolly. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd responded in unison, their voices raspy, akin to the sound of metal scraping against metal. Your Highness. Wang Dachui and the blacksmiths behind him felt their legs tremble. Though they were rough men, they had heard the tales circulating in the martial world. The Heavenly Demon Sect was reputed to be a ruthless organization, and its saintess was said to be the most fearsome of them all. Were they truly engaging with a female demon lord these past few days? Chun Pajun, however, remained unfazed. He had long suspected that Su Mingxue held an extraordinary identity and was not surprised by the revelation. He observed the masked individuals with keen interest, exclaiming in admiration. Well done, Su's bodyguard. The real deal remains concealed. With such a display, one might mistakenly believe a special forces unit had been deployed. They are from the Ink Shadow Hall, Su Mingxue elucidated, dedicated to weapon forging and rune research, the most elite team at my disposal. She gestured towards a stooped elder wearing a ghostly mask, stating, This is the Hall Master of Ink Shadow Hall, MOE. His expertise in runes and forging rivals that of the so-called masters from prestigious sections. The elder, MOE, bowed slightly to Chun Pajun and rasped, Lieutenant Chun. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. The Holy Maiden has commanded that the entirety of Ink Shadow Hall cooperate fully with you in the research of the Breaking Army rune. Chun Pajun smiled, realizing that Su Mingxue had brought her entire resources to bear. This was no mere assistance. It was akin to an angelic investment, complete with technology, a team, and funding, directly contributing in earnest. Excellent. With Mr. Mo and the skilled artisans at our side, great things can be achieved, Chun Pajun proclaimed with exuberance. Now that we have the personnel and materials ready, let us not waste any time. Let us begin at once. He presented his sketches of rune concepts and his elucidations on energy conduction and explosive impact to MOE. MOE and a cadre of rune masters from Ink Shadow Hall gathered closely to meticulously study the imaginative drawings and theories. Initially, they wore expressions of skepticism, even disdain, for Chun Pajun's theories completely upended their understanding of runes. Terms such as energy circuits, triggering mechanisms, and stable structures were entirely foreign to them. However, as their research progressed, the expressions of these arcane technicians gradually transformed from confusion to gravity, then from gravity to astonishment, and ultimately to fervor. Genius. This is nothing short of a brilliant conception. MOE trembled with excitement, perceiving runes as independent energy mechanisms to trigger an internal chain reaction through external impact. My heavens! How did we not conceive of this before? And this 3-point stabilizing structure. It is exquisite. This can perfectly resolve the issue of energy dissipation in high-speed flight. The design for hollow energy storage was nothing short of divine inspiration, sealing the frenzied beast's essence within the arrowhead as a disposable energy source. Oh my, this idea is utterly audacious. I adore it. A group of previously aloof and enigmatic technicians from the dark cult surrounded Chun Pajun, resembling starry-eyed fans before their idol. Wang Dachui and several military blacksmiths stood utterly dumbfounded, feeling as if they had stumbled into a celestial conference. Unable to comprehend a single word, yet sensing the sheer brilliance of it all, Chun Pajun watched the scientists from the cult instantly immerse themselves in the task, nodding in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. He provided groundbreaking theories and concepts, while these professional rune masters tackled the technical challenges. And Wang Dachui and his comrades were tasked with mass-producing the technology. A perfect military-industrial complex prototype was quietly birthed in this small valley. All right, everyone. Chun Pajun clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd. The theoretical discussion could be set aside for the moment. Let us proceed with the first experiment. He picked up a hollow arrowhead crafted by Wang Dachui and his team, addressing Mo. Mr. Mo. I require you to inscribe the simplest energy-concentrating rune upon the inner wall of this arrowhead. We shall then fill it with a drop of the most basic wolf's blood to test the energy reaction. All right. Mo immediately set to work. Dark energy swirled around his fingertips as a specially designed carving knife steadied in his grasp, swiftly etching an intricate micro-rune into the small inner surface of the arrowhead. Moments later, the rune was complete. Chun Pajun cautiously used a dropper to introduce a single drop of wolf's blood into the arrowhead. All present held their breath, fixated on the diminutive arrowhead. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no reaction ensued. Is it a failure? A rune master whispered. Moi furrowed his brow, beginning to inspect the rune structure. However, at that moment, Chun Pajun's gaze sharpened. No. Su Ming Shui, ignite it using your demonic energy. Without hesitation, Su Ming Shui flicked her fingertip, sending a barely perceptible stream of black energy precisely into the arrowhead's small aperture. In the next instant, the seemingly ordinary arrowhead appeared to be infused with life, emitting a resounding hum. The rune on the inner wall glowed with an eerie red light. The drop of wolf's blood, under the dual influence of the rune and the demonic energy, instantly boiled and vaporized, unleashing a tempestuous energy that surged and expanded within the confines of the arrowhead. Not good. Retreat. Chun Pajun's expression changed drastically as he grabbed Su Ming Shui and leaped backward. The others, equally horrified, scattered in panic. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. Though the force was not immense, akin to a large firecracker, the shockwave still carved a sizable crater into the ground. Silence enveloped the valley. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the smoke-emitting pit, their minds blank. It succeeded, truly succeeded. Hook for the next chapter. The unexpected explosion of the first experiment, though not powerful, opened the door to a new world. Chun Pajun astutely realized that his blood of the Tao body and Su Ming Shui's demonic energy seemed to form a perfect yin-yang balance, becoming the most stable fuse. Together, they embarked on a fervent endeavor to develop the rune Arrow 20. Meanwhile, the military inspector dispatched from the imperial capital, bearing the secret edict of the Third Prince, had set forth on the road to Bloodstone Pass. Chapter 19. The Barbarian Disturbance. War approaches. Within the experimental base of the Secret Valley, the atmosphere was starkly different from 3 days prior. Gone was the chaotic elation of initial success, replaced by an almost fervent, orderly hustle. Dozens of black tents had coalesced into a makeshift military factory, where Wang Dachui, alongside his blacksmith apprentices, glowed with enthusiasm, drenched in sweat. They are responsible for forging blocks of refined iron into the 20th version of arrows designed by Chun Pajun, equipped with hollow energy storage chambers and reserved fuse ports. The swords and blades, enhanced through the technique of soil-covered blade tempering, have all been distributed to the brothers of the Pajun camp, who now devote their full energy to this revolutionary new weapon. Meanwhile, the Master Moe gathers his technologically adept disciples of the demonic sect around an immense stone table, which is strewn with various beast skin blueprints. They engage in heated debates, occasionally pausing to collaboratively refine their designs, transforming Chun Pajun's concepts of energy circuits and stable structures into practical, miniature rune arrays. As for Chun Pajun and Su Ming Shui, they have become the core problem-solving team of the entire project. At this moment, the two stand before an independent experimental table, where a newly completed hollow arrow is secured. Moe has engraved an improved version of the energy-concentrating dual runes on its inner wall, following the latest blueprints. Are you ready? Chun Pajun inquires. his gaze directed at Su Mingshui, conveying a blend of inquiry and understanding. Over the past few days of collaboration, the dynamics between them have subtly shifted from mere bodyguard and employer to that of seamlessly coordinated comrades, or perhaps a duo of mad scientists. A hint of focused gravity now adorns Su Mingshui's typically serene visage. She nods slightly, saying nothing, yet extends her delicate fingers. Chen Pejun inhales deeply, extending his own finger to draw forth a drop of blood, crimson with a faint golden hue. This droplet does not directly fall into the arrow but hovers at his fingertip, exuding an air of grandeur, embodying both purity and strength. Indeed, the blood of his innate Tao body. Simultaneously, a strand of pitch-black, silken demonic energy entwines around Su Mingshui's fingertip, emanating an aura of chilling softness and an eerie devouring power. Now, Chen Pejun commands softly. Their fingers draw closer, and at the moment of contact, the golden blood and the black demonic energy encounter one another. A peculiar scene unfolds. Instead of the anticipated violent clash and explosion, these two diametrically opposed energies attract and merge together like the north and south poles of a magnet. Gold and black intertwine and spiral, ultimately coalescing into a minuscule droplet the size of a grain of rice. Its outer layer inky black, while its core glimmers with golden specks. An enigmatic, chaotic liquid. An indescribable aura, both stable and imbued with terrifying explosive potential, emanates from this droplet. Yin and Yang harmonized. Tao and demonic forces united. How enlightening. A spark of realization flickers in Su Mingshui's eyes. The reason her demonic cultivation has backfired is due to an overabundance of Yin energy, lacking the balancing influence of Yang. Chen Pejun's Tao body blood embodies the purest Yang energy in existence. The confluence of the two unexpectedly yields a perfect, higher-level energy equilibrium. Stop marveling. Hurry. Chen Pejun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, understands that maintaining this energy balance demands immense mental fortitude from both him and Su Mingshui. Regaining her focus, Su Mingshui flicks her fingers. The chaotic droplet transformed into a radiant beam, precisely penetrating the hollow energy chamber of the arrowhead. A hum resonated. The runes on the inner wall of the arrowhead were instantaneously illuminated. However, this time, it was not the violent red light, but a restrained, profound dark golden glow. The arrow hovered silently, devoid of any signs of explosion, yet all who approached could feel the heart-stopping, terrifying power it contained. It resembled a colossal primordial beast in slumber, tranquil yet lethal. Success. Moe was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling with excitement. Perfect energy recirculation. This was no mere weapon of the mortal realm. It was an artifact, a genuine runic artifact. Chen Pejun let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It was accomplished. The metaphysical version of C4 had come to fruition. With the physical detonator he designed to pierce the energy chamber upon impact affixed to the arrow's tail. This Pejun-type runic explosive arrow would unleash its world-destroying power upon striking its target. There would be no need to use their life essence. A mixture of the blood of two advanced Yin and Yang beasts would suffice, with higher grades yielding better results. Master Wang, Chen Pejun shouted, by the standard. I need you to expedite the work overnight. 3 days. I require at least 300 finished products. Yes, Captain Chen. Wang Dechue and the others responded enthusiastically, invigorated by the urgency. However, amidst this fervent atmosphere, an incongruous, panicked shout echoed from afar, shattering the tranquility of the valley. Captain Chen. Trouble. A grave situation has arisen. Zhang, who stumbled into the valley, his armor askew, his face a mask of panic and sweat, as if the sky were collapsing. What are you shouting about? The sky is falling? Chen Pejun frowned, somewhat displeased with Zhang, whose frantic demeanor. It's worse than the sky falling. Zhang, who gasped, leaning on his knees, panting heavily. The barbarians are coming. Be clear. Chen Pejun's voice remained steady, as if the announcement of the barbarians' approach were as trivial as commenting on the pleasant weather. His calm demeanor slightly steadied the previously frantic Zhang Hu. It is an urgent military order from the governor's office, Zhang Hu exclaimed, pulling out a sealed document from his pocket and presenting it. The entire northern front is in a state of alarm. Our scouts, 300 miles south of the barbarian royal court, have detected signs of a massive barbarian army gathering. Chen Pejun accepted the military order, broke the seal, and swiftly scanned its contents. The message was straightforward, yet every word reeked of bloodshed. The barbarian forces were gathering on an unprecedented scale, possibly with the royal banners present. This was an event not witnessed in a decade. The governor commanded that all northern passes immediately enter a state of highest combat readiness, check armaments, fortify defenses, and remain on standby. Any failure to maintain ground would be met with military law. Unprecedented scale? Royal banners? Chen Pejun's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Captain. Zhang Hu's voice trembled with a hint of weeping. The messenger said this time is different. Completely different. In the past, the barbarian tribes would gather a few thousand scattered warriors to seize some grain during the autumn harvest and then retreat. However, this time, it is rumored that the assembled barbarian army exceeds 100,000. 100,000. This daunting figure weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present like a colossal stone. Wang Dachui and his apprentices dropped their hammers to the ground, their faces pale with fear. Even the practitioners of the demonic sect, Moe and his companions, displayed expressions of grave concern. Though they were martial arts experts, they understood the terrifying spectacle of 100,000 cavalry charging into battle. At Bloodstone Pass, the total number of combat-ready soldiers barely amounted to 3,000. To pit 3,000 men against an army of 100,000? This was no mere case of an egg colliding with a stone. It was akin to an egg confronting a meteor hammer. It was over. They were doomed. Lamented a young blacksmith, slumped despondently on the ground. The atmosphere of despair spread swiftly through the valley like a plague. What's all this fuss about? A thunderous shout resounded like a clap of thunder in everyone's ears. Chen Pejun crumpled the military order in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over each person. What of 100,000 troops? Have you all frightened yourselves before the battle has even begun? His voice was cold yet powerful. In the dictionary of the Pejun Battalion, there is no entry for fear of death, only the command to slay the enemy. The more barbarians come, the greater my military achievements, and thus, the more rewards you shall receive. So, for heaven's sake, muster your spirits. Wang Dachui, present. Wang Dachui sprang to attention, his body straightening in response. Can your arrows fly any faster? Yes. Rest assured, we will not rest until we accomplish our mission. With a surge of blood coursing through him, Wang Dachui shouted back. Moe Tangzhu. Here. Moe bowed respectfully. Are your runes stable? Rest assured, the products of Moe Tang are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Confidence sparkled in Moe's eyes. Chen Pejun nodded in approval before turning back to Zhang Hu, inquiring, does the governor's order merely instruct us to stand guard and await further instructions? Yes, indeed. Zhang Hu replied. The governor has personally led the main force to fortify the crucial Jinbei Pass in the northern border. We, stationed at these secondary strongholds, are tasked with delaying the advance of the barbarian flanking forces to buy time for the main battlefield at Jinbei Pass. Delaying? Chen Pejun's lips curled into a cold smirk. He understood this tactic all too well, sacrificing secondary battlefields to preserve the primary ones. Bloodstone Pass had been a pawn sacrificed from the very beginning. Zhang Hu's countenance darkened further. He understood this logic as well, but dared not voice it. Captain, what shall we do? Chen Pejun laughed, a wild and confident laugh. Not only shall we hold our ground, but we shall also strike back. Let those who look down upon us witness who the true cannon fodder is. He turned towards Su Mingxue. Su, it appears our experiment is to undergo an early field test. In Su Mingxue's cold gaze, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a spark of battle intent ignited within her. My demonic energy has grown restless with anticipation. Excellent. Chen Pejun patted Zhang Hu on the shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. Convey my orders. All soldiers of the Pejun camp, prepare for first-level combat readiness. Distribute the new weaponry and reinforce the city defenses. Additionally, bring the captured divine cannons to the city walls, clean them, and prepare to present a grand gift to the barbarians. Yes. Zhang Hu, inspired by Chen Pejun's fervor, straightened his posture and replied affirmatively. He suddenly recalled something and added, by the way, Lieutenant, there is another matter. The messenger reported that the imperial capital has dispatched a military supervisor to oversee the battle and, incidentally, to announce the third prince's commendation for you. Considering the travel time, he is expected to arrive within a day or two. A military supervisor? Third Prince Qin Xian? A flicker of icy light crossed Chen Pejun's eyes. Truly, misfortune never comes alone. With the barbarian army of 100,000 pressing at the gates and the wolves of the court lurking within, these individuals chose this critical moment to arrive. Their commendation is but a guise, likely aimed at reaping rewards or even laying traps. I understand. Chen Pejun waved his hand, his expression inscrutable. Let him come. On the battlefield, swords and blades are blind. I hope this military supervisor keeps his distance from the city walls. At these words, Zhang Hu shivered, not daring to inquire further, and hastily took his leave. The valley returned to its tense yet orderly bustle, but this time, there was a resolute determination in everyone's eyes, a sense of being at the point of no return. Chen Pejun did not linger in the valley. He entrusted the subsequent research and production tasks entirely to Su Mengxue and Moe. He ascended alone to the weathered battlements of Bloodstone Pass. The setting sun, like blood, cast a tragic hue over the Gobi beyond the pass. The chilling northern wind rustled the remnants of the Chun flag behind him, creating a haunting sound. The area around the pass was abuzz with activity. Soldiers were transporting boulders and siege engines, while archers were inspecting their bowstrings. The entire Bloodstone Pass resembled a cornered beast, taut and ready for battle, every nerve on edge. Chun Pejun paid no heed to this flurry. He simply stood quietly at the highest point of the battlements. His eyes gently closed. He opened the system panel, Battlefield Holographic Perception, Beginner. A prompt appeared for upgrading to Intermediate, requiring 1,000 War God points. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Ding. Battlefield Holographic Perception, successfully upgraded to Intermediate. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes. Battlefield Holographic Perception, Intermediate, activated. Battlefield Holographic Perception, Intermediate. Description: 1. Retains all functions of Eagle Eye Vision, visual range, clarity, and dynamic capturability enhanced by 300. New passive ability. Can perceive all life signs within a radius of 1,000 meters centered around the host. If actively perceived, depending on mental strength, life signs can be detected within a range of 50 to 100 kilometers. Life signs are represented by thermal imaging in various colors in the mind, allowing for a preliminary assessment of the opponent's strength. The redder the color, the stronger the capability. Note: this perception can penetrate most non-metal obstacles, such as walls, trees, rocks. But its effectiveness is diminished against energy shields and special metals. Buzz. An invisible and enigmatic perceptive force radiated from him, akin to a radar scanning the expanse, instantly sweeping across the vast, desolate Gobi beyond the frontier. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, within his field of vision. The sanguine sunset and the barren wasteland faded away. Instead, he beheld a three-dimensional, holographic battlefield map composed of countless streams of data and luminous points of energy. The movements of the wind, the swaying of the grass, and the scuttling of scorpions beneath the sand were all laid bare before him. His perception transcended the nearby dunes, traversing through desolate forests. Finally, in a massive basin approximately 150 miles from Bloodstone Pass, he beheld a sight. An overwhelming multitude, countless red dots, signifying barbarian soldiers, converged into a vast sea of crimson. The neighing of warhorses, the clash of weapons, and the raw roars of the barbarians flooded his mind with an array of information. He could even vividly discern their ferocious visages and sense the mixed aura of bloodlust and brutality emanating from them. 100,000 troops. Zhang Hu did not exaggerate. The number of this barbarian horde was indeed formidable. Yet, Chun Pejuan's gaze did not linger upon these ordinary barbarian warriors. His perception pierced through the sea of red, directing itself to the very heart of the military formation. There, an enormous royal tent, lavishly adorned with countless beast bones and gold, stood in stark contrast to its savage surroundings. Surrounding the tent were thousands of elite guards whose presence far surpassed that of the average barbarian soldier. Their energy points glowed a deep crimson, signifying their prowess as at least 8th-grade bone-forging warriors. Within that regal tent, Chun Pejuan's perception encountered a terrifying aura, profound and oppressive, akin to a chasm or a prison, as mighty as mountains and seas. This aura was domineering, wild, and imbued with a will to annihilate all. It hung above the entire barbarian army like a black sun, rendering the surrounding light points dim by comparison. Chun Pejuan's spirit trembled violently. He finally comprehended why this assembly of barbarians was of unprecedented scale and ferocity. Because the barbarian king was present. Next chapter hook. On the eve of battle, the imperial overseer arrived at Bloodstone Pass with the sacred will of the third prince. The overseer, arrogant and disrespectful, sought to seize military power and publicly humiliate Chun Pejuan. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, the vanguard of the barbarian army, the wolf cavalry, surged forth like a black tide on the horizon. In front of all, Chun Pejuan picked up the first model of the Pejuan rune explosive arrow and cast a cold smile at the overseer. Watch closely. This is my reward. Chapter 20. The defense of Bloodstone Pass. The night was as profound as iron. On the battlements of Bloodstone Pass, the crackling of burning torches intertwined with the metallic sounds of soldiers' armor, creating a solemn prelude to the impending great battle. Chun Pejuan stood behind the parapet, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the distant expanse consumed by darkness. His battlefield holographic perception remained intermittently active, focusing intently on that shadowy area where a red sea, emblematic of destruction and slaughter, was slowly encroaching. The king of barbarians has descended, and a formidable army of 100,000 looms at the gates. This immense pressure could shatter the resolve of any seasoned general on the battlefield. Yet, on Chun Pajun's countenance, there is not a trace of anxiety, only an almost cold tranquility. His concern does not lie with the enemy outside the city, but rather with the incessant nuisances within it. Report. A messenger rushed up the city tower, kneeling on one knee, breathlessly declaring, "Captain, the supervisor from the imperial capital has arrived. He is at the gate, demanding that you open the city doors to welcome the imperial decree." "Ah, he has come." Chun Pajun replied with a faint, sardonic smile. "These eunuchs, with noses sharper than dogs, have timed their arrival to court death. Let him wait." Without turning around, Chun Pajun coolly uttered 3 words. "What?" The messenger was taken aback. That was the supervisor, a figure representing imperial authority. Not only would a mere captain like him be expected to greet him respectfully, even the governor of the northern territories would do so. "Do you not understand human speech?" Chun Pajun's voice turned icy. "With war imminent, the city gates shall not be opened. Let him prattle down there. I shall listen. This is—" The messenger trembled, no longer daring to speak further, and scurried down the tower to relay the message. Beside him, Zhang, who was in a state of agitation, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Captain, this is against protocol. To slight the supervisor is a grave offense." "Protocol?" Chun Pajun scoffed. "Zhang Hu, I ask you, is your head more valuable, or the supervisor's dignity? Are the lives of the 3,000 or 4,000 brothers at Bloodstone Pass more significant? Or is his worthless decree? Right now, I am the very essence of Bloodstone Pass's protocol." His words, imbued with a commanding authority, resonated with the soldiers of the Pajun camp, who, far from perceiving him as arrogant, stood taller with pride. This was their stalwart leader, regardless of whether the supervisor, a prince, or even a celestial deity were to arrive here at Bloodstone Pass. They would heed Captain Chen's command. Before long, a cacophony of sharp, piercing insults erupted from below the city tower, the voice high-pitched and grating, akin to fingernails scraping against an iron pot, sending shivers down one's spine. "Chun Pajun, you possess such audacity. How dare you refuse to open the gates? Do you seek rebellion?" Chun Pajun approached the edge of the battlement, peering down. Outside the gates stood a contingent of around 100 imperial guards, surrounding an opulent sedan chair. In front of it stood a pallid-faced eunuch, clad in resplendent robes, flamboyantly gesturing with a delicate hand, hurling curses at the city tower. "I am a favored servant of the third prince, sent forth to oversee the battle and confer rewards. You, a disgraced exile, dare to show such disrespect in the presence of the divine mandate. Hurry, come down and kneel and welcome." Chun Pajun nonchalantly cleared his ears, displaying a look of disdain. "What kind of wretched creature are you, barking like a dog?" His voice, though not loud, distinctly reached the ears of everyone below. "Whom do you insult?" The eunuch quivered with rage, his makeup beginning to crumble. "Whoever deserves it." Chun Pajun languidly leaned against the battlement. "Ah, Lu Gonggong. Is it? Why are you not in the palace attending to your master at this hour, but instead traipsing to this forsaken place? Are you seeking to experience what true discomfort feels like? Oh, I forgot, you have none." A ripple of laughter erupted from the soldiers atop the tower. Unable to contain themselves, even Zhang Hu, usually so solemn, could not suppress the twitching of his lips. "The tongue of the commander is truly vicious. You, Lu Gonggong, are so enraged that you can barely articulate your words. Pointing at Chun Pajun, you scream, 'Rebellion!' This is outright rebellion. Someone, take note of this." Chun Pajun, in his audacity, shows blatant disrespect for the imperial authority. "Once we breach the pass, I shall ensure he faces immediate justice. Enough of your wailing." Chun Pajun, with evident impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "If there is an imperial edict, read it and then be on your way. I am busy preparing for battle and have no time for your melodrama." Just as Lu Gonggong was about to erupt once more, a hauntingly powerful and wild horn echoed from the distant darkness. The sound seemed to rise from the depths of hell, causing the air around Bloodstone Pass to freeze. All smiles on the city walls instantly vanished. "They have come." Lu Gonggong, startled by the sudden horn, peered into the distance, his voice trembling with uncertainty. "What is that sound?" Chun Pajun offered no response. His gaze had transformed into a drawn sword. On the holographic battlefield map, the vast expanse of red had turned into a formidable wave, surging forward with the force of thunder. "All troops, be on high alert." Chun Pajun's voice resonated like thunder across the city walls. "The barbarian vanguard is 5 miles away. Archers, draw your bows. Prepare the rolling stones and siege engines. Oil ready." Each command flowed from his lips clearly and swiftly. The previously restless city walls instantly transformed into a model of order as every soldier entered combat mode. A palpable aura of impending slaughter rising skyward. Below, Lu Gonggong and the Imperial Guard stood in shock. 5 miles. Straining their necks, they could see nothing but darkness. Not even a shadow. What trickery is this? Lu Gonggong steadied himself, scoffing. Chun Pejuan, cease your alarmist rhetoric. Do you think this will absolve you of your egregious disrespect? However, as his words hung in the air, a deep thudding began to resonate through the ground. The sound approached, growing clearer and heavier, as if countless giants were beating war drums, echoing within each person's heart. Lu Gonggong's expression shifted dramatically. His mount began to paw the ground anxiously, snorting in distress. What is happening? Wolves. It's cavalry of wolves. An experienced officer among the Imperial Guards exclaimed in horror. In the next moment, on the horizon, a dark line emerged, rapidly widening and thickening into a tide of black surging toward Bloodstone Pass. Thousands of towering, fierce-looking barbarian cavalry, riding massive wolves akin to calves, brandished curved blades and unleashed bloodthirsty roars as they charged at the forefront. They were the elite vanguard of the barbarian wolf cavalry. The overwhelming ferocity of their advance sent the Imperial Guards, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, into a terrified disarray, their legs trembling and formations breaking apart. Lu Gonggong's face drained of color, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single coherent word. He finally comprehended that everything Chun Pejuan had just uttered was indeed true. Open the gate. Quickly, let us in. Eunuch Lu, regaining his senses, frantically pounded on the city gate. Yet, atop the battlements, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixated on that figure, standing resolutely like a divine pillar at the city's summit. The distance was 2 miles. Chun Pejuan's voice remained chillingly calm. 1 mile, 800 meters. The wolf cavalry moved with astonishing speed, swiftly charging towards the city walls. Fire! Chun Pejuan suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, arrows rained down. Countless ordinary arrows cascaded from the parapet, forming a dense storm of projectiles that engulfed the foremost ranks of the wolf cavalry. Thud, thud, thud. The air was filled with anguished cries and the sickening sound of blades piercing flesh. The first wave of wolf cavalrymen, alongside their steeds, were pierced like hedgehogs, tumbling to the ground. However, the following ranks of wolf cavalry, undeterred by death, trampled over their fallen comrades and continued their relentless charge. They raised their round shields against the arrow storm, swiftly reaching the edge of the moat. Fill the moat. Assault the city. A wolf cavalry leader bellowed in a guttural tongue. Countless wolf riders dismounted, hefting sandbags and tossing them into the moat. Boulders. Fire oil. Smash it. Zhang Hu shouted hoarsely from the battlements. Enormous boulders and flaming oil canisters rained down like hail, mercilessly crushing the barbarian soldiers attempting to fill the moat, leaving them bloodied and burning in agonizing cries. In an instant, the area beneath Bloodstone Pass transformed into a scene of hellish carnage. Below, Eunuch Lu, witnessing the gruesome spectacle and inhaling the pungent scent of blood and charred flesh, felt his stomach churn violently, and he retched uncontrollably. The Imperial Guards he had brought along were no better off, their faces pale, stripped of any semblance of authority they once held in the capital. Yet, the barbarian onslaught was ferociously relentless. They charged like madmen, disregarding casualties, wave after wave battering the city defenses. The moat was soon filled with corpses and sandbags, creating a path. Dozens of rudimentary but massive siege ladders were propped against the city walls. Kill. Annihilate the soft-hearted of the Great Xia. Countless barbarian soldiers, wielding curved blades, ascended the ladders like ants. Hold the line. Push them down. The soldiers at Bloodstone Pass, blinded by fury, jabbed with pikes, slashed with sabers, and collided with the climbing barbarian warriors, engaging in the most primal and bloody melee. The sounds of battle cries, anguished screams, and clashing weapons echoed into the heavens. The city walls had instantaneously transformed into a colossal meat grinder. Great Xia soldiers were continually felled, plummeting from the battlements, while barbarian warriors were relentlessly shoved off the walls. Blood stained every brick of the fortifications. Zhang Hu, drenched in blood, cleaved a climbing barbarian soldier in two with a single stroke, turning to Chun Pejuan and roaring, "Lieutenant, we cannot hold. The eastern wall is on the verge of breach." Chun Pejuan's gaze remained unflinchingly composed. He gazed upon the relentless tide of the barbarian army, observing the fearless adversaries, and slowly exhaled a breath. Conventional tactics had reached their limit. He turned around and issued a command that sent a shiver through his loyal guards standing at attention behind him. Relay the order to the Break Army's Divine Mechanism Unit. Prepare. Unveil our mighty weapon and dazzle the barbarians. Yes, the guards promptly obeyed. Moments later, at the midsection of the city wall, 50 of the Break Army's most elite archers swiftly assembled. In their hands, they held not ordinary bows and arrows, but rather specially designed strong bows equipped with pulleys and sights, their shapes distinctively unusual. Furthermore, the arrows they nocked were not typical projectiles. They were specially crafted, pitch black with broad, gleaming metal tips. These were the Break Army's runed explosive arrows. At some point, Su Mingxue had also appeared beside this troop of archers. Dressed in white, she resembled an untainted snow lotus amidst the bloody battlefield. She nodded at the captain of the archers. Taking a deep breath, the captain raised his strong bow, aimed at the densest cluster of barbarian soldiers below, and bellowed, "Divine Mechanism Unit. Target the enemy's center, fire in 3 volleys. Prepare, fire." Buzz. 50 strong bows simultaneously emitted a piercing sound of vibrating strings. 50 black rune arrows transformed into streaks of deathly meteors, whistling sharply as they cleaved through the night sky, precisely striking the most crowded part of the barbarian horde below. Yet, strangely, these 50 arrows did not inflict any immediate casualties. They merely thudded into the ground or embedded themselves in the shields of the barbarian soldiers, appearing utterly harmless. Both sides engaged in the fierce battle paused momentarily, bewildered. Even Zhang, who on the city wall looked utterly perplexed. What is this? Misfire? The barbarians below erupted into mocking laughter. Ha! Have the Daxiao lost their strength? What feeble projectiles are these? A barbarian centurion pulled a rune arrow from his shield, ready to taunt. However, in the next moment, a sinister smile crept across Chun Pejun's lips. He gently snapped his fingers. Explode. As if his words were a spell, at the precise instant he finished speaking, the rune explosive arrows that had landed among the enemy exploded. The physical fuses within the arrowheads had, upon impact, already pierced the energy storage chambers. Guided by the chaotic energy derived from the fusion of their innate bloodline and the essence of celestial demons, along with a significant amount of mixed blood from otherworldly beasts. Combined with the energy-concentrating explosive runes inside the arrowheads, they underwent a delayed reaction of mere moments. Now, they erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of deafening explosions erupted suddenly. 50 resplendent fireballs ascended simultaneously amidst the densest segment of the barbarian horde. A terrifying shockwave, interspersed with countless shards of torn steel and iron, conjured a tempest of death that swept outward in all directions. Within the blast radius, the barbarian soldiers had no time to utter even a cry of despair before being torn to shreds by the searing heat and shockwave. Limbs and remnants, mingled with blood and earth, were propelled skyward to heights exceeding 10 meters before cascading back down like rain. In the blink of an eye, an enormous fan-shaped area with a radius exceeding 50 meters was ruthlessly cleared. Thousands of barbarian soldiers were reduced to nothingness in this first volley. The entire battlefield was plunged into an eerie silence. All were rendered speechless by the hellish scene before them. Whether the soldiers of the great Xia atop the walls or the barbarians below, they stood transfixed, gazing at the blackened, smoke-filled expanse, their minds blank. What sorcery is this? Is it divine retribution from the heavens? What is that? Lu Gonggong, slumped against the city gate, pointed towards the battlements, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The Imperial Guard he had brought with him were struck with terror, some dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground, bowing towards the direction of the explosion, believing they had angered the mountain deity. Second round. Reload. Chen Pujuan's cold voice shattered the stillness. The marksmen of the Divine Mechanism Unit, shaken from their stupor, displayed fervent adoration upon their faces. They swiftly retrieved the second rune explosion arrow from their quivers, knocking their bows. Target. Enemy left flank. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of earth-shattering explosions. A vast expanse of the barbarian left flank was once again obliterated. Third round. Right flank. Fire. Boom. In a mere half-minute, 3 volleys had decimated nearly 30% of the barbarian vanguard, thoroughly disrupting their formation and shattering their morale. The remaining wolf cavalry, stripped of their previous ferocity, gazed upon the explosions as if witnessing the descent of a demonic deity, their eyes brimming with terror as they turned their mounts and fled in a cacophony of panic cries. The defeat was as swift as an avalanche. Did we win? Zhang, who stared in disbelief at the retreating tide of the barbarian forces, unable to trust his own eyes. We have triumphed. Chen Xiaowei is victorious. Long live the Pejuan camp. After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Bloodstone Pass battlements. All soldiers regarded the young lieutenant standing calmly atop the walls with eyes filled with reverence, as though he were a deity. It was he who had wrought this miracle. Yet, on Chun Pajuan's face, there was no trace of elation. His gaze pierced through the disarrayed barbarian vanguard, looking towards the encroaching darkness in the distance. He understood that this was merely an appetizer. The true trial was only just beginning. At that moment, from within the distant barbarian ranks, the sound of a horn once again echoed. Yet this time, the sound of the horn was no longer a command for attack, but rather a roar imbued with fury and authority. Immediately following, a terrifying pressure, so suffocating it felt like a tsunami, surged forth from the heart of the barbarian formation. Under this oppressive force, the cheers of the entire Bloodstone Pass abruptly ceased. Everyone felt a soul-shaking tremor, as if being targeted by an ancient beast, with even the act of breathing becoming laborious. Chun Pajun's pupils contracted sharply. He beheld, within the immense royal tent, the terrifying aura resembling a black sun. Stirring to life, a towering figure, reminiscent of a demonic deity, slowly emerged from the tent. Simply standing there, he rendered the world pale in comparison. The barbarian king. He had been enraged. How dare these insignificant insects harm his subjects? A grand and frigid voice, seemingly transcending the bounds of space, resonated directly within the minds of all present. You shall all perish. Before his words could fade, the demonic figure, from several miles away, slowly raised his right hand towards the direction of Bloodstone Pass, striking the air with a downward motion. Boom! A colossal black hand, forged purely from energy, instantly materialized above Bloodstone Pass. This hand was as large as half a city tower, adorned with enigmatic barbarian totems, emanating an aura of annihilation, bearing the might to obliterate the heavens and the earth, as it descended violently towards Chun Pajun atop the city tower. The force of this strike was sufficient to flatten the entire Bloodstone Pass. Note, a 4th grade returning Origin Realm expert, the Barbarian King, has personally intervened. The super boss has appeared, while the protagonist is merely at the initial stage of 8th grade Bone Forging Realm, a disparity of 4 ranks. How shall he respond? Allow me to reiterate the cultivation levels. The postnatal 3 realms, 9th to 7th grade, where warriors serve as the backbone of the army, with centurions and 1,000-man commanders primarily belonging to this tier. Body refinement, 9th grade martial arts cultivation. 1 grade 1 layer, postnatal 3 realms, 9th to 7th grade body refinement, 9th grade skin refinement, 8th grade bone forging, 7th grade muscle transformation. This tier comprises the backbone of the military, with many centurions and 1,000-man commanders. The innate 3 realms, 6th to 4th grade chi gathering, 6th grade chi sensation. The first trace of internal power emerges within the body, 5th grade meridian opening. The 12 meridians are unblocked, 4th grade returning origin. True energy converges in the Dantian. Ceaselessly circulating this realm represents a local expert, akin to a 10,000-man commander or sect elder. The mastery 3 realms, 3rd to 1st grade manifestation, 3rd grade external barrier. True energy separates from the body, transforming into protective barrier chi, 2nd grade intent motion. Will influences reality. Even the slightest flower or falling leaf can inflict harm, 1st grade celestial being. Unity with the heavens. Harnessing a fragment of the Earth's power, nearing the realm of terrestrial immortals, this realm serves as the pillar of the nation, akin to a dragon whose head is seen but tail remains hidden. As for the specific description of the Barbarian King's 4th grade returning origin realm, core characteristics. Chi sinks into the Dantian, ceaselessly circulating. Transformation of internal strength and physique. The true energy throughout the entire body's meridians converges in the lower Dantian, forming a stable and continuously rotating vortex. From this point, the true energy gains a foundation, capable of autonomous circulation, perpetually nourishing the physical body and augmenting itself. The quality of the true energy is elevated, becoming more refined and concentrated. As long as the energy vortex in the Dantian remains unextinguished, the true essence will incessantly regenerate, demonstrating an extraordinary endurance. Power and destructive force. Power. The utilization of true essence is as fluid as one desires, condensing like mercury. Damage. The reach of the true essence can extend up to 3 feet, solidifying into a tangible form. It can manipulate objects from a distance, capable of inflicting harm with the mere plucking of flowers or leaves. A single palm strike can imprint upon a wall 10 meters away, leaving a distinct mark. When exerted to its fullest, it possesses the strength to collapse a small arrow tower or courtyard wall. Practical performance. An elder of the sect, a general of the army. In battle, the true essence is nearly inexhaustible, allowing for prolonged high-intensity output. Martial arts are executed with ease, each move infused with overwhelming power. beginning to explore some rudimentary mental attacks or aura suppression. Those with lesser strength will find themselves gasping for breath, devoid of combat spirit. At this moment, the fourth-tier Guyuan realm barbarian king, exerting his full power, could indeed demolish a small arrow tower or courtyard wall. The Bloodstone Pass walls are merely slightly sturdier than some arrow towers, and at close range, a single strike could indeed cause significant damage, though the described phenomena may be somewhat exaggerated. Next chapter Hook. Faced with the barbarian king's cataclysmic palm, despair enveloped everyone. In this critical moment, the previously silent Su Mingxue stood before Qin Pejun. She released the 3 seals on her body, unleashing a terrifying demonic aura that surged into the sky, transforming into a sword of darkness that pierced the heavens, meeting the colossal hand that obscured the sky. Those who seek to kill me, have you asked for my permission? The power of the Demoness astonished the entire assembly. Chapter 21. The emergence of the Demoness, life and death together. Time seemed to pause, as if the universe had been muted. The gigantic hand, composed purely of energy, bore down upon the Bloodstone Pass's battlements with the overwhelming pressure of a 4th-tier Guyuan realm warrior, akin to a toppled black mountain. Time appeared to stretch infinitely. The soldiers atop the battlements, their jubilant cheers still lingering, were abruptly frozen in sheer terror. They gazed upward, their pupils reflecting the ever-expanding darkness, their bodies rigid, unable even to conjure the thought of escape. In the face of such annihilating force, humanity felt remarkably insignificant, utterly powerless. Zhang Hu, drenched in blood, dropped his ring-handled knife with a clatter, his mouth agape yet producing no sound, his eyes filled solely with despair. It was over. Everything was over. Whatever explosive runes or modern tactics, in the face of absolute power, were nothing but a farce. Even the incapacitated Lu Gonggong at the city gate had forgotten his retching, staring blankly at the sky, murmuring, "Divine retribution. This is true divine retribution." In this profound silence of despair, only Qin Pejun remained standing tall. His battlefield holographic perception intermediate had reached its limits, frantically analyzing the energy composition, weak points, and trajectory of that colossal hand. However, the system's feedback was a blinding red warning. Warning. Detected ultra-high energy level attack. Energy intensity exceeds the host's current threshold of 978. Warning. Host locked, unable to evade. Survival probability, 001. Damn. Qin Pejun cursed vehemently in his heart. He was not afraid of death, but damn it, not like this. He still had blood debts to settle, promises to fulfill, and he had yet to lead his brothers to truly stand atop the pinnacle of this world. His mind raced at an unprecedented pace, adrenaline surging to its zenith. He would fight. Even if it meant death, he would extract 2 teeth from that damned barbarian king. The blood of his innate Tao body began to boil within him, ready to summon all his strength for one final, glorious counterattack in his life. However, just as he prepared to burn everything, a flash of white, like snowflakes drifting in the wind, silently stood before him. It was Su Mingxue. Clad in her elegant white dress, she appeared so out of place amidst the blood and fire, yet brought an inexplicable sense of tranquility. "What are you doing? Step aside." Qin Pejun grasped her wrist, urgency lacing his tone. Her hand was as cold as snow. Su Mingxue did not turn back. She simply spoke with a voice that was both ethereal and imbued with an unprecedented tenderness. "Do not be afraid. I am here." Qin Pejun wished to say more, but Su Mingxue clasped his hand tightly. A gentle yet profoundly vast power flowed from her palm, instantly soothing the raging blood of the Tao body within him. "Qin Pejun, remember this." Su Mingxue's voice resonated clearly in his ears and deep within his heart. "I once said, your life is mine. Without my permission, even the king of hell cannot take you away." As her words fell, she slowly lifted her head, gazing at the enormous hand looming close. For the first time, the depths of her usually tranquil eyes ignited with a blazing fire. It was not the flame of anger, but a magical inferno of liberation, freed from all constraints. Reborn in freedom. How dare a mere 4th-grade barbarian lay hands on my people? Her voice was no longer cold, but filled with a domineering authority that looked down upon the world. "Break from me." With her sharp command, an aura, distinct yet equally terrifying and even more enigmatic than that of the barbarian king, erupted from her petite frame. Boom. The black demonic energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, soaring into the sky. This aura, sinister and wicked, carried an alluring beauty, as if it could devour all light and hope in the world. The white dress of Su Mingxue billowed and rustled amidst the tumult of this demonic energy. A bizarre mark, resembling a blood-red lotus, slowly emerged on her fair forehead. Behind her, a colossal and indistinct silhouette of a demon god faintly materialized, 3 heads and 6 arms, gazing down upon all beings, emanating boundless majesty and allure. First seal, released. Second seal, released. Third seal, released. With each utterance, her aura surged ever more fiercely. When all 3 seals were undone, her entire demeanor underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The cultivation has ascended to the 4th rank of returning to origin, with vital energy converging endlessly in the Dantian. If the previous Su Mingxue was a celestial being, ethereal and detached, then the current version of her is a peerless demoness, reigning over the abyss and wielding the power of life and death. What is that? A monster. The soldiers atop the city wall, having just liberated themselves from the terror of the barbarian king, were instantly engulfed in shock and dread at the sight of Su Mingxue. They could never have imagined that the usually serene and delicate Su girl, who followed Lieutenant Chun like a fairy, harbored such terrifying strength within her. A master of the 4th rank of returning to origin, this was a power they dared not even conceive. This aura instilled a primal sense of fear deep within their souls. Chen Pejun was utterly stunned. Holding Su Mingxue's hand, he felt the sheer terror of that power coursing through her. He had known she was extraordinary, but never could he have fathomed she was extraordinary to this extent. This was no mere fallen noblewoman, but rather a walking human-shaped nuclear bomb. With the heavenly demon strategy and the heavenly demon transforming divine sword, Su Mingxue disregarded the gazes of all around her. With her fingers poised like a sword, she pointed at the enormous hand descending from the sky. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of demonic energy surged at her fingertips, wildly converging and compressing. A terrifying magic sword, stretching 100 feet long, with its dark blade entwined by the wails of countless vengeful spirits and the roars of demon gods, was instantly forged. The emergence of that sword caused the temperature of the entire realm to plummet by several degrees. Even the light was devoured, dimming to obscurity. With a single word, slash, uttered by Su Mingxue, the sword, piercing through heaven and earth, ascended defiantly, striking fiercely against the colossal black hand. One side bore the tyrannical blow of the barbarian king, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. The other side wielded the wicked sword of the demoness, unsealing her might. This was a confrontation of peak powers, the clash of king and emperor. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the 2 extreme forces, one dark and the other shadowy, finally collided with a thunderous boom above the Bloodstone Pass. Boom! There were no earth-shattering explosions, only a sound so deep it seemed capable of rupturing eardrums. A dull yet immense roar. Where the magic sword met the giant hand, the very fabric of space twisted violently, forming a visible black vortex. A frenzied energy storm, akin to a 12th-degree typhoon, swept outward in all directions. On the city wall, countless soldiers were tossed about by this storm, struggling to maintain their footing. Chen Pejun immediately pulled Su Mingxue behind him, shielding her from all the oncoming force with his own body. The energy storm raged for over 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. Trembling, the onlookers raised their heads to the sky. They beheld that colossal hand, which had obscured the sun, had vanished without a trace. The magic sword that had pierced the heavens had also transformed into an ethereal mist of demonic energy, dissipating into the air. A perfect balance. She actually blocked the barbarian king's strike. The entire Bloodstone Pass fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All gazes were fixed upon the white-clad woman standing before Chen Pejun, her garments fluttering like a celestial being. With a soft shudder, Su Mingxue's body trembled slightly. A stream of fresh blood trickling down from the corner of her mouth. Unsealing 3 seals and forcibly invoking the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon strategy was an immense burden for her. How are you? Chen Pejun immediately supported her, his voice laden with concern. I won't die. Su Mingxue wiped away the bloodstain from her lips. Her complexion pale, yet her gaze remained sharp as a blade, fixated on the distant direction of the barbarian king's tent. However, that old fellow is not faring well either. Several miles away, within the barbarian army's encampment, the imposing figure of the barbarian king abruptly shook, staggering back 3 steps before regaining his balance. He raised his right hand, revealing strands of black demonic energy that relentlessly gnawed at his skin and flesh, emitting a hissing sound. What a formidable demonic technique. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on the barbarian king's face. He slowly lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the barriers of space, locking onto the white silhouette atop the Bloodstone Pass. The remnants of the heavenly demon sect are indeed you. The barbarian king's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth once more, but this time it was imbued with shock, fury, and a barely perceptible hint of trepidation. The Demoness. She is the Demoness of the Heavenly Demon Sect. At the utterance of this title, not only did the barbarian army erupt in a clamor, but even the elder commanders on the Bloodstone Pass underwent a dramatic change in countenance. The Heavenly Demon Sect, a super-demonic sect that had once stirred a bloodbath across the continent a century ago, ultimately vanquished by the combined efforts of various righteous sects. Legends spoke of the sect's teachings being exceedingly sinister, with practitioners being merciless fiends. And the title of Demoness was an exclusive designation for the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Could it be that the ethereal Sioux girl is, in fact, the descendant of the long-extinct demonic sect? In an instant, countless complex gazes fixated on Su Mengxue from the ramparts. There was shock, fear, suspicion, as well as disdain and hostility. Even Zhang, who instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his eyes regarding Su Mengxue with wariness. After all, in their perception, the demonic path was synonymous with evil, and they could not coexist with its practitioners. What the hell are you all staring at? Chen Pejuan, sensing the shift in the atmosphere around him, suddenly roared like thunder. He pulled Su Mengxue into his embrace, using his own body to shield her from the unkind gazes. He surveyed the surroundings, his eyes as cold as the Siberian chill, and declared each word with unwavering resolve. I care not if she is a demoness or a fairy. All I know is that it was she who saved our lives just now. She is my woman. She is your savior. Whoever dares to show her even the slightest disrespect shall be my mortal enemy. I will personally be the first to sever their head. His words were resolute and commanding, filled with an undeniable conviction of protection. In his embrace, Su Mengxue shivered slightly. She lifted her gaze to Chen Pejuan's resolute profile, and it felt as though a stone had been cast into the frozen lake of her heart, sending ripples of emotion that had long been dormant. This man, fully aware of his own identity, stood unwaveringly by her side, even willing to oppose the entire world. A warmth and sense of gratitude, previously unknown to her, quietly spread within her heart. The soldiers on the city wall, roused by Chen Pejuan's fierce shout, awakened to the reality of their situation. Indeed, what did it matter what her identity was? If it had not been for Miss Su's intervention moments ago, they would now be cold corpses. The debt of life saved outweighed all else. With this thought, many soldiers bowed their heads in shame. Zhang, whose face flushed with embarrassment as he silently released his grip on the hilt of his sword. The sergeant was right. They had underestimated the noble heart of a true gentleman. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable woman. What a bond forged in life and death. The distant barbarian king suddenly erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Chen Pejuan, is it? You possess quite the audacity. Do you not fear that this matter will reach the great Xia capital, and that your emperor will order the annihilation of your entire family? A discarded prince of a cold palace paired with a sorceress, truly a match made in heaven. The king's words struck like a sharp dagger, piercing the hearts of all present as he sought to undermine their morale, making Chen Pejuan and Su Mengxue the targets of scorn. Yet, Chen Pejuan laughed louder and more defiantly than the king himself. Old fool, cease your attempts at sowing discord. I, Chen Pejuan, need no explanation for my actions. As for the emperor, he is nothing to me. Today, none of you shall leave. With a fervent gleam in his eyes, he addressed the system, issuing an unprecedented command. System, analyze. Utilize Su Mengxue to distract the barbarian king. What is the success rate of our rune explosive arrows in a comprehensive bombardment of the barbarian stronghold? Beep. Tactical model in establishment. Analysis result. Su Mengxue can hold the barbarian king for approximately 30 breaths. During this time, the divine machine unit can execute 5 rounds of concentrated fire. Estimated destructive impact on the barbarian stronghold, 3,040. Tactical success rate, 85. That will suffice. A resolute determination flickered in Chen Pejuan's eyes. He leaned down, whispering swiftly into Su Mengxue's ear, in a voice only they could hear, trust me this once. Hold him for 30 breaths, and I shall reward you with a grand gift. Su Mengxue, seeing the familiar confidence radiating from his eyes, hesitated not for a moment and nodded firmly. All right. The next instant, she broke free from Chen Pejuan's embrace, soaring into the air above the Bloodstone Pass, confronting the barbarian king from afar. Old fool, your opponent is me. Meanwhile, Chen Pejuan turned sharply, directing his thunderous roar at the now fully assembled divine machine unit on the city wall. Divine machine unit, hear my command. Target the barbarian king's tent. Unrestrained bombardment. Strike with all your might. Today, I shall make the barbarian king understand the true essence of a saturated assault. In the subsequent chapter, the audacious plan of Chen Pejuan astonished everyone, under the desperate restraint of Su Mengxue. 250 rune explosive arrows descended upon the barbarian formation like a meteor shower. The barbarian king, caught in a whirlwind of rage and disbelief, could only helplessly watch as his royal tent and loyal guards were engulfed in flames, ensnared by the witch's relentless grip. Yet, just as Chun Pajun believed victory was within his grasp, a decree from the imperial capital unfurled before him like a death warrant. Revealed by the supervising eunuch Lu Gonggong. Chapter 22. Devastating the Barbarian King, a Pyrrhic victory through saturated assault. As the words saturated assault thundered from Chun Pajun's throat, the entire Bloodstone Pass fell into an eerie silence. Even the howling northern winds seemed to be subdued by this fervent will. Saturated assault? What manner of strategy is this? I have never heard of it. The soldiers of the Divine Mechanism unit widened their eyes, their hands gripping the divine crossbows trembling with excitement and tension. They only knew that the command of their lieutenant resonated with exhilarating fervor. What are you all standing there for? Chun Pajun's eyes blazed red as he seized a flag from a nearby soldier, brandishing it forward with fervor, roaring hoarsely. Fire. Release every single rune explosive arrow. Not a single one left behind. Target. The Barbarian King's tent. Free fire. Open fire. Yes. This roar ignited the powder keg of their spirits. 50 soldiers of the Divine Mechanism unit were instantly ignited by an indomitable bloodlust. To hell with strategy. To hell with rules. If the lieutenant commands to shoot, then shoot. If he commands to bombard, then bombard. Fire. The centurion of the Divine Mechanism unit, a man of fierce resolve, was the first to pull the trigger. Whoosh. A rune explosive arrow, trailing a crimson tail, soared into the night sky like a meteor, piercing the air with a sharp whistle as it sped towards the distant barbarian encampment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following closely were the 2nd, 3rd, and 50th arrows. 50 soldiers of the Divine Mechanism unit completed their first volley, but this was merely the beginning. Without regard for the outcome, they instinctively drew the 2nd rune explosive arrow from their quivers, nocked it, aimed, and fired with the fluidity of a well-rehearsed performance. 2nd round. Fire. 3rd round. Fire. 5th round. Fire. In less than 20 breaths, 5 volleys unleashed 250 rune explosive arrows without reservation. 250 streaks of deadly light converged in the sky, forming an impenetrable steel barrage, a river of flames spanning the horizon, hurtling towards the very heart of the barbarian encampment, the grand and opulent royal tent, with an unstoppable ferocity. This spectacle was breathtakingly magnificent, yet terrifyingly fierce. On the city walls, all soldiers of the Great Xia stood transfixed. They gaped, heads tilted back. Entranced by the meteor shower composed of flames and death, their minds blank. How astonishing that arrows can be shot in such a manner. How remarkable that warfare can be conducted in this way. This is no longer a mere conflict. It is divine retribution. It is the wrath of the gods descending upon us. The paralyzed Lu Gonggong quaked in terror, his face pale and eyes wide, trembling as he pointed to the heavens. Struggling to utter even a coherent sentence, Chun Pajun has gone mad. He has truly lost his senses. It was not the loss of those invaluable explosive runic arrows that frightened him, but rather the reckless, apocalyptic tactics employed by Chun Pajun, which utterly shattered his courage. Meanwhile, high above, the barbarian king, who was locked in a standoff with Su Mingxue, immediately sensed that something was amiss. As the cacophony of piercing arrows filled the air, he caught a glimpse downward, and his pupils constricted in alarm. This was dire. In an instant, he comprehended Chun Pajun's intention. That accursed human lad dared to seize the moment, while he was momentarily occupied to obliterate his stronghold. Within that stronghold resided not only his royal tent, but also his most elite royal guards, alongside all his offspring and concubines. Devilish witch, get out of my way. The barbarian king unleashed a thunderous roar, casting aside his duel with Su Mingxue, his rage surging like a tempest. He launched a powerful punch toward her, intent on forcing her back in order to render assistance. However, since Su Mingxue had pledged her allegiance to Chun Pajun, she would not acquiesce to his desires. Your opponent is me. Her gaze was icy and resolute. Without flinching, she formed an intricate and otherworldly spell seal before her chest. As boundless demonic energy coalesced into an enormous black shield, the shield pulsated with arcane patterns, as if countless malevolent spirits were howling within. Demon shield. Boom. The barbarian king's fist, capable of shattering mountains, struck fiercely against the magical shield. The shield trembled violently, emitting a mournful cry under the strain, and cracks swiftly spread across its surface. Su Mingxue's body jolted from the impact, her complexion paling further, a trickle of blood escaping from her lips. Yet her gaze remained steadfast. She withstood the blow with unwavering resolve. Seeking death, the barbarian king, incensed, could hardly contain his fury. In that fleeting moment of delay, the deadly meteor shower had already reached the skies above the barbarian camp. No, the barbarian king let out a despairing roar, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. The next moment, boom, 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 boom. 250 explosive runic arrows descended almost simultaneously upon the very heart of the barbarian encampment. There were no earth-shattering roars, only a relentless, muffled cacophony of explosions. The ground quaked as if countless boulders had been hurled into a lake, rolling and trembling violently. Great clouds of fire, mingled with earth and debris, surged skyward, swiftly merging into a conflagration. Within mere seconds, that area transformed into a hellish nightmare. The terrifying shockwaves of the explosion spread outward like a tsunami, shredding tents, soldiers, and war horses as if they were mere scraps of paper. Countless barbarian soldiers, caught unaware, were instantly reduced to charred remains amidst the flames and the relentless onslaught of the shockwaves. The air was filled with piercing screams and wails, only to be swiftly drowned out by a new wave of explosions. The colossal tent, a symbol of the barbarian king's supreme power, was torn to shreds in the initial blast, along with everyone inside, instantly vaporized, leaving no trace behind. It was a saturation strike. Chun Pajun, in the most visceral, blood-soaked, and shocking manner, perfectly illustrated this military term from another realm to the world. This was a dimensional strike. This epitomized modern tactical thought, crushing the absolute aesthetic of violence from the cold weapon era. Witnessing the ashes of his blood, his loyal guards, and his offspring engulfed in flames, the barbarian king was utterly driven mad. His reason was devoured by an endless tide of rage and hatred. Chun Pajun, I shall have your life. I shall see you torn asunder. He roared skyward, his aura surging with unprecedented speed, spiraling into a frenzy. His towering form began to swell, blood-red, eerie patterns emerging on his skin as two sharp fangs erupted from his mouth. He was willing to burn his own lifeblood and essence to forcefully enter a state of madness. The barbarian god descends. Break for me. Boom. A terrifying force, multiple times stronger than before, erupted from within him. The magical shield conjured by Su Mingxue could no longer withstand it, bursting into countless fragments with a resounding thud. Su Mingxue felt as if struck by lightning. Her body hurtled backward like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from her mouth, her breath rapidly waning. Having forcibly undone 3 seals and enduring a strike from the frenzied barbarian king, she was at the end of her strength. Mingxue. Chun Pajun's eyes bulged with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the city wall, soaring like a cannonball, catching the faltering Su Mingxue midair. We must go, he has lost his mind. Su Mingxue weakly murmured, her consciousness beginning to fade. Go. Chun Pajun cradled her delicate form, feeling her faint breath, his murderous intent surged to its peak. He slowly raised his gaze to the now fully transformed, beastly barbarian king, a sinister grin spreading across his lips. Today, none shall escape. System. Activate Berserk Talent. Basic Berserk. Active skill, burns lifeblood for a short duration, greatly enhancing strength and speed, but results in a weakened state afterward. Ding. Talent Berserk activated. All attributes increased by 50. Pain perception reduced by 80. Duration, 3 minutes. Warning. Upon talent's conclusion, the host will enter a state of extreme weakness. Boom. A torrent of berserk vitality erupted from Chun Pajun. He gently placed Su Mingxue back on the city tower, entrusting her to the astonished Zhang Hu, leaving him with 2 words. Take care of her. With that, he soared once more into the sky, charging towards the now irrational beast. Captain. No. Zhang Hu exclaimed in alarm. Everyone could see that the barbarian king had gone mad. At this moment, he was an invincible harbinger of death. Chun Pajun's advance was akin to courting death. However, the gaze of Chun Pajun was terrifyingly calm. He understood that he must engage. Su Mingxue had created the most opportune moment for him, delivering a devastating blow to the barbarian camp, shaking its very foundations. Yet, as long as the barbarian king remained alive, this war would never conclude. A formidable 4th-tier return to origin expert, once driven to madness, posed a threat to Bloodstone Pass greater than that of 100,000 troops. Therefore, he must take advantage of the king's weakness and seize his life. Old coot, your opponent is me. Chun Pajun bellowed, drawing the attention of the barbarian king. Die. The king's blood-red eyes instantly locked onto Chun Pajun, abandoning the pursuit of Su Mingxue, transforming instead into a streak of crimson light, lunging toward him. Fast, at an unprecedented speed. With the dual enhancements of Battlefield Holographic Perception and Raging Fury, beginner Chun Pejun barely managed to catch a glimpse of his trajectory. Come at me. Rather than retreat, Chun Pejun advanced, his finely crafted battle knife emitting an exhilarated hum. The advanced axe techniques, splitting, chopping, lifting, slashing, sweeping, hanging, crashing, and chopping, were fully unleashed. Skill, blood battle in all directions. Skill, armor break slash. Skill, fatal strike. He instantaneously combined all his available offensive skills into this singular strike. Open up. Gripping the knife with both hands, he exerted all his strength, delivering a ferocious upward slash aimed squarely at the oncoming crimson light. Clang. A deafening clash of metal reverberated through the air. Chun Pejun felt an irresistible force surge from the blade, his palms instantly splitting, blood gushing forth. The impact sent him hurtling backward, as if struck by a high-speed train, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily against the battlement wall. Boom. The solid wall was dented into a human-shaped concavity. Gulp. Chun Pejun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced, and his bones felt as if they might shatter. Had it not been for the protective body and the damage reduction from Raging Fury, beginner, this single strike would have obliterated him. Ha! Ant. This is the fate of those who dare to provoke me. The Barbarian King, having landed a successful hit, erupted into maniacal laughter, offering Chun Pejun no respite before once again transforming into a streak of blood, lunging forward. A claw covered in crimson scales aimed directly at Chun Pejun's heart. He intended to tear this insolent wretch who had brought him such humiliation to shreds. The shadow of death loomed over Chun Pejun in an instant. However, just as the claw was about to make contact with his chest, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his blood-soaked eyes. Now, talent, absolute evasion. Talent, spatial leap. 2 life-saving skills. Each exchanged for 300 war god points in the system, activated simultaneously. Chun Pejun's figure vanished in an instant. The Barbarian King's claw, aimed with certainty, grasped nothing but air, its immense force leaving 5 deep gouges in the wall behind him. The Barbarian King paused in confusion. In the next moment, Chun Pejun's figure appeared behind him like a specter, the distance between them less than half a meter, a distance poised for mutual destruction. Old fool, you've fallen for it. A chilling smile spread across Chun Pejun's face. Unbeknownst to him, 10 rune explosive arrows had materialized in his hand. He had audaciously transformed these devices into grenades for close combat. Madness. The Barbarian King was paralyzed with dread. He finally comprehended that he had underestimated this human from the very beginning. It was not that he feared death, rather, he wagered his life in the most frenzied manner possible. Without a moment's hesitation, the Barbarian King attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Let us embark on this journey together. With his last ounce of strength, Chun Pejun forcefully pressed the 10 rune explosive arrows against the Barbarian King's back. As previously mentioned, the power of the rune explosive arrows rivaled that of the 6th rank of Chi Sense. When stacked tenfold, their potency escalated to a whole new level. He then ignited them. Boom! A sound more thunderous and terrifying than any previous explosion resonated from the battlements of Bloodstone Pass. A blinding fireball instantaneously engulfed the figures of the 2 combatants. The violent energy obliterated the walls within a 10-meter radius, reducing them to ruins. At that moment, it seemed as though the entire world had been rendered silent. As the smoke cleared, the Barbarian King staggered, half of his body mangled and grievously wounded, retreating in haste. While the Barbarian army retreated like a receding tide, Bloodstone Pass had endured a Pyrrhic victory. Chun Pejun lay amidst the rubble, akin to a tattered rag, his life hanging by a thread. Just as the crowd believed the crisis had passed, the Watcher, Lord Liu, suddenly emerged, brandishing a resplendent imperial edict, and shouted in a piercing voice, "The edict has arrived. The 9th Prince, Chun Pejun, has colluded with the Demonists to slaughter his own allies, a crime of unparalleled severity. Execute him on the spot." Chapter 23. Behind you. I stand. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The howling northern wind swept through the battered walls of Bloodstone Pass, carrying the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the scene at the heart of the explosion was revealed. A colossal breach marred the city wall, charred bricks curling outward as if savagely bitten by an unseen beast. In the center of the ruins lay a deep pit, and at its edge, the towering form of the Barbarian King swayed precariously. His once proud, berserk physique was now a pitiful sight. His entire back, along with half of his body, had been reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, charred and mangled, displaying ghastly white bones and writhing entrails. Huffing like a broken bellows, the Barbarian King's blood-red eyes fixated on the figure in the pit, resembling a marionette, filled with boundless resentment, terror, and a hint of incredulous awe. He had been defeated. Defeated so utterly, so disgracefully. He could not fathom how a mere novice at the 8th rank of bone forging could possess such an array of bizarre techniques and such reckless abandon. It was not combat. It was a gamble for life, sacrificing his own life to claim that of another. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary had temporarily elevated their personal prowess from the initial stage of the 8th grade bone refinement realm to the early phase of the 7th grade muscle transformation realm, following the utilization of a rudimentary rampage skill, coupled with the formidable power of a single runic explosive arrow, comparable to that of a 6th grade chi sensation realm, and the cumulative force of 10 arrows, rivaling the peak of the 5th grade meridian opening realm, compounded by the injuries sustained during the prior confrontation with the sorceress, which afforded her an opportunity to exploit his weaknesses, ultimately leading to his defeat. Chun Pajun, the barbarian king, uttered those 3 words through clenched teeth, casting a profound glance at the soldiers of the Great Xia, who had already aimed their weapons at him from the city ramparts, before shifting his gaze to the distant, agitated horde of barbarians. He comprehended that the tide had turned against him. If he did not retreat now, he would surely meet his demise here. This king shall return. Leaving behind a resonant declaration, the barbarian king forcibly suppressed his injuries and transformed into a streak of crimson light, fleeing towards the northern horizon without a backward glance. Awoo! As the barbarian king retreated, the encircled barbarian army below, unable to break free, emitted a cacophony of unintelligible howls, akin to receding tides, abandoning a sea of bodies and weaponry in their hasty retreat. Did we win? Have we truly emerged victorious? On the city walls, the surviving soldiers of the Great Xia gazed at the ebbing tide of their foes, their faces reflecting a bewildering mixture of relief and elation. Instinctively, they yearned to cheer, to shout, to hurl their weapons skyward in celebration. Yet, a sharp, piercing voice, suffused with malice and venomous delight, fell upon them like icy water in the depths of winter. Imperial decree. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the military overseer, Eunuch Lu, who appeared from an obscure corner. He dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire, adjusted his crooked hat, and produced a scroll of brilliant yellow parchment, raising it high. His face, plastered with white powder, appeared particularly grotesque against the backdrop of smoke and chaos. Prince Chin Pajun, heed the decree. Eunuch Lu, with his fingers delicately poised, slowly unfurled the edict and, in his duck-like voice, pronounced each word with meticulous clarity. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Prince Chin Pajun, being a royal, stationed at the northern frontier, ought to serve the nation loyally and defend against foreign aggression. However, his disposition is cold and unprincipled, and he has conspired with the sorceress Su Mengxue of the demonic cult, colluding from within and without, with the intention of subverting our great Xia dynasty. A thunderous uproar erupted upon the utterance of these words. All soldiers were left in a state of shock. Colluding with a witch? Plotting subversion? Who could this be speaking of? Is it not the very Captain Chun, who had used himself as bait and valiantly forced the barbarian king to flee? The hero who had led them to victory in this seemingly hopeless battle? What a farcical jest. Silence! Silence! Eunuch Lu shrieked, his gaze icy as it swept over the assembly. Anyone daring to make a sound shall be treated as an accomplice. He cleared his throat and continued. Furthermore, Chun Pajun has brazenly sheltered the sorceress on the battlefield, employing military-grade runic explosive arrows to annihilate our loyal soldiers of the Great Xia. Such treachery warrants execution. His heart is deserving of execution. Pooh! Hearing this, the fiery-tempered Zhang who nearly spat blood in disbelief. You wretched liar. He pointed an accusatory finger at Eunuch Lu, unleashing a torrent of invective. When did we, the brave, ever fall to Captain Chen's onslaught? We are alive and thriving. Are your blind eyes unable to see? The captain targeted the barbarian king's encampment. He saved our lives. Indeed, we can all attest to this. Eunuch Lu, you are distorting the truth and slandering the loyal. The soldiers of the breaking army, filled with righteous indignation, cast furious glares, their weapons instinctively gripped tightly in their hands. They were prepared to perish in the charge, yet could not endure the desecration and vilification of a hard-won victory and glory by a mere eunuch. Eunuch Lu's countenance turned a shade of iron gray, astonished by the overwhelming esteem that Chun Pajun commanded among the troops. However, emboldened by the imperial decree in his grasp, he sneered with disdain. Impudent. A rabble of common soldiers dares question the will of the emperor? I witnessed with my own eyes how that sorceress inflicted grave injury upon the barbarian king, and in a bid to protect her, Chun Pajun deliberately delayed the battle, even using explosive arrows to demolish the city walls. leading to the untimely demise of countless brave souls. You are all his accomplices. With that, he summoned every ounce of strength to intone the decree's final words. I, moved by royal bloodline, intended to spare his remains. Yet, his crimes are so heinous, they invoke the wrath of both heaven and man. Therefore, I command that Prince Chun Pajuan be executed on the spot. Thus decreed. The phrase executed on the spot struck the hearts of each soldier like the sharpest ice blade, igniting a wave of absurdity, fury, and desolation among them. On what grounds? We refuse to accept this. Protect the captain. A voice rang out, and soon, every soldier of the breaking army rallied in unison. Rather than assaulting Eunuch Lu, they silently and resolutely formed a human shield, safeguarding the figure lying in the depths of the ruins, whose fate remained uncertain. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of unsheathing swords resonated as one. Thousands of battle-hardened soldiers, caked in blood and mud, forged an impenetrable wall of steel. Their gazes were cold and resolute. They spoke not a word, yet their actions spoke volumes. You wish to harm our captain? You shall have to step over our corpses first. Rebellion! Rebellion! Do you dare to revolt? Eunuch Lu trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Hu and others, shrieking, I am the military supervisor, armed with the emperor's decree, as if I were present myself. To defy the order is to invite the annihilation of your entire clan. To hell with your annihilation. Zhang Hu spat a thick gob of phlegm at Eunuch Lu's feet, his eyes ablaze like a fierce tiger protecting its young. I have but one life, and my parents perished long ago at the hands of the barbarians. It is Captain Chun who has fed us, restored our dignity, and taught us the art of combat. Today, should anyone dare lay a finger on the captain, I shall be the first to cleave him in two. To cleave him in two. To cleave him in two. The chorus of 1,000 soldiers roared, their voices shaking the heavens. The ferocious wrath, honed from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, surged toward Eunuch Lu, causing him to stagger backward, collapsing onto the ground, the imperial edict slipping from his grasp. He was afraid. He was truly afraid. From the eyes of these soldiers, he perceived an unmasked intent to kill. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter another word, they would reduce him to a mere pulp. Just as the atmosphere became charged and tension reached its peak, a frail yet teasing voice emerged from behind the wall of men, resonating with a languorous tone. Cough, cough. Zhang Hu, your spit displays a distinct lack of finesse. At least aim for his face. That voice. It belonged to the captain. Zhang Hu and the others were taken aback yet elated, turning abruptly to see Chun Pajuan precariously rising from the rubble. At that moment, his appearance was scarcely better than that of a beggar, tattered clothing, wounds all over, blood trickling down his pant legs, and his face marred with bruises, resembling one who had just emerged from a coal mine. The after-effects of the frenzy, talent surged within him like a relentless tide, leaving him feeling hollow, every cell in his body protesting in agony. Pain. Excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. Yet he could not succumb. He understood that if he fell, the band of brothers he had just rallied and the unconscious woman beside him would be doomed. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he swallowed back the metallic taste in his throat, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers who shielded him so resolutely, a warm wave swelling in his heart. In his past life, he had served the nation selflessly, a solitary king of the underworld, willing to sacrifice himself for his comrades. In this life, he yearned to live for himself and those dear to him. To his astonishment, these rugged men bestowed upon him an unexpected sense of belonging. Sheathe your blades. Chun Pajuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. What do we resemble? We are soldiers, not bandits. Let us not provide fodder for certain individuals. Captain. Zhang Hu and the others felt their eyes welling up. Execute the order. Chun Pajuan's tone brooked no dissent. Yes, the soldiers of the Pajuan battalion, though reluctant, uniformly sheathed their weapons. Orders must be followed. Such was the discipline instilled by Chun Pajuan. Witnessing this scene, the paralyzed Lu Gong, harboring a flicker of malice in his eyes, struggled to rise, picking up the imperial decree from the ground, his voice a hollow bark. Chun Pajuan, you have awakened just in time. Why don't you kneel and receive the decree? Chun Pajuan ignored him, striding directly to Zhang Hu's side. Zhang Hu, gripping his weapon, stood vigil over the unconscious beauty. Su Ming Xue's complexion was as pale as parchment, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her eyelids, gently fluttering with her feeble breaths, resembling a wounded butterfly. Even in her unconscious state, her beauty was breathtaking. Chun Pajuan extended his hand, delicately brushing aside a stray lock of hair from her cheek, his movements tender as though he were handling a priceless treasure. He lifted his gaze, slowly sweeping over all present, from the brothers of the Pajuan battalion to the allied soldiers from other camps. finally landing on Lu Gong's resentful visage. His voice was calm and clear, yet carried an undeniable air of dominance and resolve. From this day forth, I declare a matter of great significance. Su Mingxue is the woman of Chun Pejun. This proclamation reverberates like a thunderclap. A collective gasp escapes the lips of all present. He has boldly confessed before everyone, including the ever-watchful General Lu by the emperor's side. Does he comprehend the implications of his words? This signifies that he has irrevocably cemented the charges of collusion with the witch. It implies that he has severed ties with the entire Great Xia dynasty and its so-called righteous path. General Lu, in his ecstatic frenzy, exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Did you all hear him? He has confessed. Chun Pejun, you treacherous rebel, your fate is sealed." Yet, Chun Pejun does not even deign to glance in his direction. His gaze remains steadfastly upon his soldiers. With deliberate emphasis, he continues, "I care not whether she is a saint of the heavenly demon sect or a demoness in the eyes of others. What I know is that just now, she exhausted her powers to hold back the barbarian king, granting us the opportunity to retaliate. It was she who shed blood for our Bloodstone Pass. In my realm, there exists no distinction between righteousness and wickedness, only debts of gratitude and vengeance. She is our benefactor. She is the woman I, Chun Pejun, shall protect with my life." His voice crescendos, resonating like the beat of war drums, striking each soldier's heart with fervor. "My soldiers of Chun Pejun can bleed, can sacrifice, but shall never lack conscience. Today I stake my claim." He extends his finger, slowly tracing the faces of all present, ultimately settling upon General Lu's visage. "Whoever dares to lay a finger on her shall be my enemy. They shall stand against the entirety of my valiant camp." With that, he pivots sharply, addressing his thousands of soldiers, summoning every ounce of his strength to bellow, "Valiant camp, heed my command. Will you dare to stand with me and ensure her safety? Will you dare to proclaim to the world what fate awaits those who harm my brothers in arms, harm the woman of Chun Pejun? Dare, dare, dare." The voices of 1,000 iron-willed men rise in primal, frenzied roars, responding to their stalwart leader. Their chests heave wildly, their eyes ablaze with fervent flames. What righteousness? What demonic sect? They know not. All they understand is that Chun Shao speaks the truth. The young lady bled to defend the city. Thus she is one of their own. Whoever dares to harm one of their own becomes the enemy. The rationale is as simple as that. Whoever dares to touch her must kill me first. Zhang Hu is the first to raise his arm in fervent declaration. "Kill me first. Kill me first." The furious roars of thousands amalgamate into a cataclysmic wave of sound, echoing across the skies of Bloodstone Pass, reverberating endlessly. The collective spirit and wrath of the army, even more formidable than when they faced the barbarian horde, now surge forth. General Lu stands utterly dumbfounded. He gazes upon this frenzied assembly of soldiers, and at the man standing at the forefront, whose form may sway, yet whose spine remains unyielding. A chill courses from his feet to the crown of his head. He finally comprehends a vital truth. Bloodstone Pass is no longer the Bloodstone Pass of the court. Here, it bears the name of Chun. Amidst the thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the enchanting woman, previously shielded by Chun Pejun, fluttered her long lashes gently. Su Mingxue gradually opened her eyes. She had awakened. Before her lay a figure that, while not expansive, emanated an undeniable strength. In her ears resonated a series of heartfelt roars, powerful enough to shake the very mountains. "Who dares to touch the woman of Chun Pejun shall meet a dire fate." Su Mingxue's eyes brimmed unexpectedly with tears. Raised in the Tianma sect, she had grown accustomed to deceit and treachery, familiar with the shadows that lurked in the hearts of men. She was both a revered saint and a witch reviled by many. Loneliness was her constant companion, and she had learned to encase her heart in a frigid exterior to safeguard herself. Never had she imagined that one day, a man would stand before the world, with such audacity and disregard, to protect her, proclaiming to all that she was his. He declared to the world that behind her stood him. A warmth, unlike anything she had ever felt, surged through her limbs, dispelling the chilling remnants of her internal turmoil and melting the iceberg that had encased her heart for 2 decades. As she gazed upon that figure, a beautiful smile slowly graced her lips. This man, though somewhat foolish, endeared himself to her. In the next chapter, a twist unfolds. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the cunning eunuch Lu, in a desperate bid, activated a hidden dragon energy from the imperial edict, transforming it into a magnificent golden dragon that surged toward Chun Pejun. With a sinister grin, he declared, "This is the protective dragon energy bestowed by the emperor himself. Let us see who dares to obstruct it." At this critical moment, Su Mingxue positioned herself in front of Chun Pejun. her eyes narrowing as she regarded the dragon energy with a derisive smirk. Imperial might? Before the might of my Tianma energy, it is but a mere loach. Chapter 24. Aftermath and bountiful gains. The echoes of defiance reverberated like thunder, shattering the last vestiges of hope for Eunuch Lu above the Bloodstone Pass. He surveyed the bloodthirsty soldiers around him, their eyes filled with fervor, and glanced at the man, Chun Pajun, who stood resolute at the center, despite his grave injuries. Like a spear piercing the heavens, a flicker of intense malice and madness flickered in his eyes. Very well. Lu struggled to rise from the ground, his face caked in white powder, contorted with rage and fear, rendering him a terrifying sight. Chun Pajun, you openly defy the Emperor's decree and incite rebellion. This is a crime worthy of annihilating your entire clan. Today, I shall purge the realm on behalf of His Majesty. With a sudden motion, he raised the imperial edict, channeling the last remnants of his energy into it. Buzz. The edict radiated a brilliant golden light. A visible golden energy spiraled forth from the scroll, rapidly elongating, and in an instant, transformed into a lifelike golden dragon stretching several fathoms long. This dragon was composed entirely of pure imperial dragon energy, its scales shimmering, whiskers flowing, and its sovereign eyes exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down the spines of all present, as if their very souls trembled in fear. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry echoed through the heavens. This is the dragon aura bestowed upon us by His Majesty. The voice of Eunuch Lu was sharp and triumphant, brimming with the exhilaration of wielding power. This dragon aura embodies the fortune of the nation and signifies the majesty of the heavens. Chun Pajun, I behold you and your band of treacherous ministers. Who dares to resist? Who dares to offend the celestial might? With a sudden, forceful gesture, he pointed forward, sneering. Let us execute him. The golden dragon, upon receiving the command, twisted its massive body in the air, exuding an overwhelming aura of destruction, and opened its colossal jaws to lunge at Chun Pajun, who stood at the heart of the crowd. The might of the dragon was like a prison, inexorable in its advance. The soldiers of the Pajun camp, though valiant and unafraid of death, were gripped by a profound sense of powerlessness in the face of the royal dragon aura that represented imperial authority. It was a suppression that emanated from the depths of their bloodlines and souls, robbing them of the courage to even raise their weapons. Captain, Zhang Hu and the others stared with wide eyes, helplessly watching as the golden dragon drew ever closer. Chun Pajun's pupils constricted sharply. He forcefully suppressed his internal injuries, preparing to unleash his fury, talent once more, even at the cost of severing his meridians, determined to withstand this strike. Yet, just at that critical juncture, a slender yet resolutely steadfast figure suddenly interposed before him. It was Su Mingxue. Unbeknownst to him, she had risen, her black dress billowing in the tempest, her pale visage devoid of any trace of fear. She gazed at the menacing golden dragon, a hint of disdain curling her lips into a cold smile. Imperial might? She spoke, her voice frigid yet imbued with an innate pride and contempt. Before my heavenly demon aura, it is but a rather attractive little mudfish. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, an utterly different, yet equally terrifying aura erupted from her delicate frame. It was an unparalleled darkness, profound, chilling, tyrannical, and enigmatic. It seemed capable of devouring all light and life in the world. The black, demonic energy coiled around her like living tendrils, rising until it coalesced behind her into a vague, yet colossal silhouette of a demon god. This demon god figure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, bore an indistinct visage yet radiated an unparalleled majesty that looked down upon the world, regarding all beings as mere ants. The demon descends. How dare this mere false dragon act recklessly before me? Su Mingxue slowly raised her right hand, as white as jade, and gently pointed at the oncoming golden dragon. Disperse. As the command left her lips, the demon figure behind her moved, all 6 arms in unison, seemingly tearing through space as a colossal hand composed solely of pure demonic energy manifested from thin air, gripping the once mighty golden dragon in its palm. With a mournful cry, the golden dragon emitted a painful wail, struggling desperately, its golden scales flickering erratically, yet it could not break free from the grasp of that obsidian hand. It was as if a serpent had been seized by its vulnerable throat. No, impossible. Eunuch Lu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He could scarcely believe what he beheld. This was the imperial dragon aura, pure and radiant. It was meant to conquer all evil. How could it be evil? Su Mingxue let out a cold laugh, her eyes radiating an even deeper disdain. A frog at the bottom of a well dares to speak of the heavens and the earth? Allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With a sudden tightening of her fingers, a crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of shattered glass. The gigantic hand of dark demonic energy clenched fiercely. A mournful wail erupted from the golden dragon, its massive body being crushed explosively, transforming into a myriad of golden specks, akin to fireworks, dazzlingly bursting forth, only to be completely devoured by the endless demonic energy. With the dragon's aura shattered, Lu Gonggong felt as though struck by lightning, spewing a mouthful of blood, his form instantly wilting as if all vitality had been drained, collapsing weakly to the ground, his face ashen. His greatest reliance was gone. The arena fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by this shocking spectacle. If Chun Pejun's expulsion of the barbarian king epitomized the ultimate beauty of violence in mortal warfare, then Su Mengshue's barehanded obliteration of the imperial dragon's aura was nothing short of divine combat. Is this the prowess of the holy maiden of the demon sect? Absolutely astonishing. The soldiers of Pejun camp gazed upon the enchanting figure in the flowing black dress, standing protectively before Chun Pejun, resembling a celestial goddess of the heavens. Their eyes filled not only with reverence, but also with a fervent recognition. Regardless of the distinctions between righteous and demonic paths, anyone who could safeguard their commander was one of their own. Moreover, she was so powerful, so beautiful, and so commanding. Her strength was formidable, never faltering at crucial moments. And she could even lend support. The commander's judgment was indeed remarkable. Chun Pejun looked at the figure shielding him, his heart awash with mixed emotions. With a wry smile, he gently grasped her wrist. Her hand was icy and trembling, the forced activation of the heavenly demon energy posing a significant burden on her already injured state. All right, the showboating is over. The rest is in my hands. His voice carried a gentle, yet undeniable authority. Su Mingxue stiffened, glancing back at him, a fleeting hint of panic and embarrassment flickering in her cool, serene eyes. She did not pull away. Instead, she softly acknowledged him and obediently retreated behind him, relinquishing the stage back to this man. Chun Pejun stepped forward, towering over the collapsed Lu Gonggong, his gaze devoid of warmth. Lu Gonggong, do you have any final words? Please don't kill me. Lu Gonggong, terrified to the core, wept profusely, completely stripped of any semblance of a military commander's dignity. See, Commander Chun, no, Your Highness. Have mercy. I was merely following orders. It was all the Grand Prince and the Chancellor's doing. It has nothing to do with me. In a desperate bid for survival, he unhesitatingly betrayed his masters. The Grand Prince Chintai? The Chancellor? A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Pejun's eyes. Indeed, it was them. His elder brother truly harbored designs against him. Your Highness, you are magnanimous. Please consider me as inconsequential and spare my life. Kneeling on the ground, Lord Lu fervently knocked his head, drawing blood from his forehead. Release you? Chun Pejun laughed, a cruel smile gracing his features. It's not impossible. He crouched down, gently patting Lord Lu's face, and softly remarked, Did you not just accuse me of colluding with sorceresses and slaughtering our comrades, claiming I am guilty of heinous crimes? Allow me to show you what true malevolence looks like. Rising to his feet, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hu. This man has slandered our commander, undermined the morale of the troops, and plotted to harm both me and the esteemed heroes of Bloodstone Pass. According to the military laws of my camp, what punishment does he deserve? Zhang Hu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he thundered. According to military law, he should be executed by slow slicing, to serve as a warning to others. No. Lord Lu let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This is too cruel. Chun Pejun shook his head, his expression one of benevolence. We are civilized individuals. We shall not resort to such futile barbarism. Instead, let us drag him away and find a sturdy wooden post to hang him from the highest point of the city tower. Remember, ensure he remains alive. Provide him with water and food. I want the northern winds to thoroughly cleanse his mind, sullied by his treachery. I wish for all to witness the fate of those who slander the loyal. Understood, Zhang Hu exclaimed, grinning as he approached Lord Lu. No, Chun Pejun, you cannot treat me this way. I am a court official. This is extrajudicial punishment. You are rebelling. Lord Lu struggled desperately. Rebellion? Chun Pejun scoffed. Lord Lu, one may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak recklessly. I am merely tidying up our ranks and enforcing military discipline. As for you, you may remain up there, serving as a sentinel for Bloodstone Pass. Someone, gag his mouth. It's too noisy. Muffled protests followed as Lord Lu was dragged away like a lifeless dog by two soldiers. Thus, a crisis sparked by a decree concluded dramatically. Chun Pejun took a deep breath, momentarily feeling darkness encroach upon him. The after-effects of his rage, compounded by the rigors of battle, had finally begun to overwhelm him. Captain, Chun Pejun, Zhang Hu and Su Mingxue simultaneously supported him. I am fine. Chen Pejun waved his hand. His gaze swept over the battered city tower and the exhausted yet exhilarated faces around him. In a low voice, he declared, "Relay my orders. The entire army shall clean the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and assess losses and spoils. Zhang Hu, you shall lead the effort. All spoils must be catalogued uniformly. No one is permitted to hoard them. Any violators shall face execution. Yes," he continued. "Moreover, retrieve that broken axe discarded by the barbarian king during his flight. It is a valuable item that must not be lost. Ensure the injured soldiers receive timely medical care. Those severely wounded should be assigned lighter duties upon recovery. And the deceased must be recorded, with compensations promptly delivered to their families. Rewards should also be calculated." Understood. As orders were efficiently disseminated, Bloodstone Pass resumed its operations with renewed vigor. 3 hours later, in the residence of the captain, within the chambers of Chen Pejun, he sat cross-legged upon the bed. Although his complexion remained somewhat pale, his breathing had steadied considerably. The elixir crafted by Su Mingxue indeed boasts exceptional effects. At this moment, he sits with his eyes closed, deeply engrossed in the system panel, occasionally breaking into a silly grin reminiscent of a lottery winner claiming a 5 million jackpot. The rewards he reaped this time are truly monumental. Firstly, there is the vast reservoir of combat experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully repelling the 10,000-strong barbarian army, achieving a great victory in defending the city. Battle evaluation, S rank. Ding! S rank evaluation rewards are being calculated. Reward 1, Enlightenment of Cultivation. The host's cultivation can be elevated from the early stage of the 8th rank bone forging realm to the peak of the 8th rank bone forging realm. Note, the core features of the 8th rank bone forging realm include the harmonious resonance of sinews and bones, with strength permeating throughout the body. Changes in internal energy and physique, still devoid of internal energy, yet strength penetrates from flesh into the marrow, bones having undergone repeated tempering and nourishment, possess density and hardness that far exceed fine steel. In moments of running and leaping, one can hear the thunderous resonance of sinews and bones akin to a tiger or leopard. Stamina, explosive power, and recovery capabilities undergo a qualitative leap. Fractured bones can heal within mere days. Strength and destructive power. Strength. One arm can lift 500 pounds, and a full force strike can deliver 1,000 pounds of force. Damage. A punch or kick can shatter stones and crack tablets. A single blow is sufficient to fell a charging bull. A kick can cause the city gates to tremble violently. Should one strike a 9th rank martial artist, it could effortlessly shatter their bones, rendering them incapable of combat. As the system's voice prompts came to a close, a torrent of immense and pure energy manifested within Chen Pejun's limbs and bones, fervently cleansing and refining his meridians. The meridians that had been damaged from forcibly activating frenzy now, under the nurturing of this energy, not only swiftly recovered, but also became more resilient and expansive than before. His cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, from the early to mid to high stages, culminating at the peak of the 8th rank bone forging realm. He was but a step away from the 7th rank strength transition realm. With diligent practice of the high-grade earth-level technique, dragon elephant suppression technique, the breakthrough into the 7th rank strength transition realm was imminent. Dragon elephant suppression technique 2nd layer, elephant bone, corresponding to the 8th rank bone forging, mental formula, blood and energy as the hammer, bones as the anvil. Tempered 1,000 times, the sound like the roar of a dragon. Cultivation performance. This realm requires the guidance of violent energy, such as the medicinal power of the red sun fruit, deep into the marrow for a blood and bone transformation. The process is excruciating, with bones creaking under immense strain, and fractures may occur before healing. If there is a balance of yin energy, the results will be doubled with half the effort, significantly reducing risk. Features of success. Bone density and hardness greatly increase, becoming as heavy as iron. Strength surges dramatically, with every movement imbued with colossal power. One can actively employ intermediate blood and energy control, channeling energy into the limbs for devastating strikes. What a thrill! Chen Pejun could not suppress a roar of exhilaration within. This sensation surpasses any form of indulgence. Reward 2. Acquired special skill, Initial Understanding of Formation. Initial Understanding of Formation. A passive skill that grants the host a rudimentary comprehension and ability to decipher formations and restrictions in the world. It allows the host to perceive the core and energy flow of most basic formations. Note, knowledge is power. Mastering mathematics and chemistry empowers one to traverse the world without fear. Upon seeing this skill, Chen Pejun's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. This is truly a timely blessing. In this world, Whether it be in military campaigns or in the pursuit of adventure and treasure, formations are an indispensable element. In his previous life on Earth, although he had encountered the so-called mystical arts, his experiences were predominantly rooted in tactical applications of terrain and psychology. Now, possessing this skill is akin to wielding a pair of eyes that can pierce through the illusions of formations. Henceforth, when faced with perplexing arrays or deadly traps, he shall no longer be left in utter darkness. The strategic value of this skill is immeasurable. Reward 3. Acquired the special item, Barbarian King's Battle Axe, Bone Shatter. Damaged. Bone Shatter, a low-grade earthly weapon forged from a blend of Northern Sea dark iron and stones from the sacred mountains of the barbarian tribes, crafted over a century. Weighing 360 pounds, it can compel all matter and shatter the most resilient of defenses. It possesses inherent passive effects of armor breaking and intimidation. Current state. The axe blade is severely damaged, its spirit greatly diminished, requiring the expertise of a high-tier weaponsmith for restoration. Chun Pajun's gaze fell upon the massive battle axe in the corner. It was indeed the weapon abandoned by the barbarian king. The axe's dark body was adorned with ancient barbarian totems, exuding an aura of ferocity and dominance merely by its presence. However, the blade bore a significant gash, a result of being struck by a runic explosive arrow. Chun Pajun smacked his lips at the sight of this low-grade, earthly weapon. Note, just like martial arts, weapons are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, without subdivisions of upper, middle, or lower. This is truly a valuable item. Within the entire Northern Army, it is unlikely to find many weapons of the earthly tier. Although damaged, once restored, it shall undoubtedly become a formidable instrument of destruction. In addition to these 3 S-rank rewards, there were several other minor gains. For instance, from the barbarian centurion he had felled with a single arrow, he acquired a skill, Barbarian Bull Charge, which is a modest benefit. Furthermore, the vast number of barbarian soldiers, though each contributed little experience, amassed collectively to significantly bolster his cultivation. All in all, this battle was a tremendous profit. Chun Pajun once again reviewed his personal attributes. Host: Chun Pajun. Identity: 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Commander of Bloodstone Pass. Realm: 8th grade Bone Forging. Pinnacle: Martial Arts. Upper grade Earth Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. 2nd layer. Skills: Eagle Eye Vision. Advanced. Mastery of Combat. Master level. Inherent from his crossing. Intermediate Axe Mastery. Intermediate Blood Chi Control. Intermediate Mental Shock. Initial Understanding of Formations. Stealth Disguise. Advanced. Battlefield First Aid. Intermediate. Proficient in Barbarian Language. Talents: Physical Enhancement. Beginner. Olfactory Enhancement. Beginner. Talent: Absolute Evasion. Talent: Spatial Leap. Beginner Rage. Barbarian Bull Charge. War God Points: 5,500 knock. Knock. Just as Chun Pajun was relishing his spoils, the sound of Zhang Hu's knocking echoed from outside. Come in. Zhang Hu entered, his face a canvas of barely contained excitement. Captain, we have completed the inventory. He handed over a thick tome, urging, you must take a look. Upon receiving the tome and flipping it open, even with his prior expectations, Chun Pajun could not help but gasp in astonishment. By heavens, we have struck gold. The next chapter unfolds as the battle report and the list of spoils are delivered to Governor Zhao Wuji of the Northern Territory. This venerable elder, who has overseen the North for decades, gazes upon the astonishing report and the record of the consumption of runic explosive arrows, falling into a prolonged silence. He taps on the table and commands his trusted aide, go, send a generous gift to the 9th Prince, and convey to him that I greatly admire his audacity. This ambiguous gift, will it serve as a reward or a test? Chapter 25. The Governor's Machinations. My goodness, we have struck gold. Even with Chun Pajun's experience across 2 lifetimes, accustomed to the tempestuous tides of fortune, he could not refrain from exclaiming a curse upon seeing the densely packed and splendid list of spoils on the scroll. His heart raced faster than when he had been struck by the Imperial Dragons or a moments prior. This was no mere list of spoils. It was a substantial foundation of wealth, a capital potent enough to transform the broken army camp entirely. Captain, look at this, Zhang Hu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he trembled, pointing at a line in the scroll, his voice quavering. Northern war horses. A total of 513. Although several were injured, the wounds were superficial and would heal with time. These were war horses. Until now, our camp could scarcely muster a team of mules. In the era of cold steel, what did cavalry signify? Mobility, impact, strategic deterrence. A fully constituted cavalry unit is the nightmare of all infantry, the monarch of the battlefield. Chun Pajun had previously contemplated forming a cavalry, But warhorses are exceedingly precious, especially those suited to the harsh climate of the north, which are strategic resources tightly controlled by the Northern Governor's office and several major military corps. How could a mere prince of the cold palace hope to acquire them? Yet now, the barbarian transport captain had generously bestowed over 500 upon him. This contingent of warhorses was sufficient to establish an elite cavalry reconnaissance unit, dramatically expanding the reconnaissance radius surrounding Bloodstone Pass. Noticing the horses was not enough, Chun Pajun forcibly suppressed his overwhelming joy, turning to the next page. He asked in a steady voice, "What concerns me more is the human cost. Has the casualty report been compiled?" Upon hearing this, the excitement faded from Zhang Hu's face, replaced by a solemn expression. He retrieved a thinner booklet from his pocket and, in a subdued tone, reported, "Captain, in this engagement, our broken army camp suffered 312 fatalities, with 189 severely wounded, and countless others with minor injuries. Each figure weighed heavily, like a stone pressing upon the heart. Though, compared to the glorious tally of thousands of enemies vanquished and tens of thousands repelled, this loss could be deemed miraculous." For Chun Pajun, these numbers represented more than mere statistics. They signified 312 living souls, 312 brothers who had entrusted their lives to him. The atmosphere in the chamber grew weighty for a moment. Chun Pajun remained silent for a while, slowly closing the scroll before solemnly declaring, "Relay my orders. First, for all the fallen soldiers, their body shall be recovered with the highest honors, one coffin per individual, inscribed with their names and origins. We shall seek a site of auspicious feng shui beyond the pass to establish the broken army camp's loyalty shrine for their collective burial. I wish to let them witness how we sweep away the barbarian horde and reclaim our homeland. Secondly, the compensation for the fallen shall be dispensed at 3 times the highest standard of the Northern Army. It must be delivered to the families of every deceased soldier within 3 days. If any family resides far away, a designated person shall be sent to deliver it. Should there be any instances of embezzlement or withholding, those responsible shall face military law without mercy. Thirdly, all severely wounded soldiers shall be gathered in the finest barracks, cared for uniformly by the military doctors, and the necessary medicinal supplies shall be procured at any cost from our captures. Even if we must sell all the seized goods, we shall bring back their lives. Fourthly, for all brothers who participated in the battle, regardless of casualties, this month's military pay shall be doubled." With clarity and unwavering conviction, orders flowed from the lips of Chun Pajun, devoid of the slightest hesitation. Zhang Hu's eyes reddened as he pounded his breastplate, his voice resonating like thunder. "Yes, I, as a representative of the fallen brothers, express my deepest gratitude to you, Captain." He understood that this was not merely a command but a promise, a pledge that granted all living soldiers the assurance to fight with peace of mind. Following such a leader, even death would be worthwhile. Enough with the empty words. Chun Pajun waved his hand, gesturing towards the thick list of spoils, a smile returning to his lips. "Now, let us discuss how to transform these spoils into our own fighting power." "Haha, Captain, I have been pondering this for quite some time." Zhang Hu immediately perked up, leaning forward like a child presenting a treasure. "Look, the barbarian standard armor, though crude, is remarkably sturdy. We can have our blacksmith brothers mend and forge them. We should be able to assemble at least 2,000 usable sets. Our brothers in the camp will finally be able to enter battle without donning rags and scrap metal. And those curved sabers and bows, we can certainly select a large batch to equip ourselves, especially their barbed arrows, tipped with deadly poison, insidiously crafted. They are indeed our treasures, perfect for turning against them. And the food, Captain, can you guess how much there is? Enough to sustain our 5,000 men on black bread and jerky for 3 months. At last, the brothers can enjoy a hearty meal." Zhang Hu spoke with fervor, his words animated and spittle flying. The Pajun camp was truly impoverished, so destitute that soldiers went into battle without a decent set of armor, so poor that their daily ration consisted of watery gruel mixed with sand, so impoverished that winter clothing had to be shared among several men. Yet now, a great victory had propelled them from abject poverty to a modest prosperity. Chun Pajun listened with a smile, yet his mind engaged in deeper calculations. These spoils represented not merely equipment and provisions, they signified autonomy, with an independent source of armaments and logistics. His Pajun camp could largely free itself from the constraints of the Northern Army supply system. This was the foundation of his courage to challenge the higher-ups. "Just oversee the arrangements." Chun Pajun nodded, his gaze finally resting on the end of the list. "What interests me most is this." At the end of the list were recorded various miscellaneous items seized from the barbarian officers and shamans. One line read, "A batch of barbarian shamanistic offerings, including peculiar beast skin scrolls, bone staffs, and potion vials, the purpose of which remains unclear, temporarily stored in the warehouse. Have them sent to me immediately, commanded Chin Pajun. What? Captain, those items are strange and reek of an odd scent. What do you need them for? Zhang Hu inquired, somewhat perplexed. You wouldn't understand. Chin Pajun replied with a mysterious smile. Sometimes, knowledge is more potent than blades. Go now? Yes. Though Zhang Hu was confused, he promptly obeyed the command. Just as Zhang Hu departed, a cool yet languid voice emerged from behind the screen. Have you struck it rich? Su Mingxue, clad in a flowing black dress, stepped out gracefully. She had changed her attire, her lustrous hair cascading casually over her shoulder. Her stunning visage, though still pale, bore a softness that contrasted with her earlier intensity. In her hands, she held a steaming bowl of medicinal broth, the rich aroma of herbs filling the air. Thanks to you, I've made a small fortune, Chun Pajun chuckled, patting the edge of the bed for her to join him. Su Mingxue shot him a disapproving glance, irritably presenting the bowl before him. Drink this. Don't think that just because your cultivation has improved, your internal injuries have healed. You forcefully employed a secret technique this time, and your meridians are severely damaged. Without at least 10 days to half a month of recovery, you won't fully heal. Understood. Dr. Su, Chun Pajun replied with a playful grin, accepting the bowl and drinking it in one go. The potion was exceedingly bitter, yet a sweetness blossomed within his heart. The sensation of being cared for was truly delightful. By the way, when you crushed that golden dragon earlier, were you all right? Chun Pajun asked with concern, sensing that although Su Mingxue had exuded confidence, her breath seemed somewhat unsteady afterward. I'm fine, Su Mingxue replied dismissively, though a flicker of pride flashed in her eyes. That mere pseudo-dragon energy, refined by an emperor, cannot harm my celestial demon essence. It merely drained my energy a bit. A few extra days of rest will restore me. That's a relief, Chun Pajun sighed, feeling reassured. He gazed at Su Mingxue and suddenly grew serious. Mingxue, thank you for this time. His gratitude was heartfelt. He understood that had it not been for Su Mingxue's timely intervention in blocking that imperial dragon energy, he would have survived, but at a grievous cost. Su Mingxue's delicate figure trembled slightly as she averted her gaze, moving to the window to observe the bustling scene outside. There's no need for thanks between us. If you were to perish, who would take me to find the Kunlun mirror? Though her words were nonchalant, the faint blush creeping to her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Chun Pajun smiled, choosing not to press the matter. Some things are better left unspoken. At that moment, Zhang Hu's hurried footsteps echoed once more outside, accompanied by another unfamiliar voice. Captain, someone from the Northern Border Governor's office has arrived. Zhang Hu burst through the door, followed by a formidable man clad in the garb of the governor's personal guards. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a stern demeanor and a composed aura. His hawk-like eyes scanned Chin Pajun and Su Mingxue discreetly before finally resting on Chin Pajun. In the Bloodstone Pass, the Captain Chun Pajun addressed the visitor with a voice that, though not loud, emanated a commanding authority befitting one accustomed to high office. It is I, he stated, seated calmly upon his bed, displaying no signs of discomfort in the presence of the other S-rank. Zhao Long, commander of the governor's personal guard. The man replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. He then produced a gilded document from his bosom and declared with clarity, by order of the esteemed governor, I am here to convey a command. At this, Chun Pajun felt a stir of anticipation within. The cunning fox of the northern regions reacted with swiftness beyond his expectations. Read it, he uttered, his tone composed. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Long's eyes, as the rumored inept prince exhibited an unexpected demeanor. Without further ado, he unfurled the document and read aloud. Command, Captain Chun Pajun of Bloodstone Pass, having risen to the occasion amidst peril, has skillfully commanded the shattered remnants of the army, decisively defeating the elite of the barbarian forces and slaying their chieftain, thereby upholding the dignity of our great Xia. This is an unparalleled achievement, deserving of reward. However, the former commander of Bloodstone Pass, Li Mu, fled in the face of battle, and the supervising officer, Lu Fu, betrayed the nation, resulting in a weakened defense and unrest among the troops. In this time of national crisis, expediency is paramount. Thus, it is decreed that, effective immediately, Chun Pajun shall be promoted to acting defender of Bloodstone Pass, overseeing all military and political affairs therein. The 10,000 soldiers formerly stationed at Bloodstone Pass shall be temporarily under his command. It is hoped that you shall redeem yourself through merit and not disappoint the expectations of this governor and the court. As the proclamation concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zhang Hu gaped, his eyes wide as saucers, disbelief etched upon his face. Acting defender? Overseeing all military and political affairs? Commanding 10,000 soldiers? My heavens, this is a meteoric rise. From a mere captain with a handful of remnants, he had catapulted to the helm of a strategic stronghold. Though merely an acting position, it was genuine authority. Captain, you have become the esteemed defender. Zhang Hu stammered in excitement, nearly bowing in reverence. Yet, Chun Pajun's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, a cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Su Mingxue, standing nearby, scoffed lightly, her clear gaze rife with unabashed derision. What a splendid notion of redeeming oneself through merit. What a splendid acting defender. Zhao Wuji, that old fox. Plays his cards shrewdly. Zhao Long's brow furrowed at her words, and he retorted coldly. What do you mean, Miss Su? The esteemed governor's promotion of Captain Chun is a testament to his talent. How can you suggest otherwise? Talent? Su Mingxue countered with a scornful laugh. I see it rather as a lust for power, a desire for the head of this holy maiden of the demon sect, which he believes will yield him political capital. She had struck at the very heart of the matter. You. Zhao Long's expression darkened. What? Have I hit the mark? Su Mingxue pressed, her demeanor unyielding. Zhao Wuji, under the guise of promotion, is in truth setting a trap. He has entrusted the entirety of Bloodstone Pass to Chun Pajun. What does this signify? It signifies that should Bloodstone Pass triumph, the credit will belong to Zhao Wuji's adept leadership. Yet, if it falls, the blame will rest squarely upon Chun Pajun's shoulders for poor command. He cast aside 10,000 defeated soldiers without offering a single man or morsel of support, cloaking his actions in the guise of military governance, while in reality, he merely intended for Chun Pajun to fill this bottomless pit with his own broken army. Most insidiously, he refrained from mentioning my identity as the witch or the matters concerning Lu Gonggong. This was akin to throwing the hottest potato directly into Chun Pajun's lap, compelling him to confront the impending wrath of the court alone. Zhao Wuji, seated comfortably in Baineng City, could simply sip tea and enjoy the performances, indifferent as to whether Chun Pajun would be crushed by the barbarian hordes or drowned by the court's scorn. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain without loss. Is this truly your esteemed governor's method of cherishing talent? What a grand gift indeed. Su Mingxue's words struck like a series of resounding slaps against Zhao Long's face. Each phrase pierced deeply, laying bare the sinister plot concealed behind Zhao Wuji's orders. Zhao Long's complexion fluctuated from pale to flushed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He never anticipated that this infamous witch, reputed solely for her lethal prowess, could perceive the intricacies of political machinations so clearly. Beside him, Zhang Hu, once elated, now found himself chilled to the bone, realizing that this monumental reward was, in fact, a poison coated in honey. The Captain Zhang Hu cast a worried glance at Chun Pajun, who, however, wore a smile. Rising from his bed, he approached Zhao Long and personally accepted the decree. Please convey my gratitude to the esteemed governor for this generous favor. His voice was calm, yet resolute. I, Chun Pajun, shall accept this grand gift. Zhao Long's head shot up in astonishment. He had envisioned various reactions from Chun Pajun, anger, protest, or even outright refusal, but he had never anticipated that Chun Pajun would so readily accept what he knew to be a trap, a veritable pit of fire. Had he lost his senses? Have you truly considered the consequences? Zhao Long could not help but caution. By accepting this decree, the fate of Bloodstone Pass and the court's accountability now rests solely upon your shoulders. Absolutely clear, Chun Pajun retorted, casually handing the decree to Zhang Hu. If the governor wishes to witness a performance, I shall oblige. If he desires my demise, I shall strive to thrive beyond anyone's expectations. He locked eyes with Zhao Long, enunciating each word with conviction. Return and inform Zhao Wuji that what he has bestowed upon me is not a pit of fire, but a stage. From this day forth, I shall dictate the affairs of Bloodstone Pass. The spectacle he wishes to see, I shall enact. Yet the script must be authored by me. As for the troubles he fears, be they from the barbarians or the court, rest assured, I shall handle them. A confident and defiant smile graced Chun Pajun's lips. I shall embrace it all. Boom. An invisible aura of dominance emanated from Chun Pajun. A manifestation of absolute confidence forged through the tumult of bloodshed and the weight of countless lives in his hands. Zhao Long, intimidated by this force, staggered back a step, his heart tumultuous with overwhelming waves of emotion. At this moment, the figure before him seemed not to be a fallen prince barely 20 years of age, but rather a magnificent tiger that had shed all its shackles, poised to roar through the mountains and forests. The tribal prince, having sustained injuries, had fled, marking a temporary cessation of hostilities with the barbarians. The ensuing struggles among the princes would only intensify, and ultimately, the barbarians would return with renewed vigor. In the next chapter's cliffhanger, Zhao Long departed, his heart laden with shock. Chen Pejuan officially assumed control of Bloodstone Pass. His first order of business being the rectification of military discipline and the consolidation of power. However, a few trusted lieutenants left behind by the former commander, Li Mu, brazenly emerged to undermine his authority, attempting to usurp his position as the acting defender. Confronted with internal challenges, Chen Pejuan's thunderous methods were about to unfold. Simultaneously, an urgent imperial edict from the capital had already traversed Yinmen Pass, racing towards Bloodstone Pass with great haste. Chapter 26. Undercurrents from the Righteous Sect. Zhao Long had departed, nearly fleeing in disgrace. Upon arrival, he had exuded an imposing presence, bolstered by the authority of the governor's personal guard. Yet as he left, he appeared lost and disoriented, as if he had glimpsed something profoundly unsettling that shattered his worldview, his steps faltering. Chen Pejuan's declaration of "I will write the script," coupled with his disdainful aura, struck him like a heavy blow, leaving him in a state of turmoil that was difficult to quell. He felt compelled to return immediately and report everything that had transpired here to Governor Zhao Wujing. This ninth prince was far from the inept fool described in the intelligence reports. He was a ferocious tiger, even more terrifying than the barbarian king. Within the confines of the chamber, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Zhang, who remained enraptured by his lieutenant's audacious proclamation, his face flushed crimson with excitement. Trembling with enthusiasm as he gazed at Chen Pejuan, a look that transcended mere admiration, bordering on fervent devotion. "Lieutenant, no, Sir Defender. You were magnificent just now. That Zhao fellow must have nearly soiled himself." Chen Pejuan cast a sidelong glance at him, responding curtly, "Magnificence? Can that fill our bellies? That old fox, Zhao Wujing, has dumped this colossal mess on me. I'm being sold while helping to count the coins. What is there to be gleeful about?" Zhang, whose excitement was abruptly doused, scratching his head in earnestness. "I don't grasp all those intricacies. All I know is that with you, sir, there's meat to eat and battles to fight. Even if a mountain of blades or a sea of flames lies ahead, I would dare to follow you through it." Enough with the flattery. Chen Pejuan waved his hand, his earlier ease vanishing, replaced by a sharpness of strategy. "Convey my orders. Summon all centurions and higher-ranking officers of Bloodstone Pass immediately. In 15 minutes. Gather in the conference hall. No one is to be absent. Those who defy my orders shall be executed." "Yes." Zhang, whose expression hardened, promptly departing to execute the command. He understood that the first fire of the defender was about to ignite. Once Zhang, who had left, only Chen Pejuan and Su Mingxue remained in the room. Su Mingxue approached him, her piercing, cold gaze seemingly capable of perceiving the depths of one's soul, quietly studying him. "You were pretending just now, weren't you?" She suddenly spoke. Chen Pejuan was taken aback. Pretending at what? Feigning indifference and exuding an air of confidence, Su Mingxue's lips curled into a subtle arc, imbued with an insight that suggested she comprehended everything. Zhao Wuji's scheming was indeed ruthless. He had maneuvered her into a perilous predicament, surrounded by barbarian threats from without and imminent accountability from the court within, compounded by an additional 1,000 mouths to feed and a cadre of unruly warriors. The weight of pressure upon her was heavier than anyone could imagine. When confronted with his true intentions, Chen Pejuan exhibited no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he chuckled nonchalantly, as expected of the saintess of the demonic sect. "Nothing escapes your keen perception." He openly acknowledged the pressure, likening it to the immense weight of Tai Shan pressing down upon him. Yet, life is but a performance, reliant entirely on one's acting prowess. Should he betray even a hint of hesitation or retreat, not only would the cunning Zhao Wuji take note, but even his subordinate rabble would become unsettled. In the theater of battle, confidence holds more value than gold, especially for a newly appointed official like him. He must solidify his public persona, embodying the image of a formidable figure capable of weathering any storm. His half-jesting, half-serious remarks deepened the amusement in Su Mingxue's eyes. "Such fallacious reasoning," she retorted, yet retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from her robe and handed it to him. "Here, take this. It is a spirit restoration pill, designed to swiftly rejuvenate your mental acuity, ensuring you do not appear feeble during the forthcoming meeting." "Ah, more treasures?" Chen Pejuan accepted it without hesitation, uncorking it to inhale the refreshing medicinal aroma that invigorated his mind. "Thank you, my enchanting sorceress," he said with a playful grin. "Flattering as ever," Su Mingxue replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she shot him a playful glare before turning towards the inner chamber. "I shall inspect the spoils you've collected. Perhaps I might uncover something of value. Do be cautious and avoid any blunders." "Rest assured," he replied. Watching her retreating silhouette, Chen Pejuan's smile gradually faded. He approached the window, gazing down at the soldiers below, tirelessly scurrying about like ants. His expression turned profound and icy. Zhao Wuji's machinations were indeed the first layer of danger, yet Chen Pejun was acutely aware that the true threats extended far beyond mere conspiracies. Meanwhile, at Shuesher Pass, within a secluded and obscure dwelling, once the estate of a wealthy merchant now enveloped by an imperceptible barrier that muted all sound and prying eyes, Su Mingxue appeared silently in the courtyard, resembling a specter merging with the shadows. "Your Highness," the saintess, a figure knelt in the darkness, paying his respects. Cloaked entirely in black, his presence was so suppressed that, were it not for his voluntary emergence, one might never discern his existence. He was one of the most elite spies of the Tianma sect, known as the Shadow Guard. "Rise," Su Mingxue's voice regained its customary chill and authority. "Have you obtained results regarding the matters I tasked you with?" "Yes." The Shadow Guard rose, retrieving a black jade tablet from his robe and presenting it with both hands. "Your Highness, since your departure from the main sect, some disturbances have arisen within the organization. The Grand Elder and several protectors seem to be exhibiting unusual behavior." Su Mingxue accepted the jade tablet, but did not examine it immediately. Instead, she inquired with a measured tone, "Is it directed at me?" "Your subordinate would not presume to speculate," he replied. The Shadow Guards lowered their heads, but upon investigation, it appeared they had engaged in clandestine contact with the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance? A glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed in Su Mingxue's eyes. "A group of hypocrites dares to covet the authority of my heavenly demon sect? They are oblivious to their impending doom." Furthermore, the Shadow Guard hesitated briefly before continuing his report. "The intelligence we have placed in the northern borders has relayed news that just yesterday, following the great victory at Bloodstone Pass, there was unusual activity 300 miles away at Qingyan Mountain." "Qingyan Mountain? The Qingyan Sword Sect?" Su Mingxue furrowed her brows. "The Qingyan Sword Sect, the foremost righteous sect in the northern borders, boasts a legacy of 1,000 years and profound depth, although it cannot rival the true top-tier sanctuaries of the Central Plains. In this small corner of the northern territory, it is undoubtedly a towering presence. They have always prided themselves on their tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs. How could they suddenly exhibit such movement?" Indeed, the Shadow Guard's voice dropped even lower. "According to reliable sources, the law enforcement elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Qing Songzi, has descended the mountain accompanied by dozens of elite disciples. Their target is none other than Bloodstone Pass, with the stated purpose of subduing demons and vanquishing evil." Subduing demons and vanquishing evil? Upon hearing this phrase, Su Mingxue was momentarily taken aback before she couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mirth laced with endless derision and coldness. What a splendid excuse for subduing demons and vanquishing evil. It is truly a paragon of self-righteousness. She instantly grasped the crux of the matter. This so-called subduing of demons and vanquishing of evil was merely a grandiloquent pretext. It was likely that news of her, the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, appearing at Bloodstone Pass had somehow reached their ears. For these so-called righteous sects, what does a wounded, isolated Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect signify? It symbolizes immense merit. It signifies unparalleled prestige. It signifies the potential to extract various secrets and techniques of the heavenly demon sect from her. This succulent morsel, how could they possibly let it slip away? Qing Songzi. Su Mingxue's fingertips lightly tapped the black jade slip in her hand, her gaze flickering. "What is his cultivation level?" "Back to your Highness. Qing Songzi has long been renowned and is a pillar of the Qingyun Sword Sect. According to records from 10 years ago, he was already at the mid-stage of the 7th grade Yijin realm. Today, he has likely reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade Yijin realm, and may even have grazed the threshold of the 6th grade Qi sensation, producing the first strand of internal energy within. The pinnacle of the 7th grade. This revelation imbued the Shadow Guard's voice with a hint of gravity. In the realm of martial arts, the 9th grade serves as the foundation, with each grade representing a significant leap. The 7th grade Yijin focuses on the meridians, enhancing the speed and volume of true energy circulation. Note, 7th grade Yijin realm, core characteristics, supple as a serpent, fierce as a tiger, transformation of internal strength and physique, mastery of body refinement. The entire body's meridians and ligaments are stretched and reshaped, becoming extraordinarily elastic and resilient. The body's flexibility reaches an astonishing level, enabling movements that defy the laws of physiology. Control over the body attains a meticulous degree, allowing for effortless modulation of strength, blending rigidity and softness. The power of vitality reaches its zenith, enabling the manipulation of vitality to momentarily seal wounds and slow bleeding. Strength. The application of strength has reached a sublime state. With instantaneous explosive power capable of reaching 2,000 pounds, skillfully transmitting force to every part of the weapon. Injury. With bare hands, one can rend iron armor, and the force of one's palm can extinguish a candle flame from several feet away. When wielding weapons, although the blade's aura and sword's brilliance have yet to fully manifest, the power radiates outward, capable of severing even massive trees with a mere 3-foot-long blade. Their attacks are imbued with penetrating strength. Even if an opponent attempts to block, the force can pierce through weapons or armor, causing internal injuries. Practical performance. As a centurion, they are second-tier experts of the martial world. Their agility surpasses the previous ranks, allowing them to evade and maneuver with remarkable finesse. Their combat style is versatile, capable of both aggressive onslaughts and cunning tactics to overcome brute force. They serve as the spearhead piercing through enemy lines on the battlefield. The 6th-tier sense signifies a higher level of transformation. Within their body, the first thread of internal energy manifests. 6th-tier sense realm. Core characteristics: internal and external sensation. The nascence of true energy. Changes in internal power. A faint thread of true energy is born within. This delicate energy resides within the meridians, requiring conscious effort to circulate. It nourishes the physical body, enhancing the practitioner's vitality and sharpening their senses, auditory, visual, olfactory, allowing them to perceive dangers invisible to the average person. Strength and destructive power. Strength. The growth of pure physical strength is minimal, yet one can imbue true energy onto fists, feet, or weapons. Damage. Attacks infused with true energy multiply in destructive capability. A single punch can stir fallen leaves, and a palm strike against a massive rock may leave only a shallow imprint on the surface, while internally it sends forth fine cracks. When blades are imbued with true energy, they become sharper and more durable, effortlessly slicing through iron as if it were mud. Practical performance. Having just stepped into the realm of true warriors. In combat, the amount of true energy is limited and must be conserved for critical strikes. With heightened senses, one can anticipate the opponent's movements in advance. When facing a 7th-tier warrior, initial disadvantage may arise from insufficient strength. Yet the destructive power of true energy and acute perception can enable one to maneuver and potentially counterattack. Warriors who reach this realm can begin to sense and harness the thin spiritual energy that permeates the world, integrating it into themselves for their own use. Every move and technique they execute carries a hint of the world's might, far surpassing that of 7th-tier warriors. A peak 7th-tier martial artist in the muscle transformation realm possesses terrifying destructive power. They serve as the spearhead on the battlefield, capable of single-handedly quelling an army of 1,000 with but a sword. As Su Mingxue murmured to herself, contemplating the peak of the 7th-tier muscle transformation realm, her exquisite visage bore no trace of fear, but rather an eager battle intent. This is fortuitous. I have been troubled by the slow recovery of my injuries, and these so-called pillars of righteousness are practically walking elixirs. By absorbing their essence, her wounds would surely heal significantly. Your Highness, shall we prepare in advance to ambush them? Inquired the Shadow Guard. No need. Su Mingxue waved her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. It would be less amusing to startle the snake by beating the grass. Let them come. I wish to see whether their swords are swifter, or if my demonic arts prevail. Moreover, her tone shifted as she glanced towards the direction of the Bloodstone Pass's lieutenant's residence, her gaze becoming somewhat complex. Here, I am not the sole arbiter. That fellow would likely not appreciate outsiders meddling in his territory. She was keen to observe how Chun Pujuan would react when confronted by these self-proclaimed righteous and formidable cultivators from powerful sections. Would he choose to compromise or retreat? Or would he, as he had with the barbarians and Lu Gonggong, adopt a more direct and domineering approach to assert his superiority? Continue to lurk and keep a close watch on the movements of the Qingyun sword sect, reporting to me at any moment, ordered Su Mingxue. Understood. Additionally, assist me in investigating an individual. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mingxue continued, the governor of the Northern Territory, Zhao Wuji. I require a comprehensive dossier on him. As detailed as possible, his origins, cultivation level, personality, connections, and his greatest weaknesses. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in countless battles. Since Zhao Wuji has already made his move, she and Chun Pujuan must be prepared to counterattack. Identifying the opponent's vulnerabilities is the most effective strategy for retaliation. As you command. The shadowy figure of the assassin melded back into the darkness, vanishing as if he had never been there. Su Mingxue stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the overcast sky. The winds of the Northern Territory had grown colder. A seemingly triumphant victory had temporarily alleviated the crisis at Bloodstone Pass. Yet it had thrust them into an even greater and more intricate vortex. The court, the governor, and the barbarians now faced an additional righteous sect with predatory intent. Surrounded by peril, She softly uttered the name Chun Pajuan, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance glimmering in her cold eyes. This mess is far worse than I had anticipated. Please, do not let me down. In the next chapter's hook, the atmosphere in the Bloodstone Pass conference hall was as heavy as iron. Chun Pajuan sat at the head, facing a dozen officers of varying expressions below. Wang Chong, a trusted aide of the former Commander Li Muji, was the first to challenge him, publicly questioning Chun Pajuan's command authority under the pretext of food shortages and wavering morale. In response to this anticipated display of defiance, Chun Pajuan smiled. He slowly rose, uttering a single phrase, "Who is in favor and who is against?" Chapter 27. The only antidote is you. The night deepened. The conference hall of Bloodstone Pass was brightly lit, yet suffused with a deathly silence. The air still carried a faint trace of blood and an inescapable chill. Just half an hour earlier, a textbook example of a new official's fiery debut had unfolded here. Facing the challenge from Li Muji's loyalists, Wang Chong and several lieutenants, Chun Pajuan refrained from lengthy arguments, threats, or even providing them much opportunity for theatrics. When Wang Chong openly questioned his authority as the acting commander, citing food shortages and unstable morale, Chun Pajuan simply smiled and asked, "Who is in favor and who is against?" In that moment, his smile was colder than the winds of the north, relying on their numbers and the notion that the law does not punish the many. Wang Chong and his cohorts stood defiantly. Then, there was nothing further to follow. Chun Pajuan did not even need to intervene personally. Zhang Hu, standing behind him like a tiger unleashed, dispatched the self-proclaimed valiant Wang Chong with merely 3 strikes, leaving him broken and dragging him away like a lifeless dog. The remaining troublemakers, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued by the guards of the broken army, pressed to the ground. Faced with the glinting edge of a blade and the emotionless gaze of Chun Pajuan, they promptly lost control of their bladders. It was not merely a lesson for the sake of intimidation. Rather, it was akin to slaughtering a pig, which fancied itself a tiger, in front of a group of monkeys. In critical moments, ruthless measures proved effective. The results were immediate. All remaining officers, whether sincere or feigned, knelt on one knee in unprecedented reverence, pledging their loyalty to this exceedingly young acting commander. Chun Pajuan understood that this deference was but temporary. To truly tame these proud and fierce warriors would require further strategies and tangible achievements. Yet, at the very least, he had established his authority within this fortress city, securing undeniable influence. Having concluded all military affairs, Chun Pajuan, weary and fatigued, returned to his chamber. Upon opening the door, a rich scent of medicine enveloped him. Su Mingxue sat cross-legged on the soft couch in the inner room, seemingly engaged in a meditative state. She had donned a loose, moon-white gown, her usual sharpness and coldness replaced by a softness and serene beauty. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a sacred veil upon her, rendering her beauty almost ethereal. "You're back?" She spoke without opening her eyes, her voice clear. "Given the malice that surrounds you, it seems you have taken a life. There was no choice. Some individuals insist on provoking me, and I merely injured them." Chun Pajuan replied casually, pouring himself a cup of cool tea and drinking it in one gulp. The recent series of battles, schemes, and displays of authority had left him feeling mentally drained. Even the strongest of men require respite. "And you? Is your injury improving?" he inquired with concern, directing his gaze towards Su Mingxue. She did not respond, and a sense of unease washed over him. Frowning, he scrutinized her more closely. Noticing her complexion was alarmingly pale, her forehead beaded with fine cold sweat, and her delicate frame trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain. Wisps of visible black mist were uncontrollably escaping from her body, swirling around her and exuding a chilling, violent, and chaotic aura. "Mingxue." Chun Pajuan's heart tightened, and he rushed forward. "What is happening? Stay back." Su Mingxue suddenly opened her eyes, which had transformed from their usual coolness to a fiery crimson, filled with madness and struggle. She bit down fiercely on her lip, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she hoarsely exclaimed, "It's the backlash of the heavenly demon Qi. I can barely suppress it." The mention of the backlash sent a chill through Chun Pajuan's heart. He was aware that Su Mingxue's cultivation of the heavenly demon strategy and the fragment of the profound Maiden scripture was immensely powerful but fraught with peril. Particularly in moments of mental instability or severe injury, it could easily provoke inner demons, resulting in a dangerous backlash. The consequences could range from regression in cultivation to succumbing entirely to madness, becoming a mere fiend driven by the thirst for bloodshed. In a desperate attempt to save him, Su Mingxue forcefully activated the source of the heavenly demon, clashing against the imperial dragon's aura. Though it appeared majestic at the time, it ultimately left her with severe consequences. "Damn it!" Chun Pajun silently cursed. Although he lacked knowledge of cultivation, he understood the peril of such a situation. Is there any way to assist you? A medicinal pill? Or perhaps I should channel my true energy? He asked urgently. Useless. Su Mingxue shook her head in pain, her crimson eyes reflecting the gradual consumption of her reason by madness. My heavenly demon energy, so malevolent and sinister, will assimilate any external true energy unless there exists a force of utmost yang and rigidity to suppress it. The force of utmost yang and rigidity? A thought flashed through Chun Pajun's mind, recalling the unparalleled imperial dragon's aura. Yet, that had long been shattered by Su Mingxue. Where could he possibly find it now? As the dark energy surrounding Su Mingxue thickened, her gaze became increasingly vacant, her breaths quickened and scorched, as though a volcano within her was on the verge of erupting. Ah! She let out a pained scream, clutching her head as if waging a final battle against the demons in her mind. Kill me, Chun Pajun. Finish me before I completely lose control. She expended her last ounce of strength to utter those words. She would rather perish than transform into a mindless monster. And she was determined not to harm the man before her. Kill you? Nonsense. Chun Pajun's eyes burned red as he roared in fury. How could he possibly harm her? What should he do? What course of action should he take? In that fleeting moment, a frenzied thought surged into Chun Pajun's mind, the force of utmost yang and rigidity. He recalled the time in the cold palace when he was afflicted with a strange poison, and it was Su Mingxue's blood that saved him. The system had indicated that his physique, after merging with the innate Tao body, underwent an unknown transformation, his blood containing a faint yet pure essence of dragon energy. The innate Tao body represented one of the utmost yang and rigidity forces in existence. Though faint, it might still prove useful. Without a hint of hesitation, in a life-or-death scenario, any glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. With a swift motion, Chun Pajun drew a dagger from his waist and, without a moment's pause, made a deep incision into his left palm, drawing blood. Instantly, crimson liquid gushed forth, but peculiarly, his blood was not merely a vivid red. It shimmered with a faint golden hue and emanated a searing heat. Dream Snow, open your mouth. Chun Pajun shouted, disregarding everything as he rushed forward, prying open Su Mingxue's tightly clenched jaws and thrusting his bleeding palm directly into her mouth. Su Mingxue's body stiffened abruptly. A warm, fragrant liquid flowed down her throat, permeating her limbs and bones. In that instant, she felt as though she had swallowed a miniature sun. The scorching and domineering golden blood, upon entering her body, clashed fiercely with the violent and chilling heavenly demon energy, as if it had encountered its arch-nemesis. A peculiar sound echoed within Su Mingxue, akin to hot oil meeting ice water. The malevolent energy that had violently surged through her meridians, causing her immense agony, began to dissipate upon contact with Chun Pajun's blood. It was not merely melting away, but rather being purified and tamed. The potent, unyielding force of his dragon blood did not brutally annihilate the dark energy. Instead, it intricately extracted the most ferocious and chaotic negative energies, leaving only the purest essence to return to her dantian. This process was 100-fold more challenging than outright destruction, yet infinitely gentler. Chun Pajun sensed that Su Mingxue's body had ceased its violent tremors, filling him with overwhelming joy. He willingly allowed his blood, shimmering faintly with golden light, to flow continuously into her mouth. Despite the dizziness from blood loss, he remained undeterred, his gaze fixed intently on her face. Gradually, the crimson hue in her eyes began to fade, restoring a semblance of clarity. The dark aura surrounding her slowly receded into her body, her breathing became steady and prolonged, and her pallid complexion miraculously blossomed with a hint of healthy color. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Chun Pajun felt he was nearly drained. Finally, Su Mingxue's body settled into tranquility, and she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and bright, devoid of any madness. Their eyes met, and the air felt suspended in that moment. Su Mingxue beheld the man before her, pale, with cracked lips, yet still radiating concern and care. She noticed the bloodied palm he offered, nearly withered from her earlier actions, and felt the warmth of his hand and the lingering trace of his essence. Her heart quivered violently. An unprecedented wave of emotions, sourness, warmth, and excitement flooded her being, overwhelming her heart like a breached dam. This man, this fool, had used his own blood to save her, a witch. With a dry throat and a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, she asked, "Are you willing to risk your life?" "Your life is far more precious than mine," Chun Pajun replied with a weak yet radiant smile, reminiscent of a child's innocence. "As long as you are safe." After uttering those words, he could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed towards Su Mingxue. Instinctively, she reached out, cradling him tightly in her arms. As she felt his heavy body and steady breaths, her eyes unexpectedly brimmed with tears. A single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, falling onto Chun Pajun's face. Lowering her head, she gazed at the man who had succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss, her emotions a complex tapestry of gratitude, heartache, shyness, and an unrecognized sense of dependence. She extended her delicate fingers, gently caressing his pale cheek, gliding over his furrowed brow, ultimately resting upon his cracked lips. "Fool," she whispered softly, her voice tender enough to draw tears. Gradually, she lowered her head, pressing her lips gently against his, cold, yet imbued with a hint of sweetness. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended. Perhaps, from the instant he resolutely thrust his palm into her mouth, this man had inevitably become her destined calamity. A calamity from which she could never escape, nor did she wish to. He was her sole antidote. The male protagonist harbored an unwavering devotion to the female lead, willing to entrust his very life to her, unafraid of the consequences. In the next chapter's teaser, in the early morning, Chun Pajun awoke from a gentle sensation, discovering that he was resting upon Su Mengshue's lap. The ambiguous atmosphere between them had yet to ferment when Zhang Hu's urgent report shattered the tranquility. "My lord, the people from Qingyun Sword Sect have arrived. They demand your surrender of Miss Su." Faced with the pressure from the righteous sect, how will Chun Pajun choose? A new storm has undeniably descended. Chapter 28. The Imperial Envoy arrives. With a chilling intent, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dappled glow upon Chun Pajun's face. His long lashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. The aftereffects of blood loss lingered, leaving his head somewhat heavy. Yet the first sensation he felt was not pain, but an indescribable softness and fragrance. He realized he was reclining on the soft couch of the boudoir, his head resting upon a resilient thigh. A thigh? Chun Pajun's mind instantly sharpened. He stiffly turned his neck, his gaze slightly rising to behold a flawless profile. Su Mengshue sat quietly, one hand cradling an ancient tome, while the other unconsciously brushed through his hair, her movements gentle, as if caressing a beloved cat. Sunlight enveloped her in a golden halo, and amidst her cool demeanor, there emanated a gentle warmth that spoke of tranquil times. "Awake?" Su Mengshue did not look at him. Her voice remained cool, yet a subtle ripple of emotion could be discerned upon closer listening. "Ah, yes." Chun Pajun's face flushed as he felt the warmth of his resting place rise several degrees, hastily attempting to sit up. "Do not move," Su Mengshue spoke softly, pressing down on his shoulder. "You have lost too much blood, lie back for a while." "Oh." Chun Pajun obediently reclined once more, though inside. It felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling about. What is this? The legendary lap pillow? Here he was, a distinguished Special Forces king, now resting like a small puppy upon a maiden's lap. The scene seemed rather incongruous. The atmosphere became subtly and ambiguously charged. Chun Pajun could detect a faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her, not of any flower or perfume, but a unique, crisp essence reminiscent of a pure lotus after snow, instilling a sense of tranquility. He could even feel the slight tension of her thigh muscles as he rested upon it. "Thank you for last night." Chun Pajun cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "It should be I who expresses gratitude," she replied. Su Mengshue turned a page of her book, her voice calm as she stated, "You saved my life." Chun Pajun, with a hint of playful banter, replied, "What are we to each other? Your life is my life." He immediately regretted his flippant remark. Such audacious words. However, Su Mengshue did not seem angered. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips as she softly remarked, "You are quite the smooth talker. Yet, you are correct." Chun Pajun was taken aback. She agreed with him? What did that entail? Just as he was about to inquire further, a series of hurried, heavy footsteps approached, shattering the rare tranquility. Bang! The door was flung open violently. Zhang Hu, his face flushed to a deep shade of purple and drenched in sweat, stormed in, forgetting even to greet them, breathlessly exclaiming, "Master, something terrible has happened." Chun Pajun furrowed his brow, instantly pulling himself away from his earlier musings and sitting upright. If Zhang Hu, who feared nothing, was this flustered, the trouble must be substantial. "Is the sky falling?" Chun Pajun asked in a low voice, his gaze sharpening. "More troublesome than that," Zhang Hu exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he stomped his feet. "It's an imperial envoy from the capital, and also representatives from the Qingyun Sword Sect. They are already at the city gates." An imperial envoy? The Qingyun Sword Sect? How could these disparate forces converge? Chun Pajun and Su Mengshue exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. Su Mengshue's intelligence was indeed accurate. The Qingyun Sword Sect had arrived. Yet, they hadn't anticipated a connection to the court as well. "What is their purpose?" Chun Pajun inquired. Zhang Hu's expression darkened considerably. He cast a furtive glance at Su Mengxue before stammering. The envoy sent word. They claim to be here to proclaim a royal decree. They also said that you must hand over the demoness, without fail. With a clenched jaw, Zhang Hu conveyed the message. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet instantly. Su Mingxue's complexion paled, but she quickly regained her composure. Though her fingers gripping the scroll turned slightly white. Demoness? Chen Pejun chuckled darkly. Rising slowly, his pallid face from blood loss took on an unsettlingly sinister expression, amplified by his cold, mocking smile. What an intriguing title. It appears some believe that my blade, Chen Pejun, is not swift enough. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe, his eyes exuding a terrifying calm. Zhang Hu. Yes, my lord. Relay my orders. Open the gates and prepare the ceremonial escort. Chen Pejun's voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. I wish to see which celestial being dares to tread upon the territory of my Bloodstone Pass and demand my people. At the Bloodstone Pass, beneath the city gate tower, a contingent of about 100 stood silently outside. This group was remarkably unique. At the forefront stood several dozen soldiers clad in the standard armor of the Great Xia dynasty, each exuding a formidable presence, their expressions stern. Clearly the elite of the elite. Behind the Imperial Guard stood over 30 individuals clad in azure robes, each bearing a long sword. They radiated vitality and exuded an extraordinary demeanor, their latent sword intent rendering the surrounding air almost palpable. These were the disciples of the esteemed Qingyun sword sect, the foremost sect of the righteous path in the northern territories. At the forefront of this assembly, two figures stood shoulder to shoulder, particularly striking in their presence. To the left was a middle-aged eunuch with a pale complexion and no beard, adorned in an opulent four-clawed dragon brocade robe and wearing a golden crown. He bore an air of arrogance, with a piercing gaze and a languid grip on a scroll of bright yellow imperial edict. His entire demeanor exuded a sense of superiority, as if he were a noble from the capital, looking down upon mere country folk. This man was none other than Wei Jin, the trusted confidant of the third prince and the deputy director of the imperial ceremonial office, known as Little Wei. Beside him stood an elderly man, possessing an ethereal aura, clad in a voluminous bagua robe, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage. He held a whisk in his hand. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding the gravitas of a master. This was King Songzi, the law elder of the Qingyun sword sect, a peak expert of the 7th rank in the Yijin realm. One symbolized imperial authority, the other represented the sect. These two formidable powers, possessing immense influence in the northern territories, had curiously allied themselves. Their sights set squarely on Bloodstone Pass and Chen Pejun. How audacious! Little Wei, growing increasingly impatient, cleared his throat and spoke in a mocking tone. We have come bearing the Emperor's sacred decree, yet this mere Bloodstone Pass dares to keep its gates shut, leaving us and Daoist Qingsong to languish and wait. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that after a single victory, they have become so arrogant as to disregard even the Emperor himself? His words, though softly spoken, struck deeply, directly implicating Chen Pejun in a grave affront to imperial authority. King Songzi merely smiled faintly at these words, stroking his beard as he replied, "Calm yourself, Wei Gonggong. It is said that His Highness the 9th Prince engaged in a fierce battle with the barbarian tribes just yesterday. It is understandable that he may be preoccupied with military affairs and momentarily delayed." Though he spoke of understanding, his sharp gaze remained fixed on the tightly shut gates of the fortress, a flicker of concealed greed and fervor glinting in his eyes. The holy maiden of the demon cult, the heavenly demon strategy. Should he succeed in capturing Su Mingxue and extract the secrets of the heavenly demon strategy, King Songzi would have a tremendous opportunity to break through the constraints of the 7th rank Yijin realm and glimpse the legendary 6th rank Qi induction realm. At that moment, he would become the first young elder of the Qingyun sword sect to attain the 6th rank in nearly 3 centuries. For this ambition, he would not hesitate to ally with the eunuch or even dance with demons, if necessary. Creak. At that moment, the heavy gates of the fortress slowly swung open. Chen Pejun, clad in pristine armor befitting a commanding officer, with a long sword at his side, emerged calmly from behind the gates. Behind him trailed his loyal guards, followed by the neatly arranged soldiers of the Pejun camp. Although few in number, the iron-blooded aura forged from a sea of corpses instilled a sense of trepidation among the pampered imperial guards and disciples of the Qingyun sword sect. Unaware of the arrival of the esteemed envoy, "I beg your pardon for my failure to extend a proper welcome," Commander Chen Pejun said with a respectful bow towards the young eunuch Wei. However, his gaze immediately fell upon Qing Songzi. Scanning target character. Name, Qing Songzi. Identity, Law Elder of Qingyun Sword Sect. Cultivation level, 7th rank, Peak of the Transformation Realm. Techniques. Qingyun Sword Technique. Pine Crane Longevity Technique. Weapon. Xian Grade Spirit Tool. Qingfeng Sword. Comprehensive Combat Power Assessment. 9,200. Danger Level. Extremely dangerous. Vulnerability Analysis. Though appearing ethereal, this individual is narrow-minded and greedily ambitious. His lifelong aspiration is to break through to the 6th rank, the Qi Perception Realm. And he harbors a strong covetousness for the demonic teaching technique, Heavenly Demon Strategy. 7th rank, Peak of the Transformation Realm. Combat Power, 9,200. A chill ran through Chen Pejuan's heart. This marked the second most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. The previous formidable foe was the 4th rank Barbarian King. Currently, he stood merely at the peak of the 8th rank Bone Refinement Realm, a significant disparity in levels. He was indeed several tiers above that barbarian's 8th rank captain. Humph, are you Chen Pejuan? Young Eunuch Wei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Pejuan, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Why do you not kneel before me? Why do you not kneel before the imperial decree? Who taught you the customs of the northern border? His sharp reprimand pierced the air with a palpable intensity. A typical display of authority. Yet, Chen Pejuan seemed unfazed, gazing back with indifference as he retorted, May I inquire, esteemed eunuch, that I am the 9th prince of the Great Xia, a 3rd rank guardian general, wielding the power to maintain order at the borders. According to the laws of Great Xia, one does not kneel before officials of 3 ranks higher, nor before an envoy. Pray tell, which law demands my submission? You. Young Eunuch Wei was instantly taken aback, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that this so-called foolish prince, rumored to have languished in the cold palace, would possess such sharp wit and audacity to invoke the law against him. Impudent. Young Eunuch Wei shrieked in frustration. I represent the emperor. Your disrespect towards me is a slight against his majesty. Guards, seize him. At his command, several imperial guards stepped forward, hands resting on their weapons, their murderous intent palpable. I dare you. Zhang Hu bellowed, thrusting his broadsword into the ground with a mighty crash. Clang. The steel blade embedded itself into the frozen earth. Sinking half a foot deep, the soldiers of the Pejuan camp stepped forward in unison, their long spears pointed menacingly ahead, the icy tips glinting ominously in the sunlight. The fierce momentum, born from a battlefield of blood and death, erupted instantaneously. Do you dare to rebel? Young Eunuch Wei recoiled, his face paling in fear. He had not anticipated that this group of border soldiers would be so fearless, daring to confront the imperial guards from the capital. Master Wei, please calm your anger, interjected King Songzi, who quickly stepped forward to mediate the situation. With a smile, he addressed Chen Pejuan, saying, Your Highness, the 9th prince. Master Wei acts under imperial orders and may have been a bit hasty. I hope you can forgive him. We come today with no ill intentions. We have merely heard of your remarkable victory against the barbarian tribes at Bloodstone Pass, which has greatly pleased His Majesty. Thus, Master Wei has been dispatched to convey the imperial decree of commendation. His words were astutely crafted, providing a way for the young Master Wei to retreat while clearly stating their purpose. Oh, a commendation? Chen Pejuan replied with a faint smile, gesturing invitingly. Since it is a grace from His Majesty, please proceed with the proclamation, Master Wei. The soldiers outside are braving the cold winds and would surely wish to hear how His Majesty cares for us, the defenders of the border. Though his words appeared courteous, they were, in essence, a prompt. Young Master Wei let out a cold snort and glared at Chen Pejuan before reluctantly unfurling the imperial edict. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a loud voice, By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, the 9th Prince, Chen Pejuan, stationed at Bloodstone Pass, has achieved a great victory over the barbarian tribes, thereby elevating our nation's prestige. I am greatly comforted. He is hereby promoted to the rank of Mighty General. Elevated to the 2nd class, a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk is granted. Furthermore, due to the harsh cold and perilous warfare in the northern borders, I am concerned for the safety of the prince. Thus, I order you to return to the capital, to serve in the Imperial Guard as the Grand General of the Left Cavalry, and to set forth immediately without delay. Additionally, according to the report from Governor Zhao Wuji of the northern borders, a demon cult sorceress, Su Mingxue, has infiltrated Bloodstone Pass, inciting discord among the troops. Her crimes are grievous. Capture her and hand her over to Taoist King Songzi of the Qingyun Sword Sect for punishment, as a warning to others. Thus it is decreed. As the proclamation concluded, the room fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned towards Chen Pejuan. A subtle yet venomous plot lay hidden within the edict. On the surface, it appeared to be an elevation to generalship, a reward of gold and silver, and a return to the capital in a prestigious position. However, in reality, It sought to strip Chun Pejun of the military power he had painstakingly established at Bloodstone Pass, confining him within the vast prison of the capital. The title of Grand General of the Left Cavalry may sound imposing, yet in truth, it was merely a figurehead, devoid of any genuine authority. Even more sinister was the final command. It named him directly, demanding the surrender of Su Mingxue. This was no longer a mere test. It was an outright coercion. Either Chun Pejun would obediently comply, surrendering the woman and relinquishing his military power to become a wealthy idler in the capital, subject to the whims of others. Or he would defy the edict and be branded for eternity as one who opposed the court for the sake of a sorceress. At that point, the imperial army and righteous sects would have the most justifiable grounds to crush him and all of Bloodstone Pass into dust. After finishing the proclamation, young Master Wei displayed a cruel and triumphant smile. He regarded Chun Pejun as if he were prey ensnared in a trap. "Your Highness, oh no, mighty general," he taunted, "will you accept the decree?" King Songzi stroked his beard, adopting a tone of faux pity as he remarked, "Your Highness, the sorceress of the demon cult is loathed by all. As a member of the royal family, do not jeopardize your future for the sake of a mere sorceress." All gazes were fixed upon Chun Pejun, the weight of expectation pressing down upon him like a mountain. However, on Chun Pejun's face, there was neither panic nor anger. He simply listened quietly, and when everyone had finished speaking, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze transcending the crowd as if he were observing something intriguingly amusing. Then he smiled. This imperial edict was well written. Unfortunately, he paused for a moment and stated, word by word, it is a forgery. With this unexpected twist, one may wonder how he dares to declare the edict false. We shall await the unfolding of events. The hook for the next chapter, a forgery? Upon uttering these words, astonishment gripped the entire assembly. The expression on Little Wei's face changed dramatically as he barked sharply. Chun Pejun, do you dare to question the imperial edict? Are you plotting a rebellion? Yet, Chun Pejun paid him no heed. Instead, he turned to Qing Songzi with a cold smile and inquired, Taoist, what does the great Xia law dictate regarding the crime of forging an imperial decree? The tempest of authenticity versus forgery instantaneously escalated the conflict to its zenith. Chapter 29. The Dragon's Roar in the Northern Borders, I am the law. A forgery? These two words struck like invisible slaps across the faces of Little Wei and Qing Songzi. The air momentarily became stagnant, as if the wind and snow had paused in reverence. Every expression froze in that fleeting second: shock, disbelief, and incredulity. No one anticipated that. In the face of this seemingly insurmountable deadlock, Chun Pejun would shatter it so audaciously by outright denying the legitimacy of the edict. Following a brief silence, a volcanic eruption ensued. How outrageous! Little Wei's heavily powdered face flushed a deep shade of liver, his sharp voice contorted in extreme fury, nearly piercing the eardrums of those present. Chun Pejun, you possess an audacity beyond measure. How dare you slander the imperial edict as false? You are questioning the emperor. You are defying royal authority. Are you inciting rebellion? A barrage of accusations rained down like a tempest, each one capable of crushing a person to oblivion. The imperial guards behind him drew their swords in unison, their blades aimed menacingly at Chun Pejun, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Qing Songzi's facade of ethereal elegance finally faltered, his expression darkened, eyes gleaming with a piercing light as he coldly remarked, Your Highness, the Ninth Prince, one may indulge in reckless consumption, but one must not speak recklessly. Forging an imperial edict is a heinous crime that implicates 9 generations. My frail old bones cannot bear such a burden. I implore your highness to present evidence. Though he professed an inability to shoulder such responsibility, his tone brimmed with an audacious threat. To him, Chun Pejun's stance appeared but a desperate struggle, a mere entanglement of obstinacy. Yet, Chun Pejun smiled. He met the gazes of the crowd, whether filled with fury, disdain, or concern, with an air of calmness, even extending his finger to tap lightly on the roll of bright yellow silk in Little Wei's grasp. Evidence. Excellent. Since you seek proof, I shall provide it. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Firstly, the timing is amiss. Chun Pejun raised a finger and spoke with eloquence, resembling not a cornered prisoner, but rather a teacher addressing a class of young students. The decisive victory at Bloodstone Pass against the barbarian tribes occurred only yesterday afternoon. The distance from here to the capital requires a swift steed, and even with haste, a round trip would take at least 10 days. Dare I inquire, esteemed Wei Gonggong, did you arrive via teleportation array, or have you equipped your carrier pigeons with rocket propulsion? To accomplish the delivery of battle reports, the Emperor's review, the drafting of edicts, and their swift conveyance to my hands within a single day is truly remarkable. Such efficiency could be deemed a miracle in the annals of the Great Xia dynasty's administrative history. One might be led to believe we have established real-time communication. Real-time communication? Although no one comprehends this term, the underlying message is unmistakable. This timeline is utterly implausible. Young Wei Gongong's expression stiffened, and he stammered a defense. We set out ahead of schedule. The emperor had foreseen your resounding victory and prepared the edict in advance. Oh, a prophet are we? The derision on Chun Pejun's face intensified. The emperor is indeed astute, even foreseeing my triumph. But did he also predict that you would come here brandishing a false edict, only to be exposed by me on the spot? You are slandering me. Secondly, the logic is flawed. Chun Pejun offered no opportunity for retort, raising a second finger. The edict states that I am to be elevated to the position of a formidable general, promoted from the second rank, with a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk. Such generosity. Yet immediately after, it orders my return to the capital to serve as a powerless left cavalry general. What kind of operation is this? A slap followed by a sweet date? While my father, though advanced in age, has not yet succumbed to folly. His governance is predicated on a principle of balance, subtly influencing without overt coercion. A decree that employs such crude tactics of both reward and punishment is entirely inconsistent with his style. It appears to be the concoction of a fool, eager to eliminate rivals yet lacking in intellect. As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at young Wei Gongong. Young Wei Gongong felt a burning embarrassment, as if Chun Pejun had struck him repeatedly with an invisible hand. This tirade not only branded him a fool, but also implicated his patron, the third prince. Thirdly, and most significantly, Chun Pejun's gaze sharpened to a knife's edge, piercing through young Wei Gongong. According to Great Xia's laws, any edict concerning the transfer of border generals or the handover of military authority must bear the imperial seal and the counter-signature of the Minister of War, along with the War Ministry's Grand Seal. This is to prevent treachery and chaos in military command. Wei Gongong, do you dare unfold your edict for all to see, and let us verify whether it bears the Grand Seal of the War Ministry? This inquiry struck like a heavy hammer, landing squarely on the hearts of young Wei Gongong and Qing Songzi. They indeed did not possess it. The edict was a product of the third Prince Qin Xian, who conspired with several trusted aides to circumvent the War Ministry, secretly drafting it on a blank edict, then stamped with the imperial seal using a mold illicitly obtained by young Wei Gongong from his godfather, Wei Zhongxian. They had presumed that Chun Pejun, a prince who had languished in the cold palace for over a decade, was ignorant of court protocols. They believed that by wielding imperial authority and the threat of the Qingyun sword sect, he would inevitably acquiesce. Who could have anticipated that this so-called waste would possess greater understanding than anyone else? Cold sweat broke out on young Wei Gongong's forehead, and his hand clutching the edict trembled slightly. It was over. All was lost. All schemes and conspiracies were utterly shattered under the clear logic and structured approach of Chun Pejun, leaving them fragmented and utterly destroyed. What? Are you afraid? Chun Pejun pressed forward, his momentum like a raging torrent. Unable to produce anything? Or is it that there is nothing to present at all? He raised his voice dramatically, resonating like thunder, addressing the thousands of soldiers of the breaking army behind him, exclaiming, "Warriors, you have all heard and seen. These two, claiming to be imperial envoys, are in fact traitors to the nation. They wield false edicts, feigning the emperor's will, intending to usurp my military authority and disrupt our northern borders. Their hearts are deserving of execution. I, Chun Pejun, as a prince of the Great Xia and the guardian of Bloodstone Pass, shall today act on behalf of heaven, to cleanse the court and eradicate treachery." Cleanse the court. Eradicate treachery. Zhang Hu was the first to respond, raising his broadsword and roaring with all his might. Cleanse the court. Eradicate treachery. The soldiers of the breaking army were ignited by Chun Pejun's impassioned words, their blood and fury boiling within them. They were men who had tasted blood on the battlefield, harboring a deep disdain for the power-hungry nobles in the capital who cared not for the lives at the border. How dare these parasites brandish false edicts to deceive the generals who had just won victories at the cost of their lives? Such provocation is intolerable. Kill! 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 The thunderous cries of slaughter converged into a terrifying torrent, soaring into the skies. The palpable aura of iron-blooded ferocity sent shivers down the spines of the imperial guards behind the little eunuch, causing their knees to tremble and their grips on their weapons to falter. They were indeed elite, but they faced a horde of madmen who had just crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their very gaze reeking of carnage. No. The edict is genuine. It is true. The little eunuch was thrown into a complete panic, babbling incoherently as he looked at the Taoist Qing Songzi beside him, as if grasping at a final lifeline, pleading, "Master." Taoist Qing Songzi, Save me. Quickly save me. Qing Songzi's countenance had turned exceedingly grim. He realized that today's events could not end amicably. Since diplomacy had failed, he would resort to force. Arrogant wretch, Qing Songzi bellowed, unleashing the peak aura of a 7th-tier expert in the transformation of muscles realm. A powerful wave of energy erupted around him, scattering the accumulated snow on the ground. He stepped forward, his hair and beard billowing, his cold gaze fixed on Chun Pajun as he declared fiercely, Chun Pajun, your eloquent words and manipulative tactics have incited the troops, openly defying the imperial decree, a crime deserving of double punishment. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to deal with you, this rebellious traitor. As for that demoness, I shall personally apprehend her. Before his words fell, he blurred into motion, akin to a great bird, hurtling towards Chun Pajun. The speed of a peak 7th-tier master is astonishing. Covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Protect the general. Zhang Hu's eyes widened with fury, ready to charge forward. Stand down. Chun Pajun coldly commanded, halting him. He regarded the rapidly approaching figure with no hint of fear, instead revealing a chilling and cruel smile. More people? Do you think you can outnumber me? Who plays the game of modern warfare? In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, the voice of Chun Pajun resonated clearly. Master Qing Songzi, have you ever heard the saying? The times have changed. On my territory, I am the law. He gradually raised his right hand and then forcefully swept it downwards. Release the arrows. The chilling command echoed like a death knell. In an instant, hundreds of archers stationed atop the city walls, poised and ready, released their bowstrings simultaneously. A dense swarm of arrows descended like a black locust cloud, accompanied by the sharp sound of whistling, blotting out the sun as they rained down upon the envoy below the city. Even a grain of rice can shine. Qing Songzi observed disdainfully, a cold smile gracing his lips. His vital energy surged violently, enveloping his body in a protective azure aura. The arrows clinked against his barrier, akin to striking a solid steel plate, rebounding harmlessly, never even grazing the hem of his garments. Trivial skills. Qing Songzi's expression reflected his scorn, and he quickened his pace. However, while he moved swiftly, those behind him lacked both his speed and formidable protective aura. Ah, pooh, pooh. The air was rent with anguished cries, an overwhelming cacophony. The once mighty imperial guards, along with the self-important disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, crumbled under the deluge of arrows. Appearing as fragile as paper, the arrows effortlessly pierced through their armor and robes, nailing their bodies to the ground one by one. Little Wei Gonggong's eyes widened in terror. He wished to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encumbered with lead. In the next moment, dozens of arrows found their mark with deadly precision. Pooh! His body was transformed into a porcupine, blood erupting from countless wounds. In disbelief, he gazed at the arrows embedded in his form, gasping in vain, before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Until his last breath, his eyes brimmed with confusion and fear. Unable to comprehend how this worthless prince dared to issue a command to kill, and to kill an envoy at that. No, Qing Songzi turned to witness this scene, fury igniting within him. The elite members of his sect had suffered catastrophic losses in that fleeting moment. Chun Pajun, you shall pay for this, he roared, his voice a tempest of wrath. Yet, what awaited him was a second and third wave of even more ferocious arrows. Chun Pajun stood there, expressionless, observing the chaos as though it were an unrelated film. He slowly raised his long blade, its edge aimed directly at the beleaguered Qing Songzi, his voice echoing throughout the Bloodstone Pass. Relay my orders. Purge the traitors. In the northern territories, I, Chun Pajun, hold the authority. When it is time to be imposing, one must be imposing. Do not falter. Act decisively. Such is the essence of our protagonist's martial prowess. Next chapter hook. Beneath the rain of arrows. Although King Songzi is formidable, he is nonetheless covered in wounds. He roars, attempting to break free. Yet he is ensnared by Chun Pajun, who leads the broken army camp with unyielding determination. At this moment, the system notification resonates. Ding. Host has officially severed ties with the Imperial forces, initiating the Feudal Lords competition mode. Obtained a novice gift pack, blueprint for the ready cannon. Confronted by the powerful beings of this world, Chun Pajun unveils truths from another realm. Chapter 30. Rising winds and gathering clouds, the tempest of the empire. In the northern territories, I, Chun Pajun, hold the final say. His voice booms like rolling thunder, echoing through the Bloodstone Pass, both within its walls and beyond. Each word strikes at the hearts of the soldiers in the broken army camp, igniting boundless fervor. For King Songzi, however, each syllable pierces like a poisoned steel needle, inflicting excruciating pain upon his very core. You wretched boy, you wretched boy. King Songzi, appearing almost maddened, is drenched in blood. His once ethereal robe has been torn to shreds by arrows, now adorned with a dozen wolf-tooth arrows that, though halted by his protective aura, still evoke relentless agony and humiliation, driving him to the brink of madness. He is the law elder of the Qingyun sword sect, a pinnacle warrior of the 7th rank. Wherever he goes, he is revered, addressed with the honorific Daozhong. Never before has he felt like a hunted wild dog, besieged by what he perceives as mere ants, assaulted by the most primal and despicable rain of arrows. Qingyun's sword technique, the waves of pine forests. With a furious roar, King Songzi brandishes his azure blade, unleashing torrents of sword energy that sweep forth like a tumultuous tide, shredding the arrows aimed at him. He forcefully stomps the ground, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, striving to soar above the crowd and escape to safety. If only he can break free, he vows to unite the righteous forces of the Northern Realm, reducing Bloodstone Pass and Chunpujuan to ruins. Thinking to escape? A cold smirk graces Chunpujuan's lips. It is too late. Zhang Hu, form the formation. At the command, Zhang Hu, brimming with pin-up fury, roars, Broken Army Camp. Form the Triad Slaughter Formation. With a unified shout, the soldiers of the Broken Army, having rehearsed this maneuver countless times, spring into action. Groups of 3, teams of 9, they swiftly encircle King Songzi, who is descending from the air. With an intricate and efficient formation, the front line, shield bearers, crash their massive shields to the ground, creating an impenetrable barrier. The middle ranks, armed with poisoned pikes, thrust them through the gaps in the shields with precision, targeting King Songzi's vulnerable areas. The rear ranks, wielding blades and axes, maneuver at the edges of the formation, poised to deliver a lethal strike. This is the military formation crafted by Chunpujuan, merging the cooperative combat principles of special forces with the martial characteristics of this world. It does not seek individual prowess, but rather intertwines the strength of each soldier into a single, efficient, and deadly war machine. A swarm of ants. Get out of my way. King Songzi, incensed, feels his fury rise. With a flick of his long sword, he weaves a flurry of sword flowers, swiftly severing several of the incoming pikes. However, an increasing number of long spears thrust forth from unexpected angles. He could sever 3 lances with a single stroke, yet simultaneously, 10, 20 lances assailed him from all directions. He could repel a shield bearer, but immediately, 2 or 3 others would fill the gap. He felt akin to a tiger ensnared in a quagmire, possessing immense strength, yet bound by countless resilient vines, rendering him powerless. Damn it! Damn it! King Songzi was both astonished and enraged. He realized that the soldiers' coordination was utterly flawless. Each attack, each defense, each replacement was executed with precision as if a single entity were orchestrating them. What struck him with even greater alarm were the soldiers' gazes. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a chilling, unwavering resolve. It was as if they faced not a peak martial arts master at the 7th rank of the Yijin realm, but a mere component that required dismantling. Is this your trump card? Above the city, Su Mingxue had, at some point, arrived by Chunpujuan's side. She silently observed the seemingly lopsided ambush below, which was, in fact, already fated to conclude in a particular manner, her cold eyes glimmering with an unusual light. She had witnessed countless strong warriors and vast armies, yet she had never seen a military force that could harness collective strength to such an extraordinary extent. Perhaps one of the trump cards. Chunpujuan shrugged, speaking with an air of nonchalance, against such individually formidable yet somewhat dim-witted experts. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was always the most effective. Aren't you afraid that by killing him, you will provoke the Qingyun sword sect to the utmost? Su Mingxue inquired softly, a hint of concern lacing her tone. Afraid? Chunpujuan chuckled, turning to meet Su Mingxue's autumn water-like gaze, and earnestly replied, From the moment I decided to keep you by my side, I have known no fear. I have a flaw. I am protective of those dear to me. If anyone dares to harm my people, regardless of their status as some so-called elder, even if the heavenly sovereign himself were to arrive, I would not hesitate to strike. Su Mingxue's heart trembled. A warm current surged from the depths of her being, instantly flowing throughout her limbs. In her 20 years of life, she had heard countless sweet nothings and witnessed myriad insincere affections. Yet never had a statement resonated with such dominance and directness as Chunpujuan's, providing her with profound comfort. Her long lashes fluttered down, veiling the tumult in her eyes, while her lips involuntarily curved upwards. Smooth talker, she lightly chided, though anyone could discern that her tone bore no trace of reproach, only a subtle hint of bashfulness. As the two conversed, the battle below had already reached its conclusion. Under the relentless attrition of the Pajun camp, King Songzi's vital energy had dwindled to a mere fraction, and he bore a multitude of deep wounds. Blood staining his robe, rendering him utterly disheveled. Qin Pejun, you shall meet a wretched end. The Qingyun sword sect will not spare you. He uttered his final, unwilling curse. Noisy. Qin Pejun's gaze turned icy. He took a 2-stone-strong bow from the hands of a nearby guard, knocking an arrow with a fluid motion. Ding. Skill Eagle Eye has been activated. Target locked. King Songzi weakness analysis. Target's vital energy depleted. Mind in chaos. Heart position on the left chest. Defenses most vulnerable. Qin Pejun's gaze sharpened in an instant, becoming as keen as that of an eagle. He released the bowstring. Buzz. The arrow, akin to a streak of black lightning, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, arriving ahead of time. King Songzi, already fatigued from fending off the onslaught of the military formation, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming sense of imminent peril. He looked up in horror, only to see a glint of cold light rapidly magnifying within his own pupils. No. He attempted to evade, but his body could not react swiftly enough to match his thoughts. Thud. The sharp arrow accurately pierced his heart. The immense inertia propelled his body backward, ultimately pinning him firmly against the city gate of Guanqing. King Songzi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and endless resentment. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but ultimately, he merely coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, his head tilting to one side as he fell into eternal silence. A once great pinnacle of the 7th rank, the law enforcement elder of the Qingyun sword sect, King Songzi, had perished. The arena fell into a profound silence. All the soldiers of the Pejun camp regarded the figure standing on the city wall with fervent admiration. Their general had personally slain a legendary martial arts master. This was even more exhilarating than a great victory over the barbarian tribes. At the very moment of King Songzi's demise, a long-lost, melodious system notification echoed in Qin Pejun's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully defeating the pinnacle 7th rank Master King Songzi. Level up kill, rewards doubled. Experience gained, 10,000 points. Skill points gained, 50 points. Special item acquired. Qingyun sword technique, fragment, X1 special reward. Unlocked the title of God of Death, beginner, when equipped. It instills a certain dread in enemy forces. A series of rewards sent Qin Pejun's heart soaring. He had struck it rich. This time, he had truly struck gold. 10,000 experience points were sufficient to elevate his level further. However, this was not the end. Ding. Detection indicates the host has brazenly slain a court envoy, formally severing ties with the Daxia Empire. Significant changes to the survival environment detected. System mode upgrading. Ding. The Cold Palace survival mode has concluded, and the Lord's contention mode has officially commenced. To celebrate the host's successful first step toward dominance, a new player gift pack has been issued. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Red E Cannon Manufacturing Blueprint X1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Manual for Traditional Steelmaking Techniques X1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Advanced Military Formation 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation X1. Boom. Qin Pejun's mind buzzed. Red E Cannon. Traditional steelmaking, 8 Gates Golden Lock Formation. He was utterly stunned. Happiness had descended upon him so unexpectedly. If the previous system had merely equipped him with an AK-47 for survival in the age of cold weapons. At this moment, the system has directly bestowed upon him a military production line, the Red E Cannon. If this contraption were to be manufactured, it would represent an unparalleled advantage in this era. Although he had previously seized a few so-called Red E cannons, their power was akin to that of mere thunderclaps. Pitifully small and rendered useless. What martial arts masters, what armies of thousands, all are rendered equal before my Italian cannon. My lord, the times have changed. Qin Pejun could not help but repeat this classic line with a grin that was thoroughly lascivious. What do you mean by the times have changed? Su Mingshui gazed at him with curiosity. She noticed that since Qin Pejun had slain King Songzi, his entire demeanor seemed to have undergone a transformation. His eyes sparkled with an intensity she could not comprehend, yet felt was formidable. Ahem, it's nothing. Qin Pejun snapped back to reality, clearing his throat twice to mask his momentary lapse. He took a deep breath, suppressing the elation surging within him, and once more cast his gaze toward the city outskirts. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses lay strewn about. The imperial envoy's procession had become a heap of cold bodies. He was acutely aware that from the moment he ordered the arrows to be released, there was no turning back. Slaying the envoy and the elder of the Qingyun sword sect was tantamount to declaring war against the formidable powers of the great Xia dynasty and the righteous forces of the north. Once the news reached the capital and spread across the north, he would face retribution of unparalleled magnitude. The treachery of the third prince, the emperor's wrath, and the relentless pursuit of the Qingyun sword sect would all be unleashed. A storm that would sweep across the entire empire was already brewing above the Bloodstone Pass. Do you regret it? Su Mingshue's voice gently echoed in his ears. Regret? Chun Pejun turned to look at her exquisite visage, retorting, to stand against the world for you sounds rather exhilarating. Why should I regret it? Su Mingshue's cheeks flushed with a charming crimson. She turned her head away, unable to meet his penetrating gaze, and murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper, Who asked you to stand against the world for me? Chun Pejun laughed heartily, extending his hand, naturally grasping her cool jade-like hand. Su Mingshue stiffened momentarily, instinctively attempting to withdraw, but he tightened his grip. His palm was broad and warm, filled with strength, miraculously calming her tumultuous heart. She ceased to struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. The two stood side by side atop the city wall, gazing at the vast snowfields and the swirling storm clouds on the horizon. The northern wind howled, stirring their garments and hair, creating a rustling sound. The winds are rising, Chun Pejun murmured softly. Su Mingshue responded, her hand tightening around his in return. I will accompany you. These simple 3 words held more conviction than any oath or vow. Chun Pejun felt warmth in his heart, squeezing her hand tighter. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with peril, a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of flames. But so what? A warrior traverses time, defying destiny, with the system in hand and formidable foes beneath his feet, and with a confidant by his side, through life and death. A true man ought to be thus. Relay my orders. The voice of Chun Pejun resounded once more, imbued with boundless fervor and authority. Clear the battlefield. Gather the remains of our soldiers and give them a proper burial. Cut off the heads of these traitors and hang them from the city walls. From this day forth, the Bloodstone Pass shall enter a state of utmost readiness. Inform all soldiers that brighter days are approaching. The northern realm shall tremble because of me. The world will change due to my actions. Upcoming plot. The northern realm is king, surrounded by enemies. Chapter 3140 Preview. The dragon emerges from the north. The phoenix heralds the sky, as the head of the imperial envoy hangs high upon the battlements of Bloodstone Pass. And the edict for purging the court spreads throughout the empire. The world is shaken. The third prince, infuriated, causes an uproar in the court, as the Qingyun sword sect mobilizes, vowing to rend Chun Pejun limb from limb. Faced with 100,000 troops encircling him and countless experts from various sects pursuing him, Chun Pejun stands resolute, the cold gleam of the red cannons reflecting behind him. Those who offend the northern realm shall be punished, no matter the distance. With the spear aimed, the imperial capital shall open. Thus begins a sweeping path for supremacy across the world. Chapter 31. Post-battle purge, seizing control of the pass. The winds and snow still swirl atop Bloodstone Pass, yet the air is no longer filled with a biting chill, but rather a complex essence mingled with blood, fervor, and reverence. All eyes are fixed upon the young prince, who stands with bow in hand. He personally shot down the envoy and an elder of the Qingyun sword sect, nailing their corpses to the city gate like livestock. This is no mere defiance. It is a declaration of war against the entire Great Xia dynasty in the most resolute and fierce manner. Madness. This is the first thought that crosses the minds of many within the pass. Yet for the soldiers of Pejun's camp, this madness ignites an unprecedented fervor within their veins. With a general who dares to pierce the heavens, who could doubt their ability to achieve great deeds and secure their family's futures? The general is mighty. Who shouted first? It is unclear, but soon a thunderous cheer echoed through the skies. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. The general is formidable. Chun Pejun slowly lowered his powerful bow, feeling the fervent faith coalescing around him, yet his heart remained cold. He understood that this was merely the beginning. A splendid victory could temporarily assuage the soldiers' fears of imperial authority, but what lay ahead was a far more perilous internal purge. Bloodstone Pass was far from being his absolute domain. Here resided various factions, spies from the governor's office, pawns of the capital's aristocracy, and confidants of military leaders. These individuals lurked like viruses within his body, invisible and intangible until the critical moment when they could strike a fatal blow. Unless he eradicated these viruses completely, Bloodstone Pass would never become his true fortress. Zhanghu, Chun Pejun's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Present, Zhang Hu stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his gaze fervent. Seal all gates. No one is to enter or exit. From this moment on, Bloodstone Pass is under wartime control. Yes. The order was disseminated. All generals not belonging to my broken army camp, of the rank of colonel and above, are to convene in the central military tent within a quarter of an hour. Those who arrive late shall be treated as traitors. Yes. Zhang Hu complied and departed, his footsteps resonating with authority. Su Mingshue gazed at the cold, stern profile of Chun Pajun and softly inquired, "Are you going to take action?" To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs, Chun Pajun replied succinctly. If the household is not kept tidy, how can one invite guests? Su Mingxue, possessing a keen intellect, immediately grasped the underlying implications of his words. The so-called guests were likely the vengeful forces of the Third Prince and the Qingyun sword sect. She looked at Chun Pajun and suddenly perceived him as an exceptionally astute chess player, each move imbued with profound significance. The act of executing the imperial envoy, seemingly impulsive, was, in fact, a calculated opportunity to ignite all existing conflicts, thereby employing resolute measures to decisively seize control of Bloodstone Pass. This mental acuity and resoluteness sent a shiver through her. A quarter of an hour later, within the central military tent, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering one breathless. Over 20 generals stood within the tent, leaders of the various forces stationed at Bloodstone Pass, excluding the Broken Army. Among them were those responsible for logistics, city defense, and patrols. Each person wore a grave expression, their eyes flickering with uncertainty and trepidation. No one anticipated that the usually mild-mannered Ninth Prince would commit such an earth-shattering act. To slay the imperial envoy was tantamount to treason. Their summons to this gathering, whether it heralded fortune or disaster, was uncertain. As the assembly pondered in varied thoughts, the tent flaps were abruptly thrown open. Chun Pajun, clad in military attire with a long sword at his waist, strode in with a commanding presence. He did not don the royal dragon robe that symbolized his princely status, but wore the same black iron armor as the soldiers of the Broken Army, albeit with more intricate details. Upon his entrance, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire tent, emanating a blood-soaked ferocity born from the harrowing experiences of battle. All generals instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Chun Pajun walked directly to the main seat, but did not sit. Instead, he forcefully thrust the bloodied long sword into the commander's table, the blade embedding itself 3 inches deep with a resonant clang. Every heart echoed with the sound of the blade, beating fiercely in response. "Ladies and gentlemen," Chun Pajun surveyed the assembly, his voice icy and deliberate. "You are doubtless aware of the events occurring outside the city. I, Chun Pajun, have slain the imperial envoy and rejected the false decree. In the eyes of some, this is deemed treasonous and insurrectional." His gaze, sharp as a sword, swept across each face in the room. "However, in my view, I am purging the court of its corruptions, seeking justice for the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the Northern Territory. I am not interested in lofty principles, nor do I wish to engage in idle discourse with you. The purpose of your gathering here today is singular." He paused, articulating each word with gravity. "Choose your side. Those willing to stand with me, Chun Pajun, to defend the Northern Territory and undertake a grand endeavor, step to the left. Those who consider me, Chun Pajun, a traitor and wish to distance themselves, seeking new fortunes, stand to the right. I shall grant you 10 breaths to ponder this." 10. Chun Pajun's voice resonated like the ominous countdown of death, echoing in every heart. Within the great tent, one could hear a pin drop. All gazes met in trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. This was no mere alignment of factions. It was a death sentence. To stand on the left was to embark on a treasonous path alongside Chun Pajun, with no chance of retreat. The future that awaited them could be filled with boundless glory or lead to utter annihilation. Yet, to stand on the right, with that still bloodied long sword upon the table, who could guarantee their survival beyond this tent? 9. 8. The countdown persisted, each second stretching like an eternity. Finally, someone moved. A robust man with a thick beard gritted his teeth and strode boldly to the left, clasping his fists before Chun Pajun, declaring, "I am Wang Dechue, the camp's captain. I willingly follow you, general, ready to face death." He was a simple man, lacking cunning. Yet he understood that the victory at Bloodstone Pass was due to this Ninth Prince before him. Following him promised sustenance. With the first step taken, others soon followed. 7 or 8 more officials joined him on the left. Most were humble souls who had risen from the ranks, previously suppressed. And it was Chun Pajun's arrival that ignited their hopes for ascendance. 3. 2. Time was running thin. A dozen remained, rooted in indecision, their expressions shifting like the wind. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Your Highness, what great authority you wield." A young officer clad in silver armor, his demeanor haughty, stepped forth from the crowd. He chose not to align but stood defiantly in the center, sneering at Chun Pajun. "Your Highness, you have slain the imperial envoy. Such is a heinous crime. As soldiers of the great Xia, nourished by your grace, we cannot sully our loyalty by joining you in this abyss. I advise you to surrender at once and return with me to the governor's office to plead for forgiveness from Governor Zhao Wuji. Perhaps, given your princely status, He might intercede on your behalf with the emperor, sparing your life. His words rang with righteous conviction, steeped in loyalty and patriotism. Chun Pejun regarded him with an impassive gaze, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes as he inquired, "And who might you be?" The young officer puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "I am Li Mo, an officer serving under Governor Zhao Wuji of the Northern Command." The mention of Zhao Wuji sent a ripple of unrest through the tent. The Northern Command's Zhao Wuji was indeed the supreme commander of the entire Northern military, the true regional authority. This Li Mo was his deputy. The hesitations of the other officials transformed into fervent admiration as they looked upon Li Mo, as if they had found their anchor. "So it is Li the deputy. He speaks the truth. We are soldiers of the Great Xia, not the private troops of Chun Pejun. Your Highness, you still have time to reconsider." In that moment, the remaining dozen or so generals stood resolutely behind Li Mo. Forming a stark confrontation with Chun Pejun, Li Mo looked at Chun Pejun, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He had been dispatched by Zhao Wuji to monitor and restrain Chun Pejun. Now, with Chun Pejun seemingly courting his own demise, a splendid opportunity to seize the military authority of Shueshur Pass presented itself. If he could merely raise his arm and subdue Chun Pejun, presenting him to the governor, it would be a monumental achievement. He could almost envision his meteoric rise to prominence. However, what he truly beheld was the chilling smile on Chun Pejun's face, one that sent shivers through him. "Deputy Commander Zhao Wuji?" Chun Pejun nodded slightly. Speaking in a measured tone, "Very well." He abruptly turned his attention to Wang Decue and the others who had positioned themselves to the left. "Do you harbor regrets?" Wang Decue and the others were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly straightened their chests and declared in unison, "We are willing to serve the general unto death." "Excellent." Chun Pejun praised, his gaze returning to Li Mo. "Deputy Li, you just stated that one should serve the sovereign with loyalty, correct?" "Indeed," Li Mo proclaimed with pride. "Then let me inquire," Chun Pejun continued, "who is to blame for the provisions at Shueshur Pass being withheld, the military funds embezzled, leaving tens of thousands of soldiers starving and poorly clothed? Who, while barbaric hordes besiege our gates and blood flows like rivers, stands idly by, turning a blind eye to their plight? Who sends forth agents to reap the rewards of victory earned by the lives of my soldiers, while aiming to cast us into despair?" Chun Pejun's questions resounded with the force of thunder, compelling and intimidating. Li Mo was rendered speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Struggling to defend himself, "These are the court's decisions. We soldiers merely obey orders." "Obey orders?" Chun Pejun laughed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Obey an order that leads you to your doom? Obey an order that betrays your comrades? Obey an order that sacrifices the Northern Front? Li Mo, your so-called loyalty is not to the Great Xia, nor to the people. Your loyalty lies solely with the cap upon your head, with your own wealth and glory. You are the quintessential sycophant, seeking personal gain at the expense of your country. A person such as you, if allowed to remain, will only bring calamity." As soon as his words fell, Chun Pejun sprang into action. No one witnessed how swiftly he moved. All they saw was a fleeting black shadow. In the next heartbeat, he stood before Li Mo. Li Mo's eyes widened in horror, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist. Alas, he was too slow. Chun Pejun's massive hand, akin to a vice, had already seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Gasping for breath, Li Mo struggled desperately, his face turning a deep shade of purple from asphyxiation. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. He was, after all, an 8th-tier bone refinement warrior. Yet before the pinnacle 8th-tier Chun Pejun, he found himself utterly bereft of opportunity to respond. The generals behind him were utterly petrified, retreating in fear of being caught in the fray. "You dare?" Li Mo managed to utter through clenched teeth, struggling to form words. "Look at me and see if I dare." Chun Pejun's face remained devoid of expression. He gazed at the so-called vice-governor in his hand, as one would regard an insignificant ant. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing reverberated throughout the grand tent. Chun Pejun, before the eyes of all, decisively crushed Li Mo's throat. Then, as if discarding refuse, he cast the lifeless body before the trembling generals. The thud of the corpse hitting the ground echoed like a heavy hammer, striking deep into the hearts of everyone present. The entire tent fell into a deathly silence, as everyone was utterly subdued by Chun Pejun's bloody and tyrannical display of power. That was the vice-governor. He ordered a killing, and it was done without a flicker of an eye. Chun Pejun slowly drew the long knife from the table, wiping away the non-existent blood with Li Mo's clothing. His gaze gradually swept over the group of generals who were now paralyzed with fear. Now, does anyone still wish to stand on the right side? The next chapter's hook. Li Mo's body lay before them like an insurmountable chasm. Chun Pejun's iron-fisted methods had completely shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. Yet, just as he was about to seize all military power, a report from outside the tent interrupted. "General, an urgent envoy from the governor's office has arrived." Zhao Wuji's reaction came swifter than anticipated. Was he here to demand accountability, or was there a deeper scheme at play? Chapter 32. System Upgrade, New Authority. Now, does anyone still wish to stand on the right side? Chun Pejun's voice, akin to a chilling wind from the abyss, swept through the central tent. Limo's still warm body lay on the ground, silently narrating the fate that befell those who chose the wrong side. The group of generals, who had once followed Limo, now pale and trembling, quaked like leaves in a storm. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed as they, as if stripped of their very bones, fell to their knees, desperately bowing their heads towards Chun Pejun. "Spare us, General. Please spare us. We were deceived by that scoundrel Limo. We are loyal to the General, as the sun and moon bear witness. We beg for a chance. We are willing to serve the General like beasts, ready to die 1,000 deaths." The cacophony of pleas, cries, and the sound of heads striking the ground filled the air. The authority of the governor's office and the loyalty to the great Xia crumbled, rendered fragile before the terror of death. Chun Pejun coldly regarded the pitiful display of the kneeling men, his eyes devoid of any compassion. He understood that these individuals were untrustworthy and unsuitable for use. However, it was not yet the time to eradicate them all. Just as he prepared to speak and conclude matters within the tent, a sudden urgent report pierced through. A guard burst in, kneeling on one knee with a solemn expression. "General, the urgent envoy from the governor's office has arrived. Please meet with him immediately." The mention of the governor's urgent envoy transformed the atmosphere within the tent in an instant. The hope that had just flickered out in the eyes of the kneeling generals seemed to spark anew, igniting a small flame. Zhao Wuji's response was indeed remarkably swift. As soon as Li Imo breathed his last, the envoy from the governor's office arrived without delay. This was undoubtedly not a mere coincidence. Did the esteemed governor foresee all of this, sending the envoy to seek retribution and avenge Li Imo? In an instant, the thoughts of the crowd diverged, plunging the tent into an eerie silence once more. All eyes were fixed on Chun Pejun, eager to see how he would navigate this impending crisis. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chun Pejun displayed not an ounce of anxiety on his face. Instead, a playful smile graced his lips. "An urgent envoy?" He chuckled softly, leisurely sheathing his long blade, inviting them to wait. What? To make the urgent envoy of the governor wait? How audacious! This was a man sent by Governor Zhao Wuji, the lord of the northern borders. Yet, Chun Pejun seemed oblivious to the incredulous expression surrounding him. He turned, confidently resuming his seat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, the sound resonating like the ominous drumbeats of fate. "I am currently occupied with internal matters and cannot receive guests," he proclaimed, his gaze returning to the group of kneeling generals. His tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I have seized your military power. The troops under your command will be reassigned for reorganization. As for you..." He paused, observing their faces, which were etched with fear and desperation. "Death may be evaded, but punishment cannot be escaped. Bring them in. At once." Two fierce-looking personal guards strode into the tent. "Drag them away. Strip them of their ranks. Demote them to kitchen staff, responsible for cooking for the entire army. Should there be any complaints or signs of negligence, they shall be executed without mercy." Kitchen staff? Upon hearing this decree, the generals were struck as though by lightning, their faces turning ashen. To be transformed from commanders of military power to the lowest of cooks was a humiliation that stung deeper than death itself. Some, unwilling to accept their fate, attempted to plead, "General, drag him away." Chun Pejun did not grant him the opportunity to speak, dismissively waving his hand. Yes. The guards, fierce as wolves, surged forth to silence them, dragging the dozen or so generals out of the grand tent like dead dogs. Their mournful wails gradually faded into the distance. Inside the tent, only Wang Decue and the other 8 generals who had aligned themselves early remained. They gazed at the vacant half of the tent, then at the young general at the head of the table, his expression calm, feeling a mixture of reverence and relief. Fortunately, they had made the right gamble. "Wang Decue," Chun Pejun called out. "Here." Wang Decue responded, his face flushed with excitement as he stepped forward. "From this day forth, you are appointed as the commander of the Bloodstone Pass garrison, elevated 3 ranks, responsible for the city's defense, reporting directly to me." Wang Decue trembled with disbelief at the news, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Commander. This was a position he had never dared to dream of. Previously held by a 5th-rank military officer. "I shall serve General with utmost loyalty, even to the point of sacrificing my life." he exclaimed, dropping to one knee, his voice quaking with emotion. Rise, Chun Pajun commanded. Chun Pajun waved his hand and turned to the others. You all have your rewards awaiting you, which will be announced shortly by Zhang Hu. Thank you, General. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices brimming with vigor and aspirations for the future. Now, disperse and attend to your duties. Encourage your subordinates to muster their spirits. Additionally, inform the messenger at the city gate to rest at the relay station. I will see him again tomorrow. Tomorrow? Wang Decue and the others exchanged glances, filled with curiosity, yet they promptly accepted their orders without hesitation. The general's intentions must hold profound significance. Their only task was to execute his commands. Before long, the expansive central tent was left with only Chun Pajun. Leaning back in his chair, he released a long sigh, revealing a hint of weariness on his face. The sequence of events, from the assassination of the imperial envoy to the internal purges, appeared seamless and overwhelmingly authoritative, yet the toll on his spirit was immense. His decision to postpone meeting the governor's messenger served two purposes: to assert dominance by diminishing Zhao Wuji's reputation and to gain an advantage in the forthcoming negotiations. More importantly, he required time to assimilate the spoils of this conflict. System, open my personal panel, Chun Pajun silently commanded. Host, Chun Pajun identity, 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Commander of the Bloodstone Pass Army. Realm, 8th rank bone refinement, peak. Technique, Earth grade superior technique. Dragon Elephant Suppression Art 2nd layer. Skills, Eagle Eye Vision, advanced. Mastery of combat, master level, inherent. Intermediate axe mastery, intermediate vitality control, intermediate mental shock, basic array understanding, advanced stealth and disguise, intermediate battlefield first aid, proficient in barbarian tongue. Mastery of firearms, Zoming level, master level modern tactical command, basic array understanding, entry level, fragmented Qingyuan sword technique. Talents, physical enhancement, beginner, olfactory enhancement, beginner, talent, absolute evasion, talent, spatial leap, beginner berserk. Barbarian bull charge, title, God of Death, equipped at beginner level. Experience points, 105508000. Skill points, 55. War God points, 12,800. Gazing at the experience points, Chun Pajun's spirits lifted. The defeat of the pinnacle 6th rank Qing Songzi had granted him a staggering 10,000 experience points. Coupled with the scattered victories over minor foes, his total experience had surpassed the monumental threshold of 10,000. Alert! Host experience points are full. Would you like to elevate your realm? Yes. Chun Pajun replied without hesitation. Consuming 8,000 experience points, elevating realm. Boom. A surge of immense and refined energy erupted from the system space, flooding into Chun Pajun's limbs and bones. He felt an explosive crackling throughout his skeletal structure, as if an invisible colossal hammer was forging him anew. The density of his bones increased, their hardness improved, and within the depths of his marrow, a glimmer of golden light swirled, hinting at a nascent divinity. Martial arts at the 9 ranks, with each rank representing a distinct realm. The acquired 3 stages, from the 9th to the 7th rank body refinement, 9th rank for skin refinement, 8th rank for bone forging, and 7th rank for muscle transformation. Warriors at this level serve as the backbone of the army, often holding the titles of centurion or 1,000-man commander. Transitioning from the 8th to the 7th rank signifies the culmination of one's journey into the final stage of the acquired realm. This step entails refining one's entire bone marrow to its utmost potential, thereby generating a more potent and vibrant new blood, leading to a significant elevation in the warrior's life essence. The entire process spanned the duration of an incense stick's burning. Once everything settled, Chun Pajun abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing forth. He clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented explosive force coursing through him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. In the early stages of the 7th rank muscle transformation, the core characteristics are as supple as a serpent, yet as fierce as a tiger. The internal force and physique undergo a transformation. The body refinement reaches perfection. All meridians and tendons are stretched, reshaped, and endowed with remarkable elasticity and resilience. The body's flexibility reaches astonishing levels, allowing for movements that defy the norms of human anatomy. Control over the body becomes exquisite, with the ability to unleash and restrain power at will, achieving a harmonious balance of strength and gentleness. The vitality peaks, enabling the manipulation of life force to temporarily seal wounds and slow bleeding. Strength. The application of power has reached a transformative realm, with instantaneous force capable of reaching 1,000 pounds. Strength can be deftly transmitted to every part of a weapon. Damage. With bare hands, one can rend iron armor, and the gust from a palm can extinguish flames several feet away. When wielding a weapon, although blade aura and sword light have yet to manifest, the force is palpable. One can sever a tree as thick as a man's embrace with a mere 3-foot blade. Their attacks contain penetrating power that can breach an opponent's defenses, injuring their internal organs even through armor. In practical combat, they are commanders and second-tier masters of the martial world. Their agility surpasses that of the previous 2 ranks, allowing for deft evasion and dynamic combat styles that can be both aggressive and cunning. They are the spearheads that pierce through enemy lines on the battlefield. The 7th rank muscle transformation is complete. Now, should he encounter an opponent like Qing Songzi at the pinnacle of the 7th rank, he is confident that without relying on military formations, he could triumph within 100 moves purely through individual prowess. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the high-grade technique, the dragon and elephant suppressing prison art. Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the initial stage of the 7th rank muscle transformation, earning 10 skill points. Beep. Detection indicates the host has successfully gained control over a faction, Bloodstone Pass, and activated the Feudal Lord's Conquest mode, prompting a system upgrade. System upgrading upgrade complete. Unlocking new module, War Workshop. Here it comes. Chun Pejun felt invigorated. This was the moment he had eagerly anticipated. He immediately immersed his consciousness into the system, revealing a brand new interface replete with metallic and technological aesthetics within his mind. War Workshop. Description: this is the core of war simulation from a divine civilization, capable of consuming military merit points to analyze, optimize, and simulate the technologies, blueprints, techniques, medicinal formulas, and formations possessed by the host, generating the most optimized blueprint. The current projects available for simulation are 0. Note: the host must first input the relevant knowledge or items into the workshop before proceeding with the simulation. Chun Pejun suddenly realized the purpose of this device. It is essentially a super research simulator. What does he currently possess? The manufacturing blueprint for the Red E cannon, the manual for traditional steel refining techniques, the 8 gates of gold lock array, the incomplete Qingyun sword technique, and his own understanding of basic formations. Each of these items, when considered individually, is already quite formidable. But what transformations might they undergo through the optimization and simulation of this war workshop? Chun Pejun's heart ignited with fervor. Without hesitation, he immediately input all the techniques and knowledge he possessed. Ding. Successfully input the manufacturing blueprint for the Red E cannon. Ding. Successfully input the manual for traditional steel refining techniques. Ding. Successfully input the 8 gates of gold lock array. Ding. Successfully input the incomplete Qingyun sword technique. Ding. Successfully input the skill of basic formations. The projects available for simulation in the War Workshop have been updated. Chun Pejun promptly opened the list. 1. Optimization plan for the Red E cannon, based on the current materials and craftsmanship of the world. This plan optimizes design to enhance range and power while reducing the risk of bursting. Expected consumption of War God points, 50,000. 2. Improvement plan for steel refining via blast furnace. Combining the traditional steel refining manual with current smelting technologies, this plan simulates a more efficient and stable steel refining method, capable of producing high-quality steel in mass quantities. Expected consumption of War God points, 30,000. 3. Simplified military version of the 8 gates of gold lock array, retaining core power while simplifying the formation for rapid mastery by ordinary soldiers. Expected consumption of War God points, 20,000. 4. Completion and magical modification of the Qingyun sword technique, based on the host's martial characteristics. This plan aims to complete the missing parts and integrate elements of demonic techniques, creating a sword technique with enhanced lethality. Expected consumption of War God points, 80,000. 5. Design plan for spirit gathering defensive array, based on the theory of basic formations and the geographical environment of Bloodstone Pass. This plan designs a large-scale defensive array capable of gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, covering the entire pass. Expected consumption of War God points, 10,000. Gazing at this lengthy list and the astronomical figures of War God points required, Chun Pejun couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Just as he thought he had escaped poverty, it felt as though he had returned to square one overnight. He currently possessed just over 12,000 War God points, which was barely enough for the last project. The earlier options, particularly the magical modification of the Qingyun sword technique, were exorbitantly priced. However, there was reason behind their high costs. Once these projects were completed, his Bloodstone Pass would transform into a fortress armed to the teeth. At that time, Not even the 100,000 troops of the third Prince Chen Xian would intimidate him. He would dare to confront even 1,000,000 soldiers. One must take life one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. Chen Pejun quickly regained his composure. At present, the most crucial and urgent need for him was defense. As long as the Bloodstone Pass remains unbreached, he possesses ample time and space to develop and accumulate power. The Spirit-Gathering defensive formation is tailor-made for him. System: initiate the simulation of the Spirit-Gathering defensive formation design plan. Confirm consumption of 10,000 military merit points for project simulation. Confirmed. Deduction of military merit points successful. Project simulation begins with an estimated remaining time of 12 hours. Done. Chen Pejun felt a profound sense of assurance. In just 12 hours, or one day, he would obtain a blueprint for a super defensive formation that envelopes the entire city. At that time, the defensive capabilities of Bloodstone Pass would soar to unprecedented heights. This was the greatest confidence that allowed him to disregard the urgent envoy from the governor's office. You may be strong, but I shall wield a grand formation. As long as the formation is in place, unless Zhao Wuji can summon a top-tier land deity, no one shall easily step foot into Bloodstone Pass. Having accomplished all this, Chen Pejun finally felt his mind completely relax. He rubbed his brow, intending to return to the courtyard to rest and check on Su Mingxue. However, just as he stood up, Zhang Hu's hurried voice echoed from outside the tent. General, it's bad. There are visitors from outside the pass. Who exactly has arrived? Let us leave this as a suspense and observe what is transpiring in the court at this moment. Given the protagonist's extraordinary conduct, will the distant emperor and several princes feel utterly humiliated, facing a complete loss of face and contemplating a formal petition? Next chapter hook. How do the several princes of the empire perceive the 9th prince's petition to His Majesty, and what are His Majesty's thoughts on this matter? Chapter 33. The capital in turmoil. The 3rd prince's fury in the Great Xia dynasty. The capital, Tianqi City. At the pinnacle of the purple forbidden city, within the Golden Throne Hall, the air here feels akin to ancient ice, solemn and austere, pressing down upon one's breath. Civil and military officials lined both sides, each bowing their heads and bending their bodies in silence. Upon the throne sits an elderly man clad in a golden robe adorned with 9 dragons. His hair and beard are partially white, his face gaunt, and his eyes slightly closed, as if already in slumber. Yet, no one in the hall dares to utter a sound, for he is the sovereign of the Great Xia dynasty, the current emperor, Xia Wudi. An hour prior, an urgent blood letter from the northern borders, carried by swift steed, was delivered to the palace. Subsequently, a morning court session was hastily convened. Now, that blood letter lies quietly in the hands of the chief eunuch, Chao Zhengchun, beside Emperor Xia Wudi. Chao Zhengchun's slender fingers delicately lifted, as he read aloud the contents of the report in his uniquely sharp and effeminate voice, each word striking the hearts of the officials like a heavy hammer. The commander of Bloodstone Pass, the 9th Prince Chen Pejun, harbors wolfish ambitions, disregarding the grace of the sovereign. He previously unleashed his troops to commit atrocities, first hanging the court official, Lord Liu, high upon the pillars of Bloodstone Pass for display, and then brazenly defying imperial orders, publicly shooting the imperial envoy, Lu Shun, and Elder Qingsong of the Qingyun sword sect, subsequently hanging their corpses at the city gate as a warning to others. His actions resemble treason, a crime deserving of death. The northern borders are in turmoil, and the populace is in a state of panic. I beseech your majesty, swiftly dispatch the celestial troops to eradicate this fiend, to uphold the laws of the nation and ensure the tranquility of the northern borders. As the final word echoed through the hall, the grand golden throne chamber descended into an oppressive silence. The sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. All officials lowered their heads even further, daring not to exhale a single breath. Insanity. The 9th prince, exiled to the northern borders as mere cannon fodder, had indeed lost his mind. To kill an imperial envoy. Such a heinous crime had not been witnessed in the glorious 5 centuries of the Great Xia dynasty. This was no mere act of defiance. It was a brazen affront to the imperial family, an open challenge to the very essence of royal authority. Your Majesty, a voice filled with grief and fury, shattered the stifling quiet. From the ranks of the military, a young man adorned with a golden crown and clad in a 4-clawed dragon robe stepped forward with fervor, kneeling abruptly upon the ground. His eyes blazed with a fiery crimson, veins bulging upon his forehead, and his handsome visage contorted by overwhelming rage. It was none other than the 3rd prince, Chen Xian. Father Emperor. Chen Xian's voice trembled with emotion, steeped in sorrow and vengeful intent. My brother, Chen Pejun, has committed an act so depraved that it invokes the wrath of both gods and men. He has slain not only the esteemed envoy Lu Shun, a loyal servant of our court who selflessly bore the burdens of our nation, but also the elder Qing Songzi, a revered master of the Qingyun sword sect, who came at my behest to aid in the defense of the northern borders, only to meet a tragic fate. If this grievance remains unavenged, it defies all sense of justice. Chen Xian, tears streaming down his face, spoke with heartfelt conviction, filled with determination to avenge a loyal minister and a dear friend. Yet, within the hall, the cunning old foxes, those seasoned officials, recognized the truth. The envoy Lu Shun was his man, and the Qingyun sword sect stood firmly behind him. Chun Pejun's arrow had not merely slain two individuals, it had struck directly at Chen Xian's face, shattering his meticulously crafted plans for the northern borders. This was not a call to serve the nation. It was a desperate rush to settle personal scores and restore his own honor. Father Emperor. Chen Xian struck his forehead against the cold stone floor with a resounding thud. I implore you, grant me an army of 100,000. I am willing to take command myself, to rush to the northern borders, and to capture that traitor Chen Pejun, bringing him back to the capital for rightful execution. I shall not return until the Bloodstone Pass is breached. His voice reverberated through the vast hall, imbued with a martial spirit. Many military officials aligned with the third prince rose to their feet, kneeling in agreement. We support this. The third prince embodies great righteousness. His loyalty and valor are commendable. He will surely quell the insurrection. Please, your majesty, grant your favor. The northern borders cannot remain leaderless for a single day. The traitor must be eliminated without delay. In an instant, the hall erupted with fervent calls for battle. However, the Emperor Wu of Xia remained with his eyes half closed, silent as a statue, as though he had truly fallen asleep. His stillness rendered all others motionless. The court presented a surreal tableau. On one side, the fervent cries for vengeance from the faction of the third prince. On the other, the majority of officials remained silent, gazing inward as if in deep meditation. Like ancient monks in serene contemplation. Especially standing at the forefront of the civil officials is the current Prime Minister Li Jin, and leading the military is the Grand General Meng Wu. Both of them are like two statues, not even lifting their eyelids. Among the royal princes, the eldest prince Chun Tai stands at the very front, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He is robust, with a resolute visage, embodying the aura of a seasoned military veteran. He glances at his furious younger brother, and then at their inscrutable father on the throne, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. Ah, the third brother, you are still too inexperienced. Are you so eager to leap forth that you fear father does not know that Lu Shun and the Qingyun sword sect are your people? Fool. Beside him, the fifth prince Chen Xian, possessing a gentle and refined demeanor, holds a scroll and slightly shakes his head, his gaze towards the third prince tinged with pity. The ninth brother's move is indeed earth-shattering. It appears reckless, yet in truth, it is a gamble of life and death. He is compelling father and all of us to reassess his value in the northern frontier. How intriguing, truly intriguing. A discarded child of the cold palace possesses such audacity. Perhaps it warrants further engagement? Just as everyone's thoughts diverged and the atmosphere in the court grew increasingly peculiar, the Emperor of Shiwu, seated upon the throne, finally slowly opened his eyes. What a pair of eyes they were. Murky, yet seemingly able to penetrate the depths of one's soul, aged, yet imbued with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. Those who felt his gaze were struck with a heart-wrenching sensation, as if all their thoughts had been laid bare. The grand hall fell into an immediate silence. Third, the Emperor of Shiwu spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet infused with an undeniable authority. You claim the ninth is a rebel? Indeed. He has slain the imperial envoy and defied the imperial command. What else could he be but a rebel? Chen Xian replied without hesitation. Oh, the emperor's tone revealed no discernible emotion. Then tell me, when the barbarian tribes are at our gates and the Bloodstone Pass is in peril, what were you doing? Chen Xian was taken aback, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Your subject was in the capital, alleviating your worries and procuring supplies for the soldiers in the northern frontier. Procuring supplies? The corners of the emperor's mouth curled into a smile that was neither here nor there. How is it that I have heard that Governor Zhao Wuji of the northern frontier reported that the supplies are ample and do not require assistance from the court? Chen Xian was rendered speechless, for he had never anticipated that his father would suddenly inquire about this. I have also heard that the Qingyun sword sect you dispatched to assist in defending the city did not arrive until after the barbarians had retreated. Furthermore, I have been informed that your men sought to usurp the ninth's military authority and bring him to justice upon reaching the Bloodstone Pass. The emperor's questions came in succession, his tone remaining flat, yet each word struck Chen Xian's face like an invisible slap. His complexion turned ashen. He suddenly realized in terror that his father knew everything. His clandestine maneuvers in the northern frontier had not escaped the emperor's keen sight. "Father, your subject is wronged." Chun Xian attempted to defend himself. "Enough." The emperor of Shiwu interrupted him with a detached tone. "I am weary." He waved his hand, as if somewhat disinterested. "This matter is of great import. It cannot be taken lightly. Convey my decree to the Dali Temple, the Department of Justice, the Censorate, and the 3 departments for immediate investigation into this matter in the northern frontier. It is imperative that the origins and developments of this affair be thoroughly uncovered. Until the results of the inquiry are revealed, no one is permitted to discuss matters concerning the northern frontier, nor to mobilize troops without authorization. You may retire." With that, Emperor Xia rose slowly, supported by the chief eunuch, Chao Zhengchun, and made his way toward the inner palace, leaving the court officials in a state of utter bewilderment. Is this truly the conclusion? Thunderous proclamations, yet a mere drizzle of action? Instead of pursuing the treasonous crimes of Chun Pejun, we are to dispatch personnel for a thorough investigation? The phrase thorough investigation conceals myriad implications. What shall be investigated? How shall it be conducted? For how long? Is this not a classic stalling tactic? Prince Chun Xian remained kneeling, utterly dazed. He could not fathom why his father would adopt such a stance. This was hardly a punishment for Chun Pejun. It appeared to be an act of favoritism. Why? Could it be that with the barbarian tribes just having retreated, his father required a capable son to defend the northern frontier? Yet he, Chun Xian, was also a capable warrior. He prided himself on his scholarly and martial accomplishments, believing himself no less than that upstart born in the cold palace. A torrent of anger, resentment, and humiliation surged within him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spewed forth blood, staining the golden bricks before him. "Third prince, quickly, summon the imperial physician." The golden lawn hall descended into chaos. The first prince, Chen Tai, cast a derisive glance at his ineffectual brother and turned to leave. As he passed by the 5th prince, Chun Xian, he murmured, "It seems our 9th brother is not to be underestimated." Chun Xian smiled faintly, closing the scroll in his hands. "Indeed, brother. The winds of change are stirring in the north. We should send someone to make contact." A glimmer of insight flickered in Chen Tai's eyes, signifying that as long as Chun Xian was willing to align with him, he could offer him anything he desired, including that person he had long wished to rescue. Chun Xian's pupils constricted slightly, then returned to calmness as he bowed. "Younger brother understands." Watching the first prince's retreating figure, Chun Xian's smile gradually faded, replaced by a profound expression. He took from his sleeve a small messenger pigeon, to which a pre-written letter was affixed. The message was simple, consisting of just 8 characters. "Observe the changes, wait for the price." Meanwhile, deep within the palace, in the imperial study, Emperor Xia dismissed all attendants and stood alone before a vast map, intricately detailing the expansive territories of the Daxia dynasty. His gaze was fixed intently on the northern frontier, specifically the location of Bloodstone Pass. "Chun Pejun," he murmured, the name laden with complexity, admiration, apprehension, and a hint of scarcely perceptible satisfaction. "Decisive in execution, audacious in action. He embodies the vigor of my youth. Yet, your blade is too sharp, so sharp that I find it somewhat difficult to grasp." After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke to the empty study. Shadow, a dark specter, akin to a ghost, silently materialized behind him, kneeling on one knee. "Proceed to the northern frontier." The voice of Emperor Xia grew cold and imposing. He resolved to witness firsthand whether his son was a dragon or merely a serpent. Should he prove to be a dragon, he would instruct Zhao Wuji to remain composed and patiently await the unfolding of events. However, if he were to be a serpent, a glint of lethal intent flashed in Emperor Xiao's eyes. Then, he would require the cleansing of his domain. "Understood," came the reply. The shadow dissolved once more into nothingness, as if it had never existed. The imperial study returned to silence, save for the emperor's sigh reverberating through the vast chamber. "The hopes of the nation rest upon you. Do not let me down." Next chapter hook. Amidst the tumultuous changes in the imperial capital, Chun Pejun, positioned at the eye of the storm, faced new tribulations. The identity of Su Ming Xue had been thrust into the spotlight. How would Chun Pejun navigate this treacherous scheme that aimed to strike 2 birds with 1 stone? Would he surrender Su Ming Xue or, for the sake of one, stand against the world? Chapter 34. The revenge of the Qingyun sword sect. The ever-shifting winds of the imperial capital, Tianqi City, were but distant thunder to the Bloodstone Pass. Far removed from the chaos, able to hear the rumble, yet untouched by the rain. At this moment, Chun Pejun stood atop the city walls of Bloodstone Pass, his gaze calmly surveying the vast, desolate Gobi beyond. It had been 2 days since he had slain the imperial envoy Li Mo and the elder of the Qingyun sword sect, Qing Songzi. In these 2 days, monumental changes had swept through Bloodstone Pass. Wang Dazhu and others had assumed their posts, enforcing military discipline with an iron hand, rooting out those who feigned compliance and the recalcitrant elements, meting out punishment and demotion as warranted. The entire garrison of Bloodstone Pass had undergone a transformation. Infused with Chun Pajun's indomitable spirit, the former senior officers, now demoted to the ranks of the fire brigade, were under the attentive care of the guards, their faces drawn as they experienced the rigorous toil of labor reform. Everything was progressing in accordance with Chun Pajun's expectations. The only matter that piqued his concern was the envoy from the governor's office, whom he had left in limbo for 2 days. That individual exhibited remarkable composure, having been relegated to the post house, yet remained silent and still, as if merely a tourist. "General, what do you suppose that envoy from the governor's office is truly after?" Wang Dazhu inquired from behind Chun Pajun, his voice deep and resonant. Now serving as the commander of the garrison, he accompanied Chun Pajun on his daily inspections of the walls. A cold smile played upon Chun Pajun's lips. What else could he desire? He merely wishes to ascertain whether Bloodstone Pass is indeed a solid fortress. He waits, biding his time for internal discord to erupt, so he can emerge, representing the governor's office to impose justice. Damn it, these bureaucrats are more cunning than a beehive. Wang Dazhu spat. "General, shall I take a few brothers to the post house and give him a taste of our rules?" "No need." Chun Pajun waved his hand dismissively. "Let him wait. Once my grand plans are set in motion, I shall engage him at my leisure. For now, we have more pressing matters at hand." He lifted his gaze to the sky. Only 2 hours remained until the completion of the system's war workshop simulation. As soon as the schematics for the spirit-gathering defense array were in hand, he would commence work immediately. At that moment, the Bloodstone Pass would be truly fortified. However, just then, a scout responsible for vigilance suddenly issued an urgent alarm. "General, 10 miles outside the pass, a troop has been spotted approaching us." "Oh." Chun Pajun raised an eyebrow. "Are they barbarian forces or a merchant convoy?" "Neither." The scout's voice trembled with tension. "They bear no military insignia. Yet they are clad in uniform azure robes, wielding long swords. They appear to be members of a martial sect." "Azure robes and long swords?" Chun Pajun and Wang Dechue exchanged glances, and a name simultaneously surfaced in their minds. "The Qingyun Sword Sect. How many are there? Who leads them?" Chun Pajun inquired solemnly. "Approximately 30 individuals, all mounted on tall steeds, exuding a fierce aura. They carry a pale yellow banner emblazoned with a blue long sword." The scout reported loudly. "It is the Qingfeng flag of the Qingyun Sword Sect." Wang Dachue's expression abruptly grew grave. "General, this flag signifies the execution of the sect's most critical missions. Their intentions do not bode well." Chun Pajun's gaze turned icy. He was acutely aware that after killing King Songzi, the Qingyun Sword Sect would not let matters rest easily. Yet, he did not anticipate the speed and directness of their retaliation. "System, open my personal panel." Host, Chun Pajun. Identity, 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Commander of the Bloodstone Passes Pajun Camp. Realm, 7th rank. Initial stage of the Qi transformation. Cultivation technique. Earth grade superior technique. Dragon elephant suppression technique. 3rd layer. Skills, Eagle Eye Vision, Advanced. Mastery in combat, Master level, Innate. Intermediate Axe Mastery. Intermediate Control of Vital Energy. Intermediate Mental Shock. Basic Formation Understanding. Advanced Stealth and Disguise. Intermediate Battlefield First Aid. Proficient in Barbarian Tongue. Mastery in Firearms. Zhoming level. Master level Modern Tactical Command. Basic Formation Understanding. Entry. Qingyun Sword Technique. Fragment. Talents. Physical Enhancement. Beginner. Olfactory Enhancement. Beginner. Talent. Absolute Evasion. Talent. Spatial Leap. Beginner Fury. Barbarian Bull Charge. Title, God of Death. Equipped. Beginner. Experience points, 25, 508, 000. Skill points, 55. War God points, 2,800. Convey my orders. Chun Pajun's voice resonated clearly throughout the battlements. Close the city gates and put the entire army on alert. Archers, prepare. No one is to shoot an arrow without my command. Yes. The heavy clanking of iron chains echoed as the massive iron gates slowly closed, the thunderous sound tightening the hearts of every soldier. Upon the city walls, rows of archers drew their bows, the cold arrowheads ominously pointing towards the approaching troop. An atmosphere of impending slaughter enveloped the entire Bloodstone Pass. Before long, the group of azure-clad swordsmen appeared in view. Though they numbered only 30, each bore a prominent temple and a deep, sustained breath, evidently masters of internal martial arts. The one at the forefront was especially striking. Before them stood a youthful figure, seemingly no older than 25 or 26. with a visage as exquisite as jade and eyes that sparkled like the brightest stars. Clad in an immaculate white robe, draped with a cerulean Taoist garment, he perched upon a magnificent white steed, exuding an ethereal charm that was simply indescribable. He sat serenely on his horse, yet an undeniable aura of piercing and pure sword intent radiated from him, causing a tingling sensation on the skin of some soldiers atop the city walls. A master, an unparalleled master. With a 6th grade aura, he had generated the first thread of internal energy, surpassing Chun Pajun, who was at the 7th grade Yi Jin initial stage, by a significant margin, and far exceeding the prowess of Qing Songzi, who had recently attained the pinnacle of the 7th grade Yi Jin realm. Qing Songzi was already a pillar of the Qing Yun sword sect. Who dares trespass in our Bloodstone Pass, a military stronghold? Wang Dizhe bellowed with all his might. Following Chun Pajun's cue, the young man in white raised his head slowly, his gaze transcending the towering walls, landing precisely on Chun Pajun. His eyes, calm as water yet sharp as a blade, conveyed a profound message. Qing Yun's sword sect, Lin Feng. He spoke softly, yet his voice rang clear and resonant in every ear. By the decree of our sect's master, I have come to confront the demoness Su Mingxue and seek justice for our sect's elder, Qing Songzi. I implore the esteemed commander of Bloodstone Pass, Prince Chun Pajun, to open the city gates and surrender the demoness, or face the consequences. His words were measured, yet contained an audacity that was beyond reproach, demanding the gates be opened and the surrender of a prisoner. This was not a plea for justice. It was a blatant ultimatum. How dare you? Wang Dazue erupted with fury. What are you to speak thus to our general? Our general is a prince of the realm, the commander of Bloodstone Pass. What is your Qing Yun sword sect but a mere trifle? Speak again in such arrogance, and I shall pierce your throat with an arrow. However, Lin Feng, undeterred by Wang Dazue's vitriol, displayed no sign of anger. He merely shook his head gently, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity, as if gazing upon an ignorant ant. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky and the earth. He slowly unsheathed the long sword from his back, a blade that shimmered like azure crystal, resplendent with colors that indicated it was no ordinary weapon, but a profound spiritual treasure. I did not wish to engage in conflict before the military stronghold to avoid innocent casualties. Yet, since you persist in your ignorance, willingly serving as the demoness minions, do not blame me, Lin Feng, for being merciless with my sword. As his words fell, he swung the azure sword forward with a fierce motion. A streak of azure sword energy, extending over 10 zhong, erupted forth instantaneously. The sword energy, as solid as reality, carried a terrifying force capable of severing all. Not aimed at any soldier on the walls, but rather cleaving towards the massive stone monument of Bloodstone Pass, carved from colossal boulders and weighing thousands of pounds. Not good. Wang Dazue's expression changed drastically, yet it was far too late. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The monumental boundary stone, which has withstood the tempests of a century and symbolizes the majesty of the Bloodstone Pass, was unexpectedly cleaved in two by a single stroke of sword energy. Its surface as smooth as a mirror. A collective gasp echoed from the battlements, as all soldiers were rendered utterly immobilized by the terrifying might of that strike. What an astonishing level of cultivation was displayed. The prowess of a 6th-tier Qi Perception Realm swordsman could unleash such devastation. Is this the true strength of Lin Feng, the foremost disciple of the Qing Yun sword sect? Wang Dachui was left utterly astonished, pondering his own rugged skills, but he realized that before such a sword, he might as well be a mere sheet of paper. Now, as Lin Feng sheathed his sword, his demeanor remained elegant and composed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He lifted his gaze once more to Chun Pajun and spoke in a tone of indifference. General Chun, my patience is finite. I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender Su Mingxue, bind your own hands, and accompany me back to the mountain gate to seek forgiveness. Otherwise, the next strike will not be aimed at stone. A blatant threat. Authoritative. Arrogant. Unassailable. A profound silence enveloped the battlements, all eyes fixated on Chun Pajun. Faced with such a formidable adversary, how would this young general choose? Would he capitulate and surrender the enigmatic woman to safeguard himself and the Bloodstone Pass? Or would he stand resolute against the challenge? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Chun Pajun smiled. Instead of fear, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, he slowly began to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of his applause resonated sharply in the stillness of the watchtower. What an exquisite sword technique. Truly remarkable. Chun Pajun exclaimed, appreciating the prowess displayed by Lin Feng, the young luminary of the Qing Yun sword sect. I am in awe. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He found himself perplexed by Chun Pajun's behavior. With death looming, How could he still afford to jest? What do you find amusing? Lin Yifeng inquired coldly. I find your demeanor amusing. In an instant, the smile vanished from Chun Pejun's face, replaced by a chilling indifference. What audacity possesses a disciple of a sect to flaunt their might before the military stronghold of the great Xia? Who grants you the temerity to threaten a prince of the realm and a general of the empire? His voice rose sharply, akin to the rumble of thunder, echoing across the sky. Do you believe that your swordsmanship grants you impunity? Do you think that severing a mere stone can intimidate me, Chun Pejun, or the thousands of soldiers of Bloodstone Pass? Such naivety is laughable. Chun Pejun stepped forward, placing one hand on the parapet, his eyes flashing like lightning as he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Lin Yifeng. I shall make this clear. This is Bloodstone Pass. This is the territory of the great Xia. This is my domain, Chun Pejun. Here, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Do not think that just because you are a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, you can run rampant here. Even if your sect leader were present, they would still need to consult the thousands of soldiers behind me to see if such behavior is permissible. Ask them about the bows and arrows in their hands, and see if they dare to respond. All troops, heed my command. Chun Pejun raised his arm with fervor. Here, on the city wall, thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing across the land. The morale, subdued by Lin Yifeng's sword, was instantaneously reignited by Chun Pejun's proclamation, burning with even greater intensity. Open the city gates. What? Wang Decue and the others were taken aback. To open the city gates at this moment? Was this not courting death? General, this is unwise. Please reconsider. However, Chun Pejun's resolve was unyielding. I said, open the gates. Yes. The responsible soldier gritted his teeth, ultimately activating the winch. With a rumble, the heavy gates creaked open before the astonished gazes of Lin Yifeng and his companions. There stood Chun Pejun alone, wielding a long blade. Stepping forth from the city gate, one determined stride at a time. Behind him loomed the darkened city gates and countless faces atop the walls, filled with tension and admiration. Before him stood 30 elite members of the Qingyun sword sect, alongside the masterful Lin Yifeng, a 6th-grade qi-sensing expert. One man, confronting an entire sect. At that moment, Chun Pejun's figure loomed large in the eyes of every soldier at Bloodstone Pass. What is courage? This is true courage. What is leadership? This is their leader. Lin Yifeng was equally bewildered by Chun Pejun's audacity. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Chun Pejun could retreat into seclusion, seek peace through words, or display a facade of bravado. Yet, he had never anticipated that Chun Pejun would dare to ride out alone to confront him directly. Had he lost his senses? Did he not realize that with a mere thought, he could seal his fate? You sought me out, did you not? Chun Pejun halted within 30 paces of Lin Yifeng, thrusting his long blade into the ground with a resounding clang. I am right here. He pointed to himself, then gestured toward the city gate behind him. Su Mingshui is under my protection. Bloodstone Pass is my stronghold. Those who wish to harm my people or breach my gates must first step over my corpse. As the next chapter's intrigue unfolds, faced with Chun Pejun's formidable stance, Lin Yifeng, in a fit of rage, could not help but smile mockingly. A cataclysmic battle was on the verge of eruption. However, at that very moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A signal fire rose in the distance from the back of Bloodstone Pass. That was the direction of the governor's camp. Zhao Wuji, unable to contain himself, had chosen this critical moment to stab Chun Pejun in the back. With the Qingyun sword sect in front and the governor's army behind, Chun Pejun found himself in an unprecedented predicament. Chapter 35. Dual cultivation and healing. Fusion of techniques. The atmosphere in the arena was as stagnant as still water. Thick with murderous intent, Lin Yifeng, the newly ascended noble of the empire, a 5th-grade pulse-connecting realm powerhouse, surveyed the scene with a cat-and-mouse gaze. Exuding an air of disdain, a smirk played upon his lips as his sword pointed menacingly, its blade glinting with a deadly light, poised to spill blood at any moment. Meanwhile, Chun Pejun, the target of his focus, was but a mere early-stage 7th-grade muscle transformation realm practitioner, utterly suppressed in terms of cultivation. To an onlooker, this was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. General Chun, are you truly willing to become an adversary to me and the empire for the sake of an outsider? Lin Yifeng's voice, though not loud, carried a tone of judgment from a superior position. Yet, in the face of this pressure, capable of instilling fear in ordinary commanders, Chun Pejun displayed no hint of trepidation. Instead of recoiling, he straightened his spine, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He laughed, a sound tinged with resoluteness and madness. Lin Yifeng, retract your hypocritical rhetoric. Chun Pejun's voice resonated like a thunderclap. Your intent is merely to eliminate dissidents and pave the way for your master. I, Chen Pejuan, shall demonstrate today that the generals of the empire are not to be easily framed or sacrificed at your whim. How dare you slay an imperial prince before the troops of the governor's office? Who grants you such audacity? Lin Yifeng's expression darkened instantaneously. Taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly insignificant ant daring to confront him publicly. Seeking death. With a furious shout, Lin Yifeng ceased his discourse, his wrist flicking as his long sword transformed into a breathtaking arc, embodying the unmatched might of a fifth-tier practitioner, slicing through the air straight for Chen Pejuan's throat. This strike, appearing lethal, was tempered with restraint. His intention was not to end Chen Pejuan's life immediately, but to compel him to kneel and beg for mercy, ultimately rendering him powerless in despair. However, Lin Yifeng's arrogance was precisely where Chen Pejuan staked everything. He wagered on Lin Yifeng's hubris and overconfidence. He gambled that Lin Yifeng would not dare to bear the blame of harming the loyal subjects of the empire in plain sight, thereby leaving himself with an indelible stain. Moreover, he bet on the ambition of Zhao Wuji, who had been observing from a distance. He believed Zhao Wuji would not let this golden opportunity slip by to exploit the situation and suppress Lin Yifeng's faction. All these calculations unfolded in the blink of an eye. As the deadly sword energy approached, Chen Pejuan's consciousness plunged into his mind's sea. Issuing a final roar to the mysterious system, spend 1,000 war god points to exchange for the high-grade martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Immediately. Now, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill was a carefully selected martial technique intended for personal combat, not to be exchanged lightly unless in dire need. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, an unfathomable essence of the technique surged into Chen Pejuan's mind. He scarcely had time to comprehend it, instinctively activating the technique with fervor. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. A formidable protective divine skill. At the moment the technique was activated, the blood and energy within Chen Pejuan seemed to transform from a trickling stream into a roaring river. His entire essence, spirit, and energy were drawn in by an invisible force, compressed, ultimately converging into a glowing, rapidly spinning core of energy within his chest, an essence akin to a star compressed to its utmost potential, harboring the power to annihilate worlds. At this juncture, Lin Yifeng's razor-sharp sword energy was but a breath away, the blade's approach already causing Chen Pejuan's skin to sting. Unleash. Chen Pejuan's eyes blazed crimson, and with a thunderous roar, he resolutely detonated the energy core that had amassed all his strength. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dark golden radiance that seemed capable of devouring light, spreading out like ripples. The devastating sword energy clashed with this dark golden brilliance, and in that moment, it was as if a bull had plunged into the sea, having over 70% of its force forcibly dissipated. Although the remaining sword energy remained fierce, it had already lost its potency, striking against Chen Pejuan's protective aura and producing merely a crisp sound before vanishing into thin air. In a single stroke, the disparity was starkly evident. The disdain and arrogance on Lin Yifeng's face instantly froze, replaced by boundless astonishment and disbelief. How could a full-force strike from a peak 6th-grade Qi Sensation Realm practitioner, even when holding back, produce only 70 to 80% of his strength, be so effortlessly countered by a mere novice in the 7th-grade Muscle Transformation Realm? How could this be possible? The arena fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yifeng's previous disdain and arrogance were now completely supplanted by shock and humiliation. He, a distinguished peak 6th-grade Qi Sensation Realm master and a pride of the Qingyun Sword sect, was confronted head-on by Chen Pejuan, a mere novice in the 7th-grade Muscle Transformation Realm. It was known that the previously arrived Qing Songzi, a long-established pillar of the Qingyun Sword sect, a peak 7th-grade sword cultivator, could not withstand even 70 to 80% of his strength. This was an utter disgrace. What sorcery have you employed? Lin Yifeng's voice trembled slightly due to his overwhelming fury. Chen Pejuan's chest heaved violently. That earlier Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had nearly drained him of all his strength, yet he stood tall and unwavering, like a spear that would not bend. He coldly laughed. Sorcery? General Lin, are you afraid? Afraid? I would fear you, an insignificant insect. The humiliation completely shattered Lin Yifeng's rationality. He held nothing back anymore, and the murderous intent surged forth like a tangible force. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. Advance, and eliminate all rebels without mercy. With a command, the Qingyun Sword sect experts, poised and ready behind him, transformed into streaks of light, their sword energy intertwining as they charged towards Chen Pejuan and his guardians. Lin Yifeng himself once again focused on Chen Pejuan, this time channeling all his strength into his sword. vowing to crush both the man before him and the prince behind him. However, at that critical moment, a synchronized and thunderous sound of hooves and footsteps echoed from the end of the street, like rolling thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as a well-equipped army, exuding a lethal aura, rapidly closed in, their black armor glinting coldly in the sunlight, and a dragon and phoenix emblazoned character for Zhao fluttered on their flags. At the forefront was a man clad in the garb of a governor, with an elegant demeanor and hawk-like eyes. He sat astride a towering steed and called out in a clear voice that resonated across the battlefield, "Governor Zhao Wuji is here. Who dares to wield arms in the city, disturbing the sacred presence of the prince? Zhao Wuji, that old fox, he has arrived, and in such a grand, unassailable manner." Lin Yifeng's pupils abruptly constricted, and the sword force aimed at Chun Pejun came to an abrupt halt in midair. The masters he brought from the Qingyun sword sect halted, casting uncertain glances toward the imposing forces of the governor's mansion that subtly encircled them. The appearance of Zhao Wujia was akin to a stroke of divine intervention, instantly reversing the entire situation. He refrained from directly accusing Lin Yifeng. Instead, he deftly placed the monumental blame of disturbing the prince upon him. In that moment, Lin Yifeng found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Should he choose to continue the confrontation, it would solidify the Qingyun sword sect's alleged intent to assassinate the prince, thereby granting Zhao Wujia the justifiable grounds to execute them on the spot under the guise of protecting the royal. Conversely, if he retreated, what semblance of dignity would remain? Would it not imply that Lin Yifeng feared Zhao Wujia? His complexion shifted erratically, his mind seething with curses aimed at Zhao Wujia. He recognized that he had fallen into the meticulously crafted trap of that cunning old fox. Chun Pejun's desperate gamble was merely a ploy to delay until Zhao Wujia, the opportunist, arrived. Ultimately, reason prevailed over rage. Lin Yifeng cast a deep, lingering gaze at the composed Zhao Wujia and swept his eyes over the seemingly prescient Chun Pejun, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "We shall depart." He ultimately dared not bear the potential charge of regicide under the watchful eyes of the governor's forces. This risk was one he could not afford to take. The troops of the Qingyun sword sect retreated like a receding tide, ultimately establishing camp 10 miles away, confronting the governor's forces from a distance. Lin Yifeng adopted a stance of observation, as if to say, "I am here to witness how long you can protect him," a gesture born of both helplessness and a desire to salvage a shred of dignity. A situation that had initially seemed destined for death was revitalized by Chun Pejun's audacious gamble and Zhao Wujia's timely intervention. Yet, all were acutely aware that beneath this temporary calm lay the brewing of even more tumultuous storms. At Bloodstone Pass, within the general's residence, in a tranquil chamber, the fragrant incense wafted gently, dispelling the lingering scent of blood and hostility. Chun Pejun sat cross-legged upon a mat, his face as pale as parchment, with traces of dried blood still visible at the corners of his mouth. Slowly, he opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of turbid breath, which inexplicably mingled with faint wisps of black mist, indicating the severity of his internal injuries. "Damn it," he thought. "Being ostentatious feels great for a moment, but the aftermath is a funeral pyre." He bitterly mocked himself. Recalling the harrowing scene outside the city gate an hour prior, he still felt a tremor of fear. Lin Yifeng's sword strike was indeed terrifying. Had he not activated the top-tier martial skill, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, exchanged from the system to its utmost limit, concentrating his entire vitality into a single point, he might have suffered far worse than mere internal turmoil. He could have been cleaved in two, ready for reincarnation. Even so, that piercing sword energy had still penetrated his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians, damaging his internal organs to varying degrees. A pinnacle master of the 6th rank was indeed formidable, had it not been for Zhao Wujia's timely assistance. Forcing Lin Yifeng to hesitate and refrain from executing an imperial prince in front of the governor's troops, today's events would have concluded in a far messier fashion. However, at least he had managed to navigate this crisis. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Chun Pejun's mouth. His audacious maneuver, seemingly reckless, was in fact meticulously calculated at every turn. He wagered on Lin Yifeng's arrogance, betting that he would not dare bear the accusation of colluding with foreign enemies and harming the Empire's generals in the glaring eyes of the public. He also gambled on Zhao Wuji's ambition, believing he would not let this opportunity for personal gain slip away. In the end, fortune favored him. Lin Yifeng, accompanied by the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, temporarily retreated 10 miles away to establish camp, adopting a stance that suggested he would merely observe, waiting to see how long Chun Pejun could endure. Meanwhile, the envoy sent by Zhao Wuji donned a cheerful demeanor, presenting an abundance of healing herbs and engaging in warm inquiries. their words laced with misunderstandings, as if the governor who had previously sought to eliminate him was akin to a long-lost brother. Naturally, Chun Pajun welcomed these gifts with open arms, fully aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. Lin Yifeng and Zhao Wuji circled above the Bloodstone Pass like vultures, poised to pounce the moment he revealed a weakness, ready to rend him to shreds. At present, his foremost priority was to swiftly recuperate and bolster his strength. System. Reveal my status, Chun Pajun silently implored. Beep. Character status panel. Host. Chun Pajun. Identity. 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Commander of the Bloodstone Pass. Realm. 7th rank. Initial stage of Qi transformation. Cultivation method. Earth grade superior technique. Dragon elephant suppression technique. 3rd layer. Skills. Eagle eye vision. Advanced. Mastery in combat. Inherited. Intermediate axe mastery. Intermediate Qi and blood control. Intermediate mental shock. Basic formation understanding. Advanced stealth and disguise. Intermediate battlefield first aid. Proficient in barbarian tongue. Mastery in firearms. Master level modern tactical command. Basic formation understanding. Entry level. Fragment of Qin Yun sword technique. Dragon elephant prajna skill. War workshop and simulation. Talents. Physical enhancement. Beginner. Olfactory enhancement. Beginner. Talent. Absolute evasion. Talent. Spatial leap. Beginner fury. Barbarian bull charge. Title. God of Death. Equipped at beginner level. Experience points. 25, 508. 000. Skill points. 55. War God points. 1800. Status. Severely injured. Internal organs shaken. Meridians damaged. Recovery time required. 72 hours. 72 hours? 3 days and nights. Chun Pajun furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of time pressing down on him. Lin Yifeng and Zhao Wuji would not grant him such an indulgence. He grasped the precious herbs sent by Zhao Wuji, century-old blood ginseng, millennium-old Hisho Wu, glancing at them before casting them aside. For ordinary warriors, these treasures held great value. But for injuries that had compromised his meridian's very essence, their efficacy was negligible, merely a drop in the bucket. A swifter solution was imperative. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, the door to the quiet room was gently pushed open. A figure, as serene as the moon, entered, carrying a wooden tray. It was Su Mingxue, clad in white garments, her face veiled. Only her clear, autumn-like eyes were visible. Yet at that moment, those eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions, concern, worry, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Are you badly injured? She placed the wooden tray upon the table, her voice cold yet tinged with a slight tremor. Upon the tray rested a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, exuding an unusual fragrance. You won't die, Chun Pajun grinned, attempting to feign indifference, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, feeling as though his very insides had been rearranged. He would need to get a CT scan to check for any residual effects. What is a CT? Su Mingxue asked, blinking in confusion. A kind of mystical internal examination technique from my hometown, capable of revealing the state of one's body, Chun Pajun fabricated with casual ease. Su Mingxue did not press further. Instead, she gently brought the bowl of soup closer to him, softly stating, "This is the 9-turn soul-restoring soup, concocted using my sect's secret methods. It is remarkably effective for treating internal injuries. You should drink it while it's hot." Chun Pajun gazed at the dark, bubbling concoction, his eyelid twitching. "I say, Miss Su, are you certain this isn't some sort of dark cuisine? My injuries cannot withstand a second assault." "You." Su Mingxue glared at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with indignation. This was a divine remedy that she had painstakingly crafted, expending considerable energy. Even her master scarcely indulged in it, and here he was, expressing disdain. Yet, upon remembering that Chun Pajun had sustained such injuries to protect her, her irritation dissipated like mist. She scooped a spoonful of the soup, blew gently upon it, and offered it to his lips, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Drink." Chun Pajun met her earnest gaze, warmth swelling within him, and opened his mouth. As the soup entered, a warm current surged into his abdomen, quickly transforming into pure energy that coursed through his limbs, nurturing his damaged meridians and organs. This is actually quite something. Chun Pajun's eyes sparkled. The efficacy of this remedy surpassed the shabby items Zhao Wuji had sent by more than tenfold. No longer hesitating, he seized the bowl and drained it in one go. Upon finishing, he felt a comforting warmth envelop him. Even his breathing became noticeably smoother. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Su Mingxue shook her head, gently replying, "It is I who should be grateful. If it weren't for me, stop." Chun Pajun interrupted, "Let me reiterate. You are mine. It is only natural for me to protect you. To speak of burdens is to be distant." Hearing the words "my person," Su Mingshue's cheeks flushed, her heart skipping a beat as she lowered her head, falling silent. In the quiet room, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Chen Pejun observed her demeanor, inwardly chuckling. Just as he was about to tease her further, his expression suddenly shifted. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion now even more pallid. "What's wrong?" Su Mingxue exclaimed, rushing to support him. "It's nothing." Chen Pejun gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "This soup's potency is too overwhelming. I'm a bit too weak to handle it." He realized that while the 9-turn soul-restoring soup was indeed potent, its nature leaned towards the yin, clashing violently with the yang energy of his practiced dragon-elephant suppressing prison technique. The opposing energies, akin to warring armies, rampaged through his body, treating his meridians as a battlefield, threatening to tear him apart. "Damn it, I've made a mistake." Chen Pejun cursed inwardly. What to do? What to do? Su Mingxue was on the verge of tears, never anticipating such an occurrence. "Do not panic." Chen Pejun inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. "Assist me in sitting upright. Use your inner strength to guide the medicinal potency." "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mingxue settled into a cross-legged position behind Chen Pejun, her palms pressed against his back. A wave of cool, pure inner energy gradually flowed into Chen Pejun's body, emanating from the remnants of the heavenly demon sect's revered technique, the Xian Insu Nu Jing. At the instant Su Mingxue's energy entered Chen Pejun, they both trembled simultaneously. Chen Pejun felt as if Su Mingxue's soft, yin energy was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, soothing the violent yang force within him. Meanwhile, Su Mingxue was astonished to discover that the formidable dragon-elephant power within Chen Pejun felt like the finest tonic to her. The vitality she had lost while concocting medicinal brews began to recover at an astonishing pace under the nourishment of this energy. "This is..." They both exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Yin and yang complemented each other. Their techniques resonated. A bold thought flashed simultaneously through their minds. One technique was the epitome of yang and rigidity, while the other embodied yin and softness, perfectly complementing one another to form a harmonious cycle. "Do not cease. Continue." Chen Pejun decisively commanded, his voice resolute. "Embrace unity, align your spirit. Guide the inner strength to circulate within my body." "Very well." Su Mingxue nodded emphatically. They ceased their conversation, closed their eyes, and directed their focus inward. Chen Pejun guided Su Mingxue's inner strength to merge with his own dragon-elephant force, slowly initiating the flow according to the 3rd level of the dragon-elephant suppressing prison technique. The 3rd level of the dragon-elephant suppressing prison technique, elephant muscle, corresponding to the 7th grade of muscle transformation. Mental mantra: elephant muscle coils the body. Strength penetrating all bones, energy flowing with intent, capable of uprooting mountains and overturning seas. Training manifestation: the vitality condenses into threads, entwining and permeating every sinew and meridian, rendering them supple and bursting with power. During training, the body instinctively performs various stretching and twisting movements, as if an invisible giant elephant were expanding its muscles and bones within. Completion characteristic: total integration of power throughout the body, harmonizing as one, achieving an exquisitely fine control over vital energy, allowing the blood to surge with strength, reaching the pinnacle of explosiveness, speed, and flexibility. The initial manifestation of elephant power grants each punch and kick the force of 10,000 pounds. Meanwhile, Su Mingxue fully cooperated, unreservedly channeling her heavenly demon strategy inner strength into Chen Pejun's body. A wondrous cycle thus formed. Chen Pejun's dragon-elephant power, unparalleled and fierce, surged like a roaring river, cleansing his damaged meridians of accumulated sword energy and impurities. Following closely, Su Mingxue's heavenly demon energy, akin to soothing moonlight, repaired the flushed meridians, rendering them even more resilient and expansive. One force dismantled, the other established. One was firm, the other gentle. The inner energies within their bodies formed a perfect microcosmic circulation, perpetually renewing. In this marvelous state of mutual cultivation, Chen Pejun's injuries were visibly healing at a remarkable rate. The initially projected recovery period of 72 hours for the grievous injuries had astonishingly diminished to merely a single hour. Not only that, but the once formidable bottleneck of his cultivation, having reached the 7th rank of the muscular transformation early stage, began to show signs of loosening. It felt as though a new grand door was slowly opening before him, revealing an entirely new world beyond. A breakthrough was imminent. Chen Pejun felt a surge of joy within. He could distinctly sense a miraculous transformation occurring within his body, His bones resonated with a thunderous roar, and his flesh rejoiced, as if welcoming a rebirth. He had successfully stepped into the mid-stage of the 7th rank muscular transformation. Some readers remarked that the protagonist's cultivation had ascended in leaps and bounds, but now it was a gradual and methodical progression, devoid of any sudden advancements. The martial path delineates a clear hierarchy, the 9th rank for skin refinement, the 8th for bone tempering, and the 7th for muscle strengthening. The lower 3 ranks focus on refining the physical foundation. However, beginning from the 6th rank, warriors can sense the spiritual energy of the world, drawing it into their bodies, allowing their inner strength to flourish ceaselessly, resulting in a qualitative leap in power. Once he stepped into the 6th rank, Chun Pejun's prowess would be incomparable. At that point, even when facing Lin Yifeng at the pinnacle of the 6th rank, he would no longer be as beleaguered as before, even if he were to still fall short. Yet, at this pivotal moment of breakthrough, an unforeseen calamity struck. Su Mengshue's body suddenly shuddered, and the inner strength flowing into Chun Pejun became momentarily chaotic. What has happened? Chun Pejun's heart tightened as he urgently inquired. My old injuries. Su Mengshue's voice was laced with pain, have been stirred by your dragon elephant force, and I can no longer suppress them. Chun Pejun then recalled that Su Mengshue bore severe internal injuries. Although his dragon elephant force had nourished her during their dual cultivation, it had also provoked a more tyrannical and insidious foreign energy lurking within her. At this moment, that foreign energy was unleashed, wreaking havoc within Su Mengshue. Damn it! Chun Pejun felt a wave of panic. If this energy were to erupt unchecked, Su Mengshue could suffer the complete loss of her cultivation, or worse, lose her life. Moreover, with their inner strengths interconnected, should anything happen to her, he too would inevitably suffer backlash, leading to a failed breakthrough and further injury. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Chun Pejun made a reckless decision. Su Mengshue, trust me. He bit his tongue fiercely, forcing forth a mouthful of vital blood, and struck his palm against the back of Su Mengshue's heart. With my vital blood as the catalyst and the dragon elephant force as the furnace. Suppress it now? He intended to use his very essence and inner strength to forcibly subdue the foreign energy within Su Mengshue. This was a gamble of his life for hers. Next chapter teaser. Will Chun Pejun's desperate act of exchanging his life for her successfully suppress Su Mengshue's old injuries? As they teeter on the brink of life and death, their bond intensifies dramatically. Just at that moment, the system notification echoed suddenly. Ding! Detected deep energy fusion between the host and the unique physique of the Taiyin demon body, triggering a hidden quest. Yin-Yang Harmony. Quest reward. Cultivation technique fusion. Dragon elephant suppression technique and heavenly demon strategy will merge into an entirely new divine level technique. Chapter 36. Alchemical genius? No, it is science. Within the tranquil chamber, time seemed to stand still. Chun Pejun and Su Mengshue leaned against each other, their palms pressed together, maintaining a mysterious and delicate posture. Chun Pejun's complexion was alarmingly pale. The expenditure of his vital essence had left him significantly depleted. Yet, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, akin to two cold stars piercing through the night, intently focused on the turbulent energy within himself and the ferocious force coursing into Su Mengshue through their joined palms. His dragon elephant power, intermingled with his most primordial essence, transformed into a golden divine dragon, racing and roaring through Su Mengshue's meridians. It did not seek to mend or soothe. Rather, it charged forth in a nearly savage manner, directly confronting the insidious foreign energy that plagued her. You are insane. Su Mengshue's mind trembled with fear. This will ruin my energy reservoir. Trust me. Chun Pejun's voice resonated in her mind, imbued with an unwavering resolve. To establish anew, one must first dismantle. Your energy reservoir has long been ravaged by this entity, resembling a dilapidated structure. Why not demolish it? I shall help you reconstruct it. Dilapidated structure? Su Mengshue momentarily found herself puzzled by the term, yet she sensed Chun Pejun's determination. This man was wagering his very essence for her sake. For reasons unknown, her heart, which had been icy with fear due to her injuries, miraculously steadied. She relinquished her resistance, fully opening her mind, allowing Chun Pejun's dominating force to surge within her. Boom! The golden dragon elephant power collided violently with the insidious black energy. Su Mengshue felt as if her energy reservoir had detonated like a bomb. A sharp agony coursing through her, and her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, immediately after, a purer, more gentle energy emerged from the center of the explosion, akin to the first ray of light at the dawn of creation, swiftly enveloping her limbs and bones. The malevolent energy that had lingered within her for years. akin to a festering wound, was utterly obliterated in this fierce clash by Chun Pajun's dragon elephant power. Furthermore, after devouring that foreign energy, Chun Pajun's power did not diminish. Instead, it became more refined and pure, as if it had consumed a potent tonic. A profound and enigmatic aura began to emerge from the intertwined energies of the two. At that moment, a chilling system notification echoed in Chun Pajun's mind. Ding! Detection of deep energy fusion between the host and the unique physique of the Taiyin demon body has triggered a hidden quest, the union of yin and yang. Quest description: please collaborate with Su Mingxue to perfect the energy cycle, initiating the preliminary fusion of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique and Heavenly Demon Strategy. Quest reward: fusion of techniques, merging the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique and Heavenly Demon Strategy into an entirely new divine-level technique. Initial volume. Here it comes. Chun Pajun's heart surged with joy. This gamble of life to save beauty also came with a bonus version update package, a splendid bargain indeed. Previously, the martial arts levels available in the market were categorized as Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, divided into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. However, this time a divine-level martial art has emerged. The system truly does not deceive me. Su Mingxue, steady your mind. Channel this nascent power according to the path of Tian Mo Su. Chun Pajun, enduring the weakness of his body, commanded in a low voice. At this moment, Su Mingxue also sensed the transformation within her. Her old injuries had vanished, and an unprecedented sensation of ease spread throughout her being. Her trust in Chun Pajun was unconditional, and upon hearing his words, she immediately complied. The two once again entered a state of dual cultivation, forgetting both self and surroundings. Outside the military camp, the soldiers assigned to duty had already been instructed to refrain from disturbances during their cultivation, ensuring solitude until the practice was complete. Otherwise, interruptions could lead to disastrous consequences. This time, it was not merely a simple interaction of yin and yang, but an unprecedented fusion of martial arts. The masculine vigor of the dragon elephant and the subtle grace of the heavenly demon, two distinctly different, yet perfectly complementary forces, began to intertwine and permeate one another under the guidance of the two, gradually forming a novel, more stable, and powerful cycle. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task, Yin-Yang Unification. Reward distribution in progress. The initial fusion of Longxiang Jinyu Gong and Tian Mo Su was successful, resulting in the upgraded divine-level dual cultivation technique, Tai Su Yin-Yang Dao, initial chapter. Suitable for dual cultivation. Chun Pajun felt a torrent of true energy surging within him, the previously fierce and domineering power of the dragon elephant now infused with a subtle, enigmatic essence of the demonic. Meanwhile, the aura of the heavenly demon encircling Su Mingxue subtly emanated the profound pressure of the dragon elephant. The two exchanged a glance, both astonished and elated by the remarkable compatibility of their martial arts. Is it truly possible for this technique to resonate so harmoniously? Su Mingxue gently caressed her chest, feeling the unprecedented flow of power within her, her voice quivering slightly. Chun Pajun smiled broadly. The harmony of yin and yang, the balance of strength and softness. This is the true path. He grasped Su Mingxue's delicate wrist, whispering, "Let us proceed once more to solidify the cycle." Su Mingxue's ears flushed with a hint of crimson. Yet she did not resist. Their palms met, and their spirits and bodies intertwined once again. This time, they were no longer cautious like before during the healing process. Instead, they actively guided the newly birthed martial art to surge through their meridians. The dragon elephant serves as the bone, while the heavenly demon constitutes the pulse. Chun Pajun's true energy blazed like molten lava, carrying an overwhelming force capable of shattering mountains, while Su Mingxue's true energy was cool as a deep pool, concealing an array of unpredictable demonic rhythms. The two forces circulated ceaselessly between their meridians, each collision igniting brilliant sparks of energy, which, under the harmonization of Tai Su Yin-Yang Dao, transformed into strands of chaotic energy, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood. Gradually, their breaths synchronized, their heartbeats resonated, and even their true energies began to merge as one. Su Mingxue's long hair danced as if caught by an unseen wind, flowing like dark clouds, with the tips faintly shimmering with dragon-like dark golden patterns. Meanwhile, Chun Pajun's skin revealed mysterious demonic patterns, as if countless shadowy forces roamed beneath the surface, yet were firmly suppressed by the essence of the dragon elephant. Suddenly, Su Mingxue let out a soft moan, her long neck arching slightly backward. She felt Chun Pajun's vital energy surging through her meridians like a raging wildfire, yet at the moment it threatened to scorch her. It was tenderly enveloped by her demonic aura. The sensation of being filled and tamed sent shivers through her entire being, causing her fingertips to instinctively dig into the back of Chun Pejun's hand. Chun Pejun was no less affected. Su Mingshue's vital energy invaded his dantian like a persistent pestilence, chilling him to the bone. However, whenever he attempted to counter it, that coldness transformed into a nourishing rain, revitalizing his nearly desiccated meridians. The exquisite intertwining of excruciating pain and unparalleled pleasure made his throat constrict and the veins on his forehead throb. This was a spiritual communion far more intoxicating than mere physical entanglement. The simultaneous cultivation of body and soul was an unparalleled ecstasy. As the sun fully ascended above the horizon, a radiant aura of black and white erupted around them. A spectral image of a dragon and elephant manifested behind Chun Pejun, while Su Mingxue was enveloped by a celestial demonic visage. The two colossal shadows gradually merged within the luminous aura, ultimately transforming into a Tai Chi symbol of Yin and Yang, entering the crown of their heads. Ding. Initial chapter of Tai Su Yin Yang Dao has been successfully solidified. Current fusion degree, 15, glimpse of Yin and Yang. Experience points, 6,000. Total experience points, 85508,000. Upgrade available. Chun Pejun immediately confirmed the upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, host, for stepping into the late stage of the 7th rank Yi realm. Introduction to the Divine Cultivation System. Please take note. Classification of cultivation levels. Tai Su Yin Yang Dao. As the supreme art-merging dragon elephant suppression technique and heavenly demon strategy, is divided into 3 grand chapters. 1. Initial chapter, glimpse of Yin and Yang, with a fusion degree of 1542. Intermediate chapter, harmony of Yin and Yang, with a fusion degree of 4173. Advanced chapter, unity of Tai Su, with a fusion degree of 71,100. With each advancement, the characteristics, power, and cultivation methods of the technique will undergo metamorphosis, even influencing the practitioner's physical constitution and destiny. Initial chapter, glimpse of Yin and Yang, 1540. Characteristics, dragon elephant embodies Yin. Heavenly demon encapsulates Yang. Within the vigorous strength lies a subtle gentleness, and within the sinister demonic art lurks tremendous ferocity. Dual cultivation enhancement, when practiced together. The recovery speed of vital energy for both genders is 300, and the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks is 50. Yin-Yang protective barrier, when subjected to fatal attacks. A brief activation of Yin-Yang reversal can mitigate some damage. Cultivation method, requires male and female practitioners to place their palms together, circulate their energies, and guide the forces of dragon elephant, Yang, and heavenly demon, Yin, to cycle within each other's bodies. Initially, physical contact is necessary. Later, resonance can occur at a distance, requiring exceptional harmony. Manifestation of improved cultivation for both genders. Male practitioner, Chun Pejun muscles and bones reveal dark golden demonic patterns. Strength surges explosively, granting a temporary demonic enhancement. Female practitioner, Su Mingxue skin radiates a sheen reminiscent of dragon scales, enhancing speed and flexibility, allowing the power of the dragon elephant to suppress inner demons. Chun Pejun gazed at the system interface, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This technique is truly tailored for Su Mingxue and me. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the perspiring Su Mingxue and suddenly chuckled. Miss Su, it seems we must engage in more exchanges. I shall also impart this newly fused technique to you. Su Mingxue's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, yet she shot him a glare. Rogue. Yet, the vital energy entwined around her fingertips truthfully wrapped itself around his wrist. Uncertain of how much time had passed, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the window and illuminated the tranquil room, the two slowly opened their eyes and simultaneously released their grasp. Thud. Chun Pejun could no longer sustain himself. His body softened, and he fell backward. However, instead of encountering the anticipated cold ground, he landed in a soft and warm embrace. Su Mingxue had unknowingly turned around and caught him from behind. Are you all right? Her voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness and profound concern, her clear, cold eyes now filled with a myriad of complex emotions. I'm fine. Just a bit of kidney deficiency, cough cough, a loss of vital energy, Chun Pejun replied, leaning into her embrace, feeling the astonishing softness and resilience. He grinned and jokingly added, don't worry, I won't die. I might just have to enter sage mode for the next few days. Sage mode. Su Mingxue echoed a new term. It means to be free of desires and to see through the mundane world, Chun Pejun explained earnestly. Su Mingxue's cheeks flushed a vibrant red. She supported Chun Pejun, allowing him to lean against the wall, and then retrieved a small porcelain vial from her bosom, pouring out a glistening, translucent pill that emitted a faint fragrance. This is the jade dew solidifying pill. It's the last one I have. You must take it quickly. Chun Pajun, without hesitation, accepted the pill and tossed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a pure medicinal essence that nourished his depleted body. The effect is decent. However, the potency is rather mild. Given my condition, it's somewhat insufficient, Chun Pajun remarked, smacking his lips in a professional assessment. His body felt like a vast void, in dire need of robust medicine, a complete revitalizing concoction. Such gentle nurturing pills would yield limited results. I can refine it. Su Mingxue murmured softly, but I've run out of the primary ingredient, ice heart herb. The other auxiliary herbs are also lacking in both age and medicinal properties, so the efficacy of any pill produced might be significantly diminished. A look of concern crossed her face. Even the most skillful cook cannot make a meal without rice. Alchemy is an exceedingly intricate science. The age, quality, ratio of herbs, and control of fire must be precisely managed. Just a slight deviation can lead to disastrous results. Oh, you can refine pills? Chun Pajun's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new world. Show me the recipe. Although puzzled, Su Mingxue retrieved a yellowed beast-skin scroll from a small fragrance pouch and handed it to Chun Pajun. Upon examining it, he saw that it was filled with ancient script detailing a myriad of medicinal ingredients and some obscure refining incantations. Alternate between literary and martial fire. Procure the true water of heaven. Ground fire as the foundation. Imprint the soul. Chun Pajun felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the cryptic instructions. What is all this? A metaphysical alchemy method? He couldn't help but scoff. What metaphysics? Su Mingxue inquired. Ah, nothing. Chun Pajun coughed lightly, then commanded internally, system, activate, war workshop. Scan and analyze this recipe, model the existing materials, and optimize the best refining scheme for me. Ding. War workshop activated. In the analysis of the components of herbal medicine in the Danfeng scan, the data modeling commenced with an immense computational load, anticipated to require 10 minutes. Chun Pajun returned the Danfeng to Su Mingxue, feigning an air of confidence, and inquired, how do you typically process these herbs during alchemy? Su Mingxue, somewhat perplexed yet earnest, responded, according to the Danfeng's records, all the herbs are cleaned and then placed together in the Dan furnace, where the true energy ignites the earth fire, and through specific methods, they are refined until the elixir is complete. Placed together? Is that not akin to a chaotic stew? Chun Pajun observed, shaking his head in disapproval. Such a method is dreadfully crude. It represents a significant waste of precious herbs. Crude? Su Mingxue's brow furrowed, and a hint of displeasure crossed her delicate features. This was a revered alchemical technique, passed down through her lineage for a millennium, celebrated as a unique art in the southern regions. How could it be reduced to mere chaotic cooking in his words? Do you possess knowledge of alchemy? Su Mingxue's tone bore a hint of challenge. Knowledge? Huh. It would be a stretch to claim that. I can only assert a modicum of understanding. Chun Pajun replied with an enigmatic smile. Joking aside, I have undergone 9 years of compulsory education, well-versed in both the celestial and terrestrial realms, and have diligently studied the 5-year examination and 3-year simulation texts. While the principles of chemical engineering and extraction may have faded from memory, the fundamental concepts remain intact. Applying these to the esoteric art of alchemy in this realm should be a mere trifle. He pointed toward the subpar auxiliary herbs on the table and commenced his demonstration. Observe this Ning Lu Hua. Its primary medicinal properties are concentrated in the flower's core. To toss it in root and leaves indiscriminately is sheer waste. This is referred to as targeted extraction of active components. Do you understand? Furthermore, this Qi Yin Shi serves to provide stable fire attribute energy, neutralizing the chill of the ice heart grass. However, if introduced haphazardly, the energy release will be erratic, fluctuating between strong and weak. How could the elixir possibly succeed? This is known as controlling the variables of reaction conditions, and it must be precise. Purification. Do you grasp its significance? It entails the removal of useless impurities from the herbs, such as fibers, waxes, and pigments, leaving only the essence. This not only enhances the quality of the elixir, but also significantly mitigates the risk of furnace explosions. Targeted extraction, variable control, purification. Su Mingxue was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of unfamiliar terminology, yet she felt an inexplicable admiration, sensing the profound depth of his knowledge. She gazed at Chun Pajun's pale visage, weakened yet radiant with an unusual brilliance born of confidence and wisdom. And how does one go about purification? Su Mingxue could not help but humbly seek his guidance. Excellent question. Chun Pajun snapped his fingers. There are myriad methods, such as distillation, extraction, and crystallization. However, detailing these would be overly complex. Let us simplify. We can employ the most rudimentary approach. He picked up a herb. For instance, we can first crush this, then soak it in strong liquor. Its medicinal essence will dissolve into the alcohol, after which we can filter the liquid and heat it to evaporate the alcohol, leaving us with a high-purity tincture. This method is known as alcohol extraction. For instance, this or can be ground into a fine powder and repeatedly calcined at varying temperatures to eliminate impurities. This process is known as high-temperature calcination and purification. Chun Pajun, with eloquence, intertwined the fundamental knowledge gleaned from past chemistry lessons with the conditions of this world, articulating it in a manner comprehensible to Su Mingxue. As she listened, her eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, and her heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was as if she beheld a grand portal to a new world, gently swinging open. To her astonishment, alchemy could be conducted in such a manner. She had always believed that the art of alchemy relied heavily on formulas, techniques, and the spiritual resonance of the alchemist, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Yet, through Chun Pajun's explanation, alchemy transformed into a discipline that could be precisely calculated, quantified, and controlled. This was not mysticism. This was a genuine science. Beep. Data analysis complete. An optimized plan has been generated based on the available medicinal materials. Plan 1. Conservative approach. Success rate, 95. Expected enhancement of elixir quality, 30. Plan 2. Aggressive approach. Replacement of certain auxiliary materials and alteration of reaction processes. Success rate, 70. Expected enhancement of elixir quality, 60. Plan 3. Miraculous approach. Introduction of dragon elephant power and heavenly demon power as catalysts for the refinement of yin and yang energy. Success rate, 40. Expected enhancement of elixir quality, 120. There is a minuscule chance of producing elixir patterns, elevating it to a spiritual elixir. As he gazed at the plans presented by the system in his mind, a wild smile spread across Chun Pajun's face. Su, my dear beauty, would you like to witness a miracle? He turned to look at Su Mingxue, who was utterly astonished, akin to an inquisitive child, and asked with a smile, now, bring forth your alchemical furnace and all your medicinal materials. I, Chun Pajun, shall impart a lesson to you today, a practical class entitled Scientific Alchemy. Next chapter Hook. Under the guidance of Chun Pajun's scientific theories, the two embarked on an unprecedented alchemical endeavor. However, at the crucial moment when the elixir was on the brink of completion, the alchemical furnace suddenly trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that caught the attention of two factions outside the Bloodstone Pass. Lin Yifeng and Zhao Wuji's emissaries simultaneously changed countenance. Was this the manifestation of a spiritual elixir's emergence? A new tempest was about to arise. Chapter 37. Ouyang Linglong. Master of artifact refinement in the general's mansion, a tranquil chamber. The air was thick with an exotic herbal fragrance, mingled with a faint scent of energy scorching. Su Mingxue gazed at the ancient, holy black alchemical furnace before her, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. Just moments ago, she had witnessed an alchemical demonstration that overturned 2 decades of her understanding. There were no convoluted incantations, no esoteric spiritual imprints. Instead, there was a meticulously rigorous process bordering on the exacting. Under Chun Pajun's direction, she categorized the medicinal materials for the first time, engaging in what he termed pretreatment. Soaking them in potent liquor, filtering, and then gently steaming them to dryness yielded a small pinch of dark green powder, the essence of the dew flower. The crimson flame stone was ground into powder and subjected to calcination at 3 distinct temperatures, sifting out the finest red crystals to ensure stable energy release. Even the water, serving as a solvent, was meticulously collected by Chun Pajun in specific vessels, capturing the first dew of the morning. This was then filtered thrice through a piece of warm jade, a process he claimed was essential for removing mineral impurities to ensure the purity of the solution. The entire procedure resembled a sacred ritual. Despite his frail physique leaning against the wall, Chun Pajun exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he spouted an array of complex terms that left Su Mingxue utterly bewildered. Observe the temperature curve. The heating must not be too rapid. It must have a gradient. The order of adding ingredients cannot be mistaken. The first and third auxiliary materials will react antagonistically. It is imperative to use the second as a buffer for neutralization first. Do you see? The pressure inside the furnace is beginning to rise. Open the pressure relief valve to maintain a stable internal environment. We are refining Dan at normal pressure, not in a pressure cooker, so do not cause an explosion. Throughout the entire process, Su Mingxue remained in a daze, completely acting as Chun Pajun's puppet, doing as instructed. She felt less like she was refining Dan and more akin to assembling a sophisticated instrument. When all the purified and pre-processed herbs were added to the Dan furnace in an astonishing sequence and time intervals, the most critical step arrived. "Come, lend a hand." Chen Pejun extended his hand to her. Instinctively, Su Mingxue offered her hand in return. Their palms met, and Chen Pejun intoned gravely. "Channel the new inner strength we have fused. Remember, the power of the dragon and elephant is for offense, while the power of the celestial demon is for control. Simulate the double helix energy field I described, and inject it into the Dan furnace." "Double helix? Don't ask, just follow my lead." Boom. A brand new inner strength. Merging the utmost yang with the utmost yin, transformed into a stream of intertwining golden and silver energy that surged into the Dan furnace. Inside, the previously stable medicinal liquid erupted into a furious boil. Buzz. The Dan furnace began to shake violently, emitting a resonant hum that grew increasingly loud. As if an ancient beast was awakening within, an indescribable wave of terrifying energy radiated outwards from the quiet chamber, swiftly penetrating the walls and breaking through the defenses of the general's residence. It was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves over the entire Bloodstone Pass. Outside Bloodstone Pass, at the temporary camp of the Qingyun Sword Sect on the 10-mile slope, Lin Yifeng sat cross-legged upon a piece of green stone, eyes closed in meditation. Before him, the Qing Frost sword hovered over his knees, its blade quivering in harmony with his breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes with a start, his sharp gaze darting like lightning toward the direction of Bloodstone Pass. He distinctly sensed a wave of pure energy erupting from within the city, infused with spiritual essence that made his heart race. "Is that the aura of a Dan?" exclaimed an elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect, his face filled with shock. Such an astonishing phenomenon. Could it be the emergence of a spiritual Dan? A spiritual Dan? At these words, all the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect inhaled sharply. A spiritual Dan, above the ordinary grade, was the stuff of legends. Each one contained the essence of heaven and earth, possessing miraculous effects capable of altering creation, valued beyond measure, and enough to drive countless sects and families into a frenzy. Impossible. Lin Yifeng resolutely denied it, his brow furrowed. In a harsh and frigid place like Bloodstone Pass, where spiritual energy was chaotic, how could one possibly concoct a spiritual elixir? Moreover, that rascal Chen Pejun was gravely injured. Where would he find the vitality to refine pills? Yet, despite his assertions, doubts began to loom larger in his mind. The fluctuations of energy could not be fabricated. Was it possible that this young man harbored some earth-shattering secret? Meanwhile, at the governor's camp, a middle-aged strategist clad in a brocade robe and sporting a goatee was engaged in discussions with several generals within a tent. When the wave of energy swept through the camp, the teacup in his hand shattered with a resounding crack. This was an omen of the emergence of rare treasures. The goateed strategist abruptly rose, his gaze fixated on the direction of the general's residence, his eyes alight with avarice and astonishment. No. It was more akin to the manifestation of high-tier elixirs. Could it be that a master alchemist was concealed within the general's estate? "My lord, this matter is of utmost significance." A general intoned solemnly. "If a spiritual elixir truly emerges, we must immediately report it to the governor." "No, let us wait a moment longer." The strategist's eyes shimmered with keen insight. "First, send someone to keep a close watch. We must discern what secrets lie within this gourd. Just how many hidden cards does Chen Pejun possess?" In an instant, tumult brewed both inside and outside Bloodstone Pass. Countless pairs of eyes fixed their gaze upon the seemingly tranquil general's residence. Yet, at the eye of the storm, within the quiet chamber, Chen Pejun remained blissfully unaware of all that transpired outside. His entire focus was concentrated on the frantically vibrating alchemical furnace before him. "Steady. We are at the final step." He bellowed at the pale-faced Su Mingxue. "Increase the energy output. Solidify it for me." Su Mingxue clenched her silver teeth, extracting the last vestiges of her internal power, which she frantically infused into the furnace. With a resonant hum, the alchemical furnace abruptly stilled. A rich and intoxicating fragrance wafted forth from the crevice of the lid. "It is done." A surge of joy filled Chen Pejun's heart. Yet he could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted completely. "Chen Pejun!" Su Mingxue exclaimed in shock, momentarily disregarding the elixir, rushing to support him and laying him flat on the mat. After checking his breath and confirming he was merely fainted from exhaustion, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze lingered on Chen Pejun's pale but handsome face, her emotions a complex tapestry. This man continuously reshaped her understanding, delivering one shock after another. Regaining her composure, with a mix of excitement and trepidation, She slowly approached and opened the lid of the furnace. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, showering the room in splendor. Within the furnace lay 3 pills, each the size of a longan, perfectly round and emanating a brilliant glow. The surface of the pills bore naturally formed, swirling patterns reminiscent of clouds. Damn it, Su Mingxue gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The presence of Danwen signified a genuine spiritual elixir. He had indeed managed to concoct 3 authentic spiritual pills from a mere collection of insufficiently aged materials. This transcended the craft of alchemy. It was a miracle. When Chun Pejun awoke once more, it was already noon the following day. As he opened his eyes, he found Su Mingxue seated by his bedside, regarding him with an expression akin to that of observing a monster. "You are awake?" Chun Pejun felt as if his body had been completely drained, yet intriguingly, he did not experience the debilitating weakness typically associated with such depletion. Instead, a warm sensation coursed through his limbs, brimming with vitality. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a talisman affixed to his chest, emanating a gentle energy. "What is this?" "This is the Jade Dew elixir I concocted." Su Mingxue presented him with a pill, explaining that she had crushed it and, through the power of the talisman, gradually infused its medicinal essence into his body. "You have absorbed half of its potency already." Receiving the remaining half of the elixir, Chun Pejun felt the surging medicinal power within, a wave of excitement washing over him. "The effect is remarkable, isn't it?" He chuckled. "Remarkable is an understatement." Su Mingxue's tone retained a dreamlike quality. "This is nothing short of miraculous." "Chun Pejun, who are you truly? Where did you acquire such knowledge?" "It's a family secret, not to be divulged," he replied nonchalantly, then swiftly redirected the conversation. "Enough about me. My injuries are nearly healed, and it is time to attend to business." He sat up, invigorated. The elixir's effects far exceeded his expectations, restoring his depleted vitality and even nudging him closer to the threshold of the 7th grade transformation realm. Just a step away. "What business?" "Setting up formations." A glimmer of determination flashed in Chun Pejun's eyes. Lin Yifeng and Zhao Wujin were eyeing them like hawks. Relying solely on the 2 of them would inevitably lead to disaster. "We must enlist external assistance." "Are you suggesting a spirit-gathering formation?" Su Mingxue, perceptive as ever, immediately grasped his intent. "Precisely," Chun Pejun affirmed. "I plan to establish a large spirit-gathering formation at the General's Manor to harness the celestial energy. This will not only enhance our cultivation efficiency, but also serve as a defensive array in critical moments against formidable foes." As he spoke, he produced a stack of blueprints from his bosom, meticulously adorned with intricate lines and symbols. These were the refined spirit-gathering formation designs he had requested from the War Workshop, melding the principles of this world's formations with electromagnetic theories from Earth. Upon examining the blueprints, Su Mingxue was once again struck dumb. The structural complexity of this formation surpassed any spirit-gathering array she had ever encountered, showcasing unparalleled ingenuity. "Is this feasible?" she inquired, her confidence wavering. "Theoretically, it is absolutely feasible. Moreover, its effectiveness will exceed that of a standard spirit-gathering formation by at least 3-fold. Chun Pejun exuded confidence, with the only remaining concern being the materials. He pointed to several critical nodes on the blueprints. "We require at least 36 formation flags and a core formation disc, both of which must be constructed from materials capable of withstanding high-intensity energy flows. Common wood or stone will not suffice." This posed a dilemma for Su Mingxue, as crafting formation flags and discs necessitated the expertise of a skilled artificer. While our demon sect has several esteemed guest elders proficient in this craft, they are located far in the southern territories, too distant to provide immediate assistance. "Is there no one nearby in the northern region?" Su Mingxue pondered, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Yes. I just remembered someone. Master Ouyang." "Master Ouyang?" "Yes. Her name is Ouyang Linglong, a direct disciple of one of our guest elders and a prodigy in artifact forging. Her personality is somewhat eccentric, and she is obsessed with the art of weapon forging. For years, she has traveled extensively in search of rare materials and unique forging techniques. I recall that she sent me a message not long ago, mentioning her journey in the Iron City of the North, which is but a day's ride from Bloodstone Pass. How delightful. I must contact her immediately." Chun Pejun was filled with joy. Su Mingxue's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. However, her temper was notoriously fiery, and she possessed an extreme pride that might not even yield to my master. As long as her skills were exceptional, her temperament mattered little. A smile curled at the corners of Chun Pejun's lips. He would invite her over. Su Mingxue nodded and promptly produced a delicate paper crane for communication, infusing it with her message. The crane transformed into a streak of light and soared out of the window. Should she receive the message, She could arrive as early as the next day. Half a day later, the door of the workshop was kicked open with a resounding crash. A fiery figure stormed in like a whirlwind, bringing with it a scorching wave of heat. The newcomer was a tall woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her short, sharp red hair framed a striking face, exuding both beauty and an air of defiance. Most captivating were her eyes, bright as stars, seemingly ablaze with inner flames. Despite a few smudges of black soot on her face, which would detract from another's allure, it instead added to her wild charm. "Sue girl, you better have a monumental reason for this," the woman exclaimed, her voice clear yet tinged with impatience. She waved her pale hand, calloused at the knuckles. "My furnace is still running. I wasted a batch of refined copper on this trivial matter." The individual was none other than Ouyang Linglong, a guest elder of the celestial demon sect and a master in weapon forging. "Linglong, this matter is of great significance. I ask for your understanding." Su Mingshui replied with a wry smile, then gestured towards Chun Pejun. "This is General Chun, and he requires the forging of a high-grade formation device." Only then did Ouyang Linglong direct her gaze towards Chun Pejun, sizing him up with undisguised scrutiny and disdain. "A dying wretch needs a high-grade formation device. Will it serve as a burial offering?" Her words were sharp, showing no regard for the renowned general of the north. Chun Pejun remained unfazed, calmly pushing the blueprint on the table towards her. "Master Ouyang, please have a look." Humph. Reluctantly, Ouyang Linglong approached the table. Upon her gaze landing on the blueprint, her previously impatient expression froze in place. With her professional eye, she immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the design. The intricacies of the structure and the ingenuity of the concept far surpassed anything she had ever encountered. However, her astonishment quickly morphed into a derisive sneer. "Preposterous. Absurd." She slapped the blueprint, causing the table to tremble. "The structure here blatantly violates the principles of energy stability. Such a dense energy circuit will only lead to spiritual energy conflicts, resulting in an explosive failure. And this material ratio, incorporating purple dust into starlight iron? Are you attempting to forge a weapon or concoct a bomb?" She gazed at Chun Pejun as if he were a fool. "You admit you have some fantastical ideas. But crafting artifacts is a rigorous science, not mere idle talk. To bring such notions to waste my time, you have quite the audacity." In the face of her tempestuous reprimand, Chun Pejun merely smiled. "Master Ouyang, what if I told you that the conflict within the energy circuit could be resolved through the establishment of a spiritual energy buffer zone, and that the reaction between stellar iron and purple dust, when treated with a magneto-optical quenching method under a specific temperature curve, would not only avoid an explosion but also yield a novel alloy? Its energy conductivity would surpass that of pure stellar iron by 30%, and its toughness would double. Spiritual energy buffer zone, magneto-optical quenching method?" Ouyang Linglong was momentarily taken aback. These unfamiliar terms resonated in her mind like thunderclaps. She instinctively wanted to retort, but found herself momentarily speechless, as his theories were coherent and logically sound, leaving her at a loss for counterarguments. If that's the case, energy loss could be reduced by at least 10%, and stability could increase by over 30%. Following Chun Pejun's line of reasoning, she murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had glimpsed the gateway to a new world. "It appears you aren't entirely foolish," Chun Pejun remarked with a calm smile. "This is merely an appetizer. What if I told you I have a method that could enhance the strength and energy conductivity of your crafting materials by 20% without altering their inherent properties? Would you believe me?" "Impossible," Ouyang Linglong exclaimed without hesitation. "The grade of materials is innate. Unless superior materials are added during smelting, there's no way to enhance them. This is an unbreakable rule in the realm of crafting. Unbreakable rules are meant to be shattered." A hint of playful mystery danced in Chun Pejun's smile as he stepped closer, locking eyes with Ouyang Linglong's fiery gaze. "Master Ouyang, would you dare to take a bet with me?" "A bet on what?" Ouyang Linglong's competitive spirit ignited, her chest rising and falling with excitement. "Let us wager on this array device." Chun Pejun pointed to the blueprints. "I will provide the theory and the plan, and you shall execute the practice. If I can prove my theory correct, the device I craft will outperform the limits of what you can produce using traditional methods by 30%. From this day forth, you, Ouyang Linglong, shall serve as my chief artifact craftsman, and you will forge whatever I command." "What audacity!" Ouyang Linglong laughed in anger, her competitiveness peaked. "And what if you lose?" "If I lose?" Chun Pejun's gaze roamed over her alluring figure, a grin spreading across his face, tinged with a hint of aggression. "My life, along with my very being, shall be yours to command. What do you say?" A thrill coursed through Ouyang Linglong as she met Chen Pejun's unwavering gaze. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration flooding her heart. She stared intently at him and, gritting her teeth, uttered 2 words. Deal. Next chapter hook. Ouyang Linglong, utterly incensed, accepts the wager. Chen Pejun presents modern metal processing techniques, including alloy ratios and quenching methods, guiding Ouyang Linglong in her crafting endeavors. Through numerous failures and disputes, Ouyang Linglong evolves from scorn to astonishment, ultimately yielding completely. When a banner gleaming with metallic luster, far surpassing theoretical strength, came into existence, her gaze towards Chen Pejun underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 38. Subduing Ouyang Linglong. The atmosphere in the training arena seemed to solidify after Chen Pejun uttered the words, "This life of mine, along with my very being, is at your disposal." Su Mingshua's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively felt compelled to intervene. The stakes were far too high. However, in Ouyang Linglong's bright eyes, a fierce battle spirit and fury ignited instantaneously. Splendid. What an audacious young man. Rather than feeling anger, she laughed, her chest heaving with excitement, as if her fiery red armor could barely contain her. I, Ouyang Linglong, have been refining weapons for 20 years and have never encountered a person so oblivious to their own limitations. Today, I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced, and you shall witness how I deal with you. With a forceful stamp of her foot, the ground trembled. Sister Su, I shall borrow your training arena. Bring me the finest dark iron ore and red copper mother. Today, I will enlighten him on what true weapon refinement entails. Her voice rang clear and vibrant, imbued with unshakable confidence. To her, Chen Pejun was merely indulging in pretentiousness, wielding incomprehensible jargon to intimidate. The art of weapon refinement is vast and profound. It cannot be grasped merely through superficial discussions. Before long, the guards of the general's residence delivered 2 boulders the size of a human head. One, pitch black and immensely heavy, was dark iron ore. The other, shimmering with a deep red glow, was premium red copper mother. Ouyang Linglong positioned herself at the center of the training arena, inhaled deeply, and commanded, "Ignite the furnace." With a swift motion of her right hand, a storage bracelet gleamed, and a towering refining furnace, 2 meters high and adorned with intricate flame patterns, crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Set the fire. She formed hand seals, and a torrent of fiery true energy surged forth, flooding the furnace base. Boom. Inside the refining furnace, a blazing crimson flame erupted instantly, emitting a searing wave of heat that caused even Chen Pejun, standing 10 meters away, to feel a prickling sensation on his skin. Such a domineering true energy. Chen Pejun thought to himself, silently admiring her prowess. Ouyang Linglong's cultivation level was at least the pinnacle of the 5th rank in the spirit-concealing realm. And her true energy was remarkably pure. She truly embodied the essence of a genius. With a single wave of her hand, the heavy dark iron ore soared into the furnace. Under the intense flames, the dark iron ore swiftly melted, with impurities being relentlessly expelled, dissipating as wisps of black smoke. Moments later, a clump of fist-sized, dark glimmering liquid metal essence floated amidst the flames. Her movements were fluid and graceful, brimming with both strength and elegance. Clearly the result of years of dedication to her craft. Young man, observe closely. Ouyang Linglong declared sharply, her focus unwavering. This technique is called the purification of true fire, which maximizes the retention of the material's spiritual essence. Just as she was about to proceed with the next step, intending to add the red copper mother for further refining, an indolent voice interrupted the moment. Wait a moment, it drawled, belonging to none other than the relaxed Chen Pejun leaning nearby. Ouyang Linglong's actions faltered, her brows knitting together. What now? It is too late to have second thoughts. I am not having second thoughts. Chen Pejun shook his head and, with measured steps, advanced forward, disregarding the scorching waves of heat. He halted 3 meters before the furnace. What I wish to convey is that, in my view, your craftsmanship possesses at least 3 fatal flaws. Upon uttering this statement, the entire assembly was taken aback. Su Mingshua's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, while Ouyang Linglong nearly choked on her qi, nearly causing an explosion in the furnace. What did you say? She fixed her gaze on Chen Pejun, gritting her teeth as she demanded, repeat that. I said, your technique harbors 3 critical deficiencies. Chen Pejun replied, his expression unperturbed, his voice soft yet unmistakably clear to all present. Firstly, the material proportions are utterly chaotic. He pointed at the lump of mysterious iron essence within the furnace and the adjacent chunk of red copper. Mysterious iron is renowned for its hardness, while red copper is known for its malleability. The amalgamation of both can indeed enhance overall performance. However, This represents the most rudimentary form of smelting, akin to casually mixing rice and flour. Can that yield a delectable dish? Have you ever contemplated the outcome of a composition of 70% mysterious iron, 20% red copper, and an additional 2% black tungsten sand? Black tungsten sand? Ouyang Linglong paused, bewildered. That substance, heavy and devoid of any spiritual essence, is the most detested waste material among craftsmen. What purpose would it serve to incorporate it? It would merely undermine the spiritual conductivity of the materials. Ignorant. Chen Pejun retorted bluntly, you grasp but a fragment of the truth, remaining oblivious to the greater picture. While black tungsten sand is indeed waste under high temperatures, it can engage in a remarkable eutectic reaction with mysterious iron and red copper, filling the gaps in the metallic lattice and forming an entirely new structure. I refer to it as an alloy. An alloy? Another novel term. The materials produced through this method would exhibit an enhancement in hardness, ductility, and strength by at least 20% compared to your current haphazard concoction. This is what I term scientific proportioning. Ouyang Linglong's complexion shifted. Although she could not comprehend the concepts of eutectic reactions or lattices, Chen Pejun's assertions bore a semblance of credibility, devoid of absurdity. As her mind raced through the possibilities, she surprisingly discerned that such potential might indeed exist. Chen Pejun did not grant her ample time for contemplation, continuing, secondly, your temperature control is appallingly crude. He gestured toward the roaring flames within the furnace. You rely on your vital energy to stoke the fire, guided solely by intuition and experience. The flames fluctuate erratically, leading to inconsistent temperatures within the furnace. This will result in uneven heating of the materials, creating significant internal stresses. While imperceptible under normal circumstances, once subjected to immense impact, they will fracture at their most vulnerable points. This is what one might call a shoddy engineering endeavor. Ouyang Linglong's face flushed crimson with indignation. True craftsmanship should demand precision akin to that of a surgical procedure. Chen Pejun's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Each stage requires adherence to strict temperature standards. For instance, the smelting of mysterious iron necessitates a temperature of 1,538 degrees. The fusion of red copper must be lowered to 1,083 degrees, and the final shaping must be conducted at 912 degrees within an austenitic state. This is known as thermal treatment technology. 1,500 degrees? Austenite. Ouyang Linglong was utterly confounded. She was unaware of the unit of measurement, yet the precise numerical values and the term austenite, which sounded profoundly esoteric, left her mind blank. For the first time, she found herself questioning her path in weapon forging. Could it be that her proud mastery of fire control was truly so inadequate? As for the third flaw, Chen Pejun's gaze fell upon a nearby barrel of clear water, in which several jade stones floated, exuding a faint aura. Quenching was merely child's play. Do you intend to throw the glowing weapon directly into this barrel of spiritual jade water? Ouyang Linglong instinctively nodded. This was a well-known tenet among all blacksmiths. Using spiritual water for quenching better preserves the weapon's essence. Wrong. Utterly mistaken. Chen Pejun exclaimed vehemently. The drastic temperature difference would cause the metal's surface and interior to contract at entirely different rates, resulting in immense internal stress and potentially leading to minute cracks. This would ruin the weapon. Then what do you propose we do? Ouyang Linglong's voice unconsciously carried a tone of inquiry. Segmental cooling or oil quenching? A mysterious smile played at the corners of Chen Pejun's mouth. We can prepare liquids at varying temperatures, such as boiling water at 100 degrees, lukewarm water at 30 degrees, and even frigid oil. The glowing weapon should first be immersed in the oil for 3 breaths, then into boiling water, and finally into water at room temperature. By controlling the cooling rate, we allow the internal structure of the metal to undergo the most exquisite reorganization and optimization. This is the art of quenching. As he finished speaking, the entire training ground fell silent. Su Mingxue stood nearby, utterly mesmerized. She realized that Chen Pejun possessed a peculiar charisma, whether in alchemy or weapon forging. He consistently employed a set of unheard-of, yet logically sound theories that dismantled so-called common knowledge and authority with precision. Meanwhile, Ouyang Linglong, the fiery and proud genius of forging, stood dazed. Her eyes glazed over as she murmured to herself. Segmented cooling in alloy heat treatment. She repeated these terms in her mind. And the more she thought about them, the more thrilling and alarming it became. The more she pondered, the more she felt a new world slowly unveiling before her. Each word spoken by Chen Pejun struck her understanding of weapon forging like a heavy hammer, shattering her once proud confidence into fragments. This was the true essence of forging. Compared to his methods, her previous attempts felt like a child's play. What do you think, Master Ouyang? Chen Pejun broke the silence. looking at her with a smile. Do you still believe my designs are mere folly? Ouyang Linglong abruptly raised her head. Her gaze toward Chun Pejun completely transformed. No longer did it harbor disdain or scorn. Instead, it was filled with astonishment, fervor, and a reverence akin to witnessing enlightenment. She took a deep breath, approached Chun Pejun, and, amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, deeply bowed before him. Ouyang Linglong has learned. Her voice resonated with sincerity and admiration. I concede. I am convinced. She was a pure artisan, and though her skills fell short, she accepted it. Moreover, Chun Pejun revealed to her a magnificent avenue toward the supreme realm of weapon forging, one she had never envisioned. From this moment forth, I, Ouyang Linglong, pledge my allegiance to you. She raised her head, her gaze fervently fixed upon Chun Pejun. As long as you can impart these scientific theories to me, I would not only aspire to be the chief weapon forger, but I would also gladly serve you in any capacity. To her, Chun Pejun now appeared as a veritable treasure trove on the move. Serving you in that manner is unnecessary, Chun Pejun chuckled, extending his hand to assist her. Here, we do not adhere to the antiquated hierarchies of feudal society. What I seek are partners in collaboration, individuals capable of transforming my theories into reality, top-tier engineers. The term engineer Ouyang Linglong resonated within her, her eyes sparkling with increasing brilliance. The wager was set. Chun Pejun clapped his hands. So, Engineer Ouyang, shall we commence our endeavors? According to my revised plan, let us first forge those 36 array flags and the core array disk. Yes, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Ouyang Linglong responded with exuberance, her chest puffed out, akin to a soldier who has received a sacred mission. She turned toward the forging furnace, her spirit brimming with unprecedented vigor. Su Mingshui observed this dramatic scene, unable to suppress a slight smile. This man possesses the uncanny ability to create miracles. Meanwhile, Chun Pejun gazed at Ouyang Linglong's vibrant figure, his heart ablaze with ambition. Having recruited this prodigious forger, his plans were already half realized. Once the spirit-gathering array was established, the concentration of spiritual energy required for cultivation would surge. And with his own prowess coupled with the divine dual cultivation technique, he would ascend rapidly. At that juncture, he would have Ouyang Linglong employ these revolutionary scientific forging methods to craft an arsenal for his 300 elite guards that would transcend the current era. What are the Qingyun Sword Sect and the Governor's Mansion? Before my modernized special forces, they are mere insignificant entities. A grand blueprint slowly unfurled in his mind. Next chapter's intrigue. The spirit-gathering array successfully activated. The spiritual energy concentration within the general's mansion skyrocketed threefold. Utilizing this surge, Chun Pejun broke through his bottleneck overnight, stepping into the latter stages of the 7th rank of muscle transformation. However, such a significant commotion inevitably alerted the envoys of Lin Yifeng and Zhao Wuji. The two factions could no longer remain passive. They resolved to tear down the facade and dispatch troops under the cover of night to forcibly breach the general's mansion, intent on seizing both the rare treasures and Chun Pejun. An impending fierce battle loomed. Chapter 39. The formation takes shape. Swordsmen approach. The general's mansion training ground transformed into a bustling, resonant outdoor factory over the next 3 days. Here, a symphony of ice and fire unfolded, chronicling the collapse and reconstruction of a genius young girl's perspective on weapon forging. No, the temperature has risen by half a degree. Do you wish for the molecular structure of the chromium vanadium crystal to disintegrate prematurely? Engineer Ouyang, why is your hand trembling? Have you developed Parkinson's? I specified a uniform cooling rate, and you are creating a tempest of extremes. Good heavens, do you call this precision cutting? Even a dog as chew would appear more orderly. Calipers. I need a vernier caliper. In the center of the arena, Chun Pejun stood with his hands on his hips, a root of grass clutched between his teeth, resembling a meticulous and exacting foreman. The target of his reprimand was none other than Ouyang Linglong, once a celebrated genius of weapon forging. At this moment, Ouyang Linglong sported a tousled mane of fiery red hair, her lovely face smudged with black soot, akin to a kitten that had just emerged from a chimney. Her bloodshot eyes glimmered with an unusual fervor as she fixated intently on the forging furnace, her hands deftly executing the intricate gestures of the incantations, meticulously controlling every flicker of the flames. I know, you devil, she retorted impatiently, yet her hands diligently adjusted in accordance with Chun Pejun's demands. Over the past 3 days, she felt as if she had been reborn. The outlandish theories proposed by Chun Pejun were validated one by one through practice. When she combined mysterious proportions of 7 to 2.8 to 0.2, melting together dark iron, red copper, and black tungsten sand, a new alloy emerged, shimmering with a dark golden hue. exhibiting both formidable hardness and exceptional toughness. Upon mastering the technique of perceiving the spectrum of flame colors to achieve a precise temperature control of 1538 degrees, she realized that her previous fire manipulation skills were mere child's play, particularly when she first ventured into oil quenching. Manipulating a glowing alloy short sword through the bizarre sequence of 3 breaths in oil, 5 breaths in boiling water, and 10 breaths in spiritual spring water. A clear and melodious ring echoed. The strength of that short sword surpassed any mundane treasure she had ever forged with all her accumulated knowledge by at least 50%. In that moment, Ouyang Linglong's worldview shattered. Then, illuminated by the scientific brilliance of Chun Pejun, it reassembled anew. Her gaze towards him transcended mere admiration. She beheld him as a living deity of weapon forging. Linglong, steady your mind and channel your energy, came the calm reminder from Su Mingxue. Seated in a meditative posture nearby, in this scientific forging endeavor, she played the role of a supercharging battery. Whenever Ouyang Linglong's vital energy waned, she would intervene, transferring pure demonic energy to ensure the forging process remained uninterrupted. Simultaneously, she was the most astonished observer. She witnessed ordinary materials transform into extraordinary flags and formations, shimmering with an enigmatic glow and brimming with terrifying energy under Chun Pejun's alchemical guidance. These formations bore an ancient elegance yet exuded an inexplicable modernity. The poles were straight, their surfaces as smooth as mirrors, adorned not with traditional cloud patterns, but with intricate designs reminiscent of circuit boards. The core formation was even more extravagant, resembling a massive silver gear with an intricately layered internal structure, astoundingly complex. Finally, the last piece was completed. With a long exhalation, Ouyang Linglong announced the completion of the 36th formation flag. She collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, yet her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Quick, let me see. This intricate formation, a remarkable amalgamation of science and metaphysics, possesses an awe-inspiring power. She could hardly contain her excitement, leaping up with more urgency than Chun Pejun, the principal figure. Chun Pejun smiled faintly and nodded. Let us commence the arrangement. At his command, the 300 loyal guards, who had long been on standby, sprang into action. Under Chun Pejun's personal direction, 36 array flags were precisely inserted into the predetermined positions within the general's residence. Though these positions appeared chaotic and devoid of order, in Chun Pejun's mind, they formed a vast three-dimensional energy field model. The position of the celestial pivot was set 3 feet underground, tilted 7 degrees to the north. The position of the shaking light was suspended from the beams, parallel to the ground. The core of the central palace was restored. As Su Mingxue and Ouyang Linglong worked in unison to embed the enormous silver array disc into the recess at the center of the training ground, a humming sound resonated. The 36 flags seemed to respond to a mysterious summons, illuminating with a soft glow as visible energy streams began to connect and intertwine. An invisible great net instantaneously enveloped the entire general's residence. Is it complete? Ouyang Linglong inquired anxiously. We are but 1 step away, Chun Pejun replied, stepping into the center of the array and taking a deep breath. Su Mingxue, assist me. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mingxue floated behind him, her palms resting against his back. With the dragon and elephant as the foundation and the heavenly demon as the guide, let the yin and yang converge, activating the focal point of the array. Boom. A brand new inner strength. Merging the utmost yang and rigidity of the dragon-elephant prajna skill with the utmost yin and softness of the heavenly demon strategy, surged into the core array disk like a torrent unleashed from a dam. In an instant, the skies transformed, centered upon the general's residence. The spiritual energy within several miles seemed to be drawn as if by a colossal black hole, morphing into visible streams of multicolored energy, wildly converging towards the general's residence. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled, and the spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. The concentration of spiritual energy within the general's residence began to escalate at a terrifying speed. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 3-fold increase. The flora and fauna within the estate visibly flourished. Even the few weeds in the corners burst forth with vibrant blossoms. Those situated at the core of the array, Chun Pejun, Su Mingxue, and Ouyang Linglong, experienced it most acutely. They felt all 36,000 pores of their bodies expanding, greedily absorbing the almost liquefied spiritual energy, while waves of refreshing tremors coursed through their limbs and bones. My heavens! Ouyang Linglong exclaimed, astonished by the rapid surge of true energy within her body. What is this? This is no mere gathering array. It is akin to an artificially created paradise. Su Mingxue's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. Such a domineering gathering effect was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Chun Pajun closed his eyes, fully channeling the top-tier Earth-level technique, the third layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison skill. Note: dual cultivation is required to utilize the divine technique Taishu Yin Yang Dao initial chapter for personal cultivation. One should employ the original version. He had been trapped at the mid-stage of the 7th grade muscle transformation realm, but in this moment, inundated by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, he shattered his bottleneck in an instant. A crisp sound echoed within him, as if something had fractured. A formidable aura, far more potent than before, erupted from his being. He had ascended to the late stage of the 7th grade muscle transformation realm. However, as they reveled in their newfound power, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Such a remarkable phenomenon had already aroused the attention of all factions inside and outside the Bloodstone Pass. At the Qingyun Sword Sect camp, Lin Yifeng suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the massive vortex of spiritual energy swirling above the general's mansion, his eyes brimming with greed and murderous intent. The spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex, pouring in. This was no mere appearance of a rare elixir, but rather a highly advanced gathering formation. An elder gasped in astonishment. What a schemer Chun Pajun is. Lin Yifeng's expression darkened. Did he intend to use the formation to hold out for reinforcements? Such delusions were absurd. He could no longer afford to wait. Whether it was the earlier elixir phenomenon or the current gathering formation, both indicated that Chun Pajun harbored a tremendous secret. This individual must not be allowed to remain. All disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect, heed my command. Lin Yifeng's voice rang out like a sword tempered in ice, laden with a chilling, murderous intent. Follow me to the general's mansion. Today, I shall personally sever this villain's head to avenge my junior brother. Yes, over 100 disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect responded in unison, their sword energy soaring. In an instant, streaks of fierce sword light shot into the sky, transforming into a torrent of blades, sweeping majestically toward the direction of the general's mansion. Simultaneously, at the governor's envoy camp, the strategist with a goatee observed the terrifying vortex of spiritual energy, his expression darkening to the point of dripping with despair. A miscalculation, a complete miscalculation. He murmured to himself, we underestimated this 9th prince. He is not a lamb awaiting slaughter, but a fierce tiger that knows how to build its nest. My lord, what shall we do? The Qingyun Sword Sect has already made their move. A commander asked urgently. What can we do? A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the strategist's eyes. They must not be allowed to take the lead. Relay my orders, gather all forces, and surround the general's mansion. And the justification? We cannot simply attack the prince's residence without cause, can we? Justification? The strategist scoffed coldly. Let it be said that the 9th prince colluded with demonic sect sorceresses, hoarding treasures with ulterior motives. We act under the governor's command to rectify the court and restore order. Quick go. Yes. In an instant, within the Bloodstone Pass, the atmosphere was tense. Two powerful factions, like sharks sensing blood, simultaneously lunged toward the general's mansion, now shrouded in spiritual energy. At the general's mansion, in the martial arts arena, Chun Pajun had just stabilized his cultivation at the late stage of the 7th grade muscle transformation realm. Yet before he could savor his achievement, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the outside of the mansion. They have come. His voice was calm and cold. Su Mingxue and Ouyang Linglong's expressions grew solemn as they sensed the unmistakable, hostile auras emanating from two formidable sources, particularly one that radiated a sharp, sword-like energy, evidently directed towards them. 300 elite guards, take your positions. Chun Pajun's voice, amplified by the formation, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the general's residence. Activate level 1 defense mode. As he commanded, the core formation glimmered anew. With a hum, the previously invisible energy shield materialized above the general's residence, taking the form of a translucent, pale blue membrane that rippled like water, enveloping the entire estate seamlessly. Intricate, arcane circuit patterns flickered across the membrane, exuding an extraordinary beauty that intertwined science fiction with the mystical. In the very moment the membrane solidified, a flurry of sharp sword lights descended from the heavens, striking the shield with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding thuds echoed like the beating of a war drum against the membrane. Each beam of sword light possessed the power to effortlessly sever steel and shatter stone. Yet, as these hundreds of sword lights converged upon the pale blue shield, they merely stirred ripples before being effortlessly absorbed, failing to even cause the membrane to quiver. What? Outside the residence, suspended in midair, Lin Yifeng's pupils constricted in shock. The disciples of the Qingyun sword sect behind him displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. Their combined assault of over 100 individuals had been so effortlessly thwarted. What sort of arcane formation is this? Just as they were engulfed in disbelief, a figure slowly ascended from within the general's residence, hovering beyond the membrane, confronting them from a distance. It was Chen Pejun. With his hands clasped behind his back, he emanated the aura of a newly ascended sixth-tier master. Gazing calmly at Lin Yifeng outside the residence, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Lin Yifeng, his voice carried clearly, "Have you brought such a multitude to my doorstep? Brandishing your weapons, to extend me New Year wishes? Alas, it is still rather premature for such festivities." Lin Yifeng's expression darkened to an extreme. He fixed his gaze on Chen Pejun, his sword intent nearly materializing. Chen, Jun. Each name was pronounced with deliberate emphasis, laced with boundless resentment and murderous intent. "Do not be so arrogant. You cowardly turtle, do you dare to withdraw your formation and face me in a fair battle? I, Lin Yifeng, hereby challenge you to combat at this very formation, naming you specifically to come forth and meet your demise." His voice thundered like rolling thunder, reverberating across the expanse of Bloodstone Pass. Next chapter hook. Chen Pejun engages in a war of words with Lin Yifeng through the formation, employing modern psychological tactics that strike at the heart, causing the proud scion to falter in his resolve and spew blood on the spot. Meanwhile, he secretly instructs Ouyang Linglong to activate the second form of the Spirit Gathering Array, the electromagnetic cannon mode. He aims to demonstrate that technology is the foremost productive force and the ultimate weapon of destruction. Chapter 40. The Might of the Formation. Sword Array against Military Array. Lin Yifeng's thunderous roar, demanding death, reverberated through the air above the general's mansion, infused with a chilling sword intent that exuded undeniable dominance and authority. Outside, over 100 disciples of the Qingyun sword sect unleashed their sword energy, keenly locking onto the figure behind the luminous barrier, poised to shatter everything before them at their elder brother's command. However, the response from Chen Pejun beyond the barrier left them all momentarily stunned. Chen Pejun casually cleared his ears, displaying an exaggerated expression of not having heard clearly, and lazily inquired, "What did you say? A fair fight?" He seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, unable to suppress a laugh. "Lin Yifeng, should I call you naive or shameless?" He extended a finger, pointing across the barrier at Lin Yifeng. "You, the foremost disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, a peak 6th grade Qi master, or perhaps even higher. I, merely a prince who has just broken through to the late 7th grade easy muscle realm, a mere wastrel." He gestured towards the 100 disciples behind Lin Yifeng. "You, accompanied by over 100 fellow disciples, each at least initial 7th grade easy muscle realm masters, with the majority being peak 7th grade experts, have formed a formidable sword array." He then pointed at the general's mansion beneath him, while I, behind me, have only 300 newly trained guards, not even a month into their training, along with several elderly and women and children, none of whom have reached the 7th grade easy muscle realm. Chen Pejun spread his hands, feigning innocence as he looked at Lin Yifeng, his voice suddenly rising. "Now, tell me, you wish to engage in a fair battle? You expect me to withdraw this sole bastion of defense and step out to duel you?" He scoffed. Is this how the Qingyun sword sect defines fair play? A group of teenagers cornering a 5 or 6-year-old, telling him, "Don't run, let us have a duel. This is fair, is that it?" A laugh escaped Ouyang Linglong, who had been tense during the observation inside the general's mansion. This metaphor was utterly devastating yet remarkably apt. Su Mingxue could not help but allow a subtle smile to grace her lips. This man had an uncanny ability to dismantle the opponent's momentum with the most irksome remarks at the most critical moments. Indeed, Lin Yifeng outside the mansion turned crimson with indignation. He had never endured such humiliation. Every word from Chen Pejun struck him like a resounding slap, shattering the veil of respectability he so proudly wore as a member of a prestigious sect. "You silver-tongued brat." Lin Yifeng trembled with rage, pointing at Chen Pejun and shouting, "You can only boast with your words, hiding in your shell. What kind of hero are you?" "Hero?" Chen Pejun sneered, his gaze suddenly turning cold and sharp. "I am no hero. I am a soldier. The duty of a soldier is to efficiently eliminate the enemy while ensuring the safety of oneself and comrades. Speak to you of chivalric codes? Play by the rules of honor? Apologies, but that is merely a trope from films. Here, there are only victors and corpses." His eyes swept disdainfully over Lin Yifeng, filled with scorn and pity. "You lack even the most fundamental understanding of tactical games, and in your fury, you dare to threaten my life? Did your master send you here merely to deliver your own head? Or is it that within the Qingyun sword sect, you have offended someone, and they have chosen to eliminate you through my hands, viewing you as a rival? You speak nonsense. You slander me. Lin Yifeng felt as though struck by lightning, his heart trembling violently. Chun Pejun's piercing words struck at the very core of his deepest fears. He had always been at odds with another genius within the sect, and indeed, that individual's shadow loomed behind him as he descended the mountain. Could it be no? Impossible. This is an attempt to shake my resolve. Ah, Chun Pejun, I will make you pay for this. Lin Yifeng was utterly enraged, the strings of his reason snapping with a resounding crack. He could no longer maintain the composure of a favored son of heaven, descending into madness. Qin Yun's sword formation. Rise, he roared, pointing his sword toward the heavens. Buzz. Behind him, over 100 disciples comprehended his intent instantly, simultaneously forming the sword gestures. Hundreds of beams of sword light soared into the sky, swiftly converging in midair, intertwining to form a colossal sword of pure sword chi, stretching 100 feet long. The sword was brimming with sword energy, its edges sharp and radiant, emanating a terrifying pressure capable of rending the very sky. The entire Bloodstone Pass was enveloped by this overwhelming sword aura, causing countless low-level warriors and ordinary folk to tremble in fear, their hearts quaking. Strike! Lin Yifeng summoned every ounce of his strength, fiercely swinging his arm downward. The 100-foot giant sword, imbued with destructive might, ruthlessly descended upon the defensive barrier of the general's mansion. This strike gathered the full force of over 100 sword cultivators, sufficient to level a small mountain. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Chun Pejun displayed no sign of panic. He merely regarded the approaching giant sword with cold indifference, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. So, you finally resorted to violence, you brute. He slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist with force. All forces unite. Energy converge. Target, the enemy's sword formation. Fire. With his command, 300 elite guards within the general's mansion roared in unison. Pejun, Pejun, Pejun. These guards, all lesser than the 7th rank in the muscle transformation realm, assumed their positions in the battle formation they had practiced countless times, pouring their chi and inner strength unreservedly into the formation's nodes beneath their feet. Note, previously, Chun Pejun had exchanged for techniques suitable for his guards and trained them for several months, with many having broken through to the 9th rank of skin refinement and advanced into the later stages of the 8th rank of bone forging. A select few exceptional individuals had even reached the early stages of the 7th rank of muscle transformation, rivaling Chun Pejun's talent. Furthermore, many seasoned soldiers had also practiced military techniques, with numerous achieving the 8th and 7th ranks, from which the centurions and 1,000 commanders were selected. The 7th rank muscle transformation warriors formed the backbone of the army, with centurions and 1,000 commanders predominantly drawn from this group, as mentioned at the beginning of the text. Boom! A surge of iron-blooded, indomitable military spirit soared toward the heavens. The ominous energy swiftly converged, compressed, and amplified through the intricate circuitry of the general's residence, ultimately surging madly into the pale blue luminescence enveloping the estate. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The once placid light screen erupted into a frenzy. The soft azure glow transformed into a profound shade of blue, suffused with an aura of destruction. Countless streams of energy darted chaotically across the surface, reminiscent of a million thundering tempests brewing within. At the very moment the towering sword was about to descend, a counterattack was declared. Chun Pejun's voice resonated like the decree of the Grim Reaper. With a thunderous roar, a colossal blue energy sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, coalesced at the pinnacle of the defensive screen. In the next instant, a robust, deep blue energy beam, as thick as a barrel, shot skyward with a piercing shriek, meeting the descending sword head-on. This was the offensive manifestation of the spirit-gathering defense array, ingeniously crafted by Chun Pejun, which he dubbed the electromagnetic cannon. Although merely an energy form borrowing a name, its principle was akin to compressing immense energy in an instant and then directing it outward at unprecedented speed. On one side stood the pinnacle of fantastical sword formations, and on the other, the technological might of an energy cannon. These two fundamentally disparate forces collided amidst the astonished gazes of countless witnesses at Bloodstone Pass. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a disconcerting hissing sound, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn asunder. The deep blue energy beam clashed fiercely against the tip of the enormous sword. The sword energy and the beam annihilated each other in a frenzied exchange, erupting into billions of blinding sparks that illuminated the sky in a stark, ghastly white. A stalemate ensued. A terrifying impasse. Lin Yifeng's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen. He was horrified to realize that his prideful Qin Yun sword formation, capable of sweeping through legions, was being thwarted by a sorcery emanating from a mere tortoise shell. Moreover, the adversary's power appeared inexhaustible, seemingly limitless. What manner of formation was this? He howled inwardly. Increase energy output. Chun Pajun's voice remained remarkably composed, devoid of emotion. Prepare the explosive runic arrows. 3 volleys, free fire. Yes. The archers stationed atop the general's walls, previously poised for action, instantly drew back their specially crafted strong bows. Their arrows were far from ordinary. They were the upgraded armor-piercing runic arrows forged by Ouyang Linglong over the past 3 days. The arrowheads, crafted from alloy, boasted enhanced penetrating power, while the shafts bore Chun Pajun's simplified energy-gathering runes, amplifying their explosive potency. As the archers infused their inner strength into the arrows, the runes on the tips glimmered to life. Release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, surged forth like a swarm of locusts, raining down upon the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, who were desperately maintaining the sword formation. Not good. Protect the sword formation. An elder cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Most of their strength was devoted to maintaining the enormous sword above their heads, leaving them little capacity to defend themselves. A series of sickening sounds echoed as blades pierced flesh, accompanied by anguished screams. Several disciples of the Qingyun sword sect were struck by the runic arrows, plummeting from midair. Their protective vital energy crumbled before the sharp alloy tips, and the explosive runic energy, as fragile as paper. When one individual sustained injury, a crack appeared in the formation. With multiple injuries, the operation of the formation became sluggish. In this ebb and flow, the tide of battle in the sky shifted dramatically in an instant. Now was the moment. A gleam of determination flashed in Chun Pajun's eyes. Boom. The deep blue energy beam surged with amplified power. Crack. A sharp sound resonated, akin to shattering glass. The colossal sword, forged by the collective effort of hundreds of sword cultivators, began to splinter from the tip. Ultimately, before the incredulous gazes of Lin Yifeng and all the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, it erupted in a thunderous explosion, transforming into countless shimmering particles, vanishing into the void. With the sword array shattered, the backlash of energy struck Lin Yifeng directly, as if he had been hit by a massive hammer, causing him to violently expel a mouthful of blood, his vitality instantly waning. The hundreds of disciples behind him turned pale, swaying weakly, many of them plummeting from the sky, only to be hastily caught by their fellow sect members. One strike. Just one strike. The formidable Qingyun sword array, renowned throughout the northern territories, was so easily broken. The Bloodstone Pass fell into a profound silence. All who witnessed this scene felt their minds falter. Was this truly the once derided, useless Ninth Prince? This was clearly a primordial behemoth, residing within a fortress of steel, possessing the power to annihilate worlds. Suspended behind the luminous barrier, Chun Pajun looked down coldly at the disheveled Lin Yifeng, devoid of any trace of compassion. Lin Yifeng, do you still believe you have the right to challenge me to a fair duel? You lack even the qualification to breach my defenses. Next chapter hook. With a frontal assault failing, Lin Yifeng, consumed by rage and humiliation, resolved to employ the most despicable yet effective means of assassination. He contacted a clandestine organization known for stealth and assassination within the Bloodstone Pass, offering them substantial rewards to infiltrate the general's mansion and, at all costs, eliminate Chun Pajun. A clash of light and darkness was about to unfold within the general's mansion. Chapter 41. The Governor's Olive Branch. Chun Pajun's words, "You lack even the qualification to breach my defenses," struck Lin Yifeng's resolve like an invisible hammer. Spitting another mouthful of blood, Lin Yifeng's face turned as pale as parchment. His gaze filled with venomous hatred, almost tangible, yet overshadowed by a profound sense of helplessness and fear. He gazed at the general's mansion, shrouded in a pale blue barrier, as impenetrable as a fortress, then glanced back at his comrades, who were scattered and demoralized. He knew, today he had lost. Utterly defeated, his dignity shattered. "Let us go." Lin Yifeng forced the words out through clenched teeth, as if expending every ounce of his strength. With a venomous glare, he cast a deep glance at the tall figure behind the light, his eyes seemingly conveying the message. Chun Pajun, this is not over. The disciples of the Qingyun sword sect, supporting their injured comrades, retreated in utter disarray, resembling lost dogs. Meanwhile, the forces of the governor's office, who had merely stood by, waiting to reap the benefits, found themselves in an awkward position. The strategist with a goat-like beard observed the dismal state of the Qingyun sword sect, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Are we still to engage, my lord?" a captain asked with a parched voice. "Engage? With what?" "The formidable Qingyun sword formation has been shattered by a mere puff. and if we charge with our scant forces, we would merely be delivering them a victory. The strategist's expression shifted between uncertainty and dread, tumultuous waves surging within him. The ninth prince was no longer a fierce tiger. He had transformed into a true dragon. Coiled in the northern realm, a dragon equipped with sharp claws and resilient scales. An aggressive assault was the least favorable option. Sound the retreat. The strategist commanded decisively. Is that it? The captain protested, unwilling to concede. What else can we do? The strategist snorted coldly. Return and report to the governor. The plans have changed. Our strategy regarding the ninth prince must be reassessed. Soon, the forces of the governor's office withdrew like a receding tide. A tempest capable of shaking the entire northern region arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind ravaged streets and countless astonished gazes at the Bloodstone Pass. Within the general's residence, the defensive barrier slowly receded, restoring tranquility. We won. We triumphed. Your Highness is magnificent. The Pajun camp is formidable. 300 loyal guards erupted in thunderous cheers, their eyes filled with fervent admiration as they gazed at Chun Pajun's silhouette. Once regarded as a mere ragtag army, they had today faced head-on and vanquished the legendary Qingyun sword sect. This glory was bestowed upon them by their prince. Chun Pajun descended slowly from the sky, his complexion slightly pale, simultaneously maintaining the defensive formation and initiating electromagnetic cannon fire had taken a considerable toll on him. He methodically issued orders to clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded, and assess the losses. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Additionally, heighten the vigilance. I cannot believe they will simply relent. Yes, the loyal guards sprang into action, every movement executed with precision. Are you all right? Su Mingxue floated over, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern. I'll survive, Chun Pajun replied with a grin. Though my energy reserves are a bit low, I need to replenish. Energy reserves? Both Su Mingxue and Ouyang Linglong, who had rushed over, wore puzzled expressions. I mean my internal energy. Chun Pajun waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Ouyang Linglong, commending her. Engineer Ouyang, you have made a significant contribution this time. This formation exceeded my expectations. Indeed. Ouyang Linglong puffed out her chest with pride. Then, feeling a pang of fear, added, but I was truly terrified earlier. Had that great sword struck down, wouldn't we have been sent to meet the king of hell together? Fear not, Chun Pajun replied with a mysterious smile. I have yet to reveal my trump card. Should it come to that, I assure you, it will be they who meet the king of hell. We would merely be relocating. He spoke of the high explosives concealed beneath the general's residence. That was his ultimate trump card. Once detonated, the entire estate would be obliterated, leaving no survivors within a kilometer radius. An act of mutual destruction that would only be initiated in dire circumstances. At that moment, a personal guard hurried in to report. Your Highness, there is a man outside seeking an audience. He claims to be a trusted aide of Governor Zhao Wuji from the Northern Territories, sent by the governor to pay his respects. Oh, Chun Pajun raised an eyebrow. This Zhao Wuji has just dispatched troops to besiege me, and now he sends someone? The last urgent messenger from the relay station seemed quite at ease. I suspect he has been timely relaying information to the governor. What game is this? A banquet at Hongmen? Su Mingxue's eyes grew cold. Perhaps it is a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, with ill intentions. Ouyang Linglong also voiced her caution. Indeed, he must think us easy prey and is likely plotting some scheme. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Pajun shook his head. No, quite the opposite. If he were truly scheming, he would not send someone so overtly. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. It appears our esteemed governor is a clever man. He understands the situation and likely seeks to discuss cooperation with me. Allow him entry and escort him to the council chamber. Chun Pajun commanded. Su Mingxue, accompany me. Linglong, you shall oversee the monitoring array to guard against any unforeseen changes. Understood. In the general's residence, within the council chamber, the visitor was a middle-aged scholar, around 40. Clad in a blue robe, with an elegant demeanor and a composed presence, showing no signs of anxiety despite the recent tension. Upon seeing Chun Pajun, he performed a deep bow, respectfully stating, I am Zhang Qian, here to pay my respects to His Highness the Ninth Prince. My Lord Zhao Wuji has sent me to apologize for the previous reckless actions of the governor's office. Such a lowly attitude was notable. Chun Pajun sat confidently in the main seat, with Su Mingxue like a stunning shadow standing quietly behind him. He did not respond immediately, but lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, and leisurely inquired, apologize? I have heard that the governor's office recently sought to accuse me of colluding with the demonic cult, intending to undermine the court. Zhang Qian's forehead glistened with sweat, yet he maintained his composure. Your Highness, please see clearly. This was merely the presumption of those below. Acting on their own accord, the governor has learned of this and has punished the strategist with 50 strokes, confining him for reflection. Huh. Chen Pejun chuckled, noncommittal. He was well acquainted with such blame-shifting tricks. Enough, rise. Put down your cup and speak plainly. What does Zhao Wuji truly intend? Do not beat around the bush. My time is precious. Very well. Zhang Qian straightened, his expression turning serious. Your Highness speaks directly, so I shall do the same. He produced a list from within his robes and presented it with both hands. This is a token of goodwill from the governor, 100,000 stones of grain, 5,000 pounds of fine iron, and 1,000 sets of standard military equipment, a humble offering. Hiss. Even Chen Pejun was somewhat moved upon hearing the contents of this list. Zhao Wuji is indeed generous. What does he need most at this moment? Precisely these supplies. With this influx of resources, his army could swiftly upgrade its arsenal, significantly enhancing its strength. No reward without merit. Chen Pejun narrowed his eyes and inquired, pray tell, what are his conditions? Zhang Qian took a deep breath and replied solemnly, the governor has no other demands, only one request. He hopes, Your Highness, that you can safeguard the Northern Territory and become the true Northern King of the great Yin dynasty. As soon as these words were uttered, the air in the council hall became palpable with tension. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Mingshua's eyes. Such a statement bore immense weight. It transcended mere flattery, bordering on a declaration of allegiance. Chen Pejun gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound, his gaze fixed sharply on Zhang Qian. The title of Northern King is not one to be taken lightly. My esteemed royal brothers are likely to object vehemently. Zhao Wuji, does he not fear igniting a conflagration and turning against the entire royal family? Your Highness, times have changed, Zhang Qian replied with a wry smile. The imperial capital is no longer solely under His Majesty's dominion. The power struggles among the third Prince Chen Xian, the fifth Prince Chen Qian, and the first Prince Chen Tai have intensified, leaving the court shrouded in chaos. Moreover, the Northern Territory has become a battleground, besieged by external barbarian threats and internal sectarian entanglements. The governor faces significant challenges. He paused before continuing. The governor has defended the Northern Territory for many years, loyal to the Great Yin and its millions of citizens. He requires a formidable ally, someone capable of maintaining order and daring to confront all manner of adversaries. Your breathtaking victory before the general's manor today has ignited hope within the governor. Zhang Qian's eyes reflected genuine admiration. Your Highness, you are precisely the individual the governor has awaited. By securing the Northern Territory, you will not only shield the governor but also the entire region from the hidden daggers of the imperial capital, establishing an unyielding bastion. In turn, the governor shall serve as your staunchest support, providing all the assistance you require. His words were heartfelt and logically sound. Chen Pejun comprehended the implications. Zhao Wuji was engaging in a strategic political investment. His previous intervention had merely been a favor. He recognized Chen's potential and the tumultuous situation in the imperial capital. He opted not to align himself with any prince, for regardless of who ascended the throne, this military leader would face dire consequences. Thus, he chose to invest in this seemingly unpromising prince, nurturing him into a warlord of the Northern Territory, a nominal Northern King. In this manner, Chen would serve as a shield, drawing all fire from the imperial capital, while Zhao could remain in the shadows, continuing to wield control over the Northern Territory's administration and economy, watching the tides of change unfold. A brilliant strategy of using one's neighbor as a scapegoat. A clever ploy of nurturing the enemy for self-preservation. Governor Zhao truly plays a masterful hand, Chen Pejun remarked with a sardonic smile. Zhang Qian responded candidly, Your Highness, this is not mere calculation. It is a mutually beneficial alliance. In times of turmoil, only the strong can secure their own safety and pursue greater ambitions. By joining forces with the governor, the Northern Territory can find peace, and both you and the governor shall thrive. Chen Pejun fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in Zhang Qian's words. What he required most at present were time and resources. Zhao Wuji's olive branch had arrived at precisely the right moment. Although it may seem like a futile endeavor, at this moment, the goodwill of the tiger must be accepted. Very well. Chen Pejun finally nodded. You may return and inform Zhao Wuji that I acknowledge his intentions. I expect to see this batch of supplies in my warehouse within 3 days. As for the title of King of the Northern Border, I cannot bear such a grand name. I only know that anyone who dares to act recklessly on my territory will find their legs broken, be they barbarians, sects, or even my esteemed royal brothers. His words were imbued with authority and confidence. Hearing this, Zhang Qian felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, a smile breaking on his face. Your Highness, rest assured, the supplies will be dispatched today. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." As he spoke, he bowed once more, preparing to take his leave. "Wait a moment." Chen Pejun called after him. "What further instructions do you have, Your Highness?" A glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Chen Pejun's eyes. Since Governor Zhao wishes to cooperate, mere gifts will not suffice to demonstrate sincerity. I have a return gift of my own, and I would like to request the governor's assistance. He handed a note to Zhang Qian. Lin Yifeng of the Qin Yun Sword sect, having suffered a significant loss, will not let this matter rest easily. If he cannot confront us head-on, he will undoubtedly resort to other means. I suspect he will seek out the underground informants of the Bloodstone Pass, the Shadow Mice. I require information on all the leaders of the Shadow Mice and their recent activities. I believe, with Governor Zhao's influence in the Bloodstone Pass, this should not pose a challenge. Zhang Qian took the note and, after a brief glance, felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart. This ninth prince was not only formidable in strength, but also remarkably astute, anticipating his adversary's every move. "Rest assured, Your Highness." Zhang Qian solemnly tucked the note into his bosom. "Before the stroke of midnight, you shall receive what you seek." "Excellent." Chen Pejun nodded in satisfaction. "Additionally, please convey a message to Governor Zhao for me." "Of course, Your Highness. Tell him that I look forward to our collaboration. Also, remind him that a shield can sometimes transform into a spear aimed at the enemy." Next chapter hook. As anticipated by Chen Pejun, Lin Yifeng indeed sought out the Shadow Mice organization, placing a staggering bounty. Just as the assassins of the Shadow Mice believed they were stealthily infiltrating the general's residence undetected, they were unaware that their every move was being monitored under infrared thermal imaging and dynamic capture technology, rendering them completely visible. A modern technological showdown against traditional assassins was about to unfold. Chapter 42. The Trial of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After bidding farewell to the envoy from the governor's office, Zhang Qian, the night had deepened. Within the general's residence, despite having just endured a fierce battle, an unusual tranquility enveloped the premises. 300 elite guards maintained vigilant watch, diligently executing Chen Pejun's orders, a palpable air of discipline permeating every corner of the estate. Chen Pejun did not immediately rest. He was in his command center with Ouyang Linglong, examining a large map of the Bloodstone Pass, pointing out various locations. "Linglong, I need you to execute a rapid upgrade of the Spirit Gathering Defense Array." Chen Pejun's finger indicated several inconspicuous corners on the map, where independent microenergy sensors were to be installed and connected to the main control array. "Huh, an upgrade is necessary?" Ouyang Linglong yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Boss, isn't the array already quite formidable today? Even the treasured sword of the Qin Yun Sword sect has been shattered. How are we to progress further? Today's defenses are predicated upon the assumption of a frontal assault from the adversary." Chen Pejun's gaze was profound and composed, yet Lin Yifeng was no fool. Having suffered once, he would not err in the same manner again. If he could not confront them head-on, he would resort to cunning strategies. He picked up a charcoal pencil and circled several areas on the map. "I require a warning system. One that can distinguish friend from foe and monitor the energy fluctuations throughout the residence in real time." In simpler terms, it is a dynamic radar combined with infrared thermal imaging. Dynamic radar? Infrared thermal imaging? A flurry of question marks appeared above Ouyang Linglong's little head. She did not comprehend these terms, but found them impressively formidable. "You need not understand the principles." Chen Pejun smiled and explained in terms she could grasp. "All you need to know is that the desired outcome is this: any living being not registered with our own energy signature, should they dare to stealthily infiltrate the general's residence, even a mere mouse, the corresponding area on the main control panel will immediately flash red to signal an alarm." "Can it be done?" Ouyang Linglong tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes growing increasingly bright. "Absolutely. It's merely a matter of adding a few sensing subarrays. A bit of optimization on the energy recognition circuit will suffice." "Boss, your idea is sheer genius. This is nothing short of the legendary insight into heavenly machinations. With this, any assassin or killer that dares to enter will be as exposed as if they stood before us in the nude." "Precisely, that is the effect I seek." Chen Pejun nodded with satisfaction. "Go forth. If materials are insufficient, compile a list and have that unfortunate Zhao Wuji bring them tomorrow." "Certainly." Ouyang Linglong instantly perked up, clutching the blueprints and scampering out like a jubilant little rabbit, humming a tuneless melody. Watching her vibrant silhouette, Chen Pejun couldn't help but smile. This world, though fraught with peril, is equally replete with intriguing people and happenings. He stretched languidly, preparing to return to his chamber for rest, as the depletion of his mental energy had left him feeling weary. However, upon opening the door to his bedroom, he discovered Su Mengxue quietly standing by the window. Gazing at the moonlight outside, her exquisite profile tinged with a hint of elusive worry. What troubles you? Are you still concerned about Lin Yifeng? Chun Pejun approached and casually inquired. Su Mingxue slowly shook her head, turning to face him, her icy gaze meeting Chun Pejun's, the moonlight draping her in a veil of pure silver. It is not him that I worry about. Her voice was as cool as the moonlight. It is my family that concerns me. Family? Chun Pejun was taken aback. Just then, a powerful and eerie aura suddenly emerged in the courtyard without warning. This presence was frigid, domineering, and brimming with aggression, starkly contrasting the overt sword intent of the Qingyun sword sect. It resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike lethally at any moment. Chun Pejun's pupils constricted sharply, his entire body tensing like a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. Who goes there? Your Highness. The Saintess, I trust you are well. A hoarse, deep voice resonated from the depths of the abyss, echoing through the courtyard. In the moonlight, a figure had materialized there. Unbeknownst to him until now, the figure was clad in an oversized black robe, shrouding his entire being in shadow. His visage obscured by a grotesque bronze mask that revealed only a pair of eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, instilling a sense of dread. He paid no heed to Chun Pejun, his gaze fixated on Su Mingxue. Her complexion paled instantly, and she instinctively clenched her fists, her voice, though cold, betraying a subtle tremor, inquired, Qingqing Ghost Guardian? What brings you here? What brings me here? The figure, identified as the Qing Ghost Guardian, scoffed, his laughter akin to the haunting cries of a night owl, jarring to the ears. Your Highness, you have taken it upon yourself to abandon the main sect and entangled yourself with a treasonous court official, causing such an uproar that even the Qingyun sword sect has been disgraced. If the master does not send someone to investigate, shall we let the world believe that my heavenly demon sect is without guardians? His words brimmed with reproach and dissatisfaction. Chun Pejun grasped the situation immediately. Family. It seemed the relatives of the beloved had come to confront him. Judging by the demeanor of this relative, it was clear that he harbored considerable disdain for the young man who had spirited away their saintly maiden. Guardian, the situation is not as you perceive. Su Mingxue attempted to clarify. Chun Pejun and I are merely what? The Qing Ghost Guardian interrupted, his tone growing colder. Merely collaborating? Your Highness, you are the hope of our sect, of such esteemed status. If you seek a partner, it should be a hero of renown, a sect leader. What is this man? A dog abandoned by the royal family, hunted by his own sect, a wretched creature hiding in a border town. Does he truly deserve to collaborate with our saintly maiden? His words dripped with undisguised scorn and insult. Chun Pejun's eyes narrowed. He detested being spoken to in such a condescending manner. Hey, you in the mask. He drawled lazily, breaking the tense atmosphere. Did you forget to brush your teeth before stepping out? Your breath stinks. The Qing Ghost Guardian froze, his eerie green eyes snapping towards Chun Pejun, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. What did you say? I said your breath stinks. Chun Pejun replied innocently, digging into his ears. You call him a wretched dog, and you say he is unworthy. What is this? Has the heavenly demon sect turned into a matchmaking service? Do you really need to dictate with whom the saint collaborates? Are you a guardian or a matchmaker? You seek death. Fury ignited in the Qing Ghost Guardian, a formidable aura crashing down upon Chun Pejun. This pressure rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Lin Yifeng. He was indeed a top-tier expert at the 7th rank of the condensing spirit realm. Yet, Chun Pejun remained unfazed, standing resolutely, as if unaffected. Having traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, such pressure felt no more than a gentle breeze upon his face. Instead, he regarded the guardian with keen interest, exclaiming, Oh, quite the temper you have. But I must remind you, this is my territory. Should you dare take another step forward, do you believe I won't ensure that your wretched mask becomes eternally fused with your aged visage? As his words fell, subtle energy points flickered to life in dozens of concealed corners within the general's estate. A chilling aura of murderous intent converged from all directions, locking onto the Qingyue Guardian in the courtyard. They were the elite archers of the Broken Army, their enchanted arrows already aimed at their target. The Qingyue Guardian felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that while each individual threat may not be formidable, their sheer number and the cunning angles of attack left him with no avenues for retreat. What alarmed him further was the utter ignorance of when these assailants had set their ambush. This young man was no ordinary adversary. Guardian, please stop. Su Mingxue urgently interposed herself in front of Chun Pejun, pleading with the Qingyue Guardian. He has aided me. He is my friend. Witnessing Su Mingxue's defense of Chun Pejun only fueled the Guardian's ire, yet he ultimately tempered his aggression. With a derisive snort, he rasped, Your Highness, the master has commanded you to return to the main altar at once. As for this lad, his cold gaze swept over Chun Pejun. He has insulted our holy church and ought to be executed on the spot. However, in light of your Highness's intercession, I can grant him a chance at life." "Oh," Chun Pajun chuckled, "what opportunity might that be? If it proves overly burdensome, I shan't partake. I am quite lazy by nature." The Qinghue guardian suppressed his fury, speaking in a hushed tone, "Young man, do not presume too much. There is no one, be it in heaven or on earth, who can escape the reach of our heavenly demon sect. The Master has stated that since you possess the audacity to collaborate with our holy maiden, you must possess some skill. We face a troublesome matter in the Northern Territory. If you can resolve it, the Master will acknowledge your partnership with the holy maiden and may even consider bringing you under our wing. But if you fail or dare not accept," his voice dripped with malevolence, "then your Highness must accompany us, and you shall seek your own fortune." Was this truly an opportunity? It was nothing short of a blatant threat. Should he succeed, he would become a mere hound of the heavenly demon sect. Should he fail, he would be subject to relentless persecution. Su Mingshua's countenance darkened significantly. "Guardian, how can you act in such a manner? This is utterly unreasonable. Your Highness, this is the Master's decree." The Qinghue guardian remained unmoved, asserting that it was a test for him. "A waste that cannot even accomplish this minor task has no right to stand by your side." All eyes turned toward Qin Pajun, who merely smiled, a radiant and infectious smile. He approached Su Mingxue, gently patting her shoulder to assure her. Then, fixing his gaze upon the Qinghue guardian, he enunciated each word with precision. "Return to your master and convey this. First, Su Mingxue is my friend, and whether she departs or remains is her own choice. No one can compel her. Should you dare to resort to force, I would not hesitate to obliterate your heavenly demon sect from this world. Second, if you wish for my assistance, it can be arranged. However, I, Qin Pajun, never work for free. The compensation shall be determined by me alone. Third, and most crucially," his smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an icy demeanor that radiated dominance, "I am not anyone's dog. If you wish for my assistance, then demonstrate your sincerity and respect. I accept this so-called trial. Speak, what is it?" A hook for the next chapter. The Green Ghost Guardian reveals a piece of intelligence. The largest iron mine in the northern region, the Black Wind Mountain Iron Mine, has been seized by a mysterious force known as the Iron Floating Tower. This entity is impervious to blades and bullets, exhibiting formidable combat prowess. The Heavenly Demon Sect has attempted to seize it multiple times, all to no avail. Chun Pajun gazes at the intelligence, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Impervious to blades and bullets? Perfect, let me show you what a piercing projectile truly is. A modern tactical assault is set to clash with the fantastical armored warriors in a forthcoming confrontation. Chapter 43, Night Raid. Lin Yifeng's sword. Chun Pajun's declaration resounded with unwavering authority. "I am no one's dog. If you desire my aid, then present your sincerity and respect. I accept this so-called trial. Speak, what is it?" The atmosphere seemed to solidify. The emerald eyes beneath the bronze mask of the Green Ghost Guardian fixated intently on Chun Pajun, as if attempting to see through him. He had encountered arrogance before, yet never of this magnitude. A mere late-stage 7th-grade martial artist standing before him, a 5th-grade guardian of the demon sect, unyielding in the face of the sect's overwhelming pressure, daring to assert his own terms. This lad, does he possess genuine confidence, or is he simply courting death? After a lengthy pause, the Green Ghost Guardian emitted a raspy, cold laugh. "Good, very good. It has been many years since anyone has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Qin Pajun, I shall remember you." He retrieved a scroll of beast skin from his robe and tossed it over. "Here is the information you seek. 300 miles west of the northern region lies Black Wind Mountain, rich in dark iron ore, a crucial strategic resource for our sect. However, 6 months ago, it was overtaken by a mysterious force known as the Iron Floating Tower. As Chun Pajun accepted the scroll and unfurled it, he discovered a rudimentary map drawn in red cinnabar, accompanied by explanatory notes. Iron Floating Tower. He uttered the name, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. The Green Ghost Guardian's voice held a hint of gravity. This group is of unknown origin, numbering around 500. Each member is clad in specially crafted black heavy armor, impervious to weapons and flames, possessing immense strength, fearless in combat, akin to a horde of demons risen from the depths of hell. Our sect has dispatched 3 waves to eradicate them, led by masters of the 6th-grade Qi perception realm, yet all have vanished without a trace. Su Mingshua's expression shifted. Even 6th-grade Qi perception masters have perished there? Not merely perished, the Green Ghost Guardian scoffed. Not even their bones can be found. Black Wind Mountain has now become a place of utter despair. The sect leader's intent is clear. If you can reclaim the Black Wind Mountain Iron Mine, you will have completed the trial. What is the deadline? Chun Pajun inquired. 1 month, the Green Ghost Guardian replied. I shall return here in 1 month. By then, I hope to hear good news. Otherwise, he left the threat hanging in the air, the implication unmistakable. Young man, take care of yourself. Before his words had fully faded, the Green Ghost Guardian's figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the night as if he had never existed. The courtyard fell silent once more. Su Mingxue gazed at Qin Pejuan, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Qin Pejuan, you are being too impulsive. The heavenly demon sect acts with tyranny, and your defiance towards them is reckless. Qin Pejuan chuckled, folding the animal skin scroll and turning to face Su Mingxue, his gaze bright and confident. No, this is not impulsiveness. This is negotiation. Negotiation? Indeed, Qin Pejuan elaborated. When dealing with such self-righteous organizations, the more you show weakness and retreat, the more they will take advantage of you, treating you as a pawn to manipulate at will. You must reveal your fangs from the very beginning, making it clear that you are not to be trifled with. They must understand that cooperation is based on equality, not charity. Only then can you earn respect and seize the initiative. He paused, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Moreover, it's merely an iron mine. In exchange for the recognition and resources of the heavenly demon sect, we can also drill our troops, making this transaction quite advantageous. Impenetrable heavy-armored soldiers? In Qin Pejuan's mind, images of armor-piercing rounds, anti-tank grenades, and even thermite incendiary devices began to form. In this world, they might be invincible iron clumps, but to a modern-day Special Forces king, they were nothing more than a bunch of moving tin cans. Observing Qin Pejuan's composed demeanor, Su Mingxue felt her worries dissipate significantly. This man seemed to possess an enchanting power that could transform decay into wonder, compelling others to believe in him. All right, it's late. You should rest early. Qin Pejuan said, stretching his limbs, as tomorrow promised a challenging battle ahead. A challenging battle? Su Mingxue questioned, puzzled. Of course, Qin Pejuan replied with a mysterious smile. The governor's gift has arrived, and the return gift from the Qingyun sword sect is also due. At that moment, Qin Pejuan's expression suddenly sharpened. He swiftly grasped Su Mingxue's hand, pulling her behind him while urgently whispering, stay alert. Almost simultaneously, a deep crimson dot representing extreme danger appeared on the virtual map of the battlefield holographic perception, skill in his mind, silently breaching the outer defenses, traversing layer upon layer of courtyard walls like a ghostly shadow, heading straight for his bedroom. Quick, too quick. So swift that even Ouyang Linglong's newly upgraded dynamic radar warning system could not react in time. Merely flickering for an instant on the main control panel before the red shadow was nearly upon them. What incredible agility. A top-tier assassin. Su Mingxue instantly sensed the impending threat, her vital energy flowing through her body as if facing a formidable enemy. An assassin? A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Pejuan's mouth. No, it is someone familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh. A piercing sound of air being sliced open resonated. A dazzling sword light, brilliant as a meteor falling from the heavens, tore through the night, shattering the window, carrying with it a resolute and tragic killing intent, aimed directly at Qin Pejuan's brow. This strike was swift, accurate, and ruthless. It contained boundless resentment and murderous intent, as if all of one's spirit had been condensed into that chilling gleam. The assailant was none other than Lin Yifeng. He did not seek out any shadowy organizations, for he understood that those inconsequential assassins could not possibly threaten Qin Pejuan. Instead, he opted to take matters into his own hands. Following the devastating defeat of the Qingyun sword sect, he did not flee. Rather, he concealed himself like the most patient of serpents, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. He calculated that after enduring a series of intense battles and negotiations, Qin Pejuan's defenses would inevitably wane. He anticipated that the dead of night would present the weakest moment of vigilance. He channeled all his cultivation, every ounce of resentment, and all his unwillingness into that fateful sword strike. He sought to cleanse his shame with the blood of Qin Pejuan. However, what he faced was Qin Pejuan, a man who thrived on danger, a former Special Forces king who had danced with death numerous times, placing the utmost priority on foreseeing threats. With fierce determination, Qin Pejuan advanced rather than retreating, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. He did not choose to meet the glaring edge of the sword head-on. Instead, he deftly shifted his footing, his body bending at an angle incomprehensible to the ordinary, leaning back almost parallel to the ground, executing the iron bridge stance from Special Forces combat techniques. Buzz. The lethal flash of the sword grazed past his nose, the fierce sword aura leaving a faint scar on his face. At that moment, Su Mingxue made her move. Between her and Qin Pejuan, there seemed to exist an invisible synergy. As Qin Pejuan evaded, her long sleeves whipped out like a white serpent, striking with sudden ferocity. The dance of the demons. The magical energy coiling around her sleeves appeared soft, yet contained immense force, skillfully ensnaring Lin Yifeng's sword-wielding wrist. Lin Yifeng missed his strike, his heart pounding with astonishment. He had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Chun Pujuan could evade his attack. The late stage of the 7th rank Easy Muscle Realm surpassed his peak 6th rank by 4 entire stages. Even more surprising was Su Mingshua's swift reaction, her coordination impeccable. He had not realized that her released power could rival that of a formidable 4th rank returning to the Origin Master. Although her injuries hindered her from fully unleashing her strength to avoid exacerbating her wounds, it was still more than sufficient to contend with him, a peak 6th rank master. Yet, he could not fathom why she chose merely to restrain him, allowing Chun Pujuan to confront him. The immense force upon his wrist caused him to falter momentarily. But as a peak 6th rank master, his reflexes were exceptionally quick. With a flick of his wrist, he twisted the sword's blade, aiming to sever the encumbering sleeve. However, that fleeting moment of hesitation was more than enough. For Chun Pujuan, it was the perfect moment. His body, recoiling like a spring, surged upward, following their dual cultivation. The true energy within him resonated with Su Mingshua's magical energy, culminating in a pure energy explosion within him. Armed with the strength of a late-stage 7th rank and bolstered by a divine technique, he held the confidence to confront even a peak 6th rank master. He eschewed any flashy maneuvers, simply unleashing a powerful punch. Upon the fist, a delicate golden essence intertwined with a faint purple demonic energy, coalescing into a bizarre yet formidable vortex. The Breaking Army Fist. This strike was directed squarely at Lin Yifeng's exposed chest, left vulnerable by his sword retreat. Alarm surged through Lin Yifeng's spirit. He sought to withdraw his sword for defense, but his wrist was firmly ensnared by Su Mingxua, leaving him no time to react. He could only desperately channel his protective essence. Boom! A sound resounding like a drum reverberated. Chun Pujuan's fist landed squarely upon Lin Yifeng's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang clear. Lin Yifeng's protective essence crumbled under the harmonious blend of strength and subtlety in that punch, as if made of paper. Disintegrating in an instant. Spurt! He violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward, crashing through the courtyard wall, and landing on the street outside, dust swirling around him. One strike, merely a single strike. The 5th-tier expert Lin Yifeng, who had come to ambush, lay grievously injured. Chun Pujuan, having landed his blow, did not relent. Like a shadow, he pressed forward, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Strike while the iron is hot. This was his creed. Little thief, meet your end. Yet, at that moment, a venerable roar echoed from afar. A more terrifying sword intent descended from the heavens, manifesting as a colossal azure sword shadow, cleaving directly toward Chun Pujuan. It was an elder from the Qingyun sword sect. At the pinnacle of the 4th-tier return to Origin Realm, he too had been lying in ambush nearby. You shall not harm him, Su Mingxua cried out, her figure darting forward, positioning herself before Chun Pujuan, her hands forming seals, as a black demonic energy shield materialized in an instant. Boom! The azure sword shadow struck the demonic shield, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. Su Mingxua let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Yet she ultimately managed to block this lethal blow. Strength against strength, weakness against weakness. In that fleeting moment, however, a seismic transformation occurred within Chun Pujuan's being. The life and death duel with Lin Yifeng, accompanied by the fusion of the dual energies in the Breaking Army Fist, acted as the final straw, shattering the bottleneck of his 7th-tier muscle transformation realm. Boom! His cultivation surged to the pinnacle of the 7th-tier muscle transformation realm, smoothly breaking through to the initial stage of the 6th-tier chi perception realm. The immense energy from the divine dual cultivation technique, the Great Void Yin-Yang Path, harmoniously merged with the potential wrung from the brink of life and death, achieving perfect synthesis at this moment. A powerful wave of energy erupted, radiating outward from him with ferocity. His essence, once a mere trickle, surged forth like a roaring river. His internal organs, limbs, and bones underwent a frenzied baptism by this newly birthed advanced essence. At this moment, his perception sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. He could see the flowing energies in the air, hear the elder's hurried breaths from afar, and sense the fear coursing through Lin Yifeng's blood. The initial stirrings of inner strength manifested within the 6th-tier chi perception realm had broken through. The internal cultivation method, dragon elephant suppressing hell technique, had also ascended to the 4th layer, aligning perfectly with the martial artist's 6th-tier chi perception realm. The dragon and elephant town's prison technique transitions from the postnatal three realms into the prenatal three realms, embodying the transformation of the dragon, inner breath chapter. In this phase, the essence shifts from elephant to dragon, initiating a metamorphosis from sheer physical strength to a higher echelon of life energy. The powers of dragon and elephant begin to intertwine, giving rise to inner breath. Fourth layer, dragon breath, corresponding to sixth rank chi perception, heart sutra verse. The convergence of dragon and elephant, the interplay of yin and yang, refining blood into energy. This is the essence of dragon breath. Cultivation manifestation, the formidable vitality, upon reaching its zenith, converges at the intersection of dragon and elephant power within the body, typically the heart or spine, distilling the first wisp of inner strength that embodies both the agility of the dragon and the solidity of the elephant. This is the true energy of the dragon and elephant. This wisp of true energy shimmers in a pale golden hue, a fusion of dominance and vitality. Achievement characteristics. Entering the prenatal realm, lifespan extends. The true energy of the dragon and elephant nourishes the physical form, enhancing the already formidable physique with greater vitality. As the true energy circulates, the faint sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets resonate. Next chapter hook. After Chun Pajun's breakthrough, his strength surged dramatically, retaliating with an electromagnetic cannon strike that severely injured the elder from the Qingyun sword sect, who had been lurking in ambush. Lin Yifeng and his master attempted to flee, but Chun Pajun unleashed his ultimate move to secure victory. Chapter 44, Capturing Lin Yifeng alive. Boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Chun Pajun, sweeping across the entire rear courtyard of the general's residence. Bricks shattered and dust swirled. The air, previously stagnated by the elder's awe-inspiring sword strike, was instantly ruptured by this newly birthed, overwhelming force. Initial stage of sixth rank chi perception, under the extreme pressure of life and death. Propelled by the profound foundation accumulated through dual cultivation with Su Mingxue, Chun Pajun finally shattered his shackles, stepping into an entirely new realm. Was this a breakthrough amidst battle? In the distance, the elder in black robe, who had just repelled Su Mingxue with a sword and was preparing to seize Lin Yifeng to escape, gasped in disbelief. He could clearly sense that Chun Pajun's aura was escalating exponentially. If Chun Pajun had been a lurking dragon before, he was now a true dragon, liberated from all restraints and poised to soar into the heavens. This is bad. We must flee. Alarm bells rang in the elder's mind, disregarding any concern for the reputation of their sect, as he grabbed the severely injured Lin Yifeng and turned to escape like a streak of blue light. A late-stage 7th rank muscle transformation. Chun Pajun, in conjunction with the enigmatic 4th rank returning essence Su Mingxue, had already been capable of severely injuring Lin Yifeng. Now that Chun Pajun had broken through to the initial stage of 6th rank chi perception, his combat prowess was incomparably enhanced. If they did not leave now, both teacher and disciple would likely meet their demise here. Flee. Chun Pajun slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, akin to two searchlights, instantly locking onto the fleeing duo. Did I permit your escape? His voice, calm yet frigid, carried a weight of authority that commanded respect. With his breakthrough to the initial stage of 6th rank chi perception, the entire world transformed within his perception. He could distinctly see the flowing spiritual energy in the air, hear the trajectory of true energy circulating within the elder, and smell the mingled scent of fear and resentment in Lin Yifeng's blood. The battlefield holographic perception skill, under the enhancement of 6th rank chi perception, true energy had its efficacy multiplied beyond tenfold. Within a radius of 500 meters, every movement of the wind and grass is under control. Young one, do you dare? The elder in the black robe roared, pushing his speed to the utmost limit. Do you see if I dare? A chilling smile curled at the corners of Chun Pajun's lips. He extended his left hand, palm facing the frantic azure rainbow in the air. The true energy within him began to circulate along a profound and unique trajectory. This was not any martial art from this world, but a formidable weapon he had simulated based on the knowledge of physics from his past life, combined with the characteristics of true energy in this realm. System, energy guidance, simulating electromagnetic acceleration trajectory. Ding. Command confirmed. True energy circuit under construction. Energy compression underway. Target locked. Before one's eyes, the pale golden true energy and the light purple demonic energy in Chun Pajun's palm whirled at high speed, forming a visible vortex of energy. The spiritual energy in the air was frantically drawn in, and thin arcs of electricity flickered and leapt within the vortex, emitting a terrifying crackling sound. A sense of annihilation began to permeate the air. What is that? The black-robed elder felt a surge of dread. From that small energy vortex, he sensed a terrifying power that threatened his very life. He wanted to flee, but Chun Pajun's aura had him firmly locked in place. No matter where he attempted to escape, that shadow of death followed closely. There is no choice left. Azure Cloud Protection. Sword transformed into a great wall. The elder let out a furious roar, violently tossing Lin Yifeng behind him, while he turned back, pouring the last remnants of his true energy into the sword he held. Buzz! The sword emitted a mournful cry, instantly conjuring countless sword shadows that formed a towering blue wall of swords before him. This was the pinnacle of defensive sword techniques from the Azure Cloud Sword sect. However, at the very moment his sword wall materialized, the energy compression in Chun Pejun's palm reached its zenith. Farewell. Chun Pejun grinned as he forcefully thrust his palm forward. Pejun's electromagnetic cannon. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a piercing shriek that shattered eardrums. A beam of energy, compressed to the extreme and entwined with arcs of electricity, surged forth at a speed that transcended sound and visual remnants. Time seemed to slow at that instant. The seemingly impenetrable blue sword wall, upon contact with the energy beam, was pierced effortlessly as if a hot knife cutting through butter. Sword shadows shattered in layers, transforming into a cascade of luminous points. No, the black-robed elder could only emit a desperate scream as the destructive beam pierced through his protective true energy, penetrating his right shoulder. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth. The entirety of his right arm, along with half of his shoulder, was vaporized by this terrifying blow, without a single drop of blood spilling forth. The wound was charred black, exuding the scent of burnt flesh. Ah! The shrill cries echoed through the night sky. The black-robed elder, struck as if by lightning, plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground and convulsing, instantly losing his combat power. Meanwhile, Lin Yifeng, who had been thrown aside, was not faring much better. He was already grievously injured, and now he was paralyzed with fear, witnessing his master being incapacitated in a single move. With no courage to linger, he forced himself to breathe and fled frantically towards a distant alley. Did he still think he could escape? Chun Pejun's figure appeared before him like a specter, blocking his path. Chun. Jun. Lin Yifeng's eyes were ablaze with fury, resembling a madman. You have slain my master. The Qingyun sword sect will never rest until we exact revenge. Firstly, his master was not dead. He had merely lost an arm and could return to acquire a mechanical one, possibly even more agile than before. Chun Pejun casually cleaned his ears, a relaxed demeanor on his face, and continued, secondly, even if I do not lift a finger, do you think the Qingyun sword sect would spare me? Enough with this futile chatter, we are all adults here. In this world, one must accept defeat and stand firm against adversity. I will fight you to the end. Lin Yifeng realized that there was no way out today. He let out a furious roar, channeling the remaining true energy within him, as his spirit sword danced in a flurry of blossoms, once again thrusting towards Chun Pejun. However, this strike, in both speed and force, was a far cry from his previous breathtaking assault. Alas, why bother? Chun Pejun sighed, even too lethargic to evade. He merely extended 2 fingers. In Lin Yifeng's horrified gaze, those 2 fingers, entwined with golden and purple true energy, reached his sword tip first with impeccable precision, clasping it firmly. With a resounding clang, the spirit sword, sharp enough to cut through iron, was held firmly by Chun Pejun's fingers, unable to advance even an inch. Lin Yifeng felt as though his blade had struck an ancient divine mountain, an overwhelming force transmitting through the sword, causing his hands to crack and blood to flow. How could this be? He muttered, despair filling his eyes. He was a peak master of the 6th rank of chi perception, yet he could barely unleash 30% of his power due to his injuries. Meanwhile, his opponent had merely broken through to the initial stage of the 6th rank of chi perception. The difference between the initial stage and the peak stage of the 6th rank might seem like 3 minor levels, but their true combat prowess was worlds apart. Before him stood a monster, one who had just broken through, brimming with the utmost energy, strength, and spirit. Release it. Chun Pejun twisted and turned his fingers. With a snap, Lin Yifeng's spirit sword was forcibly broken between his 2 fingers. Gushing forth, Lin Yifeng vomited a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as a sheet upon the destruction of his life's sword, his spirit severely wounded. Chun Pejun effortlessly seized the broken sword, turning it around to strike Lin Yifeng's nape with the spine of the blade. Lin Yifeng rolled his eyes back and fainted, collapsing limply. The entire sequence was seamless, executed with precision and clarity. From Lin Yifeng's ambush to the Elder's intervention, culminating in Chun Pejun's counterattack and the capture of both men, all transpired within a mere minute. Yet, the upheaval that unfolded in that brief span was enough to shake the very foundations of power across the northern region. With a sigh of relief, Commander Qin Pejuan felt the surging initial energy of his 6th grade chi within him, enhanced by his successful breakthrough to the 4th layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. An unprecedented sense of strength coursed through his limbs. "How do you feel?" Su Mingxue approached, offering him a handkerchief, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She had witnessed firsthand how this man transformed himself in dire circumstances and how he crushed a peak 6th grade chi master with overwhelming force. Although she could easily subdue the opponent herself, she respected his pride and believed it was better not to intervene unless absolutely necessary, as it would also contribute to his growth and strength. The sensation was indescribably profound. "How do I feel?" Qin Pejuan took the handkerchief, wiping the blood from his face, and grinned widely. "I feel fantastic. Like I've gone from driving a manual tractor to a turbocharged V8 engine. It's exhilarating." Su Mingxue couldn't comprehend his peculiar metaphor, yet she could sense the genuine joy radiating from Qin Pejuan. "What do you plan to do with them?" she asked, glancing at the unconscious Lin Yifeng and his disciple lying on the ground. Qin Pejuan's gaze fell upon the spoils. No, the captives. He approached them and began to search without hesitation. Soon, he uncovered an ancient, bound tome from the black-robed elder's possession. Its cover emblazoned with the 4 characters, Qin Yun Sword Classic. "Ah, what a treasure." Qin Pejuan's eyes lit up. He also found a collection of medicinal pills, a pouch, and the hilt of the spirit sword he had broken from Lin Yifeng. Ding. High-level sword technique manual Qin Yun Sword Classic detected. Would you like to archive it in the system database? Archiving will allow for optimization and conversion into skills that the host can learn. Ding. A damaged Xian-grade spirit weapon, Qingfeng sword, has been detected. Energy can be consumed for repair or disassembly into basic materials. The system's notifications chimed in succession. Archive. It must be archived. Qin Pejuan rejoiced internally. This was the core technique of the Qin Yun sword sect, far more powerful than the previous incomplete version of the Qin Yun sword technique. It was priceless. With this, not only could he uncover his opponent's secrets, but he could also optimize his swordsmanship skills. As for the broken sword, repairing it for Zhao Wuji or the elite guards would provide excellent equipment. After finishing his search, Qin Pejuan gazed thoughtfully at the 2 troublesome captives, stroking his chin as he pondered. To kill? Eliminating them would mean a complete severance with the massive Qin Yun sword sect, a path of no return. Although he felt no fear, it would ultimately lead to unnecessary troubles. To let go? Releasing the tiger back into the mountains would yield endless repercussions. Given Lin Yifeng's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly mobilize the entire sect to seek revenge. Indeed, this posed a significant dilemma. In the next chapter, Qin Pejuan decided to play a clever game. He did not kill Lin Yifeng, but instead implanted a specially crafted heavenly demon heart goo made by Su Mingxue and forged a false report of Lin Yifeng's surrender. He intended to infiltrate the enemy's ranks with this pawn. A grand web targeting the Qin Yun sword sect and the formidable forces behind it has now unfurled. Chapter 45. A secret letter from the crown prince. The night breeze carried a hint of blood and charred remnants, sweeping through the disheveled backyard of the general's residence. 2 spoils lay on the ground. One, an unconscious figure with a severed arm, and the other, a man rendered senseless by a blow to the head. Su Mingxue gazed at Qin Pejuan, the cool moonlight casting a soft glow over her exquisite profile, rendering her akin to a celestial statue untouched by the mundane world. She softly inquired, to kill or not to kill? This seemingly simple question bore profound implications for the future. To slay them would provide immediate satisfaction, a decisive resolution. However, the Qin Yun sword sect, being one of the foremost sects of the Great Xia dynasty, was intricately woven with power and influence, boasting an abundance of formidable experts. The sect's master was rumored to have ascended to the revered realm of a grandmaster, an unparalleled force. To provoke such a colossal entity would be an unwise course of action for Qin Pejuan, who had only recently established himself in the northern territories. Yet, to spare them and release the tiger back to the mountain would also be foolish. Given Lin Yifeng's obstinate disposition of "I don't care what you think, I care about what I think," today's significant setback would undoubtedly transform him into a vengeful specter, wielding every resource to reclaim his lost dignity. To kill them would be too lenient. To let them go would be too lenient on ourselves. Qin Pejuan stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning lighting up his eyes, reminiscent of a fox scheming to pilfer both hens. He crouched down, patting Lin Yifeng's seemingly innocent face, which appeared somewhat naive in his unconscious state, and mused, "Tell me, with such a delicate visage, if we were to turn him to our side and infiltrate the Qin Yun sword sect, would it not be rather amusing?" Infiltrate. Su Mingshue's brows furrowed slightly, indicating her unfamiliarity with the term. Indeed, a spy, a double agent, Chun Pejun elucidated. He would be in Qingyun, yet his heart would belong to us. Any stirrings within the sect would be relayed to us at once. Should we desire them to undertake certain actions, we could convey false information through him, causing them to turn against one another. Would this not be of greater value than simply eliminating them? Su Mingxue, possessing keen intelligence, swiftly grasped Chun Pejun's intent. A flicker of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. You wish to control him? That would not be easy. Lin Yifeng is the favored disciple of the sect's master, proud and unyielding. Ordinary means of control would prove ineffective against him. Ordinary methods, indeed, would not suffice. Chun Pejun chuckled, his gaze shifting to Su Mingxue, his eyes brimming with insinuation. But your heavenly demon sect is reputed to possess many extraordinary techniques, is it not? He recalled that the techniques of the heavenly demon sect were enigmatic, particularly adept at manipulating human emotions and controlling minds. Su Mingxue immediately understood, a faint smile gracing her lips, curving into an enchanting arc. You wish to employ the heavenly demon heartworm? Oh, such a name sounds quite grand. Please, enlighten me. Does it connect via Bluetooth or Wi-Fi? Is the signal stable? Does it have any anti-hacking features? Chun Pejun inquired with childlike curiosity. Su Mingxue was amused by his eccentric queries, yet maintained her composure, professionally explaining. The heavenly demon heartworm is a closely guarded secret of our sect, crafted from a strand of my essence, complemented by 49 varieties of venomous insects and exotic herbs. It is meticulously concocted. Once implanted within the heart of another, it merges with their very soul. The fate of the afflicted lies solely within my thoughts. Moreover, any of their musings related to me can be vaguely perceived, unless an extraordinary individual, far surpassing my own abilities, expends a considerable price. It is utterly impossible to dispel this curse. By heavens, how remarkable! Chun Pejun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Is this not akin to a biological bomb equipped with surveillance and remote control capabilities? Perfect. It is a bespoke VIP package tailored specifically for our esteemed friend Lin Yifeng. He slapped his thigh, declaring, let us proceed with this. Make the arrangements. Observing his exhilaration, Su Mingxue shook her head in resignation. The crafting of the heart curse demands a significant sacrifice of my essence, which is immensely taxing on me. Furthermore, this method is exceedingly insidious and disrupts the natural order. Ah, dear Mingxue, your mindset is misguided. Chun Pejun interjected earnestly. What are we undertaking? We are engaged in a noble and just struggle for the peace and tranquility of the northern frontier. When confronting adversaries, we cannot afford to display compassion. Consider this. Should we release him, he may return with reinforcements, and who would suffer the consequences? It would be the countless soldiers and citizens of Bloodstone Pass. Pausing for effect, he continued to persuade her, this is not malevolence. It is the use of sorcery to vanquish sorcery. We act with the might of thunder while harboring the compassion of a bodhisattva. Besides, should you expend your essence, I can surely replenish it tenfold. His tone grew slightly suggestive, casting a sidelong glance at Su Mingxue. Instantly, a blush graced her cheeks as she retorted, smooth talker. Despite her words, she recognized the truth in Chun Pejun's assertions. Mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Resolving her hesitation, she retrieved an exquisite white jade vial from her bosom, pouring forth a blood-red pill that still exhibited a slight, writhing motion. She pressed a drop of blood from her brow into the pill, causing its crimson glow to intensify. Open his mouth, Su Mingxue commanded. Chun Pejun promptly stepped forward, skillfully grasping Lin Yifeng's jaw and forcing it open. With a resounding crack, Lin Yifeng's mouth yielded. Su Mingxue flicked her finger, and the heart curse transformed into a beam of red light, accurately piercing Lin Yifeng's mouth. Dissolving instantly upon entry, Lin Yifeng's body convulsed violently, as if countless tiny red threads danced beneath his skin, before tranquility returned. All done, Su Mingxue stated, stowing the jade vial away, her complexion slightly pale. Well done, well done. Chun Pejun quickly supported her, concern etched upon his face. I shall brew you a nourishing elixir, ensuring you recover all that you have lost. At that moment, a shadow descended silently upon the courtyard wall, kneeling respectfully. General, there is a person seeking an audience outside, claiming to be from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince? Chun Pejun and Su Mingxue exchanged astonished glances, recognizing the surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. The Crown Prince, Chen Tai, the legitimate eldest son of the current empress, was indeed a figure of considerable significance. He is known for his humility and kindness, possessing a reputation for virtue within the court, and has attracted numerous literati and martial generals to his side. making him the most formidable contender for the position of crown prince. What could prompt him to visit the exiled ninth prince's residence at such a late hour? "Let him in," Chun Pejun commanded in a low voice. He waved his hand, instructing his personal guards to remove the unconscious Lin Yifeng and his disciple, ensuring they were strictly monitored. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary merchant attire, yet exuding a composed demeanor and sharp gaze, was brought in. Upon seeing Chun Pejun, he immediately bowed deeply. "I am Wang Yin, sent by His Highness the Crown Prince, to pay my respects to Your Highness the Ninth Prince. There's no need for formalities," Chun Pejun replied, seated on a stone bench, gesturing for the man to sit as well. "My elder brother is thoughtful, remembering his distant brother in the northern borders. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit at such a late hour?" He exhibited neither excessive enthusiasm nor a hint of subservience. As the de facto ruler of the northern territories, he held significant military power, affording him the right to engage in dialogue as an equal with anyone, even a future emperor. Wang Yin did not take a seat but instead retrieved a sealed letter tube from within his robes, presenting it with both hands. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent a confidential letter for your perusal. He stated that its contents pertain to your deep-seated enmity and the future of the Dixia's destiny." Deep-seated enmity? Chun Pejun's pupils constricted sharply. The death of his parents had long been the most profound obsession for the original owner of this body, a matter he must confront and resolve upon his arrival in this world. Years ago, his mother, Zhao, a celebrated dancer of unmatched beauty, was conferred as a consort after giving birth to him, basking in favor for a time. However, the good fortune was short-lived. When he was merely 5, she was abruptly accused of witchcraft and treason against the emperor and cast into the cold palace, shortly thereafter meeting an untimely demise. His maternal grandfather's family was also implicated. Facing execution in full, the young boy became a forsaken child of the cold palace, enduring relentless bullying and disdain, ultimately being cast into the perilous northern borders. Everyone claimed he was a victim of palace intrigue. Yet, Chun Pejun, with the instincts of a special forces soldier, sensed that the truth was far more complex. He accepted the letter tube, crushed the wax seal, and withdrew the letter within. The writing, inscribed with a special ink, shimmered faintly under the moonlight. The letter was brief, yet each word struck Chun Pejun's heart like a heavy hammer. The Crown Prince, Chun Tai, began by expressing his admiration and condolences, praising Chun Pejun's accomplishments in the north. Then, the tone shifted sharply to the crux of the matter. The letter vehemently condemned the third prince, Chun Xian, for his insidious ambitions. It stated that while he outwardly appeared uncontentious and immersed in philosophical pursuits, in reality, he was treacherous and cruel, secretly colluding with malevolent sects to amass power and scheme nefariously. What shocked Chun Pejun most was the concluding segment of the letter. "The third brother's treachery has long been established. Do you know, dear brother, that the infamous incident at Sion Palace, though labeled as witchcraft, was, in truth, a frame-up? After years of clandestine investigation, I have discovered that the individual who orchestrated this plot against the virtuous consort was none other than a Taoist close to the third brother. This person is adept in illusions and poison, fabricating evidence, and deceiving all. The purpose is to eliminate the favored consort, who is currently in high esteem, thus laying the groundwork for calamity between you and me, my brother. I possess certain testimonies and physical evidence. If the ninth brother is willing to join forces with me to cleanse the court of this treachery and eradicate this national traitor, I shall present all evidence to aid the ninth brother in avenging his mother." Boom. In Chun Pejun's mind, it was as if thunder had erupted. The third prince. It is none other than Chun Xian, the seemingly harmless third prince who spends his days beside the emperor, concocting elixirs for immortality. He is the hidden hand behind the death of my mother. A bone-chilling intent to kill surged uncontrollably from Chun Pejun, enveloping the surroundings. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to plummet several degrees. Standing nearby, Wang Yin felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, rendering him nearly breathless. His legs weakened, almost causing him to collapse. He looked at Chun Pejun in horror, unable to fathom how this mere 18-year-old ninth prince could exude such a terrifying aura of murderous intent. This aura was purer and more fearsome than any seasoned veteran he had encountered on the battlefield. With a deep breath, Chun Pejun slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, that overwhelming killing intent had been forcefully suppressed deep within him, his gaze returning to a placid calm. However, the hand that clutched the letter tightened, turning his knuckles pale from exertion. The flames of vengeance had been thoroughly ignited. He turned to Wang Yin and spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and low. "I appreciate the good intentions of my elder brother, but I cannot accept this letter." As he said this, he extended the letter back. Wang Yin was taken aback and exclaimed urgently, "Your Highness, This is merely words without proof. Chun Pajun interrupted him, stating, if my elder brother claims to possess evidence, then I implore him to present it. Should the evidence be irrefutable and prove that the third prince is indeed the true perpetrator behind my mother's death, I, Chun Pajun, would willingly offer my life to him. The 100,000 troops of the northern frontier shall heed his command. But if he intends to use me as a pawn, inciting me with unfounded hatred to serve his own ends. The corners of Chun Pajun's mouth curled into a cold smirk. Then please inform my elder brother that my weapon is both costly and sharp. Mishandling it may lead to self-inflicted wounds. In the next chapter, Wang Yun, intimidated by Chun Pajun's imposing presence, left behind a token as a sign of goodwill. Chun Pajun grasped the token, lost in contemplation. The maelstrom of royal power struggles was unfolding more swiftly than he had anticipated. He resolved to take the initiative. His first step would be to utilize the recently subdued Lin Yifeng to investigate whether there existed undisclosed connections between the Qingyun sword sect and the third prince. A greater storm was brewing. Chapter 46. Persuasion of Lin Yifeng Wang and stood before Chun Pajun, feeling the weight of an immense pressure that made it difficult to breathe. A sheen of sweat formed on his forehead as he pondered. This Chun Pajun is indeed formidable. Even his mere presence is so intimidating. Despite his trepidation, Wang steeled himself, taking a deep breath to say, General Chun, this is my token. I hope you will accept it. With that, he carefully produced a token from his bosom and extended it toward Chun Pajun. Chun Pajun regarded the token in Wang Yun's hand, hesitating to accept it immediately. His gaze was intense, as if it could penetrate Wang Yun's innermost thoughts. After a moment, he slowly extended his hand to accept the token. Upon witnessing this, Wang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He understood that the token symbolized his sincerity and trust. The moment Chun Pajun accepted it, it signified his willingness to collaborate. However, Chun Pajun's reaction was entirely unexpected for Wang Yun. Clutching the token, he did not display any signs of joy. Instead, his brow furrowed, as if deep in contemplation. Confused, Wang Yun gazed at Chun Pajun, uncertain of the reason behind his reaction. Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, Chun Pajun abruptly stated, I accept this token, but I require time to consider our partnership. A tightness gripped Wang Yun's heart. He realized that Chun Pajun did not fully trust him. Nevertheless, he also understood that in this whirlpool of power struggles, caution was imperative for everyone involved. Very well, General Chun, I appreciate your concerns, Wang Yun promptly replied. I will allow you ample time for consideration. Should you reach any decision, please do not hesitate to send word. With that, Wang Yun bowed respectfully to Chun Pajun and turned to depart. His footsteps felt heavy, for he was uncertain of how Chun Pajun would ultimately decide. Chun Pajun watched Wang Yun's receding figure, tightly gripping the token in his hand, lost in contemplation. He understood that the token represented not merely Wang Yun's sincerity, but also a game of power. And this game was unfolding more swiftly and fiercely than he had anticipated. In the dark, damp dungeon, a peculiar blend of rust and mildew pervaded the air. Lin Yifeng gradually regained consciousness. The sharp pain in his neck and the overwhelming weakness in his body instantly brought back memories of the events leading up to his unconsciousness. The monstrous Chun Pajun, that unfathomable electromagnetic cannon, and those fingers that casually ensnared his spiritual sword. Each image surged through his proud heart like the most terrifying nightmare. I am not dead. Struggling to sit up, he found that his limbs were bound by thick iron chains, with a specially designed iron hook piercing through his wrist bone, rendering his true energy utterly immobilized. Awake, are we? A languid voice drifted in from the dungeon's entrance. Lin Yifeng shot his head up to see Chun Pajun leaning against the doorframe, holding a steaming bowl of meat porridge, observing him with casual interest. Chun Pajun. Lin Yifeng's eyes blazed crimson as he rattled the chains, proclaiming, You may do as you please. If I, Lin Yifeng, were to flinch even slightly, I would cease to be a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. He struck a pose of valor, bracing himself for the impending torture. However, Chun Pajun's response was entirely unforeseen. Oh dear, no need to get worked up, my friend, Chun Pajun said, entering with the porridge. A warm smile adorning his face, as if he were greeting an old friend rather than a prisoner. Look at you, so gravely injured and having lost so much blood. You must be famished. Here, I've personally prepared some preserved egg and lean meat porridge for you. Would you care to taste it? As he spoke, he actually scooped a spoonful of porridge and held it to Lin Yifeng's lips. Lin Yifeng was taken aback. What sort of game was this? To strike a slap and offer a sweet date? Or is it a death sentence? What on earth do you intend to do? Lin Yifeng watched him warily, tightly sealing his lips. What can I do? Merely express concern for the health of a captive, embodying the humanitarian spirit of us northerners, Chun Pajun remarked. not perturbed by Lin's reticence, as he casually blew on his food and took a bite. The flavor is quite pleasant, though the cooking could use a touch more precision. He smacked his lips and set the bowl upon the nearby stone platform. Chen Pajuan, cease this pretense. Lin Yifeng retorted angrily. You have crippled my master, destroyed my spirit sword, and yet expect me to be grateful? Dream on. TSK, why are you so obtuse? Chen Pajuan plopped down on a mound of grass opposite Lin, crossing his legs. Can we not change the subject? Enough of this bloodshed. Tell me, why did you come to kill me? You harm your fellow sect members and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. I come at the behest of my sect to rid the people of harm. Lin Yifeng declared with righteous fervor. Rid the people of harm? Ha ha. Chen Pajuan erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Lin Yifeng, have you been meditating in the mountains until you lost your wits? Or has your Qingyun sword sect's internal network failed to connect with the outside world? The fellow sect member you reference is that Wang Zhun, who seeks to usurp my command and embezzle military funds, is it not? And the innocent you speak of are those families colluding with the barbarian tribes, selling intelligence about Bloodstone Pass. Correct? Chen Pajuan's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze sharpening like a blade. My actions against them are in defense of my homeland. I safeguard the lives of the thousands of soldiers at Bloodstone Pass. Is that what you call indiscriminate slaughter? Then pray tell, what constitutes justice in your eyes? Should we allow these parasites to continue hollowing out the foundations of the North, letting the barbarian hosts trample our borders and massacre our people, and that be deemed just? A barrage of questions struck Lin Yifeng like heavy blows, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before his arrival, he had heard tales of the ninth Prince Chen Pajuan's brutal temperament and stubbornness, stirring a tempest of bloodshed in the north. Yet now you speak nonsense. This is but your one-sided narrative. Lin Yifeng insisted defiantly. One-sided narrative? Chen Pajuan chuckled. Very well, words are but empty vessels. Let us seek the truth through experience. Come, I shall take you to witness for yourself. With that, he snapped his fingers. Two of his guards entered, unshackling Lin Yifeng's chains, though the iron hook on his wrist remained, preventing him from utilizing his true energy. Aren't you afraid I might flee? Lin Yifeng questioned, incredulous. Flee. Chen Pajuan patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brother, have a bit more confidence. In your current state, I could give you a 300-meter head start, and you wouldn't escape this general's residence. Moreover, he leaned closer to Lin Yifeng, whispering conspiratorially, you are afflicted with our family's specially crafted heavenly demon heart goo. With but a thought from me, your heart shall explode into a brilliant firework. Lin Yifeng's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The heavenly demon heart goo. He had certainly heard of this most nefarious forbidden technique of the demonic sect. No wonder he had felt an unsettling thrum in his heart. In an instant, all remnants of hope and bravado dissipated into thin air, supplanted by an overwhelming sense of fear and despair. You fiend. He cursed, his voice trembling with emotion. Precisely. Chen Pajuan nodded in satisfaction, dragging the disoriented Lin Yifeng out of the dungeon as one would an inert dog. The morning sun was somewhat blinding. Chen did not lead him elsewhere, but directly up to the battlements of Bloodstone Pass. At that moment, the morning exercises had just concluded, and the soldiers were changing shifts and taking a moment to recuperate. Upon the walls, wounded soldiers were scattered about. Some bore severed arms, others were blinded, and many bore ghastly scars etched across their faces. Yet, their gazes were universally imbued with resolute determination and an indomitable spirit. Upon spotting Chen Pajuan, they straightened their backs, summoning all their strength to pound their chests, unleashing thunderous roars. General, the general is magnificent. This was a fervent, heartfelt expression of admiration and allegiance. Lin Yifeng was momentarily overwhelmed by this ironclad aura. In the sect, he had only encountered his fellow disciples, who were ethereal and aloof. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. Chen Pajuan remained silent, guiding him through the makeshift camps of the injured. Inside the tents, the wounded lay upon rudimentary beds, the air thick with the pungent scent of medicine and the metallic tang of blood. A young soldier, bereft of his legs, gritted his teeth, using his arms to practice moving. A middle-aged veteran, his abdomen swathed in thick bandages, boasted to his comrades about the foes he had slain. A boy, seemingly no more than 15 or 16, cried out in his sleep, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Chen Pajuan approached a military doctor named Old Zhang, who was tending to the wounded. He inquired softly, "Old Zhang, do we have enough medical supplies?" Upon recognizing Chen, Old Zhang hastily rose, exclaiming, "Thanks to you, General. Ever since you confiscated the resources of those heartless noble families and transferred their stores here, we have enough supplies to last at least 3 more months. The brothers will receive the best care for their injuries." Chen nodded and turned his attention to a soldier receiving treatment, asking, "How does it feel?" Does the wound still hurt? The soldier grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and replied with a hearty laugh. Not at all, General. Compared to being hacked by the savages, this little wound is nothing. I just hope to recover quickly so I can go back to slaying those bastards. And with Miss Sue's specially formulated healing pills, the effects are miraculous. In just 2 days, the pain will vanish, and within a week, new flesh will grow. Chun Pajun patted him on the shoulder, choosing not to say more, and continued forward with the silent Lin Yifeng. They descended from the walls and arrived at the training grounds. Tens of thousands of troops were engaged in rigorous drills, shouting synchronized commands as they practiced in intricate formation that Lin Yifeng had never before witnessed. They dispersed and regrouped, advanced and defended, all in meticulous order, exuding a palpable atmosphere of lethal intent. Do you see? Chun Pajun finally spoke, his tone devoid of any jest, infused instead with solemnity. These are my soldiers, the valiant guardians of the northern frontiers of the Great Xia, protecting you, the disciples of the sects, who languish in leisurely cultivation upon the mountains. From the incursions of barbaric tribes, each of them receives a stipend that scarcely suffices for a single good pot of tea in the capital. They subsist on coarse rice mixed with sand and don tattered uniforms, patched and repatched. When Wang Zhen embezzled their wages, where were you, the Qingyun sword sect? When noble families colluded with the barbarians, betraying their own, where were you, the so-called righteous sects? Now, I eradicate these parasites and restore what rightfully belongs to them, ensuring they can have enough to eat, receive medicine for their wounds, and don sturdy armor to confront the savages. Yet you dare to approach me, claiming I am slaughtering the innocent, asserting your intention to rid the people of harm? Chun Pajun turned to face Lin Yifeng, fixing his gaze intently upon his eyes. Lin Yifeng, I shall ask you once more. Tell me, who are the people? Who constitutes the harm? Lin Yifeng's body trembled violently. Everything he perceived, every sound he heard, struck him like resounding slaps, shattering the black and white dichotomy of good and evil he had constructed since childhood. He had always believed that the sect embodied righteousness and the royal family represented order. Yet now, he beheld the exiled ninth prince, safeguarding the foundation of this nation in his own manner. The very forces to which he pledged allegiance seemed inextricably linked to the malevolent parasites that tormented these heroes. No, it cannot be, he murmured, his complexion paling. His Highness the Third Prince, Chun Xian, is benevolent and cares for the people. He cannot be. The Third Prince? Chun Pajun scoffed, producing an object from his robes and casting it before Lin Yifeng. It was a token engraved with a malevolent wolf's head totem. Do you recognize this? Lin Yifeng's pupils constricted. The token of the barbarian Celestial Wolf Guard. How could it be in your possession? Not long ago, I dismantled a scouting team of the barbarians and discovered it on their captain, Chun Pajun slowly explained. Along with it, I recovered a secret letter. The letter stated that they were sent by the 3 masters of the Xia dynasty to survey the terrain of the northern region and establish contact with insiders. Who do you suppose this 3 masters could be? 3 masters, the Third Prince. Lin Yifeng staggered back, collapsing to the ground in shock. He was no fool. He understood that the most trusted strategist by the Third Prince's side bore the title of 3 masters, colluding with the barbarians. This constituted a grave crime of treason. If this were true, then he, and the entire Qingyun sword sect, would become accomplices in tyranny. Is your sword wielded for the sect's selfish gain, or for the welfare of the populace? Chun Pajun looked down upon him, his voice soft yet resonant, like the tolling of a bell, echoing thunderously in Lin Yifeng's mind. Lin Yifeng sat dazed upon the ground, gazing at the soldiers training in the distance, at the battle flags fluttering atop the city walls, and then at the cold barbarian token in his hand. For the first time, he was uncertain of where to direct his sword. Next chapter hook. Lin Yifeng's conviction is utterly shaken. Chun Pajun, seizing the moment, proposed an audacious plan to have Lin Yifeng bear the burden of his past misdeeds and return to the Qingyun sword sect as an undercover agent, covertly investigating the collusion between the Third Prince and the sect. Faced with a choice between misguided loyalty and the greater good of the world, Lin Yifeng confronted the most challenging decision of his life. Meanwhile, Su Mingxue brought news of unrest within the Heavenly Demon sect, heralding an impending crisis. Chapter 47. The reappearance of the barbarians, a common enemy on the training grounds. The cold wind swept up dust, causing the battle flags to flutter ominously. Lin Yifeng sat despondently on the ground, gripping the icy wolf head token tightly in his hand, as if it were not mere metal, but a shard of ice capable of freezing his very soul. Is your sword wielded for the sect's selfish interests, or for the welfare of the world? Chun Pajun's inquiry echoed in his mind like an unavoidable tolling bell, reverberating and shattering his spirit. Having grown up on Qingyun Mountain, He had been taught to vanquish demons and uphold righteousness. The sect was his heavens, his master the law. He had never questioned the significance of the blade he wielded. Yet today, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. The so-called demon he had despised was guarding the borders, protecting the populace, while the so-called enlightened ruler, the third prince, conspired with external enemies to usurp the throne. In that moment, the lines between right and wrong, black and white, blurred into obscurity. What say you? Lin Daoyu? Have you come to a conclusion? Chun Pejun crouched beside him, patting his shoulder with a hint of amusement in his tone. Will you continue to serve your possibly treacherous master, becoming a dull blade used by others? Or will you choose a different path, engaging in something truly meaningful? Lin Yifeng lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with confusion and anguish. I do not know. The sect's commands must not be disobeyed. But if the third prince truly colludes with the enemy, which holds greater weight, the sect's commands or the well-being of the world? Chun Pejun interrupted him, his voice suddenly grave. Lin Yifeng, you are an astute individual. Why does the Qingyun sword sect support the third prince? It is merely a political investment. They gamble on his ascension to the throne, hoping to reap greater benefits and privileges for the sect. In plain terms, it is a transaction. But have you considered what will happen if the third prince's treachery is exposed? The Qingyun sword sect, as his supporter, will face dire consequences. The entire sect will be branded as traitors, leaving a stain of infamy for eternity. You, your master, your fellow disciples, all will be deemed criminals of the great Xia. Chun Pejun's words struck Lin Yifeng like a dagger, piercing the very core of his deepest fears. He could disregard his own life, but the honor of the sect was paramount. Lin Yifeng's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. Now, an opportunity lies before you. Chun Pejun coaxed him gently, akin to a devil tempting a naive rabbit with a lollipop. A chance to preserve the sect's honor while following the path of righteousness you believe in. What opportunity? Return. Chun Pejun articulated deliberately. Return to the Qingyun sword sect. Return to the camp of the third prince, Chen Xian. But this time, you shall work for me. You wish for me to be an undercover agent. Lin Yifeng gasped in horror. Let us not speak of it so harshly. We shall call it infiltration or covertly serving the nation. Chun Pejun corrected him, stating that his task was quite straightforward. First, ascertain the extent of the collusion between the third prince Chen Xian and the barbarian tribes. Second, identify which high-ranking members within the Qingyun sword sect, aside from your master, are involved in this matter. Quietly relay the evidence to me. When the time is ripe, we shall join forces to expose the conspiracy of the third prince Chen Xian. At that point, you will be the hero who unveils the traitor and saves the sect from peril. What do you think? Isn't this script far more exhilarating than your current role as a foolish pawn in unwavering loyalty? Lin Yifeng's heart raced uncontrollably. This plan was audacious, bordering on madness. Yet, it was undeniable that it seemed to be the only path to resolution. Just as he grappled internally, wavering in indecision, a shrill and urgent horn suddenly pierced the tranquility above Bloodstone Pass. This was not the horn of Bloodstone Pass. Chun Pejun's expression darkened instantly. It was the signal from the beacon tower. A messenger rushed before Chun Pejun like a whirlwind, kneeling on one knee, urgently reporting, General. The beacon tower at Wangjia village, 30 miles to the west, has issued the highest level of smoke signal alert. Enemies are approaching. Wangjia village? Chun Pejun's brows knitted tightly. That location was deep in the territory, with the main forces of the barbarians far over 100 miles away. How could this be? Before he could finish, another scout galloped in, dismounting so hastily that he stumbled. General, this is dire news. The scout cried, his voice tinged with despair. A detachment of several hundred elite barbarians somehow bypassed our outer defenses and launched a surprise attack on Wangjia village. The village is engulfed in flames. What? Chun Pejun's eyes widened, a surge of terrifying killing intent erupting. Wangjia village was a large settlement in the northern hinterlands, home to several hundred families, most of whom were military dependents and retired soldiers. It could be said to be the home of many soldiers from the Pejun camp. Damnable barbarians. Chun Pejun roared, his voice reverberating across the land. How did they get past? I do not know. They seem to have appeared out of thin air. Relay my orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Pejun mounted the warhorse brought by his personal guard. All units of the Pejun camp, gather. Bring your repeating crossbows and thunderous explosives, as well as piercing rune arrows. I want to see you lined up outside the pass within 5 minutes. The remaining troops. Reinforce the city defenses. Hold the pass at all costs. Yes. The orders were like mountains, causing the entire camp to spring into action at once. Thousands of soldiers, like a war machine awakened, swiftly donned their armor, collected their weapons, and surged toward the assembly point. Chun Pajun reined in his horse and glanced back at Lin Yifeng, who remained frozen in place, coldly stating, "Do you see? This is what transpires while you hesitate. You now have two choices. First, remain here and continue contemplating your lofty notions of good and evil. Second, take up your sword and follow me to battle." With that, he paid Lin Yifeng no further heed, squeezing his horse's belly with his legs, charging forth like a bolt of black lightning towards the pass. Lin Yifeng stared blankly at the receding figure of Chun Pajun, then glanced at the thick smoke billowing from the direction of Wangjia village. Hearing the faint yet chilling screams that lingered in the air, images of the resolute faces in the infirmary flashed through his mind, alongside the thunderous battle cries from the training grounds. "Your sword, is it for the selfish interests of the sect, or for the welfare of the world?" "My sword." Lin Yifeng suddenly rose to his feet, the last traces of confusion in his eyes replaced by an unyielding determination. He could question the sect. He could doubt the prince, but the sword in his hand, a protector of the people of Daxia, should never waver. "My sword is for the common folk." He let out a furious roar, picking up the broken spiritual sword from the ground. Though part of his inner energy was sealed, his physique and techniques as a swordsman remained intact. He charged towards a passing guard, shouting, "Bring me a horse." Wangjia village, once a tranquil and harmonious settlement, had now transformed into a hellish nightmare. Flames engulfed thatched roofs, crackling with explosive sounds. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sun. Hundreds of towering, simply clad barbarian soldiers rampaged through the village. Armed with curved blades and wearing cruel, bloodthirsty smiles, they killed on sight and looted without mercy. Unarmed villagers cried out and fled, yet could hardly escape the merciless slaughter of the barbarians. An elderly man was beheaded, women were dragged into the flames, and the cries of children were abruptly silenced. Blood stained the soil of the village. "Ha! Kill! Slaughter these two-legged sheep!" roared a particularly burly barbarian centurion, his face marked by 3 deep scars, as he kicked open the door of a house. Inside, a white-haired elder desperately shielded his 7- or 8-year-old grandson. The elder clutched a rusted standard long sword, the weapon he once wielded in the army. "Old fool, still wish to resist?" The centurion sneered, advancing step by step. "I will fight you to the death," the elder shouted, summoning all his strength to swing the sword. However, how could this frail old man stand against the might of a robust and seasoned barbarian warrior? Clang! The centurion effortlessly parried the elder's attack with his curved blade, then swiftly countered, sending the elder's long sword flying from his grasp. "Grandfather!" The little boy cried out in terror. "Die!" The centurion raised his curved blade, preparing to strike down upon the elder's head. In that critical moment, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, as if guided by fate, piercing the centurion's wrist with deadly precision. "Ah!" The centurion cried out in agony, the curved blade slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Filled with rage and disbelief, he turned to face the source of the arrow, only to see a young general clad in black armor, holding a great bow, atop a warhorse, coldly observing him. It was the timely arrival of Chun Pajun. "All troops, heed my command." Chun Pajun's icy voice echoed across the battlefield. "Engage in free fire. Pin this rabble to the ground." Yes. Behind him, thousands of soldiers from the Pajun camp swiftly dispersed, forming into combat units. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. A torrential downpour of arrows descended like the scythe of death, instantaneously enveloping the entire village. The hundreds of barbarian soldiers, still grinning and engaged in their massacre, had scarcely registered the unfolding chaos before they were transformed into hedgehogs by the raining projectiles. The sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed incessantly, accompanied by chilling screams of agony. Waves of barbarian soldiers collapsed, their formidable individual combat prowess rendered futile against the coordinated strikes of the modern tactical unit under Chun Pajun's command. Akin to a herd of lambs awaiting slaughter. Ambush. Form ranks. Quickly, form ranks. The surviving majority of the barbarian warriors cried out in terror, attempting to cluster together and raise their shields in defense. Too late to form ranks. Chun Pajun sneered, issuing new commands. 2nd Regiment, unleash the thunderous blasts. Indiscriminate coverage. 1st Regiment, prepare for a charge. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as hundreds of dark thunderous blasts were hurled by the soldiers, exploding amid the gathered barbarian throng. The terrifying shockwaves, mingled with countless steel balls and shards, swept through a radius of several dozen meters in an instant. At the epicenter of the explosions, barbarian soldiers were torn apart, limbs and blood splattering in every direction. Those at the periphery were riddled with steel pellets, collapsing to the ground amidst their cries of despair. In just 2 rounds of assault, this elite band of hundreds had suffered devastating casualties. At that moment, Lin Yifeng galloped onto the scene. Upon witnessing the harrowing tableau before him, akin to a hellish battlefield, his stomach churned violently. He had witnessed sparring matches among his peers, yet had never encountered such a blood-soaked and brutal slaughter. The sight of the elderly and children lying amidst pools of blood ignited a fiery rage within him. Beasts! He bellowed, dismounting with fervor. Although he could not unleash his full energy and was limited to merely 1/10 of his true power, the exquisite sword techniques of the Qingyun sword sect remained at his disposal. He seized a long blade from the ground, becoming a whirlwind of azure as he plunged into the ranks of the remaining barbarian warriors. His swordsmanship was both agile and ruthless. Each strike aimed at the enemy's vital points. One barbarian soldier swung his blade toward him, but with a flick of his wrist, Lin Yifeng's blade flashed, precisely slicing through the opponent's throat. Another barbarian attempted a flanking attack. Without turning, he retaliated with a reverse thrust that pierced the assailant's heart. Even with only 1/10 of his energy, his extraordinary swordsmanship transformed him into an efficient engine of destruction amidst the chaos of battle. Chen Pejun, witnessing this spectacle from his mount, felt a slight smile tug at his lips. He understood that from the moment Lin Yifeng unleashed his first strike, this individual had irrevocably aligned himself with their cause. First Regiment, fix bayonets. Charge forward. Chen Pejun unsheathed his blade, pointing forward with unwavering resolve. Leave none alive. Kill. Thousands of soldiers from the breaking army surged forth like ferocious tigers descending the mountains, armed with their crossbows fitted with bayonets, launching into a final, relentless assault. The conflict had transformed into an utter rout. Lin Yifeng, caught in the fervor of battle, felled a barbarian soldier with a single slice, poised to deliver a finishing blow when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the weapon dropped by the enemy. It was a standard long blade, bearing a distinct imprint that caused his pupils to constrict to the size of a pinhead. It was a gongju, the insignia of the Ministry of Works of the Great Xia dynasty.